Chapter 153, Bone Corrosion Inscription. After sleeping for another afternoon, Duan Ling Tian yawned as he walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. After parting ways with the two, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. His cloudy eyes flashed with a trace of a bright light, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders and didn't directly return home but instead walked towards a secluded street before entering a small alley. At almost the exact instant that Duan Ling Tian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed towards him from behind before stopping him from both the front and back. Since when did Duan clan members become the dogs of branch clan disciples? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be taken by surprise by the two figures' appearance. He noticed at the moment he left Paladin Academy, there was a gloomy gaze staring at him from afar, and he only slightly shot a glance before noticing Duan Rong, who was concealed at the side. There were two more people beside Duan Rong, and relying upon the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor and the counter-tracking experience he gained during his time as a weapon specialist in his previous life, as well as his spiritual force, which was currently comparable to a nascent soul martial artist's, it only took a short moment for Duan Ling Tian to roughly discern that the cultivation levels of the two people beside Duan Rong were at least at the 7th level of the origin core stage. At present, the two middle-aged men's faces sank as they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. They didn't think that this youth would actually be able to guess their identity. An ill omen suddenly surfaced within their hearts, as this youth was actually able to be so composed even at such a time. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or maybe there is a powerhouse protecting him? The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a moment. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th level origin core martial artist to protect him. Moreover, it seemed that the 7th level origin core martial artist wasn't present today. After they realized that there was no one else around, they both heaved sighs of relief. Are all the Duan clan members so cowardly? The sneer on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth grew even wider, and his voice was filled with a mocking tone. Kid, if you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended, the middle-aged man behind him said in a low voice as his gaze went cold, and at the moment he finished speaking, he looked towards the middle-aged man in the front and nodded. At almost the same time, the figures of the two middle-aged men jerked and they seemed to transform into two incomparably swift bolts of lightning as they flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Above their heads, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Two 9th level origin core martial artists. That Duan Ru-Lei really thinks highly of me. Faced with the pincer attack of two 9th level origin core martial artists, Duan Ling Tian didn't seem to mind at all, as he stood there unmoving on the spot. Even his voice was extremely tranquil. Even though both of the middle-aged men felt that the youth's reaction was slightly strange, they had no way of backing down now. Die. Their eyes emitted a murderous gleam as origin energy burst forth from their palms and enveloped downwards upon Duan Ling Tian. Originally, for the sake of my deadbeat dad, I had no intention of becoming enemies with anyone from the Duan clan. However, since you two are holding a candle to the devil, then go to hell. At this critical instant, Duan Ling Tian's speech increased in speed, and in the next moment, he lifted his hand. A black stream of light flashed out from his sleeve and moved like lightning as if it was a death god's scythe whistling out. And at almost the exact same time, Duan Ling Tian's legs jerked as he instantly moved aside. Followed by that black bolt of lightning piercing through their chests, the origin energy on the two middle-aged men dissipated. Momentum brought their bodies to move forward and collide with each other before fiercely crashing onto the ground, lifeless. The black lightning bolt moved in flashes before descending onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Hiss hiss. The little black python flicked its tongue and licked Duan Ling Tian's cheek, and its pair of incomparably intelligent, small eyes turned about. Duan Ling Tian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a moment. So poor, there's only 500,000 silver or so on the two of them. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver within his spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the little black python from his shoulder, held it in his palm, and said, with a light smile, "You did a good job, little fellow. I'll get someone to make something good for you when we get home." The little black python seemed to understand what Duan Ling Tian said, as it lightly nodded, and its agile body wiggled in an incomparably exultant manner. As expected, a nascent soul stage fierce beast is able to understand human speech to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only recently stepped into the nascent soul stage, and thus require some guidance before being able to completely understand human speech, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he continued forward and took a few turns before finally returning to his courtyard house. Within his spacious courtyard house, Duan Rong sat cross-legged as he enjoyed a servant girl's massage. He had a bite of apple in his mouth as a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The moment he thought about how he wouldn't see that violet-clothed youth anymore from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but arouse a sense of delight within his heart. So you offended this young master. Even just before you died, you probably don't even know who sent them to kill you, right? The more he thought about it, the more Duan Rong felt happy within his heart. Unfortunately, however, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived in his courtyard house, Duan Ling Xing. Cousin brother, what are you doing here? Duan Rong was slightly surprised when he noticed Duan Ling Xing's arrival, but his eyes still had an unceasing smile. You seem very happy, Duan Ling Xing slowly said. Of course, when I think about how I don't need to see that arrogant kid anymore, I feel extremely delighted within my heart. Right, cousin brother, you've come so late. Is there something you need from me? Because of the dim lighting, Duan Rong didn't notice Duan Ling Xing's slightly gloomy face. Duan Ling Xing's eyes focused as he slowly said, I'm afraid you can't do as you wish on this matter anymore. Cousin brother, what do you mean by that? When Duan Rong finally realized that something was strange, his heart jerked, and the smile on his face completely froze. Could something have gone wrong? It shouldn't have. That violet-clothed youth was alone when he left Paladin Academy today, and even if he wasn't alone, that masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin Core martial artist. Under the attack of 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists, he should have died without a doubt. The 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists my father appointed to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father even until dusk. So my father sent someone out to search for a while, and who would have thought that he would actually find their corpses near Paladin Academy? Duan Ling Xing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who the heck did this cousin brother of his offend? No, impossible, it's impossible. Duan Rong hurriedly shook his head with a face full of disbelief. He was unwilling to believe that all of this was true. Duan Ling Xing frowned as he asked, in a low voice, didn't you say that he only had a 7th-level Origin Core martial artist by his side? I don't know. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th-level Origin Core martial artist at his side. This is something our branch clan's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes as well. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. Humph, looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't that simple. Both of the 9th-level Origin Core martial artists my father appointed to you were killed with a single blow, pierced through the heart with a sharp weapon. The person that killed them acted quickly and decisively. It was almost certainly a nascent soul martial artist who did it. In other words, that person you want to kill had a nascent soul martial artist protecting him. Duan Ling Xing coldly grunted before once again looking at Duan Rong. You better not let the cat out of the bag, because if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be in danger. Duan Rong was so afraid that his face went ghastly pale after he heard what Duan Ling Xing said. Never had he imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul martial artist at his side. After all, even the branch family that he originated from only had 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how did uncle decide to deal with this matter? I feel that the violet-clothed youth will suspect me sooner or later. Depending on what uncle does, I'll follow you home and stay at the Duan clan estate for some time. Duan Rong's voice was slightly trembling, as he was afraid. Don't worry, no matter who he is, anyone who dares kill a member of our Duan clan will certainly die. A trace of coldness appeared in Duan Ling Xing's gaze. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Duan Ling Xing's reply. You better lay low for the time being, and don't make trouble for me, do you understand? Duan Ling Xing glared at Duan Rong, causing Duan Rong to hurriedly nod without daring to have the slightest hesitation. Inside his room, Duan Ling Tian spread out the materials that Shang Quan had gathered today, and his brows slightly rose. I didn't think that Shang Quan would be able to find more than half of the materials I needed within only a day's time. It's sufficient to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then he raised his hand and withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he took off the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was named the Bone Corrosion Inscription. Once activated, the bone corrosion inscription would pour out with the strength of bone corrosion. Unless one was at least a half-step void stage martial artist, there would be no hope of dodging nor curing it. Once hit with the inscription, the bones of the entire body will be instantly corroded into ashes, and only flesh will remain. Completely and utterly dead, even though a person hit by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the moment before death, they would have to endure extreme pain, a pain that penetrated into the heart and bones, a pain that was unimaginable to an ordinary person. Deep into the night, Duan Ling Tian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions and inscribed them respectively on his violet myrtle flexible sword and spatial ring. It was a high-ranked inscription after all, and besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it was even possible to flawlessly coexist with the blood crescent inscription that was attached to the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing the 2 inscriptions, Duan Ling Tian's strained spiritual force finally relaxed. A wave of exhaustion swept over him before he drifted off into a deep slumber. When he woke up the next day, he still felt terribly fatigued, and his complexion didn't look so good. "Tian, are you okay?" Li Ru had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. "Scoundrel, what did you do last night?" "Yes, young master, why's your complexion so bad?" Li Fei and Kair both had faces full of worry and their hearts ached unceasingly. "It's nothing, I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry, I'll be able to recover once I return from the academy today." Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile and left directly for Paladin Academy after finishing his breakfast. Chapter 154, Enemies Meet. Within the classroom, Sima Chongfeng stood at the podium as he slowly recounted the Tao of being a mastermind. Below the podium, the violet-clothed youth lied on the table sound asleep, forming a sharp contrast compared to the other 17 students that were listening in earnest. Did this fellow Duan Ling Tian not sleep last night? He slept the entire afternoon yesterday. Even if he really didn't sleep last night, he wouldn't be this tired, right? Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was in a deep slumber, with faces filled with astonishment. "Enough, all of you, properly reflect on what I spoke about earlier," Sima Chongfeng said to the other students. Then he walked up to Duan Ling Tian's table before lightly knocking the table. "Duan Ling Tian, follow me outside for a moment." Duan Ling Tian raised his head and rubbed his dry eyes. When he noticed Sima Chongfeng, he laughed embarrassedly before following obediently. Duan Ling Tian originally expected that the reason Sima Chongfeng called him out was about the matter of him sleeping during class. Unexpectedly, however. "Are you an inscription master?" Sima Chongfeng's eyes were illuminated with wisdom as his gaze focused on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked and his body shuddered. He completely woke up in an instant and glanced deeply at Sima Chongfeng. "Teacher Sima, why do you ask?" Sima Chongfeng lightly smiled. "I've done some research on the Tao of inscription. According to my knowledge, exhaustion of vitality is divided into various types, where your exhaustion is obviously caused by the overconsumption of spiritual force. And this condition would only appear on an inscription master." Sima Chengfeng spoke on the subject with great familiarity. Although Sima Chongfeng said that he had only done some research on the Tao of inscription, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was just being humble. Not mentioning anything else, just what he said now was something that no ordinary inscription master would be capable of. Obviously, this teacher Sima was an extremely experienced inscription master. "I never thought that you'd be an inscription master as well, teacher." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. He didn't deny the fact that he was an inscription master. Since Sima Chengfeng was able to discern that he had overconsumed his spiritual force, then Sima Chongfeng had obviously confirmed that he was an inscription master, and thus, even if he not admitted it, Sima Chongfeng would not believe him. "I can be considered to have only dabbled in the Tao of inscription. You're only at the core formation stage and only have a limited amount of spiritual force, so there's no need to waste too much energy on the art of inscription. Once your cultivation advances, your spiritual force will naturally increase in tow, and thus spending your energy on the art of inscription in the future is the right way." Sima Chongfeng had an earnest expression as he gradually guided his student. He obviously thought that Duan Ling Tian's condition of overconsumption of spiritual force was because he went overboard when studying the art of inscription. "Yes, teacher." Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded as knew that Sima Chongfeng was saying all this out of good intentions. Focusing on the advancement of your cultivation is the right way for your age. If you're really interested in the art of inscription in the future, although the inscriptions I possess are limited, I can slightly guide you and save you from taking many detours on your path of learning, Sima Chongfeng continued, as he obviously seemed to care very much for Duan Ling Tian, this student of his. Guide me. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. He possessed the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, and the inscription art of Rebirth Martial Emperor could absolutely be considered unparalleled under the heavens. Not to mention this small little Crimson Sky Kingdom, even across the entire Cloud Continent, there might not be another who could compete with Rebirth Martial Emperor on the art of inscription. Thank you, teacher. However, Duan Ling Tian still expressed his thanks to Sima Chongfeng, as no matter what, Sima Chongfeng's suggestions were still out of his good intentions. Even though the art of inscription that he held was even more than enough to be the ancestor of Sima Chongfeng. You can return now. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Sima Chongfeng and returned to the classroom as instructed. In next to no time, the morning classes came to an end. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan both arrived beside Duan Ling Tian with eyes that emitted a dubious sense that any man would understand. Duan Ling Tian, you're still young. You have to do some things in moderation so that you don't harm your health. Fuck, what are you guys talking about? Duan Ling Tian glared at the two of them. How could he not know what these two filthy fellows were talking about? Look at you, getting angry from being embarrassed, right? We're all grown men. Isn't romance between men and women something extremely normal? Xiao Shuan laughed. Yeah, why else would you be so drowsy today? You were even called out by teacher Sima to be reprimanded. Xiao Yu agreed with a nod, speaking in a reasonable and justifiable manner. I don't have time for this. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at the two of them before heading straight for the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed that Su Li and Tian Hu had already taken a table. Su Li, Tian Hu, you two are actually here earlier than us. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. That fellow, Niu Mang, seemed to be busy today and left early. Tuan Hu laughed, then his face turned serious. Duan Ling Tian, that fifth prince hasn't come looking for trouble with you, right? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Even if the fifth prince were to come looking for trouble, his movements shouldn't be so quick. People like the fifth prince, who grew up in a place filled with mutual deceit like the imperial family, were undoubtedly the most cautious. Based solely upon his attitude towards Tong Li, as long as the fifth prince hasn't fully investigated his background, the fifth prince would definitely not make a move against him. After all, the attitude which he portrayed yesterday seemed to show that he had something to rely upon and that he was not one bit afraid of the fifth prince. This was something that many people saw. Yesterday, it's that Duan wrong again. Tian Hu's gaze looked towards one of the two young men that were walking over from afar. Duan Ling Tian, this Duan wrong seems somewhat different today. Why do I feel like his gaze towards you is completely different from yesterday? It seems more like he's afraid of you. What did you do to him? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke with a wondering expression. But what he noticed was that Duan Ling Tian's gaze was currently fierce like lightning, and there was even traces of dense and bloodthirsty killing intent being emitted from his body. The killing intent swept out, and although it wasn't targeting him, it still caused his heart to shudder. Su Li, Xiao Shuan, and Tian Hu's faces went pale as well, as they were all affected by Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. Their gaze descended upon the young man beside Duan Rong in unison. It's him. Xiao Shuan recognized the young man with but a glance. The Duan clan's second master's son, Duan Ling Xing. Never had Duan Ling Tian imagined that he would actually see Duan Ling Xing, this person that he hated to the bones, within Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian's heart was trembling, as the scenes of Duan Ling Xing flaunting his strength and heavily injuring himself, K.R., and Li Fei flashed before his eyes as if they were happening right before him. Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Tian's voice emitted an incomparable coldness, and his hand had already moved to be placed atop the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. At this moment, he would only need but a thought before he would swing out his sword to kill Duan Ling Xing. Abruptly being enveloped by Duan Ling Tian's bloodthirsty killing intent caused Duan Rong's expression to turn ghastly pale and his legs to start trembling. He currently like he was on a single boat floating on the ocean and was in danger of capsizing at any moment. This feeling was extremely difficult to bear, and practically suffocating. He knows cousin brother. Duan Rong took a deep breath, and forcefully withstood the bloodthirsty killing intent. He had a ghastly pale face as he stared at the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He noticed that the violet-clothed youth that he hated to the bones seemed to hate his cousin brother to the bones. What was going on? Who could tell him? In the instant that Duan Lingxing was enveloped by this bloodthirsty killing intent, he felt it to be slightly familiar. When he circulated his origin energy to forcefully withstand this killing intent and looked at the source, his gaze descended upon the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. 2 years had passed, and the violet-clothed youth from before obviously had matured substantially, but he still recognized the violet-clothed youth with a single glance. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Xing's pupils constricted as his eyes emitted a killing intent so dense it was difficult to suppress. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually appear within Paladin Academy. There was only one possibility as to why he could appear within Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian had become a student here. If he wasn't wrong, this Duan Ling Tian was only 18 now. Had he passed the test within one of the 18 counties to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18? Such natural talent was even more monstrous than the Duan Rufeng of before. There was only one thought within his heart: this Duan Ling Tian must die. He could imagine how if Duan Ling Tian were to stay alive, Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly become a great calamity for himself. Duan Ling Tian, I'm really surprised. You've not only inherited the natural talent of your short-lived father, you've even outdone him and entered Paladin Academy at the young age of 18. Duan Ling Xing walked over to arrive before Duan Ling Tian's table, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. I'm extremely surprised as well. The son of a cripple is actually at Paladin Academy. Tisk tisk, if I'm not wrong, you should have gotten a place from the Duan clan's recommendation quota and were only able to enter Paladin Academy because of it, right? As expected, the son of a cripple is trash that needs to use a back door to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he gave tit for tat. A shapeless aura shot out from their bodies and unceasingly clashed against each other. Everyone present could feel the imposing atmosphere. Duan Ling Xing's body trembled. The dense killing intent in his eyes had reached an extreme as he said, with an extremely low voice, "You dare insult my father? Have I said something wrong?" Duan Ling Tian sneered without a trace of fear. The surrounding Paladin Academy students, including Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were all stunned. They noticed that from the moment Duan Ling Xing appeared, Duan Ling Tian seemed to become a different person. That was the gaze of someone who was looking at the greatest enemy in his life, and it looked like Duan Ling Tian wished for nothing more than to pounce on Duan Ling Xing and shred him to pieces. Duan Ling Xing, on the other hand, seemed to be similarly filled with bloodthirsty enmity from the moment he noticed Duan Ling Tian. These two people seemed like they were born enemies. Duan Rong hid behind Duan Ling Xing, narrowly avoiding the killing intent that swept in his direction from Duan Ling Tian, and asked, with great difficulty, "Cousin? Cousin brother, he? Who is he? Could it be that this violet-clothed youth is a Duan clan member as well?" Duan Ling Xing's eyes narrowed into a line as he spoke in a cold voice. His origins are no small matter. His father is that short-lived guy of our Duan clan, Duan Rufeng. Chapter 155. Life and Death Battle Pact, Short-Lived. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became even more icy cold. Even though he didn't have any feelings towards his deadbeat father, it was his father after all. He was also the husband of his mother who he respected the most. How could he allow Duan Ling Xing to disrespect his father like this? Duan Rong was stunned. Duan Rufeng. This was a name he'd heard of before. Duan Rufeng, the former peerless genius of the imperial city's Duan clan, a figure who suddenly appeared on the horizon like a comet and hasn't been heard of since he vanished 18 years ago. But even then, he was still deeply remembered by many. If Duan Rufeng hadn't vanished, then he would be the Duan clan's third master. No, if Duan Rufeng hadn't vanished, as long as he was willing, even the position of the Duan clan's patriarch would be his. Never had Duan Rong imagined that the violet-clothed youth he hated to the bones was actually the son of Duan Rufeng. At the same time, the gazes of everyone present descended upon Duan Ling Tian, especially Xiao Xuan's, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Ling Tian actually was a true member of the Duan clan, and moreover, the son of Duan Rufeng, the one who was formerly publicly acknowledged as the greatest genius in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Yu and Tian, who had more or less heard of Duan Rufeng, but never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian actually had such an identity. And he was even a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan. Duan Rufeng. Su Li's eyes shone with a strand of an odd light as he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. This youth is actually the son of that Duan Rufeng. I never imagined that Duan Rufeng actually had a living descendant. This youth obviously wasn't recommended into Paladin Academy by the Duan clan, but he was able to pass the entrance test within one of the 18 counties to enter Paladin Academy at such an age. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Ling Tian abruptly stood up, his gaze flashing with a cold light as he spoke in an icy cold voice that seemed to be echoing out of an ice pit. Duan Ling Xing, the reason I came to the Imperial City and entered Paladin Academy was precisely to kill you and to repay the gifts you bestowed upon me 2 years ago. Now, I formally challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept my challenge? He wished for nothing more than to directly attack and kill Duan Ling Xing, but he understood that he couldn't be rash due to his current circumstances. He would have to kill Duan Ling Xing in an open and just method so that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, could only look on helplessly when such a loss was dealt upon him. What Duan Ling Tian said caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Has this Duan Ling Tian gone mad? Duan Ling Xing is a grade 4 student, and he has allegedly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if this Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is good, he's only around the age of 18 after all, and moreover, he is only a grade 1 student. Many Paladin Academy students were stunned by what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian, don't be rash. Xiao Xuan's face went grim as he hurriedly tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Even though he knew that Duan Ling Tian was strong, and he believed that Duan Ling Tian would one day surpass Duan Ling Xing, the current Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly slightly inferior to Duan Ling Xing. He had seen Duan Ling Tian's strength, and although it wasn't bad, he was only just slightly stronger than Su Li and could be considered to be peerless at the 7th level of the core formation stage. But if he were to encounter a martial artist at the 8th level of the core formation stage, it would require great effort to withstand, and Duan Ling Xing was in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu and Tian, who became aware of Duan Ling Xing's cultivation level from the surrounding discussion, their expressions went grim, and they followed to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Only Su Li seemed to have understood something and didn't try to dissuade Duan Ling Tian when he noticed the cold light flashing within Duan Ling Tian's eyes and the angle at which the corners of his mouth were curled. You challenge me, and it's even a life and death battle. Duan Ling Xing was in slight disbelief when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. He wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian from the moment he laid eyes upon Duan Ling Tian, but unfortunately, this was Paladin Academy, and the consequences of killing another for no reason was something that even he as the son of the Duan clan's second master could not bear. But it would be different if a life and death battle pact were to be established. Once a life and death battle pact was established, Paladin Academy would not interfere even if he were to kill Duan Ling Tian. What? You don't dare? Duan Ling Tian sneered. Just when Duan Ling Xing was about to speak of his agreement. Cousin brother. Duan Rong spoke out with eyes that emitted a sense of fear, and said, in a low voice, this Duan Ling Tian is precisely the violet-clothed youth that injured me 2 months ago. Didn't you say last night that we can't act rashly? And shouldn't we first investigate his background before asking Uncle to send out his men to deal with him? What? He's the violet-clothed youth you spoke of? Duan Ling Xing's pupils constricted. The only reason he came to the cafeteria with Duan Rong today was precisely to take a look at the enemy of his cousin brother, but he never imagined that the enemy of his cousin brother was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Rong nodded and said, with a face full of fear, cousin brother, this Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to issue a challenge, and this matter seems odd. You must not agree to his challenge. He was afraid from the moment he heard that Duan Ling Tian was the son of Duan Rufeng, as although Duan Rufeng had vanished for nearly 20 years, there has never been anyone who could be certain of his death. Some people even spread the word that Duan Rufeng might still be alive. If Duan Rufeng was really alive, then this Duan Ling Tian would have a backing that no one in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Humph, I'll decide myself. Duan Ling Xing's eyes narrowed. Would he refuse Duan Ling Tian's challenge? The answer was no. After hearing what Duan Rong said, the killing intent within Duan Ling Xing's heart grew even stronger. This Duan Ling Tian actually had a nascent soul martial artist by his side to protect him. He had a feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity, then wanting to kill Duan Ling Tian in the future would be even more difficult than climbing the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Duan Ling Xing and Duan Rong whispering to each other for so long. His voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness as he said, Duan Ling Xing, as expected of the son of the Duan clan's trash second master. You don't even dare to accept a life-and-death battle against an 18-year-old kid like me. Pussy, pussy. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when every student present looked at Duan Ling Xing with an odd gaze. Duan Ling Xing isn't really afraid of accepting Duan Ling Tian's life-and-death battle challenge, right? Is he a man or not? A grade 4 student is afraid of accepting a grade 1 student's life-and-death battle challenge. Moreover, the challenger is only just a kid. This Duan Ling Xing probably won't be able to lift his head up within Paladin Academy and even the Imperial City in the future. Some students voiced out their opinions, as they craved nothing more than to stir up trouble. These voices entered Duan Ling Xing's ears and were like needles pricking him. His gaze went cold as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frosty expression. Duan Ling Tian, you're even more arrogant than your father all those years ago. Since you're courting death, I'll send you off myself. I accept your life-and-death battle challenge. Duan Ling Xing agreed in a straightforward manner. Cousin brother. Duan Rong's face went pale, as he had a feeling that something wasn't right, and he felt perturbed in his heart. Shut up. However, after being glared at by Duan Ling Xing, Duan Rong immediately didn't dare make another sound. He knew that once this cousin brother of his made a decision, it wasn't something he could interfere with. Meanwhile, more and more people arrived at the corner of the cafeteria where Duan Ling Tian's table was situated. I never expected that I would encounter such an interesting matter while just having a meal. If you two want a life-and-death battle, then this old fellow will join in on the fun and bear witness for you too. An aged voice echoed downwards from the cafeteria pavilion above. The cafeteria pavilion wasn't open to Paladin Academy students. Meanwhile, a gray-robed old man slowly walked down from the cafeteria pavilion. Vice Dean. Instantly, the students respectfully greeted the old man. Duan Ling Tian looked over, and what he saw was a thin, gray-robed old man with an ordinary appearance. Although he was old, the old man seemed to be full of vigor and a bright light flashed within his eyes. This was an expert, at least, to the current Duan Ling Tian, this old man was an expert. Vice Dean. Even the arrogant and unruly Duan Ling Xing bowed respectfully upon seeing the old man. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded to the old man as well. You two want a life-and-death battle, right? The old man's brows knitted as a trace of a smile of anticipation appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then I'll bear witness for you two. However, do you two want to notify your seniors to attend the battle? This matter is no small matter, as it could easily mean life or death. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Notify his seniors to attend the battle. He knew that if his mother were to come, she would certainly not agree to him carrying out a life-and-death battle with Duan Ling Xing. The old man gazed at Duan Ling Xing as he asked, how about you? Duan Ling Xing's icy cold gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian as he slowly said, I don't need to either, as the one who's going to die isn't me in any case. Duan Ling Xing's words were filled with confidence. Go to the martial arts practice grounds. The old man nodded and his body jerked. His entire body seemed to have vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already over 10 meters away. What swift speed! Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, and he had a face full of surprise. The old man's speed was so much faster than Shang Quan's that it was on a different level. Of course, it was also because Shang Quan hadn't fully recovered his strength. Once Duan Ling Tian steps into the origin core stage and refines the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Shang Quan to consume, Shang Quan's strength will surely recover to the void prying stage. At that time, the fourth true void stage powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom will be born. Whether it was the students who were eating, or the students waiting for their food, the group of students within the cafeteria flowed out and followed them. A life-and-death battle. Such an event wasn't something that would happen every day. Food was something they could do without, but such a bustling event was something they couldn't miss. He's called Duan Ling Tian. A red-clothed girl with a black whip in her hand followed them while being attended to by another woman. Her eyes flickered with a dense coldness. It was precisely Tong Li. Miss Li, that new student, Duan Ling Tian, actually dared to challenge a grade 4 student, and it's even a life-and-death battle. He's dead for sure. This time there's someone to help you vent your grievances, the women that followed behind Tong Li said, with a light smile. Humph. Unfortunately, however, he couldn't die by my hand. But even if he's killed, I won't let his corpse off. Since I've said I'll tear him into pieces, I will do as I've said. Tong Li's voice was filled with a bone-piercing coldness that caused the woman behind her to be so scared that her face went pale. Chapter 156, 9th level of the core formation stage as well. Under the lead of the old man, the group of Paladin Academy students moved forward in a massive stream towards the martial arts practice grounds. Xiaoyu walked beside Duan Lingtian as he asked, in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, are you confident?" Xiao Xuan and Tianhu looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Now that things had progressed this far, they understood that they couldn't change anything and only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive this life-and-death battle. Have some confidence in me, okay? At a critical moment, it's still Su Li who understands me the best. Duan Lingtian shook his head and revealed a light smile. He had a composed appearance and seemed to be someone that was about to undergo a life-and-death battle. Xiao Yu and the others looked over at Su Li, and only now did they realize that Su Li had a similar composed appearance like Duan Lingtian. They heaved a sigh of relief. A trace of doubt appeared within Xiao Xuan's eyes, however. Could it be that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength when he battled Su Li? In the distance, Duan Rong walked beside Duan Lingxing. His gaze would occasionally flash past Duan Lingtian, and he noticed the indifferent expression on Duan Lingtian's face. His heart jerked as he felt even more uneasy within his heart. Cousin brother, that Duan Lingtian looks like he's extremely confident. You. Duan Rong gazed at Duan Lingxing, who was beside him, with a worried expression. HMPH. Duan Lingxing grunted coldly and interrupted Duan Rong. You call that having confidence? That's called arrogance. This Duan Lingtian is exactly like his short-lived father, their arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I'll spill his blood over Paladin Academy. In this way, not only will I be able to take revenge for you, I'll also be able to deal with this potential calamity. Actually, besides detesting Duan Lingtian's father for crippling his own father, the most important reason Duan Lingxing urgently wanted to kill Duan Lingtian was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would return to the Duan clan. Although Duan Lingtian had left the Duan clan that year, his name still remained on the Duan clan's direct descendant registry, so he was still one of the Duan clan's direct descendants. If Duan Lingtian's natural talent were to be discovered by the other Duan clan members, they would surely welcome Duan Lingtian back to the Duan clan. That was something he didn't want to see happen at all. As such, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and remove all future troubles. Duan Rong went silent. In fact, he also wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, as the finger attack Duan Lingtian dealt him in the past practically crippled his entire hand, and caused it to be nearly impossible to be healed. The vast martial arts practice grounds was fully surrounded by a massive array of people before long. The gray-robed old man stood at the center of the crowd and looked at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing before raising his hand and withdrawing a piece of paper from within his spatial ring. This was Paladin Academy's life and death contract. If there was an irreconcilable enmity between two parties that could not be quelled until one party died, then the students of Paladin Academy may sign a life and death contract. In this way, Paladin Academy would not have to look into or pursue the matter of either party's death. Affix your thumbprint. The old man lifted his hand before casually tossing the life and death contract, which was led by a gentle force to descend before Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingxing extended his hand and directly bit open his thumb before impressing his thumbprint onto the contract, following which he grunted coldly and tossed the life and death contract to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian placed his thumbprint onto the contract as well. Life and death contract, established. After the old man retrieved the life and death contract, his gaze focused, and he said, in a low voice, since the two of you have signed a life and death contract, then the following battle will be a battle to the death. You two may rely on spirit weapons but are disallowed from using other external sources of strength such as inscriptions and the like. Disallowed from using inscriptions. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered, but he never planned on using an inscription anyway. 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Duan Lingxing was at such a cultivation level. Spirit weapons are allowed. I heard Duan Lingxing possesses a grade 8 spirit weapon called gold-thread gloves. It can't be this. Duan Lingxing has a grade 8 spirit weapon. It's actually nothing strange, as Duan Lingxing's father is the Duan clan's second master. It isn't difficult for him to get a grade 8 spirit weapon for Duan Lingxing. You're right, however, wouldn't this mean that Duan Lingtian's situation is even more dangerous? Even if Duan Lingxing didn't have a grade 8 spirit weapon, do you think that Duan Ling Tian would have any hope of survival? None of the students that gathered around to watch the show looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. Grade 8 spirit weapon, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian Hu's faces went grim. Damn it, if I knew that this life and death battle was going to happen, I would have borrowed a grade 8 spirit weapon from my elder brother. Xiao Xuan's face sank. Don't worry, that flexible sword of Duan Ling Tian's is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Just as this moment, Su Li spoke. Xiao Yu and the others couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know? The other day, my sword was chipped at a few spots by his sword. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched and seemed to be slightly pained for a brief moment. Xiao Yu and the others were finally enlightened. Su Li's sword was a grade 9 spirit weapon, and since Duan Ling Tian's sword was able to chip Su Li's sword, then it would be a grade 8 spirit weapon without a doubt. Tian Hu exhaled a breath of cold air as he said, in astonishment, looks like he didn't use the full might of his grade 8 spirit weapon the other day. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan deeply agreed, and only Su Li's brows seemed to knit, neither indicating approval nor disapproval. That day, he suspected that Duan Ling Tian hadn't used the might of his spirit weapon at all. Today when Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to challenge Duan Ling Xing and emitted such strong confidence, he instantly perceived that his suspicions weren't misplaced. Remember what I said, if either of you uses any source of external strength besides a spirit weapon, I will directly attack and kill him. The gray-robed old man's, also known as the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, voice went cold abruptly before returning to normal. He said, in a clear voice, begin. The gray-robed old man moved aside as soon as he finished. Duan Ling Tian, I'll send you on your way to hell right now and let you follow in your short-lived father's footsteps. Duan Ling Xing had already put his gold-thread gloves on his hands, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouths as his eyes emitted a cold light. Are all trash fond of talking nonsense? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he sneered. You're courting death. Duan Ling Xing went completely berserk when he heard Duan Ling Tian call him trash, and his body pounced towards Duan Ling Tian as if he had transformed into a ferocious tiger that had fiercely pounced off a hill. Duan Ling Xing's body flashed out with incredibly swift speed, as if he had transformed into a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived near Duan Ling Tian. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He exerted his full strength the moment he launched his attack. Duan Ling Xing's palm swept past the sky as the origin energy on it burst forth before crashing down to envelop Duan Ling Tian. This palm strike seemed as if it could suppress everything. Above Duan Ling Xing, another 2 ancient mammoths appeared, and this was precisely the amplification brought about by the grade 8 spirit weapon. That palm strike from Duan Ling Xing contains the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The pupils of the surrounding students constricted and their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats when they saw this. It seemed as if it wasn't Duan Ling Tian that was facing this palm strike but them. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare lightly defend when faced with Duan Ling Xing's palm strike. Instead, his eyes went cold and he took a large stride forward. Duan Ling Tian's body seemed to transform into a flexible spirit serpent as he moved, barely avoiding Duan Ling Xing's palm strike. And above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Xing's pupils constricted, as never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian was a 9th level core formation martial artist as well. He suddenly felt as if he had been played. How could this be possible? This little bastard is only 18. How could he be a 9th level core formation martial artist? No, impossible. Duan Ling Xing's heart was in chaos, as he was unwilling to believe that this was all true. Meanwhile, all of the surrounding spectating students of Paladin Academy were dumbstruck at this instant. This scene was totally unbelievable. This Duan Ling Tian, a mere 18-year-old youth, a grade 1 student. He was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. What natural talent was this? Wouldn't it be saying that he had a chance to step into the origin core stage before the age of 20? His natural talent even surpasses his father's. The Vice Dean's eyes flashed with a bright light. At this moment, a sense of regret arose within him. If he had known earlier that Duan Ling Tian was a 9th level core formation martial artist, he would surely stop this life and death battle from happening. But unfortunately, the milk had already been spilled. Now he could only hope that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive, as he didn't want to see such a genius fall. Duan Ling Tian is at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Practically at the same time, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian who were shocked as well. As expected, Su Li's pupils constricted as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian had obviously concealed most of his strength during their battle the other day, otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for a single strike from Duan Ling Tian. Impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li's face was full of disbelief when she saw this scene. This youth that she hated to the bones was actually a martial artist at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Cousin. Duan Rong's face was ghastly pale, as he suddenly realized that the worry in his heart was not unwarranted. Everyone's reactions practically happened within the blink of an eye, on the martial arts practice ground. Even if you're a 9th level core formation martial artist as well, do you think you can dodge my palm strike like this? Duan Ling Xing's voice emitted incomparable coldness as his descending palm strike that Duan Ling Tian had just dodged abruptly turned to continue to envelop Duan Ling Tian. It was as if it wouldn't stop until it annihilated Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Xing, this sword strike is for Li Zan. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian, whose body flashed and was about to be caught up to by Duan Ling Xing, suddenly spoke. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, as within the icy coldness, his voice was filled with breathtaking killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's hand flashed before his waist as he drew his sword. Sword drawing arts was devoted towards speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand flashed out, and 2 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him in an instant. The strength behind this sword strike was equal to Duan Ling Xing's palm strike, as both contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian's spirit weapon is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. The surrounding crowd sounded with waves of exclamations. You think your sword strike is able to injure me? Duan Ling Xing sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword seeming to transform into a violet bolt of lightning as it flashed towards him, and his hand flipped to slap down towards the body of Duan Ling Tian's violet myrtle flexible sword. Chapter 157. The Death of Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw Duan Ling Xing actually trying to stop his violet myrtle flexible sword. Violet myrtle flexible sword twisted in his hand, and moved to intercept Duan Ling Xing's palm strike with the edge of the blade. Duan Ling Xing's expression turned extremely grim. He dared to slap his palm down upon the body of the blade, but even if he had 10 times more courage, he would still not dare to slap his palm down upon the edge of the blade. Even though he wore a grade 8 spirit weapon on his hand, it would be impossible for it to go head-to-head with a sword that was a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Do you expect this to work? Duan Ling Xing sneered, as a solution flashed within his mind. He didn't withdraw his attack but instead continued to slap his palm down and circulate his defensive martial skill at the same time. A high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier suffused itself over his gold thread gloves. Then his hand descended down and his palm stretched open before closing, actually directly grasping onto the violet myrtle flexible sword that Duan Ling Tian swung out. The gold thread gloves were originally extremely tough and tensile, so ordinary blades were unable to cause any damage to it. Now that it was combined with a defensive chi barrier, Duan Ling Xing was able to forcefully stop Duan Ling Tian's sword strike, which contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths, by using the same amount of strength. The strength of the two cancelled each other out. Just when the corners of Duan Ling Xing's mouth emitted a ferocious smile and he was about to launch an attack against Duan Ling Tian, an icy cold voice entered his ear. Did you think that this is all I'm capable of? In the next moment, Duan Ling Xing's pupils constricted. Oh my god. What did I just see? Above Duan Ling Tian, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, and added onto the 14 from before, there was a total of 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. No, impossible. How could he have a grade 8 spirit weapon? How could this be possible? Duan Ling Xing's face went gloomy and his voice was filled with boundless fear. The first thought that appeared in his mind was that the spirit weapon within Duan Ling Tian's hand wasn't a grade 8 spirit weapon but a grade 7 spirit weapon. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist could only exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths when relying upon a grade 7 spirit weapon, as a grade 7 spirit weapon was able to amplify nearly 30% of its user's strength. How could he know that the violet myrtle flexible sword within Duan Ling Tian's wasn't a grade 7 spirit weapon at all? the raging python form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique that Duan Ling Tian cultivated allowed him to possess a strength of 12 ancient mammoths once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, which was comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. And when Duan Ling Tian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage yesterday, he gained an extra ancient mammoth. Presently, even if he were to not use a spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian would still be capable of exerting the strength of 13 ancient mammoths, and if he were to use a spirit weapon, the strength of 1 more ancient mammoth would be readily available. At nearly the exact same moment, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students was dumbstruck. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Oh my god, Duan Ling Tian actually has a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even the Duan clan probably doesn't have many grade 7 spirit weapons. Where did this Duan Ling Tian obtain it? Their thoughts were exactly similar to Duan Ling Xing. They all thought that Duan Ling Tian was relying upon a grade 7 spirit weapon in order to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The corners of Xiao Yu's, Xiao Xuan's, and Tian Hu's mouths twitched and bitter smiles appeared on their faces, as they all felt that Duan Ling Tian had concealed his strength too deeply. Even Su Li's gaze slightly flickered, as slight shock flashed within. How could he possibly have a grade 7 spirit weapon? Tong Li's face was extremely unsightly, and her hand that clenched the black whip grew tighter. Cousin. A sense of sorrow appeared on Duan Rong's face as he witnessed this scene. Duan Ling Xing's body trembled as if he had abruptly thought of some dreadful matter. His pupils constricted as his gaze descended upon the violet myrtle flexible sword grasped within Duan Ling Tian's right hand. His heart trembled and was instantly filled with dread as he moved to withdraw his hand. How could Duan Ling Tian know what Duan Ling Xing was thinking when he saw Duan Ling Xing's expression? Duan Ling Tian sneered, and the violet myrtle flexible sword within his hand flashed out as he said, "What? Regret grabbing hold of my sword?" The strength of 15 ancient mammoths completely suppressed the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. And Duan Ling Xing's defensive chi barrier shattered with a crash. Ah! At almost practically the same instant, a shrill cry echoed out from Duan Ling Xing, as his palm was split into 2. The other half of his palm crashed onto the ground, drenching the ground with blood. Duan Ling Xing's body trembled, and when he once again gazed upon Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were filled with boundless dread. That sword strike was for Li Zan. You probably still remember Li Zan, right? It's that little fatty that used his body to help defend me against your palm strike and saved my life 2 years ago. Duan Ling Tian's icy cold gaze descended upon Duan Ling Xing. That day, if it wasn't for little fatty Li Zan helping him defend against that palm strike, he would have already been killed by Duan Ling Xing, and it would have been impossible for him to still be standing here. He once pledged that he would surely take revenge for Li Zan. Duan Ling Tian's body flashed out as if it had transformed into a spirit serpent and closed in on Duan Ling Xing, then he waved out his sword to strike once more. How could Duan Ling Xing, who had lost his spirit weapon and been injured, dodged this extremely swift sword strike from Duan Ling Tian? Instantly, Duan Ling Xing emitted another shrill cry. His leg was forcefully sliced off by Duan Ling Tian, and his entire body crashed down onto the ground, as it lost its support. His body violently trembled as he struggled with eyes filled with despair. At this moment, he wished so dearly for the scene before him to just be a dream. But unfortunately, the intense pain that he unceasingly felt allowed him to realize that this was no dream, but reality. That sword strike was for K.R. You still remember K.R., right? That young girl you injured after she swung her sword at you when you tried to kill me. Duan Ling Tian walked step by step towards Duan Ling Xing, and within his voice was a breathtaking coldness. The scenes from before flashed before his eyes. That time, he was nearly killed by Duan Ling Xing. The gray-clothed old man, the vice dean of Paladin Academy, watched this bloody scene but had no intention of interfering. A life-and-death battle that was upheld by a life-and-death contract would only end when one party was dead. As the witness of the battle, he had to practice what he preached. Moreover, he had clearly heard and understood that Duan Ling Xing had once tried to kill Duan Ling Tian, and he finally came to an understanding as to why Duan Ling Tian would detest Duan Ling Xing to such an extent. So it turned out that there was an enmity to the point of life and death between the two of them. So this Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Xing had long ago formed an irreconcilable enmity. It's no wonder they would go at each other to the death the moment they met. They're both Duan clan direct descendants, but the difference between the two is just too huge. Duan Ling Tian is merely 18, whereas Duan Ling Xing seems to be 23 this year. Duan Ling Tian defeated a direct descendant of his clan who's 5 years older than him, and his natural talent can be considered heaven-defying. As expected of the son of Duan Ru Feng, this Duan Ling Xing can't even amount to trash in front of him. At this moment, not one Paladin Academy student present felt pity for Duan Ling Xing. A smile appeared on the faces of Xiao Yu and the others. Duan Ling Tian had won. Duan Rong's body trembled violently and his face went ghastly pale as he watched the scene before him. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely make you die. Tong Li glanced at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with an icy cold gaze before turning around and leaving. With great difficulty, Duan Ling Xing used his origin energy to stop the blood that was spurting out of his injuries. There was not a trace of redness on his face, it was completely pale. As he gazed at Duan Ling Tian, who was walking over with a bloody flexible sword in his hand, Duan Ling Xing's body trembled and dread and despair appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian, you can't kill me. I'm your clan brother, we're both direct descendants of the Duan clan. You can't kill me. Duan Ling Tian was stunned briefly. When he heard what Duan Ling Xing said, he burst into laughter. Clan brother. A mocking smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. 2 years ago, when you tried to kill me in the Fresh Breeze Town Li family, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? How about just now, when you desired to kill me, did you think that I was your clan brother? Now that you see that you've lost all your advantages and are at your wits' end, you call yourself my clan brother and hope I'll give you a chance at life. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The violet myrtle flexible sword within Duan Ling Tian's hand was still dripping blood onto the ground, and wherever it passed, blood drenched the entire ground. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian arrived before Duan Ling Xing and slowly lifted the violet myrtle flexible sword. Duan Ling Xing seemed to realize that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't buy his nonsense. His face instantly went grim as he shouted, in a fierce voice, Duan Ling Tian, if you kill me, my father and mother will definitely not let you off. You will undoubtedly die, that cripple. Duan Ling Tian laughed indifferently. The power that my parents control is far from anything you can imagine, and you wouldn't kill me if you were sensible. Duan Ling Xing made his last attempt at a struggle before death. However, Duan Ling Tian was unfazed. This sword strike is for myself. Under Duan Ling Xing's despaired gaze, the sword within Duan Ling Tian's grasp whistled down and flashed past Duan Ling Xing's throat. Splurt. Instantly, blood shot out. Duan Ling Xing's eyes that were filled with despair were open wide as his body crashed onto the ground. The injuries that he had stopped from bleeding once again flowed with fresh blood. Duan Ling Xing, dead. Duan Ling Tian sheathed his violet myrtle flexible sword. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This was a smile of relief. There hadn't been a moment within this last 2 years that he didn't think about killing Duan Ling Xing to avenge the enmity of that day. Now, everything had finally ended. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing, as he felt extremely delighted in his heart, and the sound of his laughter echoed out throughout the deathly silent martial arts practice ground. Besides the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Xiao Yu, and the others of their group, every other Paladin Academy student gazed at the violet-clothed youth that stood in the distance with gazes filled with terror. This youth was too terrifying. If he was this terrifying at the mere age of 18, once he grows and matures, how heaven-defying will he become? After a moment, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and eased up his excited mood, then he walked over to Xiao Yu and the others with a wide grin on his face. Let's go have some food. Everyone was speechless for some time. They all glanced at Duan Ling Xing's corpse on the martial arts practice ground, and their hearts trembled. This Duan Ling Tian still has the appetite to eat now. The gray-clothed old man, or in other words, the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, gazed at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing figure. His eyes narrowed and a smile contained appeared on the corners of his mouth. This little fellow's slightly interesting. Chapter 158. Duan Clan. Paladin Academy, Cafeteria. Duan Ling Tian's group was sitting at the table, and Duan Ling Tian was gulping down his food as if what happened earlier didn't affect him in any way. On the other hand, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan and Tian who seemed to have lost their appetite, as the bloody scenes from before still flashed before their eyes and they still found it difficult to toss it out of their minds. Only Su Li was similar to Duan Ling Tian and was not affected in any way. Duan Ling Tian, you have concealed your ability too deeply. 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. If it wasn't for the life and death battle between you and Duan Ling Xing, we probably would still be kept in the dark by you. Tian Hu sighed with a bitter smile on his face. Before Duan Ling Tian, the natural talent that he had so much in pride didn't even amount to trash. But he also knew that he couldn't compare himself with this freak, or else he would only batter himself. Exactly, even I've been deceived all along. Xiao Yu's gaze focused, and his gaze was extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was only slowly moving further away and that he still had the chance to catch up to Duan Ling Tian's figure on the path towards the peak of the martial Tao. But who would have known that Duan Ling Tian's true strength had long since thrown him far off into the distance, causing him to be only capable of catching sight of Duan Ling Tian's dust. What I never would have expected was your identity. You're actually the son of Duan Ru Feng, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Xiao Xuan's pupils constricted as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was slightly surprised. I'm the son of Duan Ru Feng, but I have no relationship with the Duan clan. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he spoke indifferently. He was extremely disdainful of the Duan clan and was unwilling to admit that he was a member of the Duan clan. Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment, then he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian and said no more. He discerned that Duan Ling Tian had no favorable impression towards the Duan clan. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was enjoying his food, Duan Rong had brought along Duan Ling Xing's mangled body and returned to the Duan clan estate. In the vast courtyard, Duan Ling Xing lied there. The blood within his body had long since run dry. Xing. Tremors ran through the ground as a 300-plus-pound married woman pounced over. Tears flowed down from her small, red eyes, and she was unwilling to believe that this was real. A figure moved like lightning from outside the courtyard. As he swiftly walked in, his voice sounded like explosive thunder. Son. This was a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. He was obviously someone who has held a high position for a long period of time. He arrived before the corpse within the courtyard, and his eyes were red as well. Dense hatred was budding within his heart at this moment. No matter who it is, I'll surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes for killing my son. Duan Rulei's voice was filled with a sense of ruthlessness. Second brother, I heard that Duan Ling Xing. Another figure dashed into the courtyard and was dumbstruck as he gazed at the corpse on the ground. He was precisely the fourth master of the Duan clan, Duan Ru Hong. Before long, 3 old men slowly walked into the courtyard. They were led by a middle-aged man who wore a white robe with gold lining. This middle-aged man had a firm and resolute expression and an extraordinary disposition. Every movement of his emitted overbearing dignity, and his identity was easily discerned. The Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ru Huo. Second brother, sister-in-law, you have my condolences. Duan Ru Huo sighed as he gazed at Duan Ru Lei and his wife. Second brother, what happened? Duan Ru Hong had a grim expression and his voice seemed constrained, and within it was a trace of dense fury. I just returned as well. Duan Ru Lei looked at the fat woman beside him. The fat woman's red eyes focused on Duan Rong, who was standing at the side. It was Duan Rong who brought Xing's body back. Rong, who the hell killed your cousin? Toward the end of that sentence, her voice started trembling, and her eyes emitted a vicious gaze. Instantly, the gazes of everyone within the courtyard descended upon Duan Rong. Duan Rong became the center of attention. His eyes turned, his body trembled, and he said, in a low voice, Auntie, it's Duan Ling Tian, it's Duan Ling Tian who did it. The fat woman was startled and was unable to react for a moment. What did you say? The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ru Hong's face went grim as he looked at Duan Rong with a burning gaze. Which Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian was a name that wasn't unfamiliar to him. The son of his third brother, Duan Ru Feng, was called Duan Ling Tian as well, and he had met him once 2 years ago when he went out to run some errands with Duan Ling Xing and passed by Fresh Breeze Town. The son of Duan Ru Feng, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Rong gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Besides Duan Ru Hong, the other people present were not able to react to the name, Duan Ling Tian, for some time. But Duan Ru Feng, mention of this name instantly caused the people present to awaken from their daze. Impossible, Duan Ru Hong said, in an icy cold voice. I met Duan Ling Tian 2 years ago, and he was only a body-tempering martial artist at that time. It's only been 2 years, how could he possibly have the strength to kill Ling Xing? Moreover, it's impossible for him to be at the imperial city right now. Duan Ru Hong obviously didn't believe him. It's true, Seeing that the gazes of everyone present were becoming filled with doubt, Duan Rong hurriedly explained that Duan Ling Tian should be around the age of 18, and he's at Paladin Academy right now. And just a while ago, Duan Rong slowly explained a sequence of events with a trembling voice and a pair of red eyes. 18 years old. 9th level of the core formation. Stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. What Duan Rong said caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble, and even Duan Ruhong's pupils couldn't help but constrict. That youth that was only at the body tempering stage 2 years ago had already become an existence at the core formation stage now. After they confirmed that the person who killed Duan Ling Xing was precisely Duan Ling Tian, a sense of helplessness and bitterness arose within his heart, as both of them were equally important. So it's that little bastard. The fat woman's voice seemed to come from the deepest pits of hell and was bone-piercingly cold. Life and death contract. Why didn't you dissuade Duan Ling Xing at that time? Patriarch Duan Ru Huo's gaze focused onto Duan Rong as he asked this in a low voice. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. I tried, but cousin wouldn't listen to me at all. Moreover, I didn't know that Duan Ling Tian's strength was so formidable. It's really the son of Ru Feng. Ru Feng's son stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18. His natural talent even surpasses Ru Feng's. Patriarch, since Ling Xing was killed after validating the life and death contract, we can only blame Duan Ling Xing for being overconfident in the matter. Besides that Duan Ling Tian is the son of Duan Ru Feng and is a direct descendant of our Duan clan. He should rightfully acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. The 3 old men behind Duan Ru Huo, who were also the elders of the Duan clan, spoke out. Within their eyes was a trace of excitement. Since Duan Ling Xing validated the life and death contract, not to mention dying at the hands of Duan Ling Tian, even if he had died by the hand of another, the Duan clan would still have no reason to interfere. Presently, all their thoughts were focused on the one who killed Duan Ling Xing, Duan Ling Tian, as the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Ling Tian exhibited caused them to feel excited. That year, everyone within the Duan clan felt that Duan Ru Feng had a chance to become a true void stage expert and to lead the Duan clan to glory, to compete with the imperial family. But unfortunately, Duan Ru Feng vanished later on. Now, years later, the son of Duan Ru Feng appeared, and his natural talent even surpassed Duan Ru Feng's, allowing them to see hope. To them, and to the Duan clan. Duan Ling Tian was their hope. For the sake of the Duan clan, not to mention Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Xing had validated a life and death contract before their battle. Even if they didn't, the Duan clan would still not blame Duan Ling Tian for killing Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Tian's worth was something 100 Duan Ling Xings couldn't compare to. In this world where the strong were revered, this was reality, cold, hard reality. This was precisely the brutality of the large clans. If you can bring benefit to the clan, then you're a treasure. If you can't, you're just a bunch of grass. Elders, what's the meaning of this? The fat woman's small eyes flashed when she heard what the 3 old men said, and said in melancholy, Ling Xing is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Even if he was careless and validated a life and death contract, that little bastard shouldn't have killed him. Ling Xing is his clan brother. Such a ruthless little bastard should die. If he were to enter the Duan clan, there is no saying what would happen. If the clan is unwilling to interfere in this matter, then I, Yun Ping, will take matters into my own hands. When the fat woman finished speaking, her voice was filled with bone-deep coldness. The 3 old men's expressions went grim. This woman dared to refute them. Even the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ru Huo's, expression sank at this moment. He shouted in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, you're too presumptuous." At this moment, the thoughts in the heart of Duan Ru Huo was similar to the 3 elders' thoughts, as he was the Duan clan's patriarch, and needed to think for the Duan clan. Suddenly, the sound of a slap resounded in the air. It was Duan Ru Lei who given the fat woman, his wife, Yun Ping, a slap. You hit me." Yun Ping was stunned. Her son had died and all she had said were some words from her heart, but her husband had actually hit her. "Yes, I hit you, you ignorant woman." Duan Ru Lei raised his hand and gave Yun Ping another slap. Only now did he respectfully look at Duan Ru Huo and the 3 old men. "Patriarch, 3 elders, this matter was something my son brought upon himself, and there's no one else to be blamed for it. Duan Ru Lei knows what should be done and what shouldn't. I hope Patriarch and the 3 elders can be at ease." "Not bad, Ru Lei. For once you see the bigger picture. The three elders nodded in satisfaction. Only Patriarch Duan Ru Huo's pupils constricted as he glanced deeply at Duan Ru Lei. Second brother, I hope you are true to your word. If you're not, I'll be disappointed, and the clan will be disappointed as well. Duan Ru Lei's body trembled as he hurriedly said, yes, Patriarch. Fourth brother, you'll be in charge of bringing that kid Ling Tian back to the clan. He's suffered too much hardships outside of the clan, and the Duan clan will properly compensate him. Duan Ru Huo looked at Duan Ru Hong as he slowly spoke. Yes, Patriarch. Duan Ru Hong hurriedly accepted his orders, and he sighed in his heart because he knew that Duan Ling Xing had died for no reason. Duan Rong was completely muddle-headed as he watched the Duan clan's patriarch and the elders leave one by one. This matter had come to an end just like this. Second brother, second sister-in-law, the outcome was inevitable, you have my condolences. Duan Ru Hong consoled Duan Ru Lei and his wife before walking off in swift strides. You're really not taking revenge for our son. After noticing the outsiders leaving, the fat woman's small eyes became filled with a bloody redness as she looked at her husband and spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 159, Dragon Blood Pill. Ignorant woman, Duan Ru Lei coldly swept the married woman with his gaze before glancing at Duan Rong. Rong, you return first. Remember, under no circumstances are you to provoke that Duan Ling Tian. Yes, uncle. Duan Rong had a bitter expression on his face as he replied and left. Duan Ru Lei, let me tell you that if you don't take revenge for our son, I'll go back to my clan today. The fat woman's pair of small eyes were filled with a breathtaking coldness as she coldly spoke. Although her clan was inferior to the Duan clan, as far as she was concerned, it was still more than enough to kill Duan Ling Tian. HMPH, do you think Xing is only your son? The hatred within my heart isn't one bit weaker than yours. You saw the attitude of the patriarch and the three elders. If I were to be struck dazed by the hatred within me, I can imagine how the clan will try every means possible to revoke my authority for the sake of protecting Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ru Lei's voice was chilly and revealed a dense coldness hidden within. I hit you earlier because I was putting up a show in front of the patriarch and the three elders, to make them put down their guard against me. Only then would I be able to let them be at ease. In this way, I'll have the chance to secretly find a way to kill that little bastard. Hearing what he said caused the eyes of the fat woman to shine, and her face emitted an ashamed expression. Duan Ru Feng crippled my Dantian that day and caused my life to be no better than death. Now that his son has killed mine, old accounts and new combined, I must burn that Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. Duan Ru Lei's voice was mixed with a shocking coldness of the highest degree. Since noon, Paladin Academy was bustling with activity and noise for the entire afternoon, as the news of today's life and death battle had spread across the academy. Duan Ling Tian, the son of the Duan clan's former peerless genius, Duan Ru Feng, exhibited a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18 and annihilated Duan Ling Xing of the same clan. Duan Ling Tian, a grade 1 student, easily slaughtered a grade 4 student. All of Paladin Academy was alarmed. The news slowly spread out from the Paladin Academy, so it probably wouldn't be too long before everyone within the entire Imperial City's inner city, and even the Imperial City's outer city, heard of this shocking piece of news. Another peerless genius had appeared within the Duan clan. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was the main party in the news, was presently lazily lying on a large tree at the corner of the martial arts practice ground. His eyes were narrow as he enjoyed the sunlight that passed through the leaves and shined on his body. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan were discussing the martial Dao and sparring with others not far away. Some of the grade 1 students who were in the Star Mastermind department with Duan Ling Tian would occasionally glance at him with eyes that emitted a trace of fear. Although they had felt that this youth wasn't simple, they never expected him to be so ferocious. Moreover, his identity was shocking. Teacher Sima. Suddenly, a middle-aged man who was wearing a silk headdress and held a feather fan arrived at the corner where the grade 1 Star Mastermind department students were, and the group of students respectfully bowed. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian only reacted when he noticed that Sima Chongfeng had arrived before him. Sima Chongfeng's leg jerked and a gentle force sprang him up before descending on the tree beside Duan Ling Tian. The tree only slightly shook before coming to a stop. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone when he saw this. This was something no ordinary person was capable of, and obviously this grade 1 Star Mastermind department teacher's strength was extraordinary. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Sima Chongfeng's aura was reserved, so even he wasn't able to see through the approximate level at which Sima Chongfeng's cultivation was at when relying upon the experience and formidable spiritual force of the rebirth martial emperor. Why did you say you weren't a member of the Duan clan the other day? Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. He obviously had heard of the matter that took place at noon. I only found out about my origin 2 years ago. I only know that ever since I could remember, my mother and I relied on each other to survive. I knew virtually nothing of any Duan clan, nor did I receive any kindness from the Duan clan. I have never once considered myself to be a member of the Duan clan. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. So, what I said was the truth. Sima Chongfeng shook his head. The blood of the Duan clan flows within you after all. So what? Duan Lingtian didn't confirm nor deny it. I can't change my birth, but my future path is controlled with my own 2 hands, and no one is able to stop me. Teacher, I wonder what relationship you have with the Duan clan to actually be an emissary for them. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian deeply glanced at Sima Chongfeng. His gaze that was filled with wisdom was definitely not something a youth should possess. Kid, you are really a sly little fox. Sima Chongfeng didn't get angry from being seen through by Duan Ling. Tian, I don't have any relationship with the Duan clan. However, the Duan clan's 4th master, Duan Ruhong, is a good friend of mine, and I'm precisely here on his behalf. The Duan clan's 4th master. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted. He couldn't help but recall that day in Fresh Breeze Town when he met the middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing that his mother asked him to call 4th uncle. He is Duan Ruhong. After a moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, then he looked at Sima Chongfeng. Teacher, then please send a message to Duan Ruhong for me. I, Duan Lingtian, was no longer a member of the Duan clan since the moment I left the Duan clan with my mother. Sima Chongfeng was slightly moved. Duan Lingtian, this matter can be a minor or major incident, so you have to consider things carefully. Teacher, you're worried that the Duan clan will pursue the matter of Duan Lingxing the moment I refuse? Duan Lingtian asked with a laugh. The life and death battle between you and Duan Lingxing was held after the validation of a life and death contract, so the Duan clan has no reason to interfere. However, your decision will undoubtedly place you in danger. The father of Duan Lingxing, the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Rulei, is no simple figure. If you return to the Duan clan, it will be akin to another layer of protection, and that Duan Rulei won't dare act rashly. Sima Chongfeng spoke with confidence and went straight to the heart of the matter. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I've made my decision. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He could feel Sima Chongfeng's heartfelt concerns and his heart felt warm. However, a mere Duan Rulei was still incapable of forcing him back to the Duan clan. It would fine and well if that Duan Rulei didn't come provoke him. If he were to come, then Duan Lingtian wouldn't mind making a cripple into a dead man. As he thought up to this point, a trace of a terrifying cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Since you've come to a decision, then I will say no more. Sima Chongfeng nodded. He was a smart person and knew that if he were to continue trying to persuade Duan Lingtian, it would only lead to aversion from him. Before long, as if he had thought of something, Sima Chongfeng changed the topic. There's another matter. The current political situation in the western border is in unrest, and it's very possible that a war might break out. At that time, once the war breaks out, our Paladin Academy will send some students as reinforcements, and the first ones to be considered will be our Star Mastermind Department students. If it really comes to that, are you interested in going? Once you serve a meritorious service, you will be conferred a title of nobility by the imperial family and be able to soar into the sky in one go. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone as he nodded. If I really have the chance, then I do want to go experience it. As a weapons specialist that had crossed over to this world from Earth, Duan Lingtian's bones were filled with hot blood. The places he yearned for the most were the battlefields of past and present, where armies would fight against each other and a general would become renowned over the corpses of 10,000 soldiers. That was the true battlefield that belonged to iron-blooded men. A gale rose and swept the clouds across the sky, and a hero rode out and was gone with the wind. What a lofty sentiment and aspiration that was. It's good that you're interested. Sima Chongfeng nodded with a smile before flying off the tree, waving his feather fan, and leaving in an elegant manner. After Sima Chongfeng left, Duan Lingtian sat up, closed his eyes, and started cultivating the 5th level core formation stage origin energy. Within his body unceasingly poured out and gathered in every spot within his body. It started to temper his fleshly body and strengthen his lifeblood. After an afternoon of time, his progress was next to nothing. If I continue at this speed, I might still be at the core formation stage when K'er and Li Fei step into the origin core stage. A trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. There were times when the slow advancements of the raging python form caused him a headache. Although his current strength was considered outstanding among his peers, the potential threats that he currently faced weren't from his peers. Even though he could rely on his inscriptions, that wasn't his own strength. It was alright to use them occasionally, but if he were to use them frequently, he wouldn't be able to afford to keep making more. Although I can refine the dragon blood pill that is within the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, and the other materials are only ordinary, where am I to get the main material, dragon blood? Duan Ling Tian was extremely frustrated. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, if he were to have dragon blood pills to assist him as he cultivated the raging python form, then it would provide him a yield of twice the result with half the effort. Once he consumes a dragon blood pill, its medicinal strength will be able to instantly assist him in completing the tempering of his fleshly body at every level. In other words, if he had dragon blood pills, Duan Ling Tian would be able to directly charge towards the next cultivation level like an ordinary core formation martial artist and wouldn't need to care about the tempering of his fleshly body. The medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would be able to instantly complete the tempering of the fleshly body. This way, his cultivation speed would obtain a huge increase, as he wouldn't have to spend so much time tempering his fleshly body. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to catch up to the cultivation levels of Li Fei and K'er. Dragon blood pill. Dragon blood. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, even the weakest dragon, the flood dragon, is a demon beast at the void prying stage. Even if I were to really encounter one, how would I obtain its blood? Duan Ling Tian felt his head ache. Hiss hiss. The little black python stuck its head out from inside Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. It stared at Duan Ling Tian as it flicked its tongue, and its small eyes spun about. What did you come out for? You aren't a dragon. Duan Ling Tian angrily glared at Little Black. However, when his gaze descended upon the single horn that had completely revealed itself atop the little black python's head, his gaze abruptly shone. Maybe. Chapter 160. Extracting blood to refine pills. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, a dragon is the evolved form of a flood dragon, and a flood dragon is the evolved form of a python. Once there is a bulge atop the head of a python, it means that it has started its evolution into a flood dragon, and when the bulge opens to reveal a dragon's horn, then it will have completed its evolution into a flood dragon. Although the flood dragon is still slightly inferior to a true dragon, half dragon blood still flows within its veins. Half dragon blood was still dragon blood. And it satisfied the requirements to refine the dragon blood pill. This little fellow used to have a bulge atop his head, and it later opened up to reveal this sharp, golden, single horn. If it's according to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, this little fellow isn't a pure python anymore but a flood dragon. Duan Ling Tian stared at Little Black with a burning gaze. He wished for nothing more than to extract blood from him right now. Hiss hiss. Little Black seemed to have perceived danger from Duan Ling Tian's gaze, so it flicked its tongue a few times before transforming into a bolt of lightning and scurrying back into Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. Little Black, don't even think of running. I've decided that I'll extract blood from you tonight. If your blood can really refine the dragon blood pill, I'll surely get you tasty things to eat. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and pulled Little Black out. An evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Hiss hiss. Little Black struggled unceasingly. At dusk, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan walked out of Paladin Academy. After they parted ways, he returned directly home. After ordering Shang Quan to purchase the remaining medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill, Duan Ling Tian caught a hold of the little black python that tried to escape. Scoundrel, what did you do to Little Black? Why is he so afraid of you? Li Fei was stunned when she saw the scene. K'er looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. She noticed that the little white python that was coiled around her hand seemed to have noticed something, as its body started to tremble lightly. I'll tell you later. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously before he carried off Little Black into his room. Duan Ling Tian held Little Black in one hand and withdrew his violet myrtle flexible sword with the other, exuding a bearing that seemed like he was sharpening the knife to start the slaughter. Hiss hiss. A trace of terror appeared within Little Black's eyes. Little Black, be good, I just need a little blood. Duan Ling Tian calmed him in a low voice. Under Duan Ling Tian's calming, the restless little black python slowly settled down. Meanwhile, the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand transformed into a sword light as it flashed towards the little python's body. Unexpectedly, it was unable to leave even a mark on the little black python's body. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Never had he imagined that the little black python's defense was so formidable. Duan Ling Tian slowly increased the strength he used. In the end, he shockingly realized that even if he were to use the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, he actually wouldn't have any way of breaking through Little Black's defense. He gave up. You really are a little freak. With such strong defense, how am I supposed to extract blood from you? Duan Ling Tian had a bitter smile and a face full of helplessness. Just when he was thinking about asking Shang Quan to help, the little black python turned its eyes to meet Duan Ling Tian's gaze before lightly nodding and biting its own tail. Instantly, drops of golden blood dripped downwards. Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate. He hurriedly moved over the small bottle that he had prepared earlier and collected all the golden blood. After a short moment, the wound on Little Black's tail healed as if it was never wounded in the first place. However, Little Black's spirit seemed to be extremely exhausted, so it fell asleep instantly. Was it too much? Shaking the golden blood within the small bottle, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had a trace of a bitter smile because he felt guilty in his heart. I hope it works. Or else Little Black will have suffered for nothing. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he withdrew his pill cauldron and started refining the dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill wasn't difficult to refine. The first step was to completely refine and dissolve all the other ordinary medicinal materials. This step only required an hour. After an hour, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. As his eyes gleamed with anticipation, he withdrew a drop of golden blood from the small bottle and dripped it into the cauldron. Duan Ling Tian watched with utmost concentration. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed out from within the cauldron, and it started to tremble. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim as he extended his hand to fiercely pin the cauldron down. The cauldron trembled unceasingly for an entire 10 minutes or so before finally stopping. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was slightly perturbed. Even he didn't know if the dragon blood pill was refined successfully. A low sound of something whistling through the wind sounded in his ears. Duan Ling Tian's hand flashed out to directly grab onto the medicinal pill that flew out of the cauldron. He opened his hand to look. This was a medicinal pill that flashed with a golden luster, and even its looks were extraordinary. This is the dragon blood pill. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before opening his mouth and consuming the dragon blood pill. As it entered his body, Duan Ling Tian noticed the dragon blood pill splitting into two types of medicinal effects. One of the effects concealed itself within his dantian, and the other drew out the origin energy within his dantian and inserted it into every part of his body. When the medicinal strength disappeared, he could clearly feel that his body tempering for the 5th level of the core formation stage had been completed. He lightly clenched his fist. 0.14 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. Compared to before, he had gained an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. It's a success. In the future, I can finally cultivate like a normal core formation martial artist. The other medicinal effect that the dragon blood pill divided itself into, why is it still within my dantian? Duan Ling Tian examined his dantian and noticed that the medicinal effect seemed to be akin to something that had entered his body and was difficult to remove. This medicinal effect had stopped within his dantian and refused to leave. There's no information about such circumstances within the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Could it be because of Little Black's golden blood? I don't feel it acting up, so I'll leave it be. Duan Ling Tian frowned for a moment before easing up, and paid no attention to it anymore. Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate the 9-Dragon War Sovereign technique after he closed his eyes. He was charging towards the 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian, however, wasn't aware that at this very moment, the news of his origin and him killing Duan Ling Xing had spread all over the imperial city. No matter whether it was the restaurants of the inner or outer city, they were all filled with discussions about him. Tian. Li Ru's voice sounded from outside his door, causing Duan Ling Tian to be jolted awake from his cultivation. Mom, is something the matter? Duan Ling Tian spoke as he moved to open the door. What he saw was his mother stand before the door, and her incomparably beautiful face had an indistinct trace of fury. "Mom, what's wrong?" Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. "Are the news that are spreading outside true? You killed your second uncle's son." Li Ru's voice was low, as she was intentionally suppressing her fury. If it wasn't for her overhearing the discussion of the two servant girls in the house, she, who had not left the house, would have been completely unaware of the news that spread and gave rise to much discussion in the imperial city. The Duan clan's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Ling Tian, killed his clan brother, Duan Ling Xing. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he didn't plan on concealing the truth. "Why?" Li Ru's voice was filled with fury. "That's the son of your second uncle, your clan brother. Mom, come in and have a seat." Duan Ling Tian brought his mother into the room and asked her to sit down. Only then did he slowly say, "Mom, even if you were even more furious about this matter, I still wouldn't regret it. Could it be that you've forgotten how Li Zan was nearly killed by him that day? Li Zan blocked that palm strike for me, and if it wasn't for Li Zan, I would have been killed by Duan Ling Xing that day. This time, if it wasn't for his desire to kill me, he wouldn't have validated the life and death contract. He felt that he would undoubtedly win, so he agreed to my life and death battle challenge. He wanted to kill me, could it be that I couldn't kill him?" Duan Ling Tian's voice was firm and tenacious. Li Ru's expression started to ease up as she heard what Duan Ling Tian said, then she sighed. "Even if he had done more wrong, for the sake of your father, why not spare his life? Your father crippled his father's dantian that year and caused his father to be unable to condense origin energy again for his entire life. Mom, you're extremely clear on what happened that year. If it wasn't for Duan Ru Lei being overbearing, why else would father have crippled his dantian? Moreover, that Duan Ru Lei isn't a good person. For the sake of his nephew, he sent 2 9th-level origin core martial artists to kill me yesterday." After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a terrifying coldness. "What?" Li Ru's face went grim. "That Duan Ru Lei sent people to kill you?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he slowly spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, as well as the following events. "Mom, I know you've been feeling guilty in father's stead, but that Duan Ru Lei doesn't think of it that way. Their entire family wishes for nothing more than to tear me to pieces, and I just made the first move." Never mind. Li Ru shook her head and sighed. "It's mother who wrongly blamed you today. However, you must be careful no matter what you do in the future. Besides that, those 2 fiancés of yours aren't weaklings." Li Ru still remembered that after her husband vanished, the people that targeted her were practically all put up to it by Duan Ru Lei's wife, Yun Ping. After finding out about that, it was precisely because she was worried that Yun Ping would harm Duan Ling Tian that she left the Duan clan. "Mom, don't worry." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. "When have you seen me do something I'm not confident in?" Li Ru extended her hand to brush Duan Ling Tian's face. Her clear eyes contained a complicated expression. "Ever since you were heavily injured by Li Xin, Mother noticed that you changed a lot. Sometimes, Mother even feels that you've become unfamiliar. However, no matter how you change, you'll always be Mother's son. Your devotion to Mother has never faltered. Mother is proud." Halfway into Li Ru's speech, Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. Only after Li Ru finished speaking did he heave a sigh of relief. "Mom, no matter when, I'll always be your son, a son you can be proud of." Duan Ling Tian said, with a serious expression. "Mother believes in you." Li Ru lightly nodded and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. Chapter 161, Invitation from the Divine Might Marquis. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian went to Paladin Academy as usual. Everything seemed extremely calm. But Duan Ling Tian knew that all of this was only the calm before the storm. Presently, there was an unknown amount of undercurrents flowing towards him in secret. At noon, Duan Ling Tian ate at the cafeteria with Xiao Yu and the others as usual. Suddenly, a higher grade student walked over swiftly from afar and passed an invitation to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, the third prince will hold a banquet for the young talents of the imperial city at his estate 10 days from now. This is the invitation he ordered me to pass to you." He didn't wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply. He put down the invitation before turning around and leaving the moment he finished speaking. "Third prince." Duan Ling Tian opened the invitation, and on it were just some polite greetings. The affixed signatures was, Chu Yong. Duan Ling Tian had heard before that within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family, the surname Chu was the most respected. "Ha ha." Duan Ling Tian, the third prince, is known as one who has a passion for talented individuals. Every single one of the young talents that were invited by him were dragons among men. This time he's probably taken a fancy towards you. Xiao Xuan laughed heartily. Duan Ling Tian put away the invitation and curiously asked, "What sort of person is this third prince?" The invitation was personally written by third prince Chu Yong, and its tone was extremely casual. It didn't contain one bit of a condescending tone, and it was more akin to treating Duan Ling Tian as an equal. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, this was extremely difficult to come by. The third prince is famous in the imperial city for being easygoing. He has one of the highest public voices among the crown princes. Xiao Yu slowly said, "In the past few years, His Majesty the Emperor has grown old with age and has been constantly bedridden, and it is precisely the moment for the substitution of the Emperor. All of the crown princes, including the third prince, secretly compete with each other. Duan Ling Tian, you have to consider carefully before going to the banquet of the third prince 10 days from now, because if you go, you'll become a thorn in the eyes of the other princes. The fifth prince is among them. The fifth prince is one of the top candidates for the title of emperor, so if you side with the third prince, then even if the fifth prince knows that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, it's likely that he would still openly offend you. Your natural talent is too shocking, so he would probably see you as a potential threat and would kill you before you have the chance to grow." Xiao Xuan finished speaking in a single breath. According to him, Duan Ling Tian should casually find an excuse and not attend the banquet, as there were some matters that shouldn't be touched. Because once they were touched, they would attract a calamity to you. Even the three great clans of the imperial city wouldn't normally allow their direct descendants to be swept into the disputes and struggles for the title of emperor. Fifth prince. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth and a sharp light flashed within his eyes. "I'm only attending a banquet, and he would need to kill me before I grow just for doing that. Duan Ling Tian, you can't really be thinking of attending the banquet, right? You have to think this through carefully." Xiao Shu originally thought that Duan Ling Tian would accept his suggestion and not attend the banquet. But looking at Duan Ling Tian's intentions now, it would seem that he really planned to attend the banquet. "Why shouldn't I go? Isn't it just a meal?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. "Just a meal?" The corners of Xiao Xuan's mouth twitched, and he gave Xiao Yu a concealed gaze. But unfortunately, even when Xiao Yu tried, Duan Ling Tian only brushed off Xiao Yu's persuasions with a smile and paid no attention to it. For the entire afternoon, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice ground. He had consumed a origin-increasing pill and was quietly cultivating. As long as he had free time, he would practically dedicate it all to cultivation, as what he wanted to do now was allow his cultivation to break through to the origin core stage as fast as possible. Once he breaks through to the origin core stage, he will be able to become a grade 8 alchemist and refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, which will allow Shang Quan's cultivation to recover to the void prying stage. At that time, the difficulties he was currently facing would be solved easily with the edge of a blade. Unknowingly, dusk fell upon the lands. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses before jumping off the large tree and leaving Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. "It's the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage." Xiao Xuan's sharp gaze recognized the carriage that was parked before Paladin Academy's gates. There were two other people who rode Fergana horses standing beside the carriage. One of them was a middle-aged soldier in light armor, and beside him was a young man in casual clothing. The young man was around the age of 20 and he had a Paladin Academy student badge on his waist. When he noticed Duan Ling Tian walk out of Paladin Academy, he said something to the middle-aged soldier. "Father, that violet-clothed youth is Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian had only just exited Paladin Academy's front gate when he noticed the two people beside the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage spur their horses towards him. After a short moment, the two of them got off their horses. The middle-aged soldier nodded to Duan Ling Tian before politely saying, "May I inquire if you're young Master Ling Tian?" "You are." Duan Ling Tian had a face full of questions, as he didn't recognize this person. "I'm Peng Wu, the Vice General under the command of Grand General Ni. This is my son, Peng Rui. I've come here today on the orders of the Grand General to invite young Master Ling Tian to get together at the Divine Might Marquis Estate," Peng Wu said respectfully. He didn't have even a trace of looking down upon Duan Ling Tian for his young age. "Is the Grand General you speak of the current Divine Might Marquis, Ni Yuan?" Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he asked curiously. "Exactly." Pang Wu hurriedly nodded. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. Could it be that Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan knew of his true identity? Wait, no, logically speaking, his art of disguising was airtight. Then what could it be? Duan Ling Tian carried a trace of doubt as he bid his farewells to Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu before getting on the Divine Might Marquis estate's carriage. Vice General Peng Wu, do you know why the Divine Might Marquis wants to talk to me? Duan Ling Tian pulled open the carriage's curtain and asked Peng Wu, who was outside, but unfortunately, even Peng Wu was unaware, as he was only under orders to bring Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had a different feeling when he once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate, as this time he arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate with his real appearance. Duan Ling Tian once again met Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan within the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate. You're the son of my brother Ru Feng, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Ni Yuan was extremely excited when he saw him. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled as he thought about what Ni Yuan had said. Could it be that this Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan had an unordinary relationship with his deadbeat father? Greetings, Marquis. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded to Ni Yuan. This could be considered his way of bowing and paying his respects. Ni Yuan didn't mind Duan Ling Tian's lack of respect one bit. He swiftly walked up to Duan Ling Tian, then he extended his hands to grab onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulders and gave them a pat before laughing heartily. Ru Feng has a good son, Ru Feng has such a good son. Ni Yuan's laughter was filled with relief and not 1 ounce of fakeness. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm. It looked like his deadbeat father had quite a relationship with the Divine Might Marquis. Marquis, you were friends with my father. Duan Ling Tian had a questioning expression. Come, have a seat. I'll tell you slowly. Ni Yuan led Duan Ling Tian to sit with him at the side before telling Duan Ling Tian about his past with Duan Ru Feng with a face full of smiles. As Ni Yuan spoke, he had an extremely joyous expression. He seemed to become younger as he spoke. Slowly, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. So his deadbeat father was best friends with Ni Yuan. The two of them had entered Paladin Academy as students during the same year and went from being opponents to getting to know each other, then they finally became best friends and best brothers. If it wasn't for me going out to war that year, I wouldn't have allowed you and your mother to travel off to distant parts. Now that we speak of it, this matter is all my fault and I feel guilty to brother Ru Feng, Ni Yuan said guiltily. Marquis, this has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. He could feel how Ni Yuan was genuinely concerned for him. Little Tian, you don't have to be courteous in front of me. When your father was still around, we called each other brothers, so in the future you can call me Uncle Ni, Ni Yuan said, with eyes that had a trace of doting within. Uncle Ni. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile, as he had heartfelt admiration for Ni Yuan. That deadbeat father of his had vanished for so many years, so the fact that Ni Yuan was still able to love him to such an extent was truly difficult to believe. Father, I heard Ling Tian has come. Just at this moment, a young man slowly walked in from outside the audience hall. His voice was mixed with a trace of pleasant surprise. It was precisely the son of Ni Yuan, Ni Fen. Little Tian, this is my son, Ni Fen. Now that I mention it, he even carried you when you were still a baby, Ni Yuan introduced. As expected of the child of Uncle Ru Feng and Aunt Ru, his appearance is handsome and extraordinary, and he is slightly similar to Uncle Ru Feng from those years. Ni Fen couldn't help but praise Duan Ling Tian when he saw him. Big brother Ni, you're too kind. Even with Duan Ling Tian's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel his face grow hot. Ni Feng said, with a smile, Little Tian, when father heard of the news about you yesterday, he still didn't dare believe it. After it was confirmed, he sent Uncle Peng to bring you over right away. He couldn't help but sigh in surprise at what Duan Ling Tian did within the Paladin Academy yesterday. A mere youth at the age of 18 had a cultivation that had actually stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian killing Duan Ling Xing, he didn't pay much attention to it, as Duan Ling Xing was nothing in his opinion. Ru Feng would surely be extremely gratified if he knew he had a son like you. Ni Yuan, the dignified and imposing Grand General, completely expressed the amiableness of an elder in front of Duan Ling Tian. I can hear your voices from far in the distance. Is this the son of Ru Feng? Suddenly, an aged figure walked into the audience hall from outside. Duan Ling Tian glanced over to see that person who had entered was precisely the senior marquis. the senior marquis was stunned when his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. You. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, as he knew that the old man had recognized him. More accurately speaking, the old man recognized that he was precisely the Lingtian that refined the poison-curing medicinal pill the other day. Although the old man's origin energy was suppressed by the dark nether minx poison, his void-prying stage, expert spiritual sense was still present within him, and by relying on his acute senses, he was naturally able to discern his aura to be exactly the same as the Lingtian's from the other day. Father, what is it? Ni Yuan had a face full of questions when he saw the old man's expression. Chapter 162, Heart of the Strong. Ni Fen looked at his grandfather as well, as he noticed that the atmosphere seemed off. Are you going to do it, or shall I? The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with a profound expression. The corners of his mouth held a smile. It was as if he was controlling everything with his own two hands. Ni Yuan and his son were even more curious, as they wondered what mystery were Duan Lingtian and the old man speaking about. Senior Marquis, why don't you do it? Duan Lingtian was quite embarrassed for being exposed by a sly old fox like him. If it wasn't for my senses that far surpass the ordinary person's, I'm afraid even I wouldn't have been able to notice. Needless to say, your methods of disguise are truly brilliant, Brother Lingtian. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he lightly smiled as if he were speaking of some unimportant matter. Brother Lingtian. Disguise. Ni Yuan and his son weren't stupid, so they instantly reacted. There was only one youth that could make the old man call him brother, and that was the mysterious youth, Lingtian, that arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate 2 months ago and refined the poison-curing medicinal pill for the old man. Little Tian. The brother Lingtian of that day was actually you. Ni Yuan also noticed that this nephew of his had physical traits and a voice that was similar to the violet-clothed youth with an ordinary appearance from the other day. Instantly, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Is it really Brother Lingtian? Ni Yuan was stunned as well and was in slight disbelief. Uncle Ni, Big Brother Ni, it's me. I didn't know of the relationship between Uncle Ni and my father before, and I hope you can forgive me for any offense it may have caused. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile apologetically. It was really like the saying of when the flood rushed past the Dragon King's temple and their own family members didn't recognize each other. Brother Lingtian, what are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, this old life of mine would probably be unable to hold on for much longer. The old man shook his head and sighed with a complicated gaze. Never would he have imagined that the youth who refined the poison-curing medicinal pill for him was actually the son of his own son's best friend, Duan Rufeng, from long ago. Senior Marquis, I'm not worthy of being called brother by you. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. It was fine before because he hadn't acknowledged the senior Marquis as a relative prior to this, but now that he knew of the relationship between Ni Yuan and his deadbeat father, he didn't dare be presumptuous anymore. If his mother were to know, she would certainly not let him off. Yes, father, little Tian is right. Ni Yuan returned to his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian before laughing jubilantly. The shock this nephew of his brought to him came in unceasing waves. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. No matter which halo floated above him, they were each sufficient to cause his name to shock the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and cause everyone to look up to him. Moreover, both of these halos were now on this youth at the same time. Ru Feng, if you were still alive, you'd probably laugh yourself awake from your sleep, right? Ni Yuan sighed in his heart. Then I'll call you Little Tian from now on, and you call me Grandfather Ni. How about it? The old man smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Grandfather Ni. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the old man. Ni Fen stood at the side and gazed at Duan Lingtian, unable to come back to his senses. The shock Duan Lingtian gave him was too huge. Under the invitation of the Marquis family, Duan Lingtian stayed at the Divine Might Marquis estate to have a meal. Little Tian, is your mother in the Imperial City as well? Ni Yuan asked. Have you all returned to the Duan clan? Ni Yuan seemed to have thought of something as he asked this. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then you too. Ni Yuan was dazed. I bought a courtyard house in the inner city, and our family is staying there. Duan Lingtian said, with a smile. You killed Duan Lingxing and revealed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage. With your current natural talent, the Duan clan should have sent someone to invite you back, right? Ni Yuan's gaze flickered, as he was extremely knowledgeable about the way those large clans worked. The natural talent that Duan Ling Tian exhibited was sufficient for the Duan clan to get off their high horse and rope him in. Uncle Ni, you predict like a prophet. The Duan clan did indeed send someone to be an emissary, but I refused. Duan Ling Tian spoke in an extremely casual manner, and there was no fluctuation in his mood when he spoke of how he refused the Duan clan. It's good that you refused them, because that Duan clan actually forced a widowed mother and her son to leave. Now let them go regret it. Ni Yuan didn't have a favorable impression of the Duan clan. My divine might marquis estate isn't small, why don't you and your mother move in? There aren't many people within the imperial city that would dare act rashly here. As he finished speaking, Ni Yuan had a face full of confidence. Uncle Ni, I've gotten used to my own courtyard house, and I don't want to trouble you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he politely refused Ni Yuan's good intention. Little Tian, you killed Duan Ling Xing, so Duan Rulei won't let it go so easily. Are you and your mother safe at that courtyard house? Do you need me to send people to protect you? Ni Yuan was slightly worried. Don't worry, Uncle Ni, they aren't capable of finding that house. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had finished eating his fill and stood up. Uncle Ni, thank you for the dinner. It's time for me to return home now, otherwise, my mother will be worried. I'll send you out. Ni Yuan stood up as well and sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate with Ni Fen. The guard soldiers outside the Divine Might Marquis estate's main gate couldn't help their pupils from constricting. Who the heck was this youth? He's actually able to make the Marquis and his son personally send him out. Uncle Ni, Big Brother Ni, I'll be leaving now. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to the two before his body moved out like a spirit serpent, scurrying into the end of the road before disappearing. Father, never had I imagined that Uncle Ru Feng's son would be even more heaven-defying than him. Only when Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared before him did Ni Fen sigh. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist, and a grade 9 alchemist. Moreover, his disposition is even more tenacious than Brother Ru Feng's all those years ago. And most important of all, after knowing of the relationship between his father and I, he seemed wanting to avoid any ill will by being unwilling to accept my help, as if he was deeply afraid of owing me a favor. Ni Yuan laughed bitterly. This child, these years have really been tough on him. Favor. Ni Fen's face froze for a moment. He's helped grandfather cured his poison, so it seems we owe him more, right? Duan Ling Tian made a few circles within the inner city, and only after he was sure that no one was following him did he return home. He still sighed slightly with emotion as he recalled what happened today. He still had the heart to use the Divine Might Marquis estate in the past, but now that he knew of the relationship between his deadbeat father and the Divine Might Marquis, he instead dispersed all thoughts of using the Divine Might Marquis estate. Although most of the difficulties he currently faced would be easily solved with the edge of a blade once he obtained the backing of the Divine Might Marquis estate, he wasn't willing to have it that way. His gaze wasn't limited to this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom, and in the future he would leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom to head to a much vaster world. At that time, it would be impossible for him to have an existence like the Divine Might Marquis estate to rely upon. So he now took all the difficulties he faced and made them a test for himself. He would rely on himself to deal with everything, and not gain help from another. Only when he himself was strong would he be truly strong. Of course, Duan Ling Tian wasn't a headstrong person, and if he really needed to use his trump card, the Divine Might Marquis estate, he would use it suitably. Duan Ling Tian had only just returned when the three beauties in his home came to greet him with faces filled with worry. His mother was the first to question him. Tian, why are you home so late today? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Mom, I was asked to dinner by Uncle Ni. Uncle Ni. Li Ru didn't react for a moment. The Divine Might Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Ni Yuan, Duan Ling Tian said. Big Brother Ni Yuan. Li Ru was shocked, then a light smile appeared on her face. So many years have passed, and he's already inherited the title of Divine Might Marquis. It's great that he had the heart to invite you over the moment he heard of you. Even Li Ru knew that this son of hers was now someone whose name had spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, to the extent it could be said that there wasn't a single soul that didn't know of him. The following 10 days went by peacefully. Besides the Duan clan sending people to wait outside Paladin Academy to convince Duan Ling Tian with countless promises and then being repeatedly refused by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't encounter any special occasion during these 10 days. The Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, and the fifth prince of the imperial family seemed to have completely disappeared within a day. At dusk, after bidding his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, Duan Ling Tian didn't return home but instead walked towards the S estate. He withdrew the invitation that he ordered someone to send to him and stuffed it into his pocket, as he passed by a small alley. Hiss hiss. Two small heads protruded out of Duan Ling Tian's long sleeve. They were a little black python and a little white python. They were currently flicking their tongues as they moved their eyes to stare at Duan Ling Tian, and the gold and silver horns on their heads gleamed with a light luster. "You two little fellows, be obedient." Duan Ling Tian put the two little pythons back into his sleeve before continuing forward. For safety's sake, he especially brought Little White along when he left home today. Thus, it was equivalent to him having two fourth-level nascent soul bodyguards. Moreover, with Little White's and Little Black's speed and tiny size, even a fifth-level nascent soul martial artist would die at their hands if that martial artist was slightly careless. Although vast, the S estate seemed simple and unadorned from the outside. The S estate was already nearby when, go, a loud shout echoed out from afar, followed by a deafening wave of horse hooves hitting the ground. Duan Ling Tian looked over, and what he saw was a blue-clothed young man whipping his Fergana horse as it flew over. Its destination was the S estate as well. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, as he noticed that when this person noticed him, the person not only didn't slow down, he instead fiercely whipped the Fergana horse to charge straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 163, Princess Bai Yao. Faced with the Fergana horse that was violently dashing towards him, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold and he clenched his right hand tightly, the muscles on his hands slightly bulged. If the person were to really spur his horse to collide with Duan Ling Tian, then Duan Ling Tian wouldn't mind blasting the person and his horse flying. The Fergana horse moved closer, it was only a few meters away from Duan Ling Tian now. Nay, the young man on the Fergana horse instantly tightened the reins on his horse, and the Fergana horse stopped a meter away from Duan Ling Tian. The young man arrogantly swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze and said, in a condescending tone, "Kid, you're quite brave. Your luck is good. If it wasn't for this being the gate of the third prince's estate, you would have been knocked flying by my crimson blood by now and would surely be dead." Crimson blood was precisely the name the young man called the Fergana horse he sat upon. The meaning behind the young man's speech was none other than saying he had to be considerate because this was the third prince's estate gate, otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have been knocked to death by him. Duan Ling Tian looked the young man in the eye with a tranquil gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a light smile. "Your luck isn't bad either." When the young man's gaze emitted a puzzled expression, Duan Ling Tian turned around and walked towards the third prince's estate's gate. Just like he had said, the young man's luck was indeed not bad. If the young hadn't stopped earlier, he would have been blasted flying along with his horse. This bit of confidence was something Duan Ling Tian possessed without a doubt. "Lowly commoner," the young man grunted coldly, before spurring his horse to pass Duan Ling Tian and arrive at the gate of the third prince's estate before Duan Ling Tian. The young man got off his horse and passed his horse's reins to one of the house servants of the third prince's estate, then he handed over his invitation to the middle-aged man who looked like a manager. Under the middle-aged manager's orders, another house servant walked into the estate with the young man, leading the way for the young man. "Guest, please present your invitation." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian arrived before the third prince's estate's gate. The middle-aged manager had a smile on his face, as he didn't dare look down upon Duan Ling Tian. The young man who had already entered the estate turned around and saw that it was that violet-clothed youth again, and he couldn't help but mock him. "Kid, the third prince's estate isn't a place that just anyone has the qualifications to enter. If you don't have an invitation, you should fuck off, go home, and drink milk." Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted and his eyes emitted a slight sense of fury from this person's repeated provocations. Did he really think that Duan Ling Tian was easy to bully? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer as he watched the young man swagger off and disappear before him, then he moved his hand into his pocket and removed the invitation. "Duan Ling Tian, so your young master Ling Tian." The middle-aged manager's eyes lit up when he saw the invitation. He now had a face full of humbleness and reverence. The third prince had left word that if this youth were to come, he must entertain him with the highest level of courtesy, so he didn't dare be discourteous in any way. "Young master Ling Tian, please come in." The middle-aged manager took a deep breath before personally leading Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head before following behind the middle-aged manager and walking into the third prince's estate. He's Duan Lingtian, only that Duan Lingtian who shot to fame would be able to make the manager personally lead the way. The young man that entered earlier seemed to be the number one of the Su clan's branch descendants, Su Lan, right? He seemed to be mocking Duan Lingtian earlier. Although that Su Lan's strength isn't weak, in terms of natural talent, there's no way he can compare to Duan Lingtian. The house servants whispered in discussion. On his way, Duan Lingtian noticed that the third prince was probably someone that knew how to enjoy life, as the entire vast estate was filled with rare flowers and exotic herbs, and some of them were even rare medicinal materials. Before long, under the lead of the middle-aged manager, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious, man-made lake within the inner courtyard. As the sky slowly went dark, the building that stood in the middle of the man-made pool was lit brightly, and sounds of laughter would occasionally echo out from within. That place seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. The Su clan's young master Su Lan has arrived. In next to no time, a sonorous voice sounded from the front. Su Lan. Duan Lingtian's brows knitted. The young man that provoked him earlier outside the gates was actually a member of the Su clan. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, Xiaoshuan seemed to have mentioned before that the three great clans of the imperial city had always restrained their direct descendant disciples from taking part in the competition for the imperial authority, so with this in mind, Duan Lingtian assumed that this Su Lan wasn't a direct descendant of the Su clan. Greetings, third prince. Greetings, Princess Bai Yao. Under the lead of the middle-aged manager, Duan Lingtian had only just stepped on the wooden bridge that led to the building at the heart of the man-made lake when he heard Su Lan's humble and respectful voice, Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He had been in the imperial city for a few months now, so he knew of many things about the imperial city in detail. Princess Bai Yao was the daughter that the current emperor doted on the most, and she was publicly acknowledged as the number one beauty in the imperial city. The number one beauty in the imperial city. I wonder how she compares to my Kaer and little Fei. Curiosity arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Kaer or Li Fei were both the most beautiful women he had seen since arriving on this world. Among the women he'd seen, only the Xiao clan's Xiao Lan, Xiao Yu's angelic beauty of a sister, could compare to Kaer and Li Fei. Besides her, Duan Lingtian hadn't seen a single woman who could be compared to Kaer and Li Fei. The middle-aged manager walked in with steady steps as he brought Duan Lingtian to the building at the heart of the lake before respectfully saying, "Your Highness, young Master Lingtian has arrived." Instantly, the gaze of the young man who sat at the head of the building in the heart of the lake abruptly shone. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had just walked into the building. He saw an amiable young man in gold robes sitting at the head. The youth was around the age of 25 or 26 and had an imposing disposition between his brows, completely inheriting the dignified appearance of an imperial family disciple. Third prince, Duan Lingtian, guessed the identity of this person and lightly nodded with a smile. It could be considered as having paid his respects. Just at this moment, the brows of the old man behind the golden-robed young man knitted, and he shouted, in a fierce voice, "Outrageous." The terrifying sound echoed out by using the method of condensing origin energy into sound, and it directly pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Duan Lingtian's powerful spiritual force instantly dissolved this sound, so he remained unfazed as he calmly swept the old man with his gaze. He then looked at the young girl that was sitting to the right of the third prince. The young girl's age was similar to his, around the age of 18. She had bright eyes, a pretty appearance, and an extraordinary disposition. Those were accompanied by a headful of shoulder-length, beautiful hair that fell behind her like a waterfall, a pair of pretty cheeks that would cause anyone who took a glance at them to be unable to stop themselves from feeling protective of her, and cherry lips that caused others to have the desire to kiss and suck on them for a while. In terms of appearance, this young girl was not one bit inferior to Kaer and Li Fei. As expected of the number one beauty in the imperial city, her appearance is more than enough to rival my Kaer and little Fei. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses quickly, and he lightly smiled at the young girl. Princess Bai Yao. From Duan Lingtian greeting the third prince, to the old man's fierce shout, then to him paying his respects to Princess Bai Yao, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's eyes emitted a surprised and bewildered expression. A mere 9th-level core formation martial artist was actually able to withstand his move using origin energy condensed into sound. It caused him to feel slight disbelief. Ha ha. The third prince laughed heartily. I've heard of Brother Ling Tian's great name. Now that I've met you, I can see that you're really worthy of such a name. I originally thought that Brother Ling Tian would not pay any attention to my invitation, and I didn't think that Brother Ling Tian would really come. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Third prince, you're too kind. I'm only an ordinary person, and it's an honor to be invited by third prince. Brother Ling Tian is neither haughty nor humble at such an age, that's truly hard to come by. Brother Ling Tian, please sit. The third prince abruptly stood and directed Duan Ling Tian to the seat on the left of the head. This seat was obviously intentionally left empty. Thank you, third prince. Duan Ling Tian didn't try to be courteous and directly sat there. Meanwhile, burning gazes from the seats below descended onto Duan Ling Tian one by one. The owners of these gazes were basically all 20 to 25-year-old young men with arrogant gazes, and looking at their clothes and disposition, they were obviously individuals of extraordinary birth. They were originally curious about why the third prince would intentionally prepare a seat beside him and who he was leaving the seat for. Now they finally understood that it was left for this youth whose name had recently shot to fame in the imperial city. On one side of the third prince was Princess Bai Yao, and on the other was Duan Ling Tian. No one would say anything of Princess Bai Yao being seated there, but Duan Ling Tian. Presently, many of the young talents had gazes that emitted discontent. Of course, they didn't dare point their discontent towards the third prince, and thus extremely unfriendly gazes descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was obviously able to notice these gazes, but he paid no attention to them. His gaze descended upon Su Lan, who was far in the distance. At this moment, Su Lan's gaze was slightly unnatural, as he never imagined that the violet-clothed youth he encountered outside the third prince's estate gate was actually the Duan Ling Tian whose name had spread and gave rise to much discussion within the imperial city. However, when he remembered of a matter he had heard about 2 days ago, his heart calmed, and his fierce gaze fearlessly met with Duan Ling Tian's. So you're that Duan Ling Tian. I heard that the Duan clan repeatedly invited you back but were refused by you. No wonder you don't even have a proper horse and can only walk to the third prince's estate. Su Lan's brows raised as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke with a mocking tone. The third prince attaching such importance to Duan Ling Tian caused him to feel unhappy in his heart as well, but now it seemed like he had found a way to vent. I've heard of this as well. I was wondering why a direct descendant of the Duan clan would attend the third prince's banquet, so it turned out to be someone who had left the Duan clan on their own accord. Brother Ling Tian, nice courage. The eyes of the blue-clothed youth that was sitting opposite of Su Lan narrowed into a line, and although he called Duan Ling Tian brother, the mocking intention in his words was something that anyone present could discern. The deeds of Duan Ling Tian were spread and discussed animatedly throughout the imperial city lately, so the young talents present had more or less heard of him. If Duan Ling Tian was still a direct descendant disciple of the Duan clan, they might have been slightly afraid. However, Duan Ling Tian refused to return to the Duan clan. Without the Duan clan's backing, even if his natural talent were even better, even though he had stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18, so what? The Crimson Sky Kingdom never lacked geniuses. However, the genius that were able to truly, smoothly mature were very few. Chapter 164, Becoming a Public Enemy. When Duan Ling Tian had only just appeared, Princess Bai Yao's water-like, beautiful eyes were extremely calm as they gazed at Duan Ling Tian, but now they had ripples within. This youth was completely different from those people she usually saw. When faced with the mockery of others, he was still able to stay aloof from the matter and be indifferent. It was difficult to imagine how a youth would actually have such terrifying mental strength. Young Master Duan, Bai Yao has heard of your deeds, and I deeply admire you. Bai Yao will use this tea as wine to toast you. Eventually, Princess Bai Yao spoke, and her clear voice suppressed the mocking voices of the crowd of young talents. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly flickered, as he noticed that this Princess Bai Yao was helping him. Presently, even the host, the third prince, was looking on coldly from the side and didn't speak up. This Princess Bai Yao is truly pure. It's really rare that she's able to maintain this heart of hers in the imperial family that is full of mutual deception, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, before raising his wine cup and nodding to Princess Bai Yao. After finishing the wine in his glass with a single gulp, Duan Ling Tian laughed in a carefree manner. I heard that Princess Bai Yao was the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Now that I've met you, I see that you're truly deserving of your reputation. I wonder who will be lucky enough to take Princess Bai Yao as his bride in the future. It would absolutely be the fortune that person accumulated for a lifetime. Young Master Duan, you jest. Even Princess Bai Yao, who was accustomed to hearing flattery, couldn't prevent her face from blushing, and her heartbeat increased a little bit. The young talents present looked at the Duan Ling Tian with even more envious gazes when they noticed Duan Ling Tian and Princess Bai Yao chatting and laughing happily as if no one else was present. I raise my cup in toast to everyone who granted me the favor of their presence in my banquet today. The third prince, who had never spoken and maintained silence as he waited for events to unfold, noticed the atmosphere turning slightly off, so he raised his wine cup to break the atmosphere that was filled with sour envy. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth raised as they curled into a light angle. As expected, the third prince was no simple figure. Duan Ling Tian was suspicious that the third prince intended on probing him from the moment he asked him to sit on that seat. However, he wasn't able to fully wrap his head around the matter. If the third prince was really probing him, then what was the point of doing this? Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore, as he only came here to have a free meal. What did everything else have to do with him? As long as these people didn't go overboard, he would only take it as a group of mad dogs barking. If they were to go overboard, then he wouldn't be someone that was easy to offend. As he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze flashed with a strand of dense, cold light. During the banquet, most of the young talents present were mostly trying to strike a conversation with Princess Bai Yao. As far as they were concerned, if they were able to obtain her, they would be able to move up rapidly in the world and soar into the sky in one go. After all, Princess Bai Yao was the daughter that the current emperor doted on the most, so if one of them were to become the emperor's son-in-law, then it would also mean that they'd have to struggle for 30 years less. Only Duan Ling Tian drank and ate by himself, as the way the group of young talents acted was no different than a circus to him. The surprise in the third prince's eyes grew even stronger, as he noticed that this Duan Ling Tian was even more unfathomable than he'd imagined. He originally thought that even if Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was high, a mere youth would be lacking in life experiences and thus could be used. However, he now realized that this youth's wisdom surpassed any one of these other young talents' wisdom. Even he was slightly unable to see through this youth, and he suddenly felt that it would be practically impossible for him to control this youth. Brother Ling Tian, the third prince abruptly spoke, and a stream of wisdom flashed within his eyes. The entire building at the heart of the pond went silent the moment the third prince spoke. Even the group of young talents that was showing off their elegant demeanor to their heart's content in front of Princess Bai Yao had now restrained themselves. And their gazes once again descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian originally thought that he could eat and drink in peace before leaving without a care, but when he noticed the smile in the corners of the third prince's mouth, his heart jerked and he suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, the third prince gazed at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. As a matter of fact, this sister of mine is at the age of marriage. The person she admires the most in her life is your father, the peerless genius, Duan Rufeng, whose name previously spread across the Crimson Sky Kingdom. She even saw him as her idol. She even once said that if she were to marry in this life, then it would surely be to a figure of shocking talent like Duan Rufeng. In my opinion, the elegant demeanor that Brother Ling Tian revealed now even surpasses that of your father years ago. The third prince's speech seemed to point to something as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a dubious gaze. Third brother, what nonsense are you speaking of? Princess Bai Yao's face froze, as she was completely stunned. When had she ever said something like this? Before long, she noticed that the young talents present now looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with a sense of hostility. She was intelligent, so she immediately understood her third brother's intentions. She was slightly enraged within her heart, but in the end she didn't say anything due to being hindered by the familial bonds of brother and sister. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth when she noticed Duan Ling Tian looking at her with a questioning gaze, and she lightly shook her head. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Princess Bai Yao, he noticed innocence from within Princess Bai Yao's gaze, and at the same time he could feel her helplessness. He instantly understood the intentions of the third prince, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This third prince is easy to get along with. For the first time, disgust towards the third prince arose within his heart. However, he didn't say anything and instead was fearless towards those envious gazes that descended onto him. He looked at the third prince and smiled lightly. If that's the case, Then I hope third prince can slightly help your sister and I. Allow me to accompany her on a stroll around the lake. How about it? The third prince's face froze. Never had he imagined that this Duan Ling Tian's face was so thick that he would actually follow the flow and use it as an opportunity to gain an advantage. Just when he was at a loss for words, Su Lan's face went grim. Duan Ling Tian, who do you think you are, actually daring to be so presumptuous in front of third prince? He shouted in a low voice, as if wanting to show off before the third prince and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as his gaze descended upon Su Lan and he indifferently asked, "You're called Su Lan, right?" "Exactly, I'm Su Lan." Su Lan held his head high with a face full of arrogance. "Su Lan, you ask who I think I am, but I wonder who do you think you are? I'm speaking to third prince, and even third prince hasn't said anything, but you are here being presumptuous and usurping his role as host. Looks like you think nothing of the third prince." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slightly evil smile, his voice slowly grew louder, and as he finished, it was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. Instantly, Su Lan was scared to the point that his face went ghastly pale. "Third prince, I didn't have that intention." Su Lan looked at third prince as he hurriedly explained. He seemed like a guilty person who had given himself away with a clumsy denial. When third prince glanced at Su Lan, his calm gaze had a sense of displeasure mixed within, but before long it recovered to his usual amiable appearance. Duan Ling Tian became vigilant, as this third prince was absolutely a wolf at heart but innocent in appearance. This sort of person was a wolf in sheep's clothing and was extremely terrifying. "Brother Ling Tian, I naturally have no objections to what you said," third prince slowly said. Princess Bai Yao's heartbeat abruptly increased when she heard what third prince said, and she snuck a peek at Duan Ling Tian. A tiny bit of rosy red had appeared on her pretty face. Am I really going to take a stroll around the lake with him? However, Duan Ling Tian's gaze on third prince had never once changed, because he discerned from third prince's gaze that he wouldn't agree so easily. As expected, third prince's gaze then descended upon the other young talents that were present. However, that would be unfair to the others that are present here. How about this? The strong are respected within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. And most of the young talents present here are at the top of the 9th level of the core formation stage. Brother Ling Tian, if you can defeat them and make them be sincerely convinced, then I'm sure they wouldn't have any objections. Everyone, what do all of you think? Third prince's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian for a moment before moving to the crowd of people. Third prince is wise. Precisely. Instantly, the young talents rubbed their palms and fists together, emitting a bearing that showed they wanted to show off in front of Princess Bai Yao and third prince. "Third prince, although we are all similarly at the 9th level of the core formation stage like Duan Ling Tian, he possesses a grade 7 spirit weapon. If he were to rely on the might of his spirit weapon, it would be like winning without relying on his own strength." Some astute individuals couldn't help but voice out. According to the rumors, the only reason Duan Ling Tian was able to kill Duan Ling Xing, who was at the same cultivation level as him, was by relying on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. This point was something that was no secret within the imperial city. Noticing the third prince looking over, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. "Then I won't use a spirit weapon. Brother Ling Tian is outright as expected. How about this? Anyone who battles Brother Ling Tian is prohibited from using any form or source of external strength." The third prince laughed heartily, and a trace of a scheme succeeding flashed within his eyes. Everyone present, including him, didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would be capable of suppressing all of the other 9th level core formation martial artists without using his grade 7 spirit weapon, because ordinarily speaking, martial artists at the same level of cultivation had the same amount of strength. The only difference was the stage of their martial skills. The party with the martial skill at a higher level would be the party that occupied the advantageous position. The young talents that he invited to this banquet were practically all 20 to 25-year-old genius martial artists who had cultivated their martial skills for many years. In terms of martial skills, they would absolutely be not inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Third brother, Princess Bai Yao had been tolerating it for so long, but when she saw Duan Ling Tian becoming the public enemy of the young talents present here due to the third prince's intentional guidance, her pretty face flushed for a moment and she couldn't help herself from voicing out. Her tolerance had reached its limit. "Bai Yao, don't worry, it's only a spar. Your sweetheart will be fine." Third prince lightly smiled. The expressions of the young talents present went grim when they heard this, and their eyes filled with cold lights when they noticed Princess Bai Yao being so worried about Duan Lingtian. Chapter 165, One Must Know One's Limitations. Sweetheart. Princess Bai Yao's face went red. Princess, it's just as third prince said, it's only a spar. You have nothing to worry about. Just when Princess Bai Yao was about to refute third prince, Duan Lingtian spoke before her and stopped her actions. Princess Bai Yao's peerlessly beautiful face froze and lights flowed within her water-like, clear eyes before her gaze that had a tiny bit of bewilderment gathered onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bai Yao, and his mouth opened and closed as he mouthed something to her. Don't worry, this was what the Duan Lingtian had mouthed to Princess Bai Yao. Princess Bai Yao's expression eased up slightly when she saw this, then she sat back down on her seat. She was extremely curious about where this youth that was the same age as her had obtained such strong confidence. Duan Lingtian was very straightforward. His body moved to descend upon an empty space in the building at the heart of the lake. Who's first? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept past every young talent that was present. Currently, these people were all anxious to have a try, and every one of them seemed like they wanted to step on Duan Lingtian and rise up in ranks. I'll do it. Accompanied by a light shout, a green-clothed young man descended onto the empty space to face Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, as the person who arrived was none other than Su Lan. Third Prince. Meanwhile, Su Lan looked at Third Prince and respectfully said, like the saying goes, accidents happen. Duan Lingtian and I are both 9th level core formation martial artists, and we can only fight at full strength to decide a victor. If there were to be any casualties. If there are any casualties, then it would be something that's unavoidable. The third prince's gaze focused as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, what do you think? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. I agree. Princess Bai Yao's face went grim when she heard what third prince said, but just when she was about to speak, she noticed Duan Lingtian giving her another gaze that asked her to be at ease. Although she didn't speak anymore, a trace of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. When she first laid eyes upon Duan Lingtian, although Duan Lingtian was handsome and extraordinary, she didn't have any reaction, as she had seen many handsome men. When she saw how Duan Lingtian was still able to maintain his calm and confident smile when faced with the mocking of the group of young talents, she noticed that Duan Lingtian's smile had infected her. It was as if it had plucked that string within her heart. This feeling was something she had never felt before. Now that she saw Duan Lingtian in such dangerous circumstances, she was extremely worried for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you. The corners of Su Lan's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at Duan Lingtian and his mouth opened and closed. Even though he didn't make a sound, Duan Lingtian still clearly saw what he had mouthed. Kill me. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to it. There were many people on this world that wanted to kill him, but wasn't he still alive and well now? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile, and his eyes flashed with wisdom as he indifferently said, one must know one's limitations. His words were extremely abrupt, and only Su Lan was able to understand the meaning behind his words. Su Lan's face sank as he burst into rage. You're courting death. Instantly, Su Lan's eyes went cold and his body moved. He seemed to transform into a cheetah as he charged at Duan Lingtian. Every step he took echoed out with the booming sound of his legs descending onto the ground, and it seemed as if a strong gale had blown past the area. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Lan. He exerted his full strength the moment he attacked. The movement technique Su Lan was currently executing was obviously a high-grade profound rank movement skill at the perfection stage, and his speed practically reached the limit of the 9th level of the core formation stage. Of course, this was only true if compared to ordinary 9th level core formation martial artists. Duan Lingtian wasn't included in this scope. Third Prince sat at the head and watched this scene with a smile on his face. A dense, cold light flashed deep within his eyes. Although he had only met Duan Lingtian for the first time, he felt a trace of threat within Duan Lingtian. He had a sudden premonition that the existence of Duan Lingtian would very likely become an obstacle for him to become emperor, so now he wished for nothing more than for Su Lan to kill Duan Lingtian. Princess Bai Yao clenched her fists tightly and didn't dare close her eyes, her heartbeat quickened as well. At this very moment, only the violet-clothed youth that was standing there without moving was in her eyes. Su Lan arrived before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian hadn't made any movements. Great net palm. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Su Lan's palm opened wide and his origin energy exploded forth. The entire sky was filled with palm images that whistled as they descended to envelop Duan Ling Tian. No. Seeing Su Lan's attack about to descend onto Duan Ling Tian, Princess Bai Yao exclaimed and abruptly stood up. This Duan Ling Tian is really conceited. The same thought appeared in the hearts of many of the young talents present, and a sneer appeared on the corners of their mouths. They all thought that Duan Ling Tian would die without a doubt. A trace of a smile bloomed on Third Prince's face. Su Lan's eyes emitted a sense of madness. As far as he was concerned, once his palm strike descended, this youth that made him feel hatred and envy would completely vanish from this world. Instantly, a sense of joy appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the nick of time, Duan Ling Tian's body slightly jerked as a strength close to 13 ancient mammoths exploded forth. However, there were only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Duan Ling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill and a layer of defensive chi barrier appeared on the surface of his body at the exact moment Su Lan's palm strike descended. Su Lan's palm strike descended only to land directly on Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier. Ah! At almost the exact same instant, Su Lan emitted a shrill cry, as his right hand that he attacked with was forcefully shoved away from the rebound force that greater teleportation sent back to him. He was blasted far away before falling into the lake with a splash. Meanwhile, the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body shattered into pieces. Duan Ling Tian's face flushed red because although he had the defensive chi barrier to protect his body, Su Lan's palm strike that utilized the strength of 12 ancient mammoths wasn't that easy to withstand, so there was still a portion of the force that descended onto his body. Luckily, the strength of his fleshly body's lifeblood far exceeded that of any ordinary martial artist. Even if he had exerted the strength of 13 ancient mammoths to form a defensive chi barrier, his internal organs would still be injured by the shock from Su Lan's palm strike. Defensive martial skills were capable of completely neutralizing similar staged offensive martial skills, but this only applied to lower-level martial artists. Once one achieved the 9th level of the core formation stage, the defensive chi barrier wasn't as effective anymore. Including Third Prince and the old man behind him, everyone present couldn't stop themselves from exclaiming, "Star Shift." They were able to discern that the defensive martial skill that Duan Ling Tian executed was precisely the strongest defensive martial skill of the Shao clan, Star Shift. They were slightly dazed. How could Duan Ling Tian possess Star Shift, which was a skill that the Shao clan would never pass on to someone not of their surname? Su Lan's entire arm was broken off, and his body was trembling. He stood firmly with great difficulty but was still in an extremely sorry state. In the next moment, Su Lan's pupils constricted and his face went ghastly pale. He then emitted a bitter and shrill shout. No, he saw Duan Ling Tian move. The current him had absolutely no way of stopping Duan Ling Tian, as his most important right arm was crippled. Before anyone came back to their senses from the previous shock, Duan Ling Tian instantly closed in on Su Lan. Duan Ling Tian didn't even wave his hands to create any afterimages, he directly pointed out his finger, which emitted a sharp, whistling sound as it flashed towards Su Lan's chest. Su Lan's pupils constricted as he desperately circulated his defensive martial skill. A layer of defensive chi barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Defensive chi barrier, does it make a difference? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as his finger descended. It was accompanied by an awe-inspiring gale, pressing itself onto the defensive chi barrier on Su Lan's chest. It indeed faced quite a degree of resistance. However, Duan Ling Tian once again exerted strength, and his finger pierced through the defensive chi barrier before directly pressing onto the place where Su Lan's heart resided. A terrifying force flowed into Su Lan's body, instantly shattering his heart. Su Lan's body trembled and his eyes opened wide before he fell limply onto the ground, completely losing any signs of life. Dead, Su Lan's body lied on the ground. At the place where his arm broke off, blood flowed out like a fountain, dazzling and resplendent. Hey, I told you. One must know one's limitations. Duan Ling Tian squatted down and extended his hands to close Su Lan's eyes, which were unable to close after death, and intentionally sighed before standing up once more. He looked towards the group of young talents that had long been scared to the point that their faces were ghastly pale. Now, who's next? Duan Ling Tian's frosty gaze swept these so-called young talents one by one. Instantly, the group of young men looked at each other, but there wasn't a single person who dared stand out, as they'd all witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Before this fight, they thought that Duan Lingtian relied on his grade 7 spirit weapon to achieve such a strength before, but now they understood that even without a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian wasn't an existence an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist could defeat. They were all filled with fear as they gazed upon Su Lan's corpse. They felt lucky that they didn't move out to challenge Duan Lingtian before Su Lan. Otherwise, the one that was dead would surely be one of them. Third Prince, how about it? Duan Lingtian swept the group of young talents with a disdainful gaze before moving his gaze to descend onto the Third Prince. Although the Third Prince still had a smile on his face, his smile was extremely unnatural. Never had I imagined that Brother Lingtian actually cultivated the Shao clan's star shift. However, it's up to my sister if she's willing to stroll around the lake with you. Third Prince doesn't have to worry about this. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, then his body moved like a gust of wind to float to Princess Bai Yao's side. He extended his hand, grabbed Princess Bai Yao's tender hand, and held onto it. Princess Bai Yao's delicate figure trembled as if she were being electrified, and her cheeks blushed. It was the first time in her life that her hand was held in such a way. Princess, how about accompanying me for a stroll? Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bai Yao and lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded with an embarrassed expression. The smile on Third Prince's face vanished when he saw Duan Lingtian holding Princess Bai Yao's hand and leaving in such a way. It was as if Duan Lingtian was demonstrating his dominance to him. Chapter 166, Huge Profit. Third Prince took a deep breath, then he glanced coldly and indifferently at the remaining young talents, and indifferently said, "Everyone, tonight's banquet will conclude now. Leave." When the group of young men noticed the suppressed fury of the Third Prince, they respectfully replied before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian released Princess Bai Yao's hand after walking out of the building at the heart of the lake and laughed apologetically. "Princess, I'm sorry for the offense." Princess Bai Yao's heart trembled. Even she didn't know why she actually felt a slight sense of loss in her heart when Duan Lingtian released her hand. "It's all right." Princess Bai Yao lightly shook her head, and her cheeks blushed. The perfect couple of youth and young woman casually strolled slowly around the man-made lake. "I apologize in my third brother's stead for today's matters. Third brother wasn't always like this, even I don't know why he would target you like that." Princess Bai Yao lightly sighed. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled at an angle, as even he didn't know why the Third Prince would target him in such a way. How could he have known that the Third Prince was prone to suspicion? When the Third Prince witnessed how unfathomable Duan Lingtian was and felt that he was unable to control Duan Lingtian, the Third Prince unconsciously considered Duan Lingtian a threat and wanted to get rid of him. Sometimes, as a member of the imperial family, it was just such a simple reason for wanting to get rid of someone, and it didn't require any real reason. Subsequently, the two of them didn't talk as they quietly strolled around the man-made lake. "Okay, Princess, it's time I take my leave." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Princess Bai Yao. He had a favorable impressions of this kind-hearted young girl. "Okay." Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded before asking, "Will we meet again in the future?" "There'll be a chance." Duan Lingtian nodded before turning and leaving. Princess Bai Yao heaved a sigh of relief before faintly sighing as she watched Duan Lingtian's figure slowly disappear into the distance. "Bai Yao, you can't like him." At some point, a figure appeared beside Princess Bai Yao. "Third brother, why?" Princess Bai Yao looked at Third Prince with a pair of eyes that had a trace of unwillingness within. "He isn't suitable for you." Third Prince's answer was extremely simple. "Not suitable." A trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of Princess Bai Yao's mouth, and she shook her head and said, in a slightly chilly voice, "Thank you, third brother, for the great hospitality. I'll be returning to the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning. I hope third brother can make the preparations for me." Third Prince frowned, as he noticed that this sister of his probably really had feelings for that youth. "Uncle Hu, do it cleanly. I don't wish to have any remaining future troubles." Suddenly, Third Prince spoke as if he was talking to the air. "Yes," an old voice abruptly sounded, and at the same time, an aged figure that was concealed under the darkness of the night vanished. After leaving the Third Prince's estate, Duan Lingtian headed towards his own house. "I never imagined that my charms were still so great." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a self-ridiculing smile. He naturally noticed the feelings that Princess Bai Yao's gaze emitted when she looked at him, but he didn't have any other intentions towards Princess Bai Yao. Maybe it was because of a prejudiced first impression due to Princess Bai Yao's complicated identity, or maybe it was because of the two girls at home. Let fate decide. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. After spending half an hour, Duan Ling Tian had already walked half the journey. He was currently using a shortcut and entered a deserted, small alley. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed the two little pythons in his sleeve become slightly restless. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps and put a vigilant expression on his face. Just at this moment, his formidable spiritual force vaguely noticed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from the shadows. Who? Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but turn grim. Not bad, a mere 9th level core formation martial artist is able to notice my presence. Needless to say, you're extremely special. A hoarse voice sounded from the other side of the small alley, and under the moonlight, the old man appeared before Duan Ling Tian. It's you. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. The old man that presently stood before him, wasn't he that old man that was standing behind Third Prince tonight? If I'm not wrong, there should be some secrets on you. Even my origin energy condensed into sound was actually unable to injure you. It's truly strange. The old man slowly walked closed, and his eyes flickered brightly, emitting a strange gleam. Third Prince sent you. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Relying on rebirth martial emperor's experience and his spiritual force, which was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist's, he could slightly discern the old man's cultivation level. Although this old man was inferior to the divine might Marquis, Ni Yuan, he still was no easy opponent, as he was at least a 7th level nascent soul martial artist, and even might be at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. The old man didn't answer Duan Ling Tian but instead continued to walk closer slowly. I want to know the reason. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a fierce gaze, and his tone was suppressed to an extremely low tone. The reason is, you showed off your ability too much and caused His Highness to feel threatened. Besides that, you shouldn't have been disrespectful to the princess. The old man's voice sounded like it was coming from the pits of hell, and it emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Showed off his ability too much. Shouldn't have been disrespectful to the princess. This could be a reason. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. Did the third prince treat people's lives like grass? Before this, although he knew that the third prince might not be fond of him, he never expected that the third prince would want his life. A slight expression of rage appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's icy cold gaze descended upon the old man as he said, in a cold voice, I'll give you a chance. Retreat now. Or else you will die for sure. Duan Ling Tian had 2 bone corrosion inscriptions. These were powerful enough to annihilate nascent soul martial artists, but he wasn't willing to waste one here. That would cost a few million silver. Even if he were to only use one, it would still cause him a heartache for a long time, so he gave the old man a chance. If the old man wasn't sensible, then even if it caused him a heartache, for the sake of the safety of his life, he would still use the bone corrosion inscription and annihilate the old man. He could still earn more money once it was gone, but he wouldn't have anything if he lost his life. Shameless boasting, let me see how you take my life. The old man sneered, as he obviously didn't take any heed of Duan Ling Tian's word. He only thought that Duan Ling Tian was intentionally mystifying himself to delay some time. Abruptly, the old man moved with a speed like a bolt of lightning, and his hand attacked like a gust of wind, seeming to transform into a giant rock that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only felt an extremely formidable imposing manner sweep over, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't catch his breath and nearly suffocated. He could vaguely see 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensing into form above the old man. 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. The old man slapped out his palm from a distance, and his origin energy slowly condensed as a palm seal condensed into form. Humph, since you want to court death, then I'll grant your wish. Duan Ling Tian grunted coldly. His hand flashed over his waist, then his violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. At the instant the old man's palm seal condensed fully into form, Duan Ling Tian activated the bone corrosion inscription on his violet myrtle flexible sword as well. Instantly, a strand of a gray-colored flowing light jumped about atop the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the flowing light was as swift as a bolt of lightning when it flashed out. No, the old man's pupils constricted, and at the instant he reacted, the gray-colored flowing light had pierced into his body, instantly. Ah! The old man's shrill and sad cry sounded, and even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he heard it. This bone corrosion inscription was really too overbearing. In the next moment, the old man's shrill cries stopped dead in their tracks. His body trembled and the origin energy within his entire body dissipated. Not only that, the old man's body seemed to abruptly turn into a pile of mud and instantly collapsed. The bones inside his body were completely corroded and had transformed into nothingness. Even Duan Ling Tian, who had killed many people, still felt nauseous at this moment. It was the first time he had seen such a method of death. A death comparable to the bones of the entire body turning into ashes, and only the flesh and skin remained. Swoosh. Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to take another glance, so he directly lit up some pill fire and burned the old man's corpse that was too horrible to look at to ashes. In the end, Duan Ling Tian found the old man's spatial ring from within the pile of ashes, and only then did he leave. On the way, Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership over the spatial ring. Fuck. When Duan Ling Tian saw the contents of the spatial ring, his face flushed red, and he couldn't stop himself from swearing. Within the spatial ring was a pile of neatly arranged silver, and most of them were silver bills of the 10,000 denomination. Duan Ling Tian roughly counted for a moment and came to the conclusion that the pile of silver within the spatial ring had a combined sum of at least 70 or 80 million. He couldn't have been the manager of the third prince's estate, right? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with wild joy as he guessed. Third prince, you've sent such a generous gift to me this time. Duan Ling Tian's face was suffused with a smile. Luckily, this old fellow wasn't scared off by me, otherwise, I would have brushed by this 70 or 80 million silver. As he recalled what happened earlier, Duan Ling Tian had a slight lingering fear in his heart. It could be imagined that if the old man knew of Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even on the road to hell. A bone corrosion inscription would at most be worth over 3 million silver. Today's deal was truly a huge profit. Duan Ling Tian beamed on the way home. Over 3 million silver in exchange for 70 or 80 million silver, the profit was so considerable that it would be nearly impossible to come by again. That Duan Rulei manages many businesses under the Duan clan, so he probably has a shocking sum of wealth in his possession. If he isn't sensible and comes looking for trouble with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and a trace of greed arose within his eyes. Today's matter had undoubtedly allowed him to have a taste of the benefits. That fifth prince as well, his estate manager will certainly have quite a sum of money, right? As he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he had arrived at his house gate. Because he had notified them beforehand, the three beauties in his house weren't that worried about Duan Ling Tian. However, after Duan Ling Tian returned, the two girls still gathered together with faces full of curious expressions and asked him about what happened during tonight's banquet. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't tell them the truth, otherwise, they would start worrying again. Moreover, if he were to mention Princess Bai Yao, little Fei would surely start getting jealous again. Chapter 167. Third Prince is probing. Deep into the night, Duan Ling Tian summoned Shang Quan over and passed a pile of silver to him. Take this 50 million silver and buy as much of those materials I asked you to buy the other time as you can. Duan Ling Tian ordered 0.50 million silver. Shang Quan was stunned. Where did the young master get so much money from? However, he was a smart man, so he didn't ask. He respectfully put the silver away and said, "Yes, young master." When Duan Ling Tian returned to his room, he used up the last portion of material Shang Quan had purchased last time and once again inscribed a bone corrosion inscription atop his violet myrtle flexible sword. It could be said that he had experienced the might of the bone corrosion inscription today. Even the old man beside the third prince, an existence at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, didn't even have the time to react before he was hit. And the bones in his entire body turned to ashes. He was completely and utterly dead. The bone corrosion inscription was a life-saving talisman to Duan Ling Tian. He could imagine how he would have been killed by that old man if he didn't have the bone corrosion inscription. Third prince, I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember the gift you gave me today. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After easing himself up, Duan Ling Tian cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form until deep into the night before going to sleep. At morning the next day, Duan Ling Tian attended classes in the Star Mastermind Department's classroom as usual. During the class, someone came to see Sima Chongfeng, and after going out for a while, Sima Chongfeng returned. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a strange expression. Duan Ling Tian, come out with me for a moment. Although Duan Ling Tian thought it was weird, he still followed Sima Chongfeng out. Teacher, did you call me out here for something? Duan Ling Tian questioned. Someone wants to see you, Sima Chongfeng said. Just when Duan Ling Tian was wondering who wanted to see him, Sima Chongfeng had already brought him to an empty area at the corner of Paladin Academy, and there was a luxurious carriage stopped there. 2 old men were standing at each side of the carriage. Relying on the experiences of rebirth martial emperor and his own formidable spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian could determine that the strength of these 2 old men were not one bit inferior to the old man he killed with the bone corrosion inscription last night. Go ahead, Sima Chongfeng nodded to Duan Ling Tian. I'll wait for you here. Duan Ling Tian curiously walked over, and he was stunned once he entered the carriage. The person who sat within the carriage was none other than the third prince, who he'd just seen yesterday. However, after a night's time, the third prince didn't have a face full of smiles like yesterday, he now had a gloomy expression. Third prince, are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian wasn't courteous at all. He directly sat down within the carriage, and his brows knitted. Duan Ling Tian, us honest people are straightforward and don't beat around the bush. Last night, Uncle Hu didn't return after he left. Was he killed by your people? The third prince looked at Duan Ling Tian with an electric gaze. He stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, watching for any change on Duan Ling Tian's face as if he was extremely afraid of missing the slightest twitch. Duan Ling Tian had a face full of surprise and bewilderment when he heard what the third prince said. Third prince, who's Uncle Hu? Third prince frowned. He had been observing the changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression the whole time, but he noticed that there was nothing amiss in Duan Ling Tian's expression when he mentioned the matter of Uncle Hu. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian? But that's impossible. Yesterday, he sent Uncle Hu to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, Uncle Hu never returned. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. If it was just Uncle Hu disappeared, it would only be the loss of an 8th-level nascent soul martial artist, and it would only cause him a short period of heartache. But Uncle Hu had another identity. He was the manager of his estate, and thus controlled his private wealth. The thing he was urgently seeking now was precisely the spatial ring on Uncle Hu's hand. If that spatial ring was gone, then it would also mean that his 70 or 80 million silver had gone down the drain, and his future days would become difficult. Even though he was a prince, the expenses of his own estate were paid out of his own pocket. Moreover, if he wanted to get more support to obtain the seat of emperor in the future, he would require usage of that wealth to obtain connections and bribe officials. Duan Ling Tian had a surprised expression when he curiously asked, Third prince, why's your expression so unsightly? Has something happened? Duan Ling Tian, it doesn't matter if you've killed Uncle Hu. I can disregard it, but you must hand over Uncle Hu's spatial ring, or else, you should know the consequences. The third prince's expression went gloomy as he finished speaking. He still wanted to gamble and probe if that spatial ring was in Duan Ling Tian's hands or not. Third prince, what's the meaning of this? Someone from your estate died and you blame it on me. Duan Ling Tian's face sank and he burst into a rage. As for whatever spatial ring you speak of, I know nothing of it. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian didn't look back and walked out of the carriage. He left as soon as he finished speaking. The third prince's expression was incomparably unsightly. It really wasn't him. Then who the heck was it? Uncle Hu was his trusted follower, and he was confident that if it wasn't for something happening to Uncle Hu, he would absolutely not vanish on him. Once I find out who did it, not matter who it is, I'll bury him in a shallow grave. The third prince, who usually seemed easily approachable, now had a savage expression on his face. It was as if he had transformed into a devil. Before long, the third prince's luxurious carriage left under the gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Sima Chongfeng. Duan Ling Tian, what did third prince look for you for? Sima Chongfeng asked curiously. I don't know either. He just told me that his estate's Uncle Hu died, and something about a spatial ring. Baffling. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an innocent expression. It wasn't unexpected to him that the third prince would look for him, but he never expected that the third prince would come so fast. It looked like that silver was a huge amount even for the third prince, even to the extent it had an extraordinary meaning. Uncle Hu, spatial ring. Sima Chongfeng was dazed for a moment before deducing the possibilities. According to my knowledge, The manager of the third prince's estate is called Husan. Could it be that Husan is dead? Husan is the individual that the third prince trusts the most, and he even controls the wealth of the third prince's estate. Could it be that Husan's dead, and the spatial ring that contained the wealth of the third prince's estate vanished with him? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were wide open. He intentionally acted surprised as he spoke. That's probably it. Keep this matter to yourself. Under no circumstances should you spread it. Otherwise, it would provoke unnecessary troubles. That third prince isn't someone to be trifled with lightly. Sima Chongfeng had a serious expression as he warned Duan Ling Tian. Understood, teacher. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly nodded, as a bright light flashed within his eyes. The third prince was naturally not someone who should be trifled with lightly. This was something he experiences during the banquet last night. In fact, at the moment he saw the third prince today, he guessed the reason the third prince had come. He had taken notice of the burning gaze the third prince shot at him when he abruptly mentioned that the death of Husan was connected to him. He naturally was able to guess the third prince's goal. It was nothing more than trying to probe him and see if he was really connected to the disappearance of Husan. But unfortunately, the third prince was making a futile effort in trying to make him slip up. As a weapons specialist in his previous life, how could he possibly fall for such a poor attempt? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh to himself when he recalled what the third prince said in the end. The third prince actually wanted him to spit out what he had already ate. Was that possible? Duan Ling Tian followed Sima Chongfeng back to the classroom and continued to attend the class. At noon, after class ended, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan walked over. Duan Ling Tian, what did teacher Sima call you out for? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Nothing. He just told me that a war might break out at the northwest border at any time, and asked me if I'm interested in going if the Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department wants to send students over. Duan Ling Tian spoke of the things which Sima Chongfeng told him 10 days ago, using it as an excuse. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, however, believed it to be true, and Xiao Xuan sighed. Logically speaking, if Paladin Academy really needs to send students, it would usually be grade 3 and above students that would have the opportunity to head over. Teacher Sima asking you this undoubtedly means that he plans to put his all in recommending you to go. Maybe. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Xiao Yu thought about yesterday's matter and jokingly asked, Duan Ling Tian, did you gain anything from attending the third prince's banquet yesterday? That third prince probably spent a great deal of effort in trying to rope you into his side, right? Spent great efforts to rope me in. Duan Ling Tian's expression was slightly unnatural. That third prince wished for nothing more than his death. Why would he still rope him in? However, he naturally wouldn't say it and he lightly smiled. The biggest gain from yesterday was probably meeting the number 1 beauty of the Imperial City. The Imperial City's number 1 beauty. Xiao Yu's and Xiao Xuan's gazes shone. You met Princess Bai Yao. If I knew earlier, I would have followed you and joined in on the fun. Xiao Yu had a regretful expression. You really want to go join in the fun? Looks like when I see little Qian again, I'll have to tell her about this. An evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. The little Qian he mentioned was precisely Luo Cheng's sister, Luo Qian. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian before asking curiously, how was it? Was that Princess Bai Yao beautiful? Duan Ling Tian nodded. She's worthy of her reputation. In terms of looks, she isn't inferior to your sister. Xiao Yu was slightly moved. The looks of his sister, Xiao Lan, was something he was aware of, and she was absolutely an unsurpassed beauty. What, Xiao Yu, your sister is actually a beauty that can be compared to Princess Bai Yao. Xiao Xuan's eyes shone as if he had transformed into a hungry wolf. Xiao Xuan, don't have any ideas about my sister. She already has someone in her heart. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. That isn't a problem. I'll surely prove to her that I'm 10 times, 100 times stronger than the person in her heart. As far as Xiao Xuan was concerned, the person Xiao Yu's sister had taken a fancy to was probably someone from Aurora City. In terms of natural talent, strength, and background, the other person had no way of comparing to him. As a direct descendant of the Imperial City's Xiao clan, Xiao Xuan was extremely confident in this aspect. Are you sure you're 10 times, 100 times stronger than that person? Xiao Yu's gaze became slightly strange. What, besides Duan Ling Tian and you, there's another freak from Aurora City? Xiao Xuan's heart jerked as he asked curiously. Then you mean, Xiao Shuan hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Xiao Yu neither intentionally nor unintentionally glancing at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 168, Su Tong. Xiao Shuan jolted, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth when he reacted. It couldn't be, right? The person Xiao Yu's sister had taken a fancy to was Duan Ling Tian. If it was someone else, he might have the confidence to compete. But if it was Duan Ling Tian, he knew his limitations. He was miles away from Duan Ling Tian, and to compare himself to Duan Ling Tian would be akin to bringing unhappiness onto himself. What are you two looking at me for? Duan Ling Tian was still pondering about the matter with the third prince, and when he came back to his senses, he noticed Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan both staring at him. Is there something on my face? Duan Ling Tian had obviously not heard the conversation between Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan earlier. No, Xiao Shuan shook his head with a smile. Let's go get some food. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 arrived at the cafeteria and waited for some time. Even after their food had arrived, Su Li and Tian Hu were still nowhere to be found. Why are they so late today? Xiao Shuan had a bewildered expression. He thought this was strange. Something couldn't have happened, right? Duan Ling Tian's brows lightly frowned, as Su Li and Tian Hu had always been on time and had never once been so late before. He felt like something wasn't right, and his heart rose to his throat. Duan Ling Tian. Just at this moment, a slightly anxious and alarmed cry sounded from outside the cafeteria, and it slowly moved closer. It's Tian Hu. Why is it only him? Duan Ling Tian recognized the person in the distance with just a glance, and his brows knitted before flashing out to greet him. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian arrived before Tian Hu and noticed that Tian Hu's expression was extremely unsightly. His heart jerked, as he felt a bad premonition arise within it, and he hurriedly asked, Tian Hu, where's Su Li? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan had caught up. Su Li. A bitter and helpless smile appeared on the corners of Tian Hu's mouth when he heard Duan Ling Tian's questions. He's been surrounded by those Su clan members. Su clan members. Could it be that Su Li was related to the imperial city's Su clan? Duan Ling Tian's face sank as if he was being covered by a layer of ice. Let's go. While Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 were led by Tian Hu through the road towards the bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy. Within the quiet forest, Su Li lied there in an extremely listless state. He had obviously been injured quite heavily. Now it was difficult for him to even stand, but even then, Su Li's gaze still contained a trace of coldness, and he had never once loosened his grip on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Su Li's heart was firm as a rock, and even if he were to be humiliated, he would still be firm and unyielding. Before Su Li stood 3 young men. The young man in the lead was wearing embroidered clothes and was around the age of 25. His foot was currently on Su Li's sword hand, and a sneer appeared on his face. What, it's already come to this and you're still unwilling to let go of your sword? Su Li, you're trash just like your father. It would be fine if you had obediently stayed in the countryside, but you had to return to the imperial city and even appear before me. Aren't you courting death? What, still glaring at me? Have you not resigned to your fate? The young man in embroidered clothes got angry when he noticed Su Li's cold gaze, and he raised his foot to kick Su Li's face. Instantly, fresh blood burst out from Su Li's face. It looked like a brilliant rose that was dazzling to the eye. Su Tong, 10 years. I'll surely kill you within 10 years. The corners of Su Li's mouth flashed with a trace of coldness, and his frosty voice emitted a coldness that seemed like it came from the depths of hell. But Su Li's voice was mixed with infinite confidence. 10 years. The young man in embroidered clothes was dazed for a moment before he started laughing and an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su Li, do you think you can defeat me 10 years from now? Although I'm not afraid of you, you've really reminded me. I'm indeed unable to kill you inside Paladin Academy. However, I'm really curious. If I were to cripple your Dantian, then 10 years from now, how would you kill me? What would you rely on to kill me? Now I'll destroy all of your hopes. After he finished speaking, the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to become more amused the more he thought of it, and he was just about to raise his leg and give Su Li's Dantian that last strike. Su Li's pupils constricted, and a strand of despair could be vaguely noticed from within his eyes. If his Dantian really were to be crippled, then it would also mean that his entire life would be ruined. No. Su Li's heart was filled with unwillingness. Su Li's breathing became hurried when he saw the young man in embroidered clothes raise his legs. He wanted to struggle, but he noticed that his body was powerless and he had no way of dodging. Clan brother, that companion of Su Li's is back. And he brought 3 people with him. 2 of them seemed to be that Duan Ling Tian and the Xiao clan's Xiao Xuan. One of the young men behind Su Tong noticed the 4 figures flying over. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Xuan, the corners of Su Tong's mouth curled into a sneer, and his gaze descended far off into the distance at the 4 people who approached aggressively as he muttered to himself, he came in the end. Su Li, Tian, who had only just arrived when he noticed Su Li's miserable condition, and his face went grim as he pounced over. Just at this moment, one of the young men behind Su Tong moved out. He kicked with a speed like a bolt of lightning and sent Tian, who flying .12 ancient mammoth silhouettes were indistinctly visible above the young man. 9th level of the core formation stage. Tian, who fiercely crashed on the floor and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ghastly pale. Tian, who, Xiao Yu's face went grim and his eyes were filled with rage. Su Tong, it's you. Xiao Xuan's gaze, however, descended onto the young man wearing embroidered clothes in the lead, and his face sank. Xiao Xuan, don't dabble in these muddy waters. Scram, Su Tong's cold and indifferent voice sounded, and his gaze then descended upon the violet-clothed youth beside Xiao Xuan. You can leave today, but this Duan Ling Tian must stay. When he noticed Su Li's miserable state, Duan Ling Tian's expression became extremely unsightly. Su Li was his friend. When he saw Tian Hu being kicked, a malicious flame burnt into being within him, and just when he felt it slightly difficult to suppress the rage within his heart, he heard the abrupt words of the young man in the lead. You want me to stay? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered, and he focused his gaze on the embroidered clothed young man, Su Tong. Could it be that this Su Tong's target wasn't Su Li, but him? Instantly, a cold feeling arose within his heart. Duan Ling Tian, go. Just at this moment, Su Li's frosty voice echoed out. He had obviously guessed something and thus asked Duan Ling Tian to leave. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward, looked at Su Tong with an icy cold gaze, and spoke in a low voice. You did this to Su Li just to get me over here. He didn't listen to Su Li. If he were to leave now, then he wouldn't be Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, needless to say, you're extremely intelligent. However, intelligent people usually don't live long. Su Tong glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly astonished expression. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a terrifyingly calm voice. Since you can guess my purpose, then you can probably guess why I'm here, right? What? The Su clan members can't lose a fight? Duan Ling Tian sneered. He did indeed guess it. If he had any involvement with the Su clan, then it would undoubtedly be the matter that occurred during the third prince's banquet last night. The Su Lan that died by his hand was precisely a Su Lan member. Can't lose a fight. Su Tong's face sank. Last night you used despicable methods to sneak attack Su Lan and killed him. You think you have the qualifications to say that the Su clan can't lose a fight? Despicable methods. Sneak attack. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold. Third prince, you're really atrocious. Duan Ling Tian could guess that all of this was surely something the third prince had orchestrated. At the side, Xiao Xuan's heart jerked. Su Lan. Duan Ling Tian killed Su Lan. That disciple from the Su clan's branch clan with the highest natural talent, Su Lan. Su Tong's cousin. So what do you want? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he looked at Su Tong with a burning gaze. His voice was extremely calm. Attacking so maliciously at such a young age. If it was up to me, your cultivation wouldn't be present in this world. Su Tong's gaze focused as he sneered. So in other words, you plan to cripple my cultivation? Duan Ling Tian started laughing out of anger. He laughed with a wide grin on his face, and a shocking luster moved about within his eyes. Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu's face went gloomy. Su Tong, Xiao Xuan said coldly, you better not forget that he's the son of Duan Ru Feng, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. If you dare cripple his cultivation, how would you give the Duan clan an explanation? The Duan clan. Su Tong started laughing and looked at Xiao Xuan as if he were looking at an idiot. Xiao Xuan, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Ling Tian refused the Duan clan. Now Duan Ling Tian isn't a Duan clan member. So you don't have to bring this out to scare me. Su Tong was a distinguished direct descendant of the Su clan who will have the opportunity to compete for the position of patriarch in the future. His status within the Su clan was a decisive one. Thus, as far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Ling Tian hadn't returned to the Duan clan, not to mention crippling Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. Even if he were to kill Duan Ling Tian, it wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Shuan's face sank, as he had no means to refute. Even though he was a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, only ordinary people would be afraid of this identity. Su Tong wasn't afraid. Su Tong, the grandson of the Su clan's grand elder, was at the third level of the origin core stage at the age of 25. He was the individual with the highest natural talent in the Su clan's younger generation and was one of the candidates for the next Su clan patriarch. It could be said that Su Tong was born with a golden spoon in his mouth and had accumulated a myriad of favor for himself. Xiao Shuan, if you're sensible, then hurry up and scram. If you don't, even if you're a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, I'll still make you bleed today. Su Tong's gaze went cold, and he spoke as if he feared nothing and in an extremely overbearing manner. Duan Ling Tian is my friend. Xiao Shuan's face sank, and he looked fearlessly at Su Tong. Good, very good, truly touching friendship. Su Tong started laughing without restraint, laughing arrogantly and in an unruly manner. Su Tong's body moved. His speed rose to the limit as he flashed before Xiao Shuan in the blink of an eye. Instantly, Xiao Shuan's body was blasted away by Su Tong before fiercely dropping onto the ground. Above Su Tong, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before disappearing instantly. Third level of the origin core stage, Duan Ling Tian's expression became even gloomier, and his frosty gaze descended upon Su Tong, seeming to be able to swallow him alive. Chapter 169, Cripple the Dantian. Su Tong. Duan Ling Tian's expression was gloomy as he spoke in a low voice that was mixed with a breathtaking icy coldness from the depths of hell. Su Li, Tianhu, and Xiao Shuan were injured one after the other. The rage within his heart had accumulated to the brink of explosion. Su Tong withdrew his cold and fierce gaze from Xiao Shuan and moved it onto Duan Ling Tian. A strand of mischief jumped about within his gaze. What? Angry already? Can't take it anymore. As he spoke up to this point, Su Tong's tone changed and brought coldness with it. Then when you used despicable means to sneak attack my cousin, Su Lan, and killed him, did you ever think of his parents' feelings? Today, I won't kill you, I'll only cripple your cultivation. In the future, if you appear before me again, I'll surely kill you. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth slightly trembled, then a cold smile appeared on it. You want to cripple my cultivation? Then it will depend on if you have the capability or not. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's reason had completely been suppressed by his rage. He took a step forward with an imposing manner that shot through the sky. As for the matter with Su Lan, he didn't care to explain. Grab him, Su Tong abruptly ordered. Instantly, the two young men behind Su Tong flew out and rushed towards Duan Ling Tian. These two people were both 9th level core formation martial artists. They pounced at Duan Ling Tian in full fury and approached from both sides. They extended their hands with the intention of grabbing onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to move. You're courting death. Faced with the two people who flashed towards him, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and his hand descended onto the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. Then he took a step forward and moved to intercept the two people. Duan Ling Tian made his move. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. A dazzling, violet sword light seemed to have eyes as it moved like a shadow and flashed past the sky with peerless sharpness. At the same time, accompanied by two dazzling and resplendent red roses that bloomed in the air, two shrill cries echoed in tow. Two severed arms from two different people crashed onto the floor. The two young men who approached in full fury just a moment ago now had ghastly pale expressions. They retreated to a side after stopping the blood at the spot their arms were severed, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian with dreadful gazes. Never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would still resist even when it had come to this. Cold sweat dripped out of their foreheads and sadness appeared within their eyes as they gazed at the two arms beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. If Duan Ling Tian knew of the thoughts of these two people, he would surely laugh in disdain, not resist. Waiting for death. Even Su Tong didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to actually dare to sever the arms of those two Su clan disciples, and for a moment his eyes glared widely, then his body started trembling in extreme fury. On Su Tong's body, origin energy ravaged, and 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Duan Ling Tian, I originally thought that you were an intelligent person, but I didn't think you were actually so stupid. It's already come to this and you actually dare to resist. Su Tong's cold voice seemed to sound from the mouth of an asura, and mixed within was towering killing intent. You want to cripple my cultivation and you don't even let me resist. Duan Ling Tian sneered. This Su Tong was really laughable. He wanted to cripple Duan Ling Tian's cultivation but didn't allow him to resist. Could it be that he wanted Duan Ling Tian to stand on the spot and wait to be killed? Would there be any difference in the outcome whether you resist or not? Su Tong continued as he walked step by step towards Duan Ling Tian. He spoke with an extremely low voice. However, you daring to resist has completely enraged me, and I've now changed my mind. I can't kill you inside Paladin Academy, so I'll cripple your cultivation. When you leave Paladin Academy, you will lose your life. Duan Ling Tian didn't have a shred of fear as he watched Su Tong walk over, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Then it depends on if you have the capability. What, do you think that with your 9th level core formation stage cultivation and the grade 7 spirit weapon in your hand, you'll be able to go against the will of a 3rd level origin core martial artist? Su Tong's voice was filled with disdain. Even if you used your grade 7 spirit weapon, you would at most be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. I, however, am at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, so even if I don't use a spirit weapon, I still have sufficient strength to exert the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. In front of me, your puny strength is like an ant. Su Tong said this word for word. It was as if he wanted to completely annihilate Duan Ling Tian's last shred of confidence. Hey, looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a nice angle as his sword-shaped brows raised and his eyes flashed with a strange light. You're still stubborn even at a time like this. Needless to say, your courage is really shocking. Meanwhile, Su Tong had already arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian, and his face was covered in a layer of ice. However, it's useless to rely solely on courage sometimes. You'll soon know how laughable your little courage is before formidable strength. I'm waiting to see. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with streams of light as he looked at Su Tong with a calm gaze. Ignorant, an evil flame rose to life within Su Tong when he saw Duan Ling Tian still maintain his composure, and his eyes were suffused with killing intent. Su Tong took a step forward. A gust of wind howled out, blowing the dust on the ground to fill the air. Duan Ling Tian, I want to see whether you'll still be carefree like this when your dantian is crippled and you've become a cripple. Su Tong's voice became even more icy cold, and his fierce gaze seemed to be able to see through Duan Ling Tian. I'm curious as well, when you've become a cripple and recall this scene, will you feel that everything is just so laughable? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he rebuked. He was unwilling to show weakness. You're courting death. Su Tong's rage had reached an extent that was difficult to suppress, and his body flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind as he blew towards Duan Ling Tian. In the air, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu had just given Su Li, Tian Hu, and Xiao Shuan gold injury pills when he saw this scene. His face went pale and he was furious to the point that his eyes seemed like they were splitting. At this moment, he only hated himself for being too weak and unable to help Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot. His cold gaze focused onto Su Tong, who flashed directly towards him, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. You want to cripple my dantian? Then I'll let you try the feeling of having your dantian crippled. Meanwhile, Su Tong had already arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian. He slammed out his fist that raged with origin energy, then the origin energy condensed together and slammed towards Duan Ling Tian's dantian. He obviously wanted to directly shatter Duan Ling Tian's dantian. Su Tong's face emitted a cold smile. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian's dantian being shattered. At almost the exact same time, Duan Ling Tian moved, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand lightly trembled. A trace of disdain appeared on the corners of Su Tong's mouth when he saw this. A mere 9th level core formation martial artist. Even if Duan Ling Tian had a grade 7 spirit weapon, he would still disregard Duan Ling Tian. However, the disdain on the corners of his mouth completely froze before long, and his eyes opened wide as if he had seen something terrifying. A bloody light flashed out of the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand and condensed into a blood crescent. The blood crescent was fast like a bolt of lightning as it moved to intercept Su Tong's fist strike that was condensed with origin energy. It was precisely the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with coldness. No, accompanied by a sad and bitter cry, Su Tong's fist was pierced through by the blood crescent, bringing about a trace of dazzling fresh blood that formed a red rose in the air. The blood crescent's momentum didn't slow down and moved directly towards Su Tong's dantian. It easily entered Su Tong's body and shattered his dantian. Ah! Su Tong's body trembled and he abruptly shouted. The feeling of the origin energy in his dantian dissipating nearly caused him to forget the pain that was coming from his fist. Su Tong's legs went soft as he directly kneeled before Duan Lingtian. No. Su Tong's eyes were open wide. He was dazed for a moment, and he continuously shook his head. He was slightly out of his wits, as he was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. You actually crippled my dantian. Su Tong looked at Duan Lingtian with a pair of eyes that flickered with the luster of hatred. He never would have imagined that this Duan Lingtian would possess such a terrifying offensive inscription that could not only break through his attack, but even pierce through his dantian. It caused the origin energy within his entire body to dissipate and make him into a complete and utter cripple. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression when he saw this, and a light flashed within his eyes. Didn't you say that you wanted to cripple my dantian? Now, how do you feel? How's the feeling of becoming a cripple? Today, if it wasn't for him possessing a blood crescent inscription, Su Tong's fate would actually be his. This Su Tong was so cruel and merciless, wanting to cripple his dantian at every turn. So he gave him a taste of his own medicine. Su Tong's face flushed red. He got so angry from what Duan Lingtian said that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Within his head, Duan Lingtian's words from before reverberated. I'm curious as well, when you've become a cripple and recall this scene, will you feel that everything is just so laughable? So it turned out that this Duan Lingtian had planned everything and was just waiting for him to charge over to use an offensive inscription to destroy his dantian. Yeah, now that he recalled it, it was indeed laughable. The Su clan won't let you off. Su Tong's body trembled from his agitated state of mind, and he fainted from the loss of blood. Clan brother. The expressions of the two Su clan disciples whose arms were severed by Duan Lingtian went ghastly pale, and a trace of dread appeared within their eyes. They had never imagined that this Duan Lingtian was so terrifying. Not only was his natural talent in the martial Dao heaven defying, he even possessed offensive inscriptions that were sufficient to deal with origin core martial artists. Even within the entire domain of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, such an inscription was still extremely precious. In the distance, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Xiao Xuan's injuries had only just slightly recovered, and they stood up with great difficulty with the support of Xiao Yu. However, when they saw what happened in the distance, they were completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian faced the third-level origin core Su Tong, they were practically in despair and felt that Duan Lingtian's cultivation would surely be crippled by Su Tong, but the end result exceeded their expectations. Chapter 170. Su Clan. They never would have imagined that Su Tong, who wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian, would instead be crippled by Duan Lingtian. What a mockery this was. However, now that they saw that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound, they all heaved breaths of relief. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned and looked outside the bamboo forest. Presently, 3 extremely swift figures were flying over from afar. They arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. These were 3 middle-aged men, and Duan Lingtian only recognized one of them, Niu Mang, the grade 1 teacher of the Star General Department who was also the teacher for Su Li's and Tian Hu's class. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one was a thickly built brawny man, and the other was a middle-aged scholar with graceful bearings. Just from their outer appearances, Duan Lingtian was able to guess which department's teachers they were. Su Tong. When the thickly built brawny man recognized Su Tong, who had fallen on the floor, his face became slightly grim. Without any hesitation, he walked swiftly over and helped Su Tong stop the fresh blood that was unceasingly pouring out from within him, and at the same time he gave Su Tong a gold injury pill. What's going on? The brawny man's thick eyebrows frowned. His tiger eyes gave of an imposing demeanor as his gaze focused onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't the least bit afraid when he met the brawny man's gaze, and he shrugged. It's actually nothing much, it's just that he wanted to cripple my cultivation, but in the end he wasn't successful. Just like that, the brawny man inspected Su Tong after he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and only now did he notice that Su Tong's dantian had actually been crippled. Instantly, his pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the violet-clothed youth before him with a shocked expression. The casual expression on the youth's face struck terror in his heart. Kid, do you know what trouble you've gotten into? Teacher, According to my knowledge, the rules of Paladin Academy only disallows killing amongst student. Someone wanted to cripple my Dantian, so I couldn't have restrained myself, done nothing, and waited for death, right? Duan Ling Tian waved his hand as he laughed indifferently with a carefree expression. He didn't feel like he was in the wrong in today's matter. If it wasn't for Su Tong being overbearing and even viciously wanting to cripple his Dantian, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. As far as he was concerned, Su Tong had absolutely brought this upon himself. The corners of the brawny man's mouth twitched when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression that was filled with innocence as if he was harmless. Are you Duan Ling Tian? Just at this moment, the gaze of the middle-aged scholar who came with the brawny man descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian greeted the middle-aged scholar. The brawny man's gaze was slightly surprised. So you're Duan Ling Tian. If today's matter is really as you said, then the academy will not blame you. However, it won't be so easy to talk it over with the Su clan. This Su Tong has an extremely high status within the Su clan, so you have to be mentally prepared. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded before expressing his gratitude. The brawny man glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before looking at the two young men with severed arms. You two seem to be members of the Su clan, right? You two take Su Tong back. Besides that, take your severed arms with you. They should still be barely reattachable. Yes, teacher. The two young men with severed arms had bitter expressions as they grabbed their own severed arms before carrying Su Tong and leaving in dejection. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, who had heard the full story from Su Li and Tian Hu, walked over. I heard about what happened from my two students. The origin of the matter was that Su Tong, and Duan Ling Tian was only defending himself, so it has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian. The brawny man and middle-aged scholar both nodded when they heard this. Even though it's like this, we still have to report this matter to the vice dean. Indeed, the brawny man and middle-aged scholar glanced at Duan Ling Tian before turning around and leaving. The two of them arrived swiftly and left swiftly. One might say they came and went like the wind. Teacher, I'll feel slightly nervous if you keep looking at me like that. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Niu Meng was staring intently at him, causing a chill to run through him. This Niu Meng wouldn't have that sort of hobby, right? Niu Meng seemed to have realized the inappropriateness of his gaze. He laughed slyly and rubbed his fists together. Duan Ling Tian, your natural talent in the martial Dao isn't bad. Being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage at such a young age. In the future, if you become a general, you will surely be capable of slaughtering the enemies in all directions to boost the morale of friendly forces. Teacher, if you have something to say, then be frank about it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed, as he perceived the meaning within Niu Meng's speech. Look, you have such a straightforward nature, and that's the nature of a general. Then I'll be frank. I want you to come to my Star General department. How about it? Niu Meng's eyes glowed with a face full of anticipation as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely be an expert when he matured. If such a figure were to come from him, his years of being a teacher in Paladin Academy wouldn't be in vain. Duan Ling Tian was put in a slightly awkward situation. He raised his head and seemed to have noticed something, then his gaze flashed and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Teacher Niu Meng, I think you should talk to Teacher Sima about this. Niu Meng noticed that the atmosphere was off as well. A middle-aged scholar with a silk headdress and a feather fan in his hand was standing behind Niu Meng and slowly said, Niu Meng, are you trying to poach my student? His pair of wise eyes descended onto Niu Meng. Sima. Niu Meng turned around and laughed embarrassedly when he saw Sima Chongfeng. It's a joke. A joke. Duan Ling Tian, follow me. Sima Chongfeng grunted coldly and paid no attention to Niu Meng. He called Duan Ling Tian and walked towards the deeper parts of the bamboo forest. You guys go have some food first, I'll come later, Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Yu and the others before catching up to Sima Chongfeng. You two kids have thrown away all the face of my Star General Department's Grade 1 class. As punishment, you two will be in charge of the teacher's lunch money today. You two don't have any objections, right? The sound of Niu Meng speaking with a sense of justice entered into his ears, causing the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to twitch unconsciously, following which was Tian Hu's voice. No objections, no objections. Sima Chongfeng stopped his footsteps deep within the bamboo forest, and Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps as well. You were too rash in this matter. Sima Chongfeng sighed. Obviously, he already knew the details of the entire matter. Teacher, what was rash? Duan Lingtian didn't agree nor deny but instead replied with a question. You better not make nothing of the matter. Since Su Tong didn't die and you're in the right, Paladin Academy won't pursue today's matter. But do you know that Su Tong is the Su clan's direct descendant and that he's been fostered by them? He's even one of the potential candidates for the next patriarch of the Su clan. You crippled Su Tong, and that's akin to giving the Su clan a slap in the face. The Su clan will absolutely not let this go. Sima Chongfeng shook his head. In his eyes, this student of his was truly a fledgling who made little of a tiger and dared to do anything. Teacher, I understand what you mean. However, when a man lives in this world, there are things he must do and things he shouldn't do. To me, that's Su Tong repeatedly proclaiming that he wanted to cripple my Dantane and even taking action to do so already crossed my bottom line. It was merciful of me that I didn't kill him. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and his face was extremely tranquil. As for the Su clan, if they really want to pursue the matter, then I'll take them on. When a man lives in this world, there are things he must do and things he shouldn't do. From savoring this simple line in detail, Sima Chongfeng was able to realize the wildness and unruliness within Duan Lingtian's words. At this instant, he felt Duan Lingtian's confidence as well, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. I never imagined that you'd see this matter through so thoroughly. I originally thought that you had only done this out of rashness. Since it's like this, then I won't say any more. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Sima Chongfeng left the bamboo forest, and their journey back was peaceful. The Su clan. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. After returning to the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian sat beside Xiao Yu and the others and ate together. During this time, Xiao Yu and the others naturally were bound to be worried for Duan Lingtian. After all, the Su clan was a colossus to them, and it was difficult to go against them. Duan Lingtian only brushed past it all with a laugh. He had a tranquil expression. It was as if he wasn't related to the matter and it had nothing to do with him. The Su clan was one of the three great clans of the imperial city and were equally as famous as the Duan clan and the Shao clan. Presently, within the audience hall of the Su clan, all the higher-ups of the Su clan were gathered here. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe with gold edges sat at the head. His back was straight like a spear, and an imposing demeanor was exuded from between his brows. He was precisely the patriarch of the Su clan, Su Boya. Su Boya was nearly 60 years old, and in another few years he would be considered to have stepped into old age. At that time, the seat of the Su clan patriarch would be passed on to the younger generation, and he would retire to help the newly appointed patriarch manage the clan from the shadows. Presently, the atmosphere within the audience hall seemed to be slightly oppressive, and a seat below Su Boya was empty at this moment. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from outside the audience hall, and an aged figure walked in. This was an aged old man with a pair of murky eyes that flashed with bloodthirsty rage, and the aura on his body was restless. It was as if it would explode forth at any moment. Before long, the old man sat at the empty seat below Su Boya. This seat was the seat of the Su clan's Grand Elder. The old man's identity was obvious. The Su clan's Grand Elder, Su Nan. Grand Elder, is there any hope of healing Su Tong's Dantian? Patriarch Su Boya spoke. His gaze descended upon Su Nan as he spoke with a voice that was mixed with a trace of anticipation. All of the Su clan elders present looked over at Su Nan with eyes that emitted a trace of hope. Patriarch, the Dantian of that grandson of mine had been almost completely shattered by an offensive inscription, so there's no way of saving him. He will probably be unable to accumulate origin energy again in his entire lifetime. Su Nan's tone was mixed with a breathtaking coldness. His son had died at a young age, and he had entrusted all of his hopes to his grandson, Su Tong. In these past few years, he had devoted all his attention to instruct and foster Su Tong. Su Tong didn't disappoint him. He became the disciple with the most outstanding natural talent in the younger generation of the Su clan. And in another few more years, if nothing unexpected were to happen, the seat of the Su clan patriarch would definitely be held by Su Tong. Just when the life of his grandson was about to greet its greatest glory, his grandson's Dantian was crippled by another, and his grandson's entire cultivation was crippled. Chapter 171, Little Python's Breakthrough. Smack. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya's, face sank and his palm crashed downwards onto the armrest of his seat, causing it to be forcefully smashed into pieces. In terms of natural talent in the martial Dao, Su Tong surpassed him at the same age. As far as he was concerned, under the lead of Su Tong, the Su clan would surely reach even greater glories in the future. However, now everything was destroyed by the hands of an ignorant child. Patriarch, that Duan Ling Tian attacked too viciously. We can't let this matter go like this. Yeah, if he isn't punished, how would we uphold the face of our Su clan? He must be punished severely. All the Su clan elders were filled with righteous indignation and were incomparably enraged. Grand Elder, I'll leave this matter for you to handle. The Su clan will support you with its entire strength. Su Bo Ya's gaze descended onto Su Nan, as he was clear in his heart that Su Nan was the most enraged among the people present. Su Tong was Su Nan's own grandson after all. Thank you, Patriarch. Su Nan was slightly excited when he heard what Su Bo Ya said, and his eyes emitted a vicious luster that seemed as if it could swallow someone whole. As far as he was concerned, no matter who it was, at the moment his grandson's dantian was crippled, that person had stepped past the gates of hell. He wouldn't pay attention to the reasons within, and he didn't care if it was his grandson who provoked the matter or not. All he knew was that what he had to do was burn the bones and scatter the ashes of the person who crippled his grandson. Paladin Academy. On a large tree on a side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Ling Tian cultivated for the entire afternoon, and only when dusk approached did he notice his cultivation bottleneck loosen up slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll probably be able to break through within this month. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The current him was finally able to increase his cultivation to his heart's content like a normal core formation martial artist. As for the tempering of the fleshly body for the raging python form, it was handed to the dragon blood pill to complete. A single dragon blood pill was sufficient to allow his fleshly body to instantly completely its tempering with origin energy. Duan Ling Tian, who was in high spirits, jumped off the large tree and watched Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan spar with the other students for a while before leaving Paladin Academy with the two. Duan Ling Tian, take care. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan had serious expressions as they reminded Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was now facing the entire Su clan, which was a colossus that couldn't be taken lightly. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and a warm feeling ran through his heart. Duan Ling Tian suddenly stopped dead in his tracks after leaving Paladin Academy and parting ways with Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. At this moment, he could feel the restlessness of the two little pythons that were concealed within his sleeve, and it caused his face to sink unconsciously. He became vigilant. The Su clan members had moved so quickly. Duan Ling Tian's body moved after taking a deep breath. As if transforming into a bolt of lightning, he quickly concealed himself in the deserted alley that he killed the two Duan clan 9th level origin core martial artists the other day. Duan Ling Tian had only just taken 2 steps. Accompanied by 2 strong gusts of wind, 2 aged figures surrounded Duan Ling Tian from the front and back, causing him to have nowhere to run. These were 2 old men over the age of 70, but their eyes were even more spirited than a youth's. They flickered with a breathtaking bright light. It was obvious that their cultivation levels weren't low. At the first moment, Duan Ling Tian relied upon the memories of rebirth martial emperor and his own formidable spiritual force to roughly deduce the cultivation levels of the two. The cultivation levels of these 2 old men should probably be at the 4th to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, they were far from the 3rd prince's estate manager, Husan, that Duan Ling Tian killed last night. The Su clan looks down on me in such a way. They think the 2 of you are sufficient to kill me. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose and a trace of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su clan. The 2 old men were obviously dazed when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. The old man that stood before Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm gaze as he slowly said, Duan Ling Tian, looks like you've made quite a lot of enemies. However, we aren't members of the Su clan. Not members of the Su clan. Duan Ling Tian was dazed as he thought this in his heart. Could it be people the 5th prince sent? Or maybe they are people that Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Rulei, sent. Duan Ling Tian, you killed 2 elders of my Yu clan and 2 outstanding disciples. Today is the day you lose your life. The old man who stood behind Duan Ling Tian said, with a cold and indifferent voice that was like ice, as if it came from the depths of a thaw hole. Yu clan. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he came to an understanding. Never had I expected that just to kill me, you 2 would personally rush over from such a faraway place like Swallow Mountain County's county city. You really make me feel overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. However, aren't you too afraid I might make you two stay in the imperial city forever? Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of the two old men. As he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Members of the Swallow Mountain County cities Yu clan. This was the clan that Yu Hong and Yu Shang, who incurred enmity with him at the Iron Blood Army, were from. Bullshit. The old man that blocked before Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. He didn't speak any more nonsense as his body moved and he abruptly attacked. Above his head, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength of this old man was much stronger than the Yu clan's grand elder that once intercepted Duan Lingtian and tried to kill him. The old man behind Duan Lingtian moved right after the one in front. Another 4th level nascent soul martial artist. Little black, little white, I'll leave it up to you. Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand. A white and a black bolt of lightning flew out at the same time in separate directions from inside his sleeve. Their speed was swift to the limit, causing piercing whistling sounds to explode in the ears of the people present. In the sky, besides the 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes drawn upon by the two old men, 1,200 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. A herd of mammoths danced wildly. The two old men, whose imposing manner shot through the sky as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian, never could have imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually have such a trump card on hand. Their eyes emitted a strand of dread when they saw two fierce beasts with cultivations not one bit inferior to theirs flashing over towards them. Right at this moment, their minds were in turmoil. A bloody hole instantly opened up in each of their chests, and their eyes that were originally buoyant with spirit, dimmed down. Two corpses crashed onto the ground, dying with everlasting regret. If they knew beforehand that Duan Lingtian had two fierce beasts guarding him, even if they weren't a match for the two little pythons, they wouldn't have been killed so quickly. The surprise attack of the two little pythons caused the two of them who were similarly at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage to have little to no opportunity to defend against it. When they had reacted to it, there was already no chance of them surviving. Little black, little white, not bad. I'll get the kitchen to especially fry 2 bowls of meat for the two of you once we get home. Duan Lingtian praised the two little pythons. The intelligent, small eyes of the two little pythons flickered with an excited brilliance when they heard that there would be meat to eat. The Yu clan is like a haunting soul that just doesn't want to leave. Duan Lingtian sneered before putting away the two little pythons within his sleeve. As far as he was concerned, these two Yu clan old fellows had virtually made such a long journey just to give away their lives. Duan Lingtian condensed some pill fire after taking the two old men's spatial rings and burned their corpses into ash. Only then did he leave as if nothing had happened. Maybe it was because Husan's spatial ring from yesterday gave Duan Lingtian such a pleasant surprise, but the few million silver within the two Yu clan old men's spatial rings didn't cause any fluctuation in Duan Lingtian's mood. However, if there was money to gain easily, then it would be a waste to not take it. Night slowly descended. After dinner, Duan Lingtian made true of his promise and asked the kitchen to fry 2 bowls of the two little pythons' favorite mouse meat. Of course, it wasn't any ordinary mouse meat, but a 3rd-level core formation fierce beast, the subterranean mouse. Little white, even if it's tasty, don't eat so much. Look at you, you've eaten to the point that you're going to burst, right? A voice pleasant to the ear mixed with a trace of reproof sounded. It was the voice of K'er as she lightly rubbed the little white python's bulging stomach. The two little pythons lied on the table with their stomachs protruding out. They were unable to move for very long time. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were sitting at a side. They couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's, K'er's, and Li Fei's gazes descended upon the two little pythons. They noticed that the markings on the bodies of the little pythons were currently flickering with a glow. The golden markings on the little black python and the silver markings on the little white python slowly flickered and became even more dazzling by the moment. In the end, the little black python was completely enveloped in a golden light, and as for the little white python, it was enveloped by a silver light. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that strands of brilliant light descended from the skies. This is lunar force, Li Fei exclaimed. So this is the lunar force? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He still remembered how the galactic star technique he passed on to Li Fei utilized lunar force and sunbeam force to cultivate. They would be gathered within the body and then condensed into origin energy. However, never had he imagined that the two little pythons were actually capable of drawing upon the lunar force. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, only special cultivation methods were capable of drawing upon the lunar force, and the galactic star technique Li Fei cultivated was precisely one of these special cultivation methods. The lunar force poured down as if it were casting a gentle veil upon the night sky. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the lunar force that poured down actually resonated with the silver light in the surface of the little white python's body, and the two joined together. Subsequently, the gold light on the little black python's body was unwilling to fall behind, as it too converged with the silver light on the little white python's body. The three sources of light merged together. After half an hour, the lunar force withdrew itself. The golden light on the little black python and the silver light on the little white python slowly faded away as well. Duan Ling Tian's formidable spiritual force noticed the changes that occurred to the two little pythons at the first possible moment. They seemed to have broken through. Fifth level of the nascent soul stage. Before long, the two little pythons flipped their bodies around and stood up straight. They flicked their tongues as their gazes descended upon the remaining fried meat before lowering their heads and starting to eat once more. Their stomachs that were bulging to the point that they seemed like they were about to burst had sunk down, as the food they had eaten before had now been completely digested. Duan Ling Tian and the two girls beside him gazed at each other. They didn't know what had just happened. What type of snake are you two little fellows, actually? So bizarre. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. He vaguely perceived how the origins of these two little pythons weren't simple. From everything they had just revealed, it wasn't impossible for them to even metamorphose into demon beasts in the future. Chapter 172. Origin Freezing Pill. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to gaze upon the night sky, and the dense, starry sky reflected into his eyes. This array of stars should be many planets, right? According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. And at the end of the lands in every direction is a vast, oceanic expanse, where the size of the ocean is boundless. Rebirth Martial Emperor had once gone out to sea, desiring to seek its end, but eventually he noticed that the boundless ocean seemed to not have any end. In the end, he was worried that he would get lost and didn't go any deeper. A segment of Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. In other words, Rebirth Martial Emperor didn't explore deep into this vast world. Maybe the Cloud Continent I'm currently on, combined together to that boundless ocean, is a planet as well. Duan Ling Tian guessed within his heart. At this moment, he made a great aspiration within his heart. In the future, if he is able to stand at the peak of Cloud Continent, then he will definitely bring along his family and go out to sea to explore this vast world. He wanted to see if this place was a planet or not. According to his estimations, if it was a planet, then it was definitely a planet countless times larger than Earth. The speed of Rebirth Martial Emperor at his peak was countless times faster than the planes on Earth in his previous life. And with Rebirth Martial Emperor's speed, if he were to be put on Earth, then he would be able to circle around the entire planet in the blink of an eye. If this piece of land below my feet is really a planet. Duan Ling Tian's gaze looked at the array of stars in the horizon, and he thought in his heart, then which planet is Earth? Earth was his home, and there were too many of his memories there. If he had the chance to return, then he would surely take it. Not for any other reason but to burn the bones and shatter the ashes of that broker who set him up. Although, he still needed to thank that broker to a certain extent, as the broker gave a much more wonderful life. But the two matters can't be considered together, some scores still had to be settled. Young master, what are you thinking of? K.'s pleasing voice sounded, causing Duan Ling Tian to return to his senses before lightly smiling. I was thinking of whether other humans like us exist on those stars. Young master, how could you think like this? If there were people on those stars, then they would have surely fallen down long ago. K.'r gazed upon the array of stars in the night sky, and her beautiful eyebrows knitted as she spoke with an innocent and pure expression. Could he say it? Could it be that he would need to explain what gravitational attraction was to K.'r? Meanwhile, Li Fei looked up into the array of stars in the night sky as well. Her clear eyes focused and she was absorbed in thought. Duan Ling Tian and his two fiancés were admiring the moon and gazing at the stars, whereas outside the gate of the Su clan estate, two figures walked swiftly in single file to enter the estate. The figure in the front was a young man around the age of 22 or 23, and the figure in the back was a young man around the age of 20 who was wearing red clothes and had a frosty expression. There was a sheathed sword within his arms, and his pair of cold eyes flickered with a trace of a strange light. After a short moment, Grand Elder, Su Li is here. Before a vast courtyard, the young man who was leading the way respectfully spoke. Let him in. An aged voice sounded out from within. The frosty young man who wore red clothes and held a sword in his arms was precisely Su Li. Su Li's eyes flashed with a complicated sheen, and he eventually walked into the courtyard with large strides. Within the vast courtyard, an aged figure stood there still as a mountain, and the figure's pair of eyes that emitted a bright light descended onto Su Li. Su Li stood there after entering and didn't speak a single word. Is your father well? The Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan's, gaze descended onto Su Li as he slowly asked. Not bad, he eats well and sleeps well, Su Li said indifferently, as if he was unwilling to converse further with Su Nan. You brought me here. If there's something you want to say, then speak frankly. Su Nan took his time as he spoke. I still remember that your father was a sword cultivator, and his shadowless sword was something that rarely met a match amongst his peers in our Su clan. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and actually challenged Duan Rufeng, who was flourishing within the Duan clan at the time. In the end, not only did his sword snap, he even suffered a body full of internal injuries that were difficult to heal, and it was difficult for him to utilize the origin energy within his body ever again. I heard that you have a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian, the son of Duan Rufeng, and are even friends. What? The son of the enemy that put your father into such a miserable state? You don't hate him in the slightest. As he spoke up to this point, Su Nan's gaze sharpened as if it could penetrate everything. Why would I hate him? Su Li asked indifferently and with a calm tone. If you called me here just to drive a wedge between us, then you've wasted your time. Even though his father was defeated at the hands of Duan Ling Tian and suffered a body full of internal injuries, his father had never once hated Duan Rufeng. Even to the extent that his father would feel heartfelt respect whenever he mentioned Duan Rufeng. Even though they were far away from the imperial city, when his father found out of Duan Rufeng's disappearance that year, his father felt a sense of loss for a period of time. At that time, although he was still young, he was still able to remember it clearly. He, who was influenced by his father since a young age, would naturally not hate Duan Rufeng. Moreover, the reason his father left the Su clan and left the imperial city that year, wasn't at all because of the group of vile people in the Su clan. If he were to talk about hatred, then he hated the Su clan much more. Humph, you really are like your father, ignorant. Su Nan's face sank. If there's nothing else, then I'll be taking my leave. Su Li's gaze focused as a cold light flashed within, and the hand which held on to his sword tightened. The person he admired the most in his life was his father, and he wouldn't tolerate others' disrespect. Since it's come to this, then I'll be frank. Take this thing first. Su Nan raised his hand and threw a small jade bottle to Su Li. Su Li frowned, as he was able to discern that this was a pill bottle. However, he didn't think that Su Nan would be kind and gift a medicinal pill to him. This is an origin freezing pill, Su Nan slowly spoke. Su Li's face went grim, as he naturally knew what an origin freezing pill was. Although it couldn't be considered a poisonous pill, if it were to be consumed by a martial artist below the origin core stage, then the origin energy within that martial artist's entire body would be suppressed, and that martial artist wouldn't be able to utilize his origin energy for 10 hours. Even if the person only consumed a tiny bit, their origin energy would still be suppressed for at least half an hour. In this instant, Su Li understood Su Nan's intentions. You want me to give Duan Ling Tian this origin freezing pill? You're extremely intelligent. Su Nan's gaze flashed as he spoke slowly. I know you think of him as a friend, so I won't force you. You don't have to personally kill him. You only need to make him consume the origin freezing pill during his meal. It's fine even if it's only a shred. At that time, our Su clan disciples at Paladin Academy will take care of it personally. Do you think it's possible? Su Li sneered. He raised his hand, planning to toss away the pill bottle. Su Nan's face sank as he coldly said, if you toss away this origin freezing pill, then there'll be no room for turning back. What? Threatening me? Do you think that I, Su Li, am the type of person that would harm my friends to save my own life? Su Li laughed in disdain. He would rather die than sell out his friends, not to mention harm the lives of his friends. Su Nan's gaze focused as he slowly spoke. Not bad, you're exactly the same as your father all those years ago. However, you don't have a choice. Our Su clan has long ago found out about you and your parents' home in Flowing Wind City's Martial Tomb Town. I'll give you 2 days. If you don't give Duan Ling Tian that origin freezing pill within 2 days, then I'll send people riding Fergana horses to the martial tomb town and take your parents' lives. Su Li's face went pale. Although his father's cultivation wasn't low, due to the hidden injuries within his body, he was unable to utilize his origin energy. His mother is only an ordinary wife, so her cultivation was even inferior to Su Li's. Despicable. Never had Su Li imagined that the Su clan's Grand Elder would actually be so despicable that he would use the lives of Su Li's parents to threaten Su Li. The lives of your parents are in your hands. You should look out for yourself. Su Nan lightly smiled as if Su Li was within his grasp before waving his hand to ask Su Li to leave. Su Li took a deep breath, and his gaze flickered as he sunk into a fight with his own morality. In the end, he still held onto the pill bottle within his hand and left the Su clan estate. At dawn the next day, after breakfast, Duan Ling Tian brought along the 2 little pythons and arrived at Paladin Academy as usual. The matter which occurred yesterday was obviously suppressed intentionally by Paladin Academy, so news of it didn't spread. The group of Star Mastermind Department students in the classroom didn't size Duan Ling Tian up with strange gazes. The entire morning passed in peace. At noon, Duan Ling Tian's group once again gathered for a meal in the cafeteria. Su Li, why's your expression so unsightly? Duan Ling Tian noticed that Su Li's expression was slightly unnatural and couldn't help himself from asking. I wonder what happened to this fellow. He's had this sour face since early in the morning. Tianhu shook his head. It's nothing. Under Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu's concerned gazes, Su Li shook his head. Before long, the food was served, and with it was a jug of wine. It feels so gratifying every time I think about what happened yesterday. Let's have a proper toast to it. Tianhu smiled as he extended his hand to pick up the wine jug. Su Li raised his hand and hid away Tianhu's hand, and grabbed onto the wine jug before him. The sun is rising from the west if you're actually taking the initiative to pour wine for us. Tianhu had a face full of disbelief. If it wasn't for all of you arriving on time yesterday, my entire cultivation would have been crippled by that Su Tong. Su Li murmured. What are you talking about? We're all friends. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Su Li, when did you become so sentimental? Come, hurry up and pour the wine. At a table not far away, 2 young men sat together. Looks like Su Li is about to make his move. Humph, he still said that they're friends, but isn't he selling him out all the same? Even till death, that Duan Ling Tian probably wouldn't have imagined that his good friend would drug him. The 2 young men used a voice only the 2 of them could hear as they whispered to each other. However, after we've dealt with that Duan Ling Tian, we'll have to leave Paladin Academy as well. So be it. The reward that the Grand Elder promised us is sufficient for us to live out the rest of our live without worry. Chapter 173, The Vice Dean's Rage. They've drank the wine Su Li poured. The eyes of the 2 young men abruptly shone. Just at this moment, they saw the wine cup within Su Li's hand slip and fall to the ground before shattering. Su Li, this fellow, why are you so careless? Tianhu shook his head with a smile. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's face went grim, as his formidable spiritual force vaguely felt a trace of danger. Xiao Yu, who was sitting opposite of Duan Ling Tian, seemed to have seen something. His pupils constricted and his face went grim as he shouted explosively, Duan Ling Tian, be careful. 2 3-foot-long blades that glimmered with a cold light originated from the hands of 2 unfamiliar young men. They whistled out, flashing straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Fierce sword lights brought about piercing whistling sounds in the air as they flashed towards Duan Ling Tian's back. Above the 2 young men, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2 9th stage core formation martial artists. Presumptuous. Right at this moment, an aged voice that contained rampaging rage echoed out from the cafeteria's pavilion. A surge of wind could be vaguely noticed on the stairs leading down from the pavilion. An aged figure flashed down swiftly, but unfortunately, it was obvious that he wouldn't make it. The swords in the hands of the 2 young men had already arrived before Duan Ling Tian and looked like they were about to pierce through Duan Ling Tian's back and come out the other side. The faces of Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tianhu all went grim, but their cultivations were far from the 2 people who had abruptly attacked to kill Duan Ling Tian, so they were utterly incapable of helping Duan Ling Tian in time. When they had only just stood up, the swords of the 2 young men had already reached Duan Ling Tian's back. In the nick of time, Duan Ling Tian made his move. Origin energy exploded out from beneath his feet, and 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes abruptly condensed into form above him. Duan Ling Tian's body moved at an extremely tricky angle, barely dodging the two swords that flashed over swiftly. Not only that, his leg trembled and his entire body seemed to transform into a spirit serpent, and he stuck closely to the two young men that attacked him as he flashed behind them. "You're courting death." Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. He raised his hand and a violet sword light flashed out. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. Merely a single sword strike brought about 2 strands of dazzling fresh blood, and the 2 young men that approached in full fury flew out with their eyes wide open as they fiercely collided with the wall. In the short moment before death, their gazes didn't look at Duan Ling Tian but instead descended upon Su Li. "You." After one of the young men took his last breath, the other young man struggled to raise his hand. He wanted to point at Su Li with a face full of fury. But unfortunately, his hand hadn't even been raised when he took his last breath. Dead. Before they died, the 2 young men only had one last thought within their minds. They'd been cheated by Su Li. This Su Li, not only did he not drug them, but he even shattered the wine cup and gave them the secret signal, causing them to think that Su Li had already succeeded, and thus they impatiently wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was drugged and unable to utilize his origin energy. Wasn't killing Duan Ling Tian an easy job for them? But who would have known that Duan Ling Tian wasn't drugged at all? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the 2 corpses on the ground, and his face was extremely unsightly. These 2 people were obviously higher grade students of Paladin Academy. Who the heck had sent them to kill him? As a student of Paladin Academy, if you dare kill someone within the academy, it was akin to giving up your future, because Paladin Academy would expel you. People the 3rd prince sent. Or was it the 5th prince? Or maybe it's the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Ru, and also that Su clan vice dean. Meanwhile, under the respectful greetings of the crowd of students, the gray-robed old man that flashed down from the cafeteria pavilion earlier had already walked over. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly. There were actually students that dared to strike a killing blow towards another student within Paladin Academy. Luckily, the person that was attacked was fine, otherwise, Paladin Academy would suffer a huge loss of face. Vice Dean. Duan Ling Tian greeted the old man, and his expression slightly eased up a little bit. "The Academy will give you an explanation regarding this matter." The old man had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Ling Tian slowly nodded as streams of light flashed within his head. What he wanted to know the most right now was who the heck sent these 2 people. Subsequently, the old man walked over to the 2 corpses and flipped through their student badges, then his face sank. "They're grade 4 students. Does anyone recognize them?" Followed by the old man's words, the crowd of people moved to surround them before starting to point fingers. Isn't this our class, Su Ping and Su Ji?" "It really is them. They seem to be members of the Su clan, right? But why would they want to kill Duan Ling Tian? 2 madmen, actually daring to strike a killing blow within the academy." In next to no time, there were people who recognized the 2 young men that were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Su clan. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as an awe-inspiring killing intent arose within him. However, he was slightly curious. Why would the Su clan only send 2 9th-level core formation martial artists to kill him? This was almost no different from suicide. No matter what, boundless rage still rose within his heart. He'd taken note of this debt. The Su clan. The old man's face sank when he heard the discussion of the group of students. Good. What a good Su clan. He had received reports of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the Su clan from the 2 academy teachers yesterday, and thus he didn't feel this to be unexpected. However, the fact that members of the Su clan had actually dared to strike a killing blow within the academy had undoubtedly touched his bottom line. This time the vice dean is really angry. The Su clan is probably going to have a hard time. The hearts of some of the youths that were spectating trembled, as they vaguely guessed. "Duan Ling Tian, are you alright?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and the others arrived beside Duan Ling Tian with faces full of concern. "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "It's only 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. They're not enough to kill me. Not to mention only 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. As long as the martial artists that surprise attacked him weren't of the 7th-level nascent soul stage or above, they would undoubtedly die. Earlier, if it wasn't for him suppressing the 2 little pythons that were concealed within his sleeve and preventing them from attacking, those 2 Su clan members wouldn't even have the opportunity to get close to him. The two little pythons were his trump card. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't easily reveal their existence. Are there any Su clan members amongst you? The old man's gaze swept past the spectating crowd. Instantly, a small amount of people's faces went pale, but they still summoned up some courage and stood out. All of you, bring along the corpses of your clan members and follow me to the Su clan. The old man walked forward in large strides and left the cafeteria. His tone contained strands of suppressed rage mixed within. Duan Ling Tian's group sat down and continued their meal. What happened earlier was just a farce to them. When they were nearly finished eating, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Su Li seemed to be hesitating to speak. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Su Li, if you have something to say, then be frank about it, we aren't outsiders." Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian who also noticed that something was wrong with Su Li. "I want to borrow 1 million silver from you guys." Su Li eventually spoke and went silent after he finished. Tian whose eyes went wide open the moment Su Li spoke. Only Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Xuan, and Xiao Yu didn't have any huge reaction and were only slightly surprised about why Su Li would suddenly wanted so much money. However, they didn't ask. "I have 200,000 silver on me." Xiao Yu was the first to speak. "I have 300,000 silver. Su Li, if you aren't in a rush, I'll go gather the money when I return home tonight and give it to you tomorrow," Xiao Xuan said. Duan Ling Tian didn't speak as he extended his hand into his pocket. He then raised his hand and slapped a stack of silver bills before Su Li, precisely 1 million silver. "Fuck, Duan Ling Tian, you're so rich." Tian who fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished gaze. Xiao Yu's and Xiao Xuan's gazes descended upon Duan Ling Tian. They were able to produce 1 million silver as well, but they wouldn't keep so much money on hand all the time. "Duan Ling Tian, where'd you get so much money from?" Xiao Yu had a face full of amazement. He was the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder, so it wasn't strange if he produced a few million silver casually. But Duan Ling Tian was only a branch family disciple of the Li clan, and he was even a disciple with another surname. "The patriarch gave me 2 million silver when I left Aurora City," Duan Ling Tian casually said. "Looks like that Li clan's patriarch looks at your future extremely favorably, otherwise, he wouldn't have put down such a large investment." Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. However, he's made the right bet. He was confident that with Duan Ling Tian's strength and natural talent, the Li clan's investment would surely bring about huge returns. "Thank you." Su Li glanced at Duan Ling Tian gratefully before putting away the silver. "We're all friends, what are you being so courteous for?" Duan Ling Tian made nothing of it, as the current him possessed a vast sum of a few tens of millions worth of silver. A mere 1 million silver was something he didn't really mind anymore. He didn't plan on asking Su Li to return the money. As a friend, was far more important than money to him. He, however, didn't notice that a strand of a strange light flickered deep within Su Li's eyes. The Su clan estate. Within a vast courtyard, a young man with a ghastly pale expression sat at a side with eyes that contained crimson color within. "Grandfather, do you really have a way to make that Duan Ling Tian die?" The young man took a deep breath. Extreme hatred was mixed within his voice. This young man was precisely Su Tong, who had his Dantian crippled by Duan Ling Tian, the original #1 genius of the younger generation of the Su clan, in existence at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, had now become a cripple, and his entire strength merely remained at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. "Tong, don't worry, that Duan Ling Tian will certainly die by tomorrow." The Su clan's grand elder Su Nan, who stood at the side, spoke slowly with a voice filled with confidence. "Grand elder, are you sure that Duan Ling Tian will certainly die?" Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded from outside the courtyard, and within the voice was a vague trace of fury mixed within. "Patriarch." Su Nan hurriedly bowed when he saw the person who had arrived, and Su Tong, who was at the side, followed suit and bowed as well. Chapter 174, Su Li's Decision. "Grand Elder, shouldn't you give me a good explanation on some matters?" Patriarch Su Boya had a dignified expression mixed with a trace of rage, and his eyes stared fixedly at the old man. "Patriarch, what do you mean?" A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart, as he understood the patriarch and thus knew that the patriarch wouldn't be so enraged over some small matter. "Paladin Academy's Zan Shang just left our Su clan." Su Boya's face was extremely unsightly as he said, in a low voice, "Grand Elder, I left this matter to you because I trusted you would be able to deal with it properly and because Su Tong is your grandson. But what you did this time did indeed lack consideration, and not only were you unable to kill Duan Ling Tian, you even brought great trouble for our Su clan. Su Nan reacted after hearing what Su Boya said, and his face went pale. Could it be that the plan had failed? Patriarch, what actually happened? Su Nan's breathing became hurried. Just a while ago, Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zan sent over the corpses of Su Ping and Su Ji. Su Boya took a deep breath. Su Ping. Su Ji. Su Nan's face went grim. Patriarch, Su Ping and Su Ji are dead. Su Ping and Su Ji were precisely the two pawns within his plan, pawns that would cooperate with Su Li to slaughter Duan Ling Tian. Exactly. Not only are they dead, but they were even killed by that Duan Ling Tian. Su Boya said, in a low voice. It would have been fine if they had succeeded and killed Duan Ling Tian. Paladin Academy would expel them at most, and it would have no effect on our Su clan. But not only did they not kill Duan Ling Tian, they were even killed by Duan Ling Tian. Now in order to give Duan Ling Tian an explanation, the Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zan isn't willing to let the matter go. Do you know that just for this matter, that Vice Dean Zan reduced our Su clan's yearly recommendation quota to Paladin Academy from 5 to 3? As Su Boya finished speaking, the rage on his face grew stronger. In the past, 5 places weren't even enough for the group of Su clan higher-ups to divide amongst themselves. Now that it had been reduced to 3, he could imagine the expressions on the faces of those higher-ups once they found out about everything. Su Nan's body trembled and his face went ghastly pale when he heard this. He really went for wool and came home shorn. No, impossible. It's impossible that they'd attack Duan Ling Tian before Su Li drugged him. Su Nan was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Humph. Su Boya's face sank as he grunted coldly, then he flicked his sleeve and turning around to leave. Grand Elder, if you're unable to deal with this matter, then feel free to speak up, I'll send someone else to deal with it. After Su Boya left, Su Nan pondered for a long time but was still unable to wrap his head around it. The plan that he considered to be perfect, why would it turn out like this? There was only one possibility, which was Su Li didn't follow the plan and even sold him out. Su Li had joined forces with Duan Ling Tian to cheat and kill the 2 disciples of his Su clan, right at this moment. Grand Elder, there's a letter here for you. Just at this moment, a humble voice sounded from outside the courtyard, and a Su clan disciple passed a letter to Su Nan. Su Nan received the letter and opened it to take a look. Grand Elder Su Nan, I'm truly sorry. I accidentally let the wine cup slip during lunch at noon today, and caused your people to mistake it for the secret signal to slaughter Duan Ling Tian. Signed, Su Li. There was only this short passage of words on the letter, but it angered Su Nan to the point that his body trembled and the lifeblood within his body roiled. Pooh. In the end, Su Nan was forcefully angered to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Nan's eyes flickered with a luster of bloodthirst, and his icy cold voice emitted coldness that reached the bone. Su Li, I'll make your entire family be unable to die a natural death. Su Tong, who was not far away, had an extremely unsightly expression. He had perceived that his enemy, Duan Ling Tian, had survived. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in cultivation atop a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice ground, and he was fully immersed in a peaceful state. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, an anxious voice jolted Duan Ling Tian awake. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes to notice Tian Hu hastily running over from afar. Duan Ling Tian turned over to drop down from the large tree before going to greet Tian Hu. Tian Hu, what happened? Duan Ling Tian, Su Li has left. Tian Hu smiled bitterly. Left. Duan Ling Tian didn't react for a moment. This is the letter Su Li left for you. Only after Tian Hu passed over the letter did Duan Ling Tian's face turn serious. Duan Ling Tian opened the letter. Duan Ling Tian, when you see this letter, I'm probably already riding the Fergana horse I bought with the money you lent me. I'm going to return home. Last night when I left the Su clan estate, I had already made this decision. Even if I, Su Li, have to give up my future, I still wouldn't harm my own friends. I'll be bringing my parents along once I leave home this time. As for where I'm going, I haven't thought of it yet. Maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, and say goodbye to Xiao Yu and the others for me. Maybe one day in the future we'll meet again. At that time, I'll return the money I owe you. Signed, Su Li. Duan Ling Tian crushed the letter in his hand into a ball. Besides containing these words of farewell, the letter which Su Li wrote him also explained what exactly happened. Su Li left Paladin Academy and gave up his own future. Number 1, for the sake of his parents' safety. Number 2, for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, this friend of his. At this moment, many of the questions within Duan Ling Tian's heart were unraveled. Why Su Li accidentally slipped and dropped a cup, and why those two Su clan members had attacked him with so much confidence. So it turned out that those two Su clan members thought that Su Li had made him consume an origin freezing pill. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. Although Su Li was usually quiet and reserved, at this moment, he could feel the friendship of Su Li. For the sake of Duan Ling Tian, this friend of his, Su Li was willing to give up his future. Su Li, I believe in you. We'll surely meet again. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and a trace of anticipation flashed within his eyes. His mood was slightly heavy. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know that after parting ways today, his next meeting with Su Li will be many years later. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li left. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan walked over. Take a look. Duan Ling Tian sighed and passed over the letter that was crumpled into a ball to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu opened the letter, and Xiao Xuan and Tian Hu gathered together to read it as well. That Su clan's grand elder, despicable. After he finished reading the letter, Tian Hu's face went extremely gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in fury. He and Su Li became friends from battling each other, and they had even entered the Star General Department together. He'd long since taken Su Li as a good friend within his heart, but never had he imagined that Su Li would leave like this. In the future, he wondered if there would be a chance to meet again. After they finished reading the letter, rage appeared in the eyes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, and at the same time, it was mixed with a trace of admiration. Su Li gave up the great future before him for the sake of his friend and thus had left. Such actions were worthy of respect. Duan Ling Tian once again sat atop the large tree and rested himself on the tree trunk. He looked up through the luxurious foliage into the bright, blue sky. Su clan, since you want to play, then I'll accompany you and play nicely. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slowly narrowed, and a cold expression appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su Li's departure caused Duan Ling Tian's mentality to undergo a certain degree of change. The current Duan Ling Tian seemed to have once again become that cold and unfeeling weapons specialist he formerly was. At dusk, outside Paladin Academy, a luxurious carriage was parked at the side of the road. The person who drove the carriage was a white-browed old man with extraordinary bearings, and with a glance anyone would know that he was no simple figure. Duan Ling Tian noticed the carriage as soon as he walked out of Paladin Academy's gate, but he paid no attention to it. He said his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan before walking forward by himself. Just when he passed by the side of the carriage, a figure that was fast like a bolt of lightning seemed to move like a ghost and blocked in front of Duan Ling Tian. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that the person who before his eyes was precisely that white-browed old man who drove the carriage. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. At this moment, he could feel the changes of the two little pythons that were concealed within his sleeve. Relying upon the experiences of rebirth martial emperor and his own spiritual force, he could deduce the old man's cultivation level. This old man was a 7th level nascent soul expert or above. In terms of strength, he was even not inferior to the 3rd prince's manager, Hu-san. However, this white-browed old man obviously wasn't at the level of being a half-step void stage expert like the Divine Might Marquis. Unless a figure like this were to surprise attack him when he was completely defenseless or not on guard, he was confident in instantly killing the old man by relying on the bone corrosion inscription. You are Duan Ling Tian? The white-browed old man asked in a low voice, as he scrutinized Duan Ling Tian. With a condescending gaze. Fuck off. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was ice-cold and his face sank. He had always disdained paying attention to this sort of old fellow who gets self-conceited because of their seniority. The white-browed old man was startled. He obviously had never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would dare have such an attitude towards him. Instantly, a trace of rage appeared on his face, just when he was about to lose his temper. Old boy, don't forget our real motive. A man's voice that didn't have any fluctuations in emotion sounded from within the carriage, causing the white-browed old man to instantly restrain his fury. Duan Ling Tian's brows rose, and he was slightly surprised. It looked like the person inside the carriage wasn't simple. The white-browed old man suppressed his rage and said to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, my liege requests your presence. Sorry, I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian shrugged indifferently. Don't move. Right at this moment, a delicate shout echoed out from within the carriage. This time it was the voice of a woman. This voice seemed as if he had heard it somewhere, but Duan Ling Tian couldn't recall it for a moment. Subsequently, the voice of the woman sounded once more. This time she spoke to the man within the carriage. Cousin, this Duan Ling Tian doesn't know what's good for him. I think we should just ask old Bai to directly kill him. Subsequently, it was deathly silent within the carriage. It's her. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered. Wasn't this voice the voice of that Tong Li? Then the person who she called cousin. Besides the fifth prince, who could it be? Chapter 175, Counter-Tracking. So it's the fifth prince. I've really been impolite. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the carriage before lightly smiling. If there's nothing else that fifth prince needs, then I'll be leaving. Duan Ling Tian continued walking forward after he finished speaking. Wait, right at this moment, the fifth prince's voice that contained no feelings once again sounded. Duan Ling Tian stopped his steps. He was extremely curious. What the heck did this fifth prince want to do? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Then the enmity between you and my cousin will be written off. The fifth prince's voice continued to echo out, a voice that had a tone that allowed no dispute. Kneel, kowtow. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim and rage arose within his eyes. Cousin, I don't want him to kowtow, I want him dead. Tong Li's icy cold voice subsequently sounded from within the carriage with a tone that seemed as if there was no room for discussion. 2 idiots, Duan Ling Tian sneered, and continued to walk forward. Duan Ling Tian, if you just walk off like this, then you'll surely regret it. The fifth prince's voice continued to echo out. Sorry, but the word regret doesn't exist in Duan Ling Tian's dictionary. Duan Ling Tian's face seemed to have been covered in a layer of ice. He paid absolutely no attention to the fifth prince's threats. There was gold beneath a man's knees, and his knees only bent for the heavens, earth, and his parents. It would be impossible even for the supreme emperor to make him bow and kneel, let alone a mere prince. Presumptuous. The white-browed old man's face went gloomy and a terrifying aura was emitted from within him as if he wanted to catch up to Duan Ling Tian and kill him on the spot. Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps. His gaze focused and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If this white-browed old man were to attack him, then he'd activate the bone corrosion inscription and annihilate him at the first possible moment. Old Bai, let's go. The fifth prince's voice that vaguely contained a trace of coldness sounded. The white-browed old man caught his breath and suppressed the rage within his heart before driving the carriage and leaving. Within the carriage, Tong Li had a face full of displeasure. Cousin, didn't you say you would help me vent my anger? Why did you only ask that Duan Ling Tian to kneel down earlier? The fifth prince lightly smiled. Cousin, death isn't the worst punishment to some people. When it comes to a person like Duan Ling Tian, someone who is so unyielding and prideful, making him kneel down and kowtow is much more difficult than making him die. However, it can be said that I gave him a chance today. In the future, even if I really kill him, the Duan clan can't say anything about it. Tong Li seemed to come to an understanding and was slightly embarrassed. Cousin, I've misunderstood you. However, didn't that Duan Ling Tian refuse the Duan clan and doesn't consider himself a Duan clan disciple? Cousin, why are you still worrying about that Duan clan? The fifth prince's eyes focused. Be that as it may, the blood of a Duan clan direct descendant still flows within him. Don't worry, cousin brother will absolutely not let anyone who bullied you go. Just let him live for a few more days. As he finished speaking, a sense of doting appeared on the fifth prince's face. Thank you, cousin. Tong Li's face burst into a smile and her eyes flickered with a malicious sheen. It was as if she had already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian's corpse being torn into pieces by her. This fifth prince is practically even more arrogant than that third prince. Duan Ling Tian's heart went slightly cold as he walked down the road. You better not come offend me. Or else, even if you're a noble descendant of the imperial family, I still won't show mercy. Today, Duan Ling Tian's mood wasn't great originally due to Su Li's departure, so flames of fury vaguely arose within him. Now with the appearance of the fifth prince and Tong Li, and that attitude of looking at him in a condescending manner, it was like putting oil to the fire, causing his fury to increase explosively and be difficult to restrain. Only when he arrived near the Divine Might Marquis estate did Duan Ling Tian's expression ease up and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the entire imperial city, besides his family and his few friends, only the Divine Might Marquis estate could warm his heart. Duan Ling Tian arrived before the Divine Might Marquis estate's gate, where a young guard soldier took a step forward and fiercely shouted at him, "Halt!" Before Duan Ling Tian could even speak, another middle-aged soldier ran over and raised his hand to give the young soldier a slap on the back of his head. "Brother Zhang, why'd you hit me?" The young soldier turned around and looked angrily at the middle-aged soldier. The middle-aged soldier paid no attention to the young soldier. He respectfully led Duan Ling Tian into the Divine Might Marquis estate. "Young Master Ling Tian, please come in. You know me." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He remembered that this person wasn't amongst the guard soldiers that were present when he came the last time. "Young Master Ling Tian, the other day when Vice General Peng led you into the estate, I just happened to have seen you," the middle-aged soldier said respectfully. He clearly saw how Vice General Peng had a respectful appearance and didn't dare neglect this youth when he led him in the estate the other day. Duan Ling Tian nodded before saying, "You continue with your work. I'll go look for the Marquis myself." Duan Ling Tian entered the Divine Might Marquis estate by himself after he finished speaking, and moved familiarly within. "Brother Zhang, who is he?" The young soldier rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't angry, as he had realized that the violet-clothed youth wasn't simple. "Humph. Kid, you're really brave from your ignorance. As for who he is, even I am not really sure. All I know is that when he came the last time, it was Vice General Peng that personally led him in. Moreover, when he left, the Marquis and Junior Marquis personally sent him out." The middle-aged soldier had a face full of fear. "Now tell me if I ought to have hit you or not." The young soldier's face went pale from fright and then he hurriedly nodded. "Yes, yes." After entering the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian went directly to the audience hall. After the soldiers who guarded the audience hall reported his arrival, Duan Ling Tian once again met the Divine Might Marquis, Ni Yuan. "Little Tian." Ni Yuan had a wide grin on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian. "What, have you come this time because you need Uncle Ni to help you with something?" Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. "Uncle Ni really predicts things like a prophet." Ni Yuan derided, "Kid, don't give your Uncle Ni that. Let me guess, you probably came because of the matter with the Su clan, right?" "Uncle Ni, you're well informed." Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. Students from the Su clan within Paladin Academy tried to assassinate another student but were instead killed by their target. The Vice Dean was enraged, and he personally went to the Su clan and reduced the Su clan's recommendation quota into Paladin Academy from 5 to 3. "Looks like that Vice Dean Zan really cares for you." Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a spurious smile. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused. He knew that the Vice Dean had gone to the Su clan, but he didn't know that the Vice Dean had cut down the recommendation quota to Paladin Academy of the Su clan to 3. For a moment, a sense of gratitude to the old man arose within Duan Ling Tian. "Speak, what did you come to Uncle Ni for?" Ni Yuan glanced at Duan Ling Tian dotingly as he asked. "Uncle Ni, I want the information of all the Su clan's businesses within the Imperial City, including the information of the people in charge of those businesses." Duan Ling Tian proclaimed the reason for his arrival. "You came here for this?" Ni Yuan was slightly surprised. He thought that Duan Ling Tian would want him to come forward and suppress the Su clan's spirit, but never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually come for his. "Nothing else?" Ni Yuan asked. "Nothing." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He came to the Divine Might Marquis estate precisely for this information. As for anything else, he was able to deal with it by himself. "All right, come get it 3 days from now." Ni Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian and didn't ask any further. "Thank you, Uncle Ni. Then I'll be heading home first so my mother doesn't worry," Duan Ling Tian said. Subsequently, Ni Yuan once again personally sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate, causing that rash soldier that guarded the gate to feel a lingering fear within his heart. Luckily, he hadn't offended that violet-clothed youth earlier, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian had only just arrived at the Paladin Academy gate when he couldn't help but frown. The restlessness of the two little pythons and his sensitive spiritual force told him that someone was watching him from the shadows. "Humph." Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps and glanced far off into the distance with a sneer on the corners of his mouth. He didn't pay any attention to who sent those people, but if they were to dare to appear before him, then he wouldn't mind making them become corpses. Outside of Paladin Academy, in a remote alley, 2 ramrod straight figures stood there. He seems to have noticed us. The thin-figured middle-aged man among them had a face full of surprise. Seems so. The other middle-aged man nodded. The thin man was silent for a moment before speaking. I heard he's only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for him to notice us. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The other man seemed unsure as he spoke. After Duan Ling Tian walked into Paladin Academy, he noticed that the feeling of being watched had disappeared, so he walked into the classroom for classes as usual. The entire morning passed with Sima Chongfeng's long-winded statements. At noon during their meal, Duan Ling Tian's group was slightly unaccustomed to the lack of Su Li, and they remained silent in tacit understanding. At dusk, after walking out of the Paladin Academy gates and saying his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, Duan Ling Tian once again felt someone watching him. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. Seems to be the two people from this morning, Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly as he walked into a remote alley. In this alley, he had lured and killed two batched of people who wanted to kill him in succession. But this time, when he entered the alley and walked slowly, those two people didn't appear for a long time. Who the heck are they? Duan Ling Tian frowned and lost his patience. Humph, since you aren't taking the initiative, then I'll reverse the positions. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused and his speed increased, then he vanished at the end of the alley in the blink of an eye. The two middle-aged men's figures appeared in the alley and swiftly moved forward, but they were unable to catch Duan Ling Tian's trail. Although they were nascent soul martial artists, they weren't inscription masters, and thus their spiritual force wasn't so sensitive. Moreover, they didn't possess the tracking and counter-tracking abilities that Duan Ling Tian developed from his previous lifetime as a mercenary and special forces member. We actually let him escape from under our noses. The thin-figured middle-aged man laughed bitterly. We can confirm that our feeling in the morning was correct and he indeed noticed us. The other middle-aged man had a serious expression. Is playing hide-and-seek fun? Right at this moment, a calm voice sounded from behind the two middle-aged men, causing their faces to turn extremely grim. Chapter 176. Two Great Brave Generals. The two middle-aged men felt their scalps go numb and sweated cold sweat out of fear as they slowly turned around. When they gazed upon the violet-clothed youth before them, their faces were filled with disbelief. This youth, when did he get behind them? They actually didn't notice it in the slightest. They both looked at each other and could see the shock within each other's eyes. While the two middle-aged men turned around, Duan Ling Tian was sizing them up as well, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Who sent you two? Duan Ling Tian asked in a calm voice as he stared fixedly at the two men. His dignified voice contained a sense of grimness. Instantly, a terrifying bloody intent swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body and enveloped the two men without any restraint. The faces of the two men immediately went pale. It was difficult for them to imagine how a youth that seemed to be around the age of 18 would actually have such a terrifying killing intent. Instantly, an aura of slaughter arose from them as well, and it moved to counter Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. Their two auras of slaughter gathered together, and only then did it barely stop Duan Ling Tian's bloody killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit as he felt the aura of the two men, and his ice-cold face eased up. Only then did the two men heave sighs of relief and showed faces full of lingering fear. Never in their dreams had they imagined that a little fellow at the 9th level of the core formation stage was actually able to bring such terrifying pressure to them. If it wasn't indeed a youth that stood before them, they would even think that this was a formidable man that had walked out from a terrifying battlefield. Go back and tell the Marquis that I appreciate his good intentions. Duan Ling Tian walked past the two middle-aged men after he finished speaking and directly left. You know who we are. The two middle-aged men were slightly surprised. Such a strong aura of slaughter forms on the battlefield. Besides army officers who are veterans in battle, how many other people could possess it? Under the focused gazes of the two middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian's figure slowly disappeared into the distance, but the words that Duan Ling Tian left behind, however, made both their faces flush. Veterans in battle. Before that youth, they really felt ashamed to proclaim themselves as officers who were veterans in battle. Looks like the general has still underestimated this nephew of his. The thin, middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Since it's come to this, then let's return. Moreover, not mentioning anything else, with just this ability of his, there's only a handful of people in the Su clan who can do anything to him. The other middle-aged man had bitterness within the corners of his mouth as he slowly spoke. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Looking at his two favorite generals who stood before him with faces full of dejection and in low spirits, Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan's face was full of astonishment. Didn't I ask you two to protect that nephew of mine in secret? Why have you two returned? General, don't joke with us. It's better if you get that nephew of yours to protect us. The thin middle-aged man shook his head. He felt a lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. Until now, he still couldn't wrap their heads around how exactly that violet-clothed youth with a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage could arrive behind them without them noticing in the slightest. He could imagine how if the violet-clothed youth was substituted with an enemy that matched his strength, he would undoubtedly die. Even though the other middle-aged man didn't speak, he nodded in deep agreement. What do you mean by this? Ni Yuan frowned with a puzzled expression. The two people before him were both his trusted generals that had swept through all opposition on the battlefield, and they could only be compared to a few people. But now, these two men seemed depressed and listless. It was difficult for him to imagine what exactly happened that would cause his two favorite generals to become like this. Eventually, under the narration of the two men, Ni Yuan found out the ins and outs of the matter. He noticed the tracks of you two at the first possible moment. Dodged past your tracking, and when you both were unaware in the slightest, he slipped behind you two. Ni Yuan had a face full of disbelief. Although he knew that this nephew of his was mysterious, never had he imagined it would be to such an extent. Ru Feng, what sort of little freak did you give life to? The corners of Ni Yuan's mouth twitched, and his eyes flashed with the traces of a jealous and envious brilliance. The youth being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and even becoming a grade 9 alchemist had already caused him to be surprised. But never had he imagined that besides all this, the youth still had such a terrifying ability. Ordinary people might think nothing of the youth's ability in tracking and counter-tracking, but as a figure akin to a god of war in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a man who'd walked out of the battlefield, he was able to deeply perceive how terrifying such an ability was. If he had such an ability, it would also mean that sneaking into the enemy's camp would be like walking into a deserted place. Even if it was assassinating the enemy camp's grand general, it wouldn't be a difficult task. The appointed day arrived 3 days later as scheduled. Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the audience hall, the Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan passed over the stack of information in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. Little Tian, these are the things you wanted. Thank you, Uncle Ni. If there's nothing else, then all. After getting the things he needed, Duan Ling Tian was prepared to leave. However, would Ni Yuan let him leave? Wait, Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes narrowed before he lightly smiled. Little Tian, I think we should chat. Chat about what? Duan Ling Tian had a face full of vigilance, because he noticed that Ni Yuan had a fox-like smile on his face. 2 days ago, didn't you manage to slip behind my two favorite generals without them noticing it in the slightest? Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Uncle Ni, you want to chat about this? Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. He thought it would be something important. I've thought about it, and if this ability of yours is able to be widely utilized within the army, I would surely be able to construct an extremely successful team. I would be able to go deep into the enemy army as if it was a deserted place and take the head of the enemy's commander as if it taking it out of my pocket. When Ni Yuan spoke about armies going to war, his body unconsciously emitted an iron-blooded aura of slaughter. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war, just this aura of slaughter far surpassed that of the two men he encountered 2 days ago. Uncle Ni, you want me to pass on this ability to you? Duan Ling Tian guessed Ni Yuan's intentions. Exactly. Ni Yuan's eyes shone as he nodded. If you're willing, Uncle Ni can agree to any of your requests. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Ni Yuan. Uncle Ni, I removed the poison from Grandfather Ni, so you seem to still owe me a great favor, right? Ni Yuan laughed embarrassedly and rubbed his fists together. He was truly interested in that ability of Duan Ling Tian's. Uncle Ni. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ni Yuan with a serious expression. That ability of mine, if you want to learn it, it can't be said to be difficult nor not difficult, neither can it be said to be easy or not easy. But it isn't something that can be learned in a short amount of time. I naturally understand this, just like how when armies go to battle, it requires experiences accumulated over a long period in order to become an army that's won 1,000 battles. Ni Yuan nodded, as he didn't feel this to be strange at all. Since it's like this, then send 2 people to me, Uncle Ni. I think the 2 men you sent to protect me the other time aren't bad. Ask them to follow me for a period of time and I'll surely be able to let them completely grasp this ability of mine. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled at an angle as he slowly spoke. Your appetite is really big, kid. Do you know that they're both top generals under my command? Ni Yuan derided. However, they probably wouldn't refuse if I asked them to follow you and learn. Just as Ni Yuan said that, the gazes of the 2 men that Ni Yuan had sent to protect Duan Ling Tian in secret shone brightly. The moment they heard that Duan Ling Tian was going to teach them that mysterious ability of tracking and counter tracking, even their breathing became hurried. They had experienced Duan Ling Tian's ability and were able to estimate how much they would benefit once they mastered that ability. Ni Yuan's gaze focused as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Little Tian, how long would they need to learn for? What? Uncle Ni's unwilling to part with them. Don't worry, I'll need a year's time at most. After a year, even if they're unable to reach the level I'm at, they will surely be able to master the key points. At that point, they will only need more practice before catching up to me sooner or later. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said this with a face full of confidence. 1 year, that isn't too long. Ni Yuan's brows knitted as he nodded. However, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ni Yuan and hesitated to speak. What other request do you have? Ni Yuan asked. Uncle Ni, during this year, I hope that they can completely become my people and only listen to my orders. Anyone else, including you, has no right to order them. I require complete control over them. Duan Ling Tian proclaimed his request. If you're unable to do this, then everything we've spoken about earlier can be considered to be cancelled. Ni Yuan lightly frowned, but he eased up before long and shook his head. Never mind, it's up to you. I presume you probably have a sense of limit when you do things. The current Ni Yuan, however, didn't know that this decision of his would become the decision he regretted the most in his entire lifetime. In the days that were to come, he would realize that there was no concept of limits within this nephew of his. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Deal. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 middle-aged men as he asked, What are your names? The thin and tall middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate. Young Master Ling Tian, I'm Zhang Qian. The other man of middle stature respectfully said, Young Master Ling Tian, I'm Zhao Gang. In the future, you 2 can directly call me Young Master, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Yes, Young Master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied with extreme respect. Although the cultivation of the youth before them was nothing in their eyes, the youth's abilities in other areas caused them to have heartfelt admiration. Uncle Ni, I'll be taking them and leaving. Although it was only for a year, obtaining 2 brave generals at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage for nothing still caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely delighted. This time, Ni Yuan didn't escort Duan Ling Tian out. He was really worried he would regret it. He had a feeling that this nephew of his was no ordinary person. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. A bitter smile appeared on Ni Yuan's face. Chapter 177. Got mixed up in trouble. After walking out of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Are you 2 married? The 2 of them nodded, and a smile of warmth and happiness appeared on their faces, as they had obviously thought about their wives. Duan Ling Tian found out from them that their families lived within the Divine Might Marquis estate. After bringing the 2 home, Duan Ling Tian summoned his manager, Jing Ru. Jing Ru, ask the servant girls to clean up 2 rooms for them. Yes, young master. After Jing Ru left, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang with a serious expression. Besides me, you 2, and the people that live here, I hope that no one, not even the Divine Might Marquis, finds out about the location of this house. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both army officers and understood the weight of an order. As far as they were concerned, from today onwards, Duan Ling Tian was their general for the next year. In the future, you 2 will stay here for 3 days, then return to the Divine Might Marquis estate for a day. Besides that, when I'm at Paladin Academy, you 2 can return to accompany your families and then come wait for me outside Paladin Academy at dusk. Duan Ling Tian ordered continuously. Thank you, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had already been prepared to be separated from their families for a year, but never had they expected that Duan Ling Tian would be so reasonable and understanding. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Before long, Jing Ru had finished getting the servant girls to clean up the 2 rooms, and after Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang returned to their rooms, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the rear courtyard. Scoundrel, who are those two people you brought back? Li Fei asked curiously. They're people I borrowed from Uncle Ni. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Li Fei nodded and didn't inquire any further, as she was clear in her heart that whatever that man did, he had his own reasons. After a while, Duan Ling Tian greeted the three women before returning to his room. He withdrew the stack of information he received from the Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan. This was information on the Su clan's businesses within the Imperial City, as well as the information of the people in charge of those businesses. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded after he casually skimmed over the information. As expected of one of the three great clans of the Imperial City. Their clan's businesses are practically spread throughout all of the Imperial City's inner city and outer city. Inns, weapon stores, medicine stores, restaurants, everything that one could wish for is one of their businesses. Besides that, all of these people in charge are actually at the nascent soul stage. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended upon one of the pages of information. Su Lai, third level of the nascent soul stage, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder Su Nan. He manages the Su clan's brilliant excitement inn. He's fond of women, his greatest addiction is to forcefully take female commoners, and he once killed a family of 7 for a female commoner. As he read up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused and a cold light flashed within, and he sneered. Sure enough, like uncle like nephew. It'll be you. After putting away the stack of information into his spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room and arrived at the front courtyard. Duan Ling Tian summoned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before bringing them along and leaving the house. Presently, it was already deep into the night, and there was no one to be seen on the road. With Duan Ling Tian at the lead, the three of them quickly arrived outside an inn. Young master, what are you here for? Zhang Qian was slightly bewildered. To kill someone. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as a coldness appeared within his eyes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and exhaled breaths of cold air. It was probably only this youth who could speak of killing someone so casually. Although they had killed many people on the battlefield, that was the battlefield, whereas this was the Imperial City, and thus the meaning was completely different. This seems to be a business of the Su clan. Zhang Qian's pupils constricted. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian brought along the two of them as he followed along the inn's walls to sneak into the inn's roof. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang obediently followed behind him. After a while of searching, Duan Ling Tian eventually confirmed the location of the target and snuck onto the roof above the target's room. Don't. No. I beg you. Don't. The sound of a woman begging for help sounded from within the room. Duan Ling Tian silently lifted open a piece of tile and clearly saw the scene within the room. A fatty with an extremely large belly was forcing himself onto a woman with slightly good looks and wore plain clothes. The woman obviously was unwilling and she desperately struggled. Bad luck. Instantly, the fatty lost all patience and he kicked out, directly kicking the woman flying. She collided with the wall and completely lost all signs of life. This scene was something that Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had never expected. Even though Duan Ling Tian was furious, he still held his breath and had a gloomy expression. Bastard. However, the 2 honorable and staunch men who had experienced battlefields were angered to the point that they shouted in low voices and their faces went gloomy. Who? The fatty within the room perceived the sound and his face went pale. The instant he lifted his head to look, he noticed that a tile on the roof above him had been lifted away by someone. You two? Really are. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he glanced at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang helplessly. Looks like the first lesson I'll be giving you is how to control your emotions. Alright, now that he's been startled by you two, I'll leave it to you two to deal with him. Duan Ling Tian spread out his hand to express his helplessness when he finished speaking. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had long since been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to say this, and the moment Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, their legs trembled as they directly stepped through the roof and flashed inside. Duan Ling Tian followed them inside as well. Where'd you thieves come from? Do you actually dare to make this young master your target? Didn't you even find out who this young master is? The fatty with an extremely large belly and a bare upper body, or in other words, the Su clan's grand elder's nephew, Su Lai, had a disdainful expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. However, since you've come, then stay. The fat on Su Lai's body trembled as 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, revealing a strength at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. The fatty's palm descended. It vibrated in the air 3 times, transforming into 3 palm prints that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Humph. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had only just moved when 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above each of them. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that pierced through the sky. 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists. Su Li was dumbfounded. He originally thought that they were only 3 little thieves, but never had he imagined that there would be 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists. His expression went completely pale. "Who the heck are you?" Su Li shouted fiercely in a questioning tone. But unfortunately, what he received in return was Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's attacks that were filled with rage. After easily shattering Su Li's palm prints, Zhang Qian's and Zhao Gang's attacks were like a tempest as they descended onto Su Li's body. Instantly, Su Li's fat figure distorted in shape and lost all signs of life. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian walked over unhurried and removed the spatial ring on Su Li's hand before establishing ownership of it. When he saw the large pile of silver bills and silver ingots within the spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he muttered to himself, "These silver bills and silver ingots in total are at least 7 or 8 million silver. Not bad, 7.7 or 8 million silver." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were stunned. "Young master, who is this fatty?" Zhang Qian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva as a bad premonition arose within his heart. "You don't know who he is, but you still rushed over, gave him a beating, and killed him." Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. "Never mind, if he's dead then he's dead. My target this time was originally him. This person is called Su Li. He seems to be the manager of this inn. His other identity is a direct descendant of the Su clan, and he is also the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan." Duan Ling Tian shrugged and finished speaking within a breath. Zhang Qian's and Zhao Gang's expressions completely went pale. The Su clan's direct descendant. Oh my god, even the Divine Might Marquis wouldn't dare to brazenly get rid of a Su clan direct descendant like this, right? What, you two think he didn't deserve death? Duan Ling Tian noticed that both of them had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed like the two of them had charged forward very fiercely earlier, right? "Manager, has something happened?" Right at this moment, a clamorous noise sounded from outside the room and was moving closer. "If you don't want to be noticed, then hurry up and leave." Duan Ling Tian swept Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian with his gaze before being the first to step on the room to gain momentum and jumping up the hole in the room. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't dare ponder any longer. They hurriedly followed Duan Ling Tian. If they were to let the Su clan know that it was them who had killed Su Li, even the Divine Might Marquis would be unable to protect them. This was a Su clan direct descendant. Large families like the Su clan regarded the face of the clan as most important, and killing their direct descendants was no different than slapping them on the face. After leaving the inn and passing by a few roads, only then did Duan Ling Tian slow down his speed. How was it? Satisfying, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two of them and grinned. It's satisfying, yes. However, that was a Su clan direct descendant. If the Su clan finds out that it was us, we'll be finished. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile on his face. He even felt slight regretful for following this youth and leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. He hadn't even learned any skills but had attracted a terrible disaster like this. Although Zhao Gang didn't say anything, his current expression obviously showed that he had the same thoughts as Zhang Qian. "You said, if they find out it was us, so isn't it fine if we don't let them find out?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. Didn't this fellow's brain know about thinking from a different angle? Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and withdrew 2 stacks of silver, before passing them over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. "Tonight's gains aren't bad. This is for you too, 1 million silver each." 1 million silver? Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian both shuddered and were completely dumbstruck. They were 7th-level nascent soul martial artists and had no one above them but the general, but their entire accumulated wealth from the army for nearly half of their lives was only a few 100,000 silver in total. Now they had only just killed a damn fatty that raised indignation within the commoners, and they were able to obtain so much money. They both wondered if they were dreaming. However, the two of them didn't take the silver that Duan Ling Tian passed to them. "Young master, we can't take this money." Disregarding the two men's refusal, Duan Ling Tian forcefully pushed the silver into their hands before casually saying, "Don't be fussy, hurry up and take it. Tonight is only the beginning. In the future, as long as you follow this young master, I guarantee you can earn a huge sum. Tonight is only the beginning." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang felt like weeping but had no tears. and they both felt like they had gotten mixed up in trouble. Chapter 178, Invincible under the Origin Core Stage. Put away the silver, and let's go home. If you two don't want to die, then you better not let a fourth person know of what happened tonight, including the Divine Might Marquis and your family members. Duan Ling Tian took a large stride forward and walked towards his own house. Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang put away the silver before following Duan Ling Tian. If tonight's matter were to be known by another, they'd be unable to avoid being implicated as well. Even though they had done many deeds of valor in battle, even though they were the trusted followers of the Divine Might Marquis, the Su clan wouldn't care about all that. At that time, even the Divine Might Marquis might not be able to protect them. When Duan Ling Tian had only just returned to his house with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and they had all returned to their rooms to sleep, the Su clan was completely filled with loud sounds of discussion. The Su clan had many businesses under them, and they were even involved in inns. However, the Brilliant Excitement Inn under the Su clan had encountered disaster tonight. The manager of the Brilliant Excitement Inn, in other words the Su clan member that was in charge of the inn and was Grand Elder Su Nan's nephew, Su Lai, was killed in his own room. In the Su clan audience hall, Patriarch Su Boya had a face full of rage as his palm descended, and the armrest of the new seat that had just been changed was once again shattered by him, causing the hearts of the Su clan elders that were present to tremble. Looked like after today, the Patriarch would need another new seat. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Su Buyuya had a gloomy expression and was practically roaring. The bearing that a patriarch of a clan was supposed to have was all gone, and all that remained was a frenzied rage. The Su clan had really been going through a troubled period lately. First, the most talented genius among the younger generation direct descendants, Su Tong, was crippled, then it was the loss of the recommendation quota to enter Paladin Academy, and now the Su clan's direct descendant disciple was actually so brazenly killed by someone. Patriarch, that nephew of mine died so tragically. We must find out who's the assailant and make him pay for blood with blood. Grand Elder Su Nan, who sat below Su Boya, had a face full of lament and resentment and was enraged to the extreme. One trouble had not even subsided and another had already arose. If it was before, there would surely be many people who would second what the Su Nan said, but now. Grand Elder, according to my knowledge, Su Lai frequently did some deeds like forcefully taking female commoners. When he was killed tonight, his room contained a woman that was killed by him for not obeying him. Could it be that he had committed too many bad deeds and encountered the revenge of a righteous expert? The old man that sat opposite of Su Nan spoke indifferently. His tone was calm but mixed within was a trace of pleasure at Su Nan's misfortune. I think what second elder said is reasonable. Grand Elder, you should have long since known of the despicable actions of that nephew of yours. Why didn't you try to advise him? Exactly, if Grand Elder had been able to provide proper guidance, that Su Lai would have surely restrained himself and wouldn't have lost his life over this. The remaining Su clan elders one after the other seconded what second elder had said. Some of the Su clan elders even had sarcastic tones as they spoke. Since they found out that Grand Elder Su Nan's decision caused the Su clan to lose 2 recommendation slots to Paladin Academy, extreme displeasure arose within their hearts. The recommendation quota that was already fought for amongst the Su clan higher-ups was now even more difficult to obtain. And all of this was because of Grand Elder Su Nan. You all. Su Nan's face was extremely unsightly. He naturally knew why he would become the common target for criticism. Presently, all the statements these elders made were reasonable, causing him to not know how to refute them for a moment. Patriarch, even if that nephew of mine had any more fault, he's still a direct descendant of our Su clan. Could it be that we're going to let him die for nothing? Su Nan looked at Su Boya with a face full of fury. Humph. Su Boya grunted coldly. Killing a direct descendant of my Su clan is no different than slapping the face of my Su clan. Pass down my orders, investigate the identity of the assailant. If someone is able to provide a clue, reward them with 1,000,000 silver. Reward with 1,000,000 silver. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the classroom when he heard some of the students in his class discussing what happened in the Su clan last night. The Su clan is really stingy. The life of a direct descendant disciple is only worth 1,000,000 silver in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression, but he felt extremely happy in his heart. Before long, a trace of ice coldness appeared within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Su Nan, last night's incident is only just the beginning. Since you want to play, then I'll accompany your Su clan and nicely play. Su Nan, the Su clan's grand elder, and the culprit that forced Su Li to leave. In the afternoon that day, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and cultivated as usual. The bottleneck that he originally thought would still require some time to break through was instantly broken through under Duan Ling Tian's concentrated and devoted cultivating. And his cultivation officially stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. I broke through. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and was slightly surprised for a brief moment. How could it be so fast? Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know that the cultivation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique walked upon the path of being domineering and following the heart. This time, because of Su Li's departure, an extremely large change occurred in Duan Ling Tian's mentality, and he seemed to have once again become that iron-blooded weapons specialist from his previous lifetime that stopped at nothing. As long as someone bullied his friends, brothers, or family, he would surely return it tenfold, hundredfold, even thousandfold and 10,000-fold. This sort of mentality happened to fully conform with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's requirement of being domineering and following the heart. It allowed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation to advance at a tremendous pace and at full speed, directly breaking through the 5th level core formation stage bottleneck and stepping into the 6th level of the core formation stage in one go. As long as Duan Ling Tian continued to maintain this mentality, the cultivation speed of his 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the future would surely be able to maintain this tremendous pace at which it advances. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a cultivation method that was on par with the Supreme Cultivation Method 3 Lives Rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated, after all, and surpassed top cultivation methods at the same level as the Frost God's Sword technique, the Demonic Beauty Divine technique, and the Galactic Star technique. After breaking through to the 6th level of the core formation stage, Duan Ling Tian was extremely delighted. After I get home tonight, I'll refine a dragon blood pill and directly let my fleshly body complete its tempering with origin energy. After that, I can continue to charge towards the 7th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian was slightly excited in his heart. Once he completed the tempering of the fleshly body for the 6th level of the core formation stage, he would be capable of exerting the strength of 16 ancient mammoths even without the use of his spirit weapon, the Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. As a grade 8 spirit weapon, the Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword was capable of increasing his strength by 20%. At that time, if he were to use the Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword, he would be capable of exerting the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the core formation stage would only possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths and would be unable to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths unless the martial artist had a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. However, not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, who had sects sprout up like forests and the number of experts within were like the clouds in the sky, might not have a grade 4 spirit weapon. It could be said that after tonight, even if it was throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and even throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian could still be called invincible under the Origin Core stage. At dusk, after Duan Ling Tian left Paladin Academy, his brows slightly raised. Interesting. A cold smile that was difficult to notice appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He noticed that among the people that were hidden in the shadows and focused on him, besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who were under him, there were still 3 more people. Hey, are all the people in this world so unprofessional when they resort to tracking someone? Duan Ling Tian shrugged and walked into an alley in the distance with extreme familiarity. He had only just entered the alley for a short moment when 3 figures seemed to transform into 3 gusts of wind as they flashed straight towards Duan Ling Tian, and they divided themselves into 3 corners as they surrounded Duan Ling Tian. They were 3 middle-aged men who had frosty expressions that contained no emotions whatsoever, and their icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as if they were looking at a dead man. Could it be that your liege thinks that just the 3 of you are enough to take my life? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, as he vaguely perceived that the cultivation levels of these 3 people were at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. They were even inferior to that fatty Su Lai from the brilliant excitement in last night. Target confirmed, kill. One of the middle-aged men spoke with an incomparably icy cold voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, his entire body moved and he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. The other 2 middle-aged men followed suit. 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the middle-aged man that spoke. He was obviously a 2nd-level nascent soul martial artist. The other two people were both at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Faced with the joint attack of the three middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of dodging, even to the extent that he didn't allow the two little pythons beneath his sleeve to attack. At practically the same instant that the three men pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, two figures whose speeds were numerous times faster than the three men seemed to transform into two bolts of lightning as they instantly flashed into the battle. They stood beside Duan Ling Tian and protected him. Above the two men, there were each 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The three middle-aged men's expressions went grim. Bad intel, retreat. The body of the second-level nascent soul martial artist trembled in the air. His legs stepped onto the ground, desiring to obtain the momentum to flee. The other two men hurriedly stopped their attacks as well and split into three directions as they fled. Humph! A cold grunt accompanied by a figure that moved like a bolt of lightning instantly passed the second-level nascent soul martial artist. The other figure that moved like a bolt of lightning caught up to the other two first-level nascent soul martial artists as well. Leave them alone. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly focused as he ordered. He wanted to know who exactly sent these three people were. No matter who it was that sent them, he would make that person pay the price. After a short moment, Zhang Qian's palm slapped downwards to heavily injure that second-level nascent soul martial artist, and like an eagle that caught a chick, Zhang Qian carried him over to Duan Ling Tian. On the other side, Zhao Gang killed one of the first-level nascent soul stage martial artists before capturing the other. As long as you tell me who sent you, I can let you live. Duan Ling Tian slowly walked out. His gaze descended upon the two middle-aged men with ghastly pale expressions as he spoke with a cold and indifferent voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. The scene that would only appear within wuxia novels from his previous life appeared before his eyes. The two middle-aged men cracked their teeth. They had obviously bitten some sort of poisonous medicine into pieces before directly dying from poisoning. Chapter 179, Huge Business Deal. After seeing the two middle-aged men's faces turn black, losing vitality from the poison, and dying from suicide, Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian glanced at each other before their faces went grim. Death soldiers. Death soldiers. What death soldiers? Duan Ling Tian's brows frowned. He didn't understand why Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian would have such a huge reaction. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at Duan Ling Tian and felt their scalps go numb. Who the heck did this young master offend? Zhang Qian took a deep breath and slowly explained, Young master, the so-called death soldiers are a group of pawns that are fearless of death and were trained by people who have great plans and schemes. These death soldiers are only loyal to their liege and only serve one liege with their lives. As long as their liege wishes it, they are willing to give up everything, including their lives, for their liege. During the process of carrying out a mission, once the mission fails, these death soldiers would rather die than spit out the identity of their liege. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Ling Tian together. They were both curious as to how this young master offended the person behind these death soldiers. So these are death soldiers. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and a trace of coldness arose within his heart. For the sake of completing the mission, they were fearless of death. These people were virtually machines of slaughter that were deprived of any human feelings. Young master, have you offended someone? Zhao Gang asked in a slightly hesitant manner. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he directly said, I've offended many people. Don't you both know of the Su clan? Young master, logically speaking, it's impossible that these death soldiers are people from the Su clan. Zhang Qian shook his head. According to my knowledge, these death soldiers usually come from the army. Only people who possess high statuses would secretly gather these people and form a death corps under their command. At the critical juncture, these death corps would be able to transform into sharp blades that directly enter the chests of their enemies. Then who do you think these death soldiers most probably belong to? Duan Ling Tian frowned lightly as he asked. Young master, within the imperial city, these death soldiers are more commonly seen under the command of the various princes of the imperial family. As long as they are princes who have the intention to compete for the seat of the emperor, then basically all of them without exception have trained a group of death soldiers under their command, Zhao Gang said, with a serious expression, and his eyes couldn't help but emit a trace of suspicion within his eyes. Could it be that the young master had a grudge with someone that has a lofty status? Prince. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused and a cold light flashed within. He didn't have to ponder before being able to guess that the 3 death soldiers that had just appeared to assassinate him were either the 3rd prince's people or the 5th prince's people. 3rd prince, 5th prince. No matter who did this, I hope you two don't go too far, otherwise, not to mention that the seat of the emperor will not be fated for you two, even your lives will be difficult to maintain. Duan Ling Tian's face sank as killing intent arose within his heart. Let's go home. Duan Ling Tian called Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian before directly walking towards his house. On the way, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget to teach a lesson to the two of them. When the two of you secretly follow me in the future, can you be a little bit more professional? I'd only just walked out of Paladin Academy and I'd noticed the tracks of you two. As Duan Ling Tian taught them a lesson, he also slowly imbued the practical knowledge of tracking he learned from his previous life as a weapons specialist into the two of them. When had Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang ever heard of such fresh things? They listened so well that they seemed like they were infatuated and intoxicated with what Duan Ling Tian taught them. Never had they imagined that merely tracking would actually have so much to pay attention to. The gazes with which the two of them looked at Duan Ling Tian was even more respectful. And at the same time, they couldn't help but be curious inwardly. Where the heck did this youth actually learn all these things? You two, take a rest and prepare. This young master will take you two out to conduct a huge business deal tonight, Duan Ling Tian said to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang after they returned home. He then walked into the main building by himself and returned to his room. Huge business deal. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at each other and both saw bitter smiles on each other's faces. They naturally knew what this huge business deal the young master spoke of was, however, did they have any room to choose now? Precisely as the saying goes, make one wrong move, and every move after that will be wrong. The two of them helplessly shook their heads before obediently returning to their rooms to rest. As for Duan Ling Tian, after he returned, he didn't even have the time to greet the 3 beauties within his house before directly returning to his room. He withdrew the cauldron and subsequently started refining the dragon blood pill. After the dragon blood pill was completed, Duan Ling Tian consumed it. Instantly, his fleshly body completed the tempering for the 6th level of the nascent soul stage and gained an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. This would also mean that his next step would be to directly charge towards the 7th level of the core formation stage. I've finally nearly caught up to those 2 girls. A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Since they had settled down in the Imperial City's inner city, no matter whether it was Kair or Li Fei, they both spent over 10 hours a day cultivating under the assistance of an inexhaustible supply of high-purity origin-increasing pills. Presently, the 2 girls had already broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage in succession. But Duan Ling Tian was confident that with his current cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long from now before he'd catch up to the 2 girls' footsteps. Young master, it's time for food. A voice that was pleasing to the ear sounded from outside. Duan Ling Tian opened the door and saw Kair there. Duan Ling Tian was in a slight trance when he saw the slim and graceful young girl. The current Kair wasn't the little girl from before, she had already matured. Looking at Kair's beautiful face that was as white as jade, and the pair of plump buds before her chest, Duan Ling Tian's lower regions went hot as evil intentions arose within his heart. Maybe he should find a time to eat up this girl Kair. Young master, I'm leaving first. You hurry up and come eat as well. Kair had noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and her heartbeat increased in speed. Her face blushed as she quickly walked out. This little girl is still shy. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and chased after her. After finishing their meal, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room and withdrew the information of the various businesses under the Su clan and the people in charge of those businesses, before starting to look through it. In the end, he locked in a target. Su Yong, 6th level nascent soul martial artist, cousin of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, and manages the Su clan's largest medicine store within the Imperial City, Calmed Clouds Pavilion. He has 2 children that commit all sorts of atrocities, and every time it was Su Yong who cleaned up after their mess by ruthlessly annihilating any threats. After he finished looking through Su Yong's information, Duan Ling Tian decided on him. The main reason why he chose Su Yong was naturally because of his relationship with Su Nan. The second reason was due to his despicable actions. Besides having 2 ignorant and incompetent children that were profligate sons, he himself was stained with despicable deeds. Like the old saying, like father like son. In this world where the strong are revered, it's like this. There is absolutely no law to be spoken of, and the fist is the absolute principle. Just like this Su Yong, it can be said that everyone within the imperial city knows of the actions of Su Yong and his 2 sons. However, even the imperial family that controls the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom pretends that they don't notice for the sake of the Su clan's face, and thus don't punish Su Yong and his sons. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't plan on being some sort of savior, since he had decided to give the Su clan a taste of his strength, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Blame yourself for being misfortunate. If it wasn't for your Su clan going overboard, I wouldn't have targeted you. Duan Ling Tian finished looking through the other information of Su Yong before leaving his room. Deep into the night, when it was so dark that one was unable to see their own hand in front of them. At the northern area of the imperial city's inner city was a residential area, and one of the courtyard houses amongst them was extremely spacious. Within the courtyard house, the lights were out, as the person inside had obviously fallen asleep. 3 figures were like owls as they passed the courtyard house's enclosing wall before sneaking into the courtyard house. Let's go. Under the shine of moonlight, the figure of the person in the lead appeared, and it was a youth wearing black clothes and had his face covered. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian. His target tonight was the Su clan's Su Yong. This Su Yong didn't stay within the Su clan estate. Instead, he bought a courtyard house outside of the Su clan estate by himself and kept a few mistresses. He passed his days extremely comfortably. Under Duan Ling Tian's lead, Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian, who similarly wore black clothes and covered their faces, silently followed behind him. Through the moonlight, the helplessness within their eyes could be seen. When had they ever been so sneaky? Young master, from what I know, that Su Yong is only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Can't we be straightforward and directly charge in to kill him? Zhang Qian asked. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in deep agreement. Why did he feel that these 2 fellows were even more savage than him? Straightforward. Duan Ling Tian sneered in a low voice. If we directly charge in, then what would be the difference of having me here? Don't forget what your general asked you to follow me for. Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian came to a sudden understanding. So the young master was training them. Unless something happens, kill Su Yong only. Duan Ling Tian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to enter the main building and arrived outside the innermost master bedroom. Duan Ling Tian pushed out his palm and shook open the door's lock. The room door was pushed open by Duan Ling Tian. Who? Instantly, an explosive shout sounded from within the room, and subsequently a light was lit within the room. The entire room was completely illuminated. The middle-aged man that was originally completely naked shrouded himself with a robe at the front of the bed before jumping down from the bed and opening his pair of fierce triangular eyes widely to stare fixedly at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, who wore black clothes and had their faces covered. He said, with a gloomy expression, "Who are you all?" Ah, a young girl that looked to be around the age of 20 cowered at the corner of the bed in fear. She pulled over the sheets to cover her buck-naked body. Kill him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he shouted in a low voice with his command. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved to directly flash towards the middle-aged man. They had an imposing manner that pierced through the sky. 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above each of them. 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists. The middle-aged man's, or in other words, Su Yong's, face went deathly pale, as he realized that these people didn't come with good intentions. His gaze quickly descended upon the nearby window, and his body moved before breaking the window with a loud crash and going out. Above him, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted as they pursued. No, don't kill me. When she saw Duan Ling Tian approaching, the expression of the young girl who cowered at the corner of the bed went pale, and her eyes emitted terror. Chapter 180, A Storm Rages. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian heard a wave of clamorous noise sounding from outside the front courtyard. He knew that the events here had alarmed the other people. Under the girl's frightened gaze, Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted before he raised his hand and knocked the girl out. Only then did he chase out of the window. In any case, his face was currently covered, and thus he wasn't worried about being recognized. Outside the window was the rear courtyard of this courtyard house, and currently that Su Yong was leaning against the rear courtyard's wall, unmoving and without a trace of life. Obviously he didn't succeed in his escape. Think about it, how could a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist succeed in fleeing under the joint chase of 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists? Meanwhile, Zhang Qian removed Su Yong's spatial ring and respectfully passed it into Duan Ling Tian's hand. Young master, let's go. When Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 arrived before the wall, they exerted force with their legs and their origin energy rose explosively. Above their heads, 10+ ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed. They directly jumped over the enclosing wall and arrived outside the courtyard house. When Duan Lingtian had only just left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he could vaguely hear a sorrowful cry echo out from within the rear courtyard. Master. On the way, Duan Lingtian established ownership over the spatial ring, and the wealth within caused his eyes to shine. 30+ million silver. It was just as he'd expected. This Su Yong had worked most of his life, and his accumulated wealth would far surpass that fatty, Su Lai's, from last night. In fact, Su Lai could be considered a nephew of Su Yong. This pair of uncle and nephew in total had gifted him nearly 40 million silver. Take it. Duan Lingtian once again withdrew 2 million silver and divided it among Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The two of them didn't refuse this time and directly put it away. As far as they were concerned, now that they were following and did things for this audacious young master, they practically had a slim chance of survival. If one day they were to accidentally fail, then they could at least leave this wealth to their wives. With the Divine Might Marquis present, they didn't have to worry about their wives being implicated. It could be said that they were already prepared for the worst. After all, what they were doing now was like walking on a steel wire atop a cliff, and they would fall down at the slightest accident, resulting in their bodies being smashed into pieces. The Su clan weren't easy to deal with. If Duan Lingtian knew the thoughts of Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian, he would surely be speechless for a while. He had done similar things countless times in his previous life, and besides the time he was sold out by someone, when did he ever fail? When they returned to the house, Duan Lingtian, whose mood was already elated, greeted another unexpected reason for being happy. Shang Quan had actually spent all the 50 million silver he was given last time and had once again gathered the materials that were sufficient to inscribe over 10 bone corrosion inscriptions. After today, the Su clan will surely be vigilant. I'll rest for a few days and help Mom and those two girls by inscribing some bone corrosion inscriptions for the next few nights. Duan Lingtian thought inwardly and made a plan. To him, there was nothing more important than the safety of his family. Duan Lingtian, whose mood was elated, sneakily entered Li Fei's room. Li Fei wasn't asleep yet. She was sitting cross-legged on the soft bed as she cultivated. Her eyes opened the moment she heard movement, and she saw Duan Lingtian with a glance. She didn't even have the time to react when she was pushed down onto the bed by Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, your husband has come. Before long, accompanied by Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing, the soft bed started swaying, writing down an extravagant score of music. Until deep into the night, only then did the movement of the two cease, and the sound of panting suffused within the entire room. Right at this time, Duan Lingtian hugged little Fei, whose face was blushing, and fell asleep in satisfaction. The Su clan higher-ups once again gathered within the audience hall that very night. Killing 2 of my Su clan's direct descendants within 2 nights in succession. Looks like someone is intentionally making it difficult for our Su clan. Patriarch Su Bo Ya's palm descended once again in rage, and the armrest of the new seat that had only been changed today was once again shattered. As the Grand Elder who sat below the Patriarch, Su Nan had an extremely unsightly expression as well. Last night, his nephew had died. Tonight, his cousin had died. He suddenly felt that the target of everything seemed to intentionally or unintentionally be him. Not only did Su Nan think in this way, even the other Su clan elders had similar thoughts. Grand Elder, have you offended someone? Yeah, Grand Elder, if you've offended someone, you can speak up, and with this clue, we'll be able to investigate the assailant's identity. Grand Elder, could it be that you have some difficulty? Grand Elder, I hope you can put the interest of the entire Su clan above everything else. One by one, the Su clan elders pointed the spearhead at Su Nan. The gaze of Patriarch Su Bo Ya couldn't help but descend onto Su Nan, as currently even he was suspicious. Patriarch, I, Su Nan, can swear that I absolutely have not offended anyone lately. If you really want to talk about conflict, then it should only be that Su Li and Duan Lingtian. However, it would be absolutely impossible for the two of them to have the ability to kill Su Lai and Su Yong. Being misunderstood by so many people caused Su Nan's face to flush from anger, and within his heart, he hated that assailant to the bones. Su Li, many of the Su clan elders present knew of who Su Li was, and they all asked, what does this have to do with Su Li? Su Nan took a deep breath and spoke of the dispute between him and Su Li, including the matter of Su Li having left Paladin Academy. When he first found out about this, he was extremely surprised as well. Never had he expected that for the sake of his friend, Duan Lingtian, and for the sake of taking account of his parents' safety, Su Li would actually be willing to give up his future. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's choice was truly hopelessly stupid. PFF'd. Grand Elder, you're really capable, not even letting a child go. A Su clan elder who once had a good relationship with Su Li's father couldn't help but sneer and glance at Su Nan in disdain. As far as he was concerned, as a dignified Su clan elder, such actions were extremely infuriating. It's impossible for the culprit to be Su Li. As for that Duan Ling Tian, although he's the son of Duan Ru Feng, he hasn't returned to the Duan clan, and thus it's impossible for him to have such a capability. Grand Elder, have you left something out? Su Boya pondered for a moment before looking at Su Nan with a burning gaze. Absolutely not. Su Nan shook his head with a certain expression. Su Boya frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. The one thing in common with both Su Li's and Su Yong's murders was that after they were killed, their spatial rings vanished as well. Could it be that the person's objective was to seek wealth? If it's to seek wealth, then it can be explained, no matter was it. Both Su Li and Su Yong were charge of a business under our Su clan, a Su clan elder said. Pass down my command. Ask the people in charge of the various businesses to stay within the Su clan estate for the near future. I want to see if that person will dare to charge into my Su clan estate. Su Boya nodded before giving this order right away, and his eyes flickered with a cold and stern brilliance as he did so. In merely 2 days, 2 direct descendants of the Su clan had died. He, who was the Su clan's patriarch, lost face as well and felt great humiliation. At dawn the next day, the entire imperial city was bustling, and the news of the Su clan members dying in succession within 2 nights spread everywhere. Moreover, the members who died were direct descendant disciples of the Su clan. That Su clan couldn't have offended someone, right? Who knows? However, the 2 who died weren't good people. Yeah, it's better if more people like them were to die. Shish, softer. Are you courting death? If the members of the Su clan hear you, you can forget about living. No matter whether it was the imperial city outer city or the inner city, everywhere was filled with similar discussions. Your Highness, the 3 death soldiers we sent out yesterday haven't returned for an entire night. I'm afraid they're probably dead. Within a quiet and secluded pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the young man in luxurious clothes who sat within and savored fragrant tea. 3 nascent soul martial artists weren't able to take that Duan Ling Tian's life. The young man in luxurious clothes, or in other words, the 5th prince's, face slightly sank. Looks like the Duan clan is really dutiful and is looking after this direct descendant disciple that rebelled against them. Your Highness, what you mean is that the Duan clan's members are protecting him? The white-browed old man was startled. The 5th prince snorted coldly as he asked, besides this, what other thing do you think he's able to rely upon? The white-browed old man went silent and only opened his mouth after a while. Your Highness, then should we still put down this matter for the time being? I heard that 2 direct descendants of the Su clan died in succession within 2 nights. Send people to investigate, and if you're able to investigate any clues, give it to the Su clan as a favor. Once it's done, at the time of the struggle for the seat of the emperor, when I want the Su clan to help me, I think that the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, won't refuse. The 5th prince's eyes flashed with a light of wisdom. Yes, the white-browed old man replied before leaving. Duan Ling Tian, you repeatedly injured my cousin. Even if you have the members of the Duan clan protecting you in secret, you won't be able to prance around for long. A trace of a cold light flashed within the 5th prince's eyes. The ghastly shadow assassin organization could be said to be everywhere within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even in the imperial city, there was a ghastly shadow point of operations. Inner city, in a remote corner. Very few people knew that the point of operations of the ghastly shadow within the imperial city was precisely here. Deep into the night, a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance sneakily looked at his surroundings before walking into the ghastly shadow's point of operations. He entered the lobby and arrived before the counter. Target. Behind the counter, a stiff-faced young man spoke with a voice that emitted a bone-piercing ice coldness. It caused the middle-aged man to feel a chill run down his spine as he said, in panic, Duan Ling Tian, 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 1 student of Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy, the young man's voice seemed to have a sense of scruples. He's a student that's put up outside the academy and doesn't live within Paladin Academy, the middle-aged man said. The way he spoke was as if he was reading a textbook. He had obviously been ordered by someone to put up this assignment. Deposit 200,000 silver. Confirmation in 3 days, the young man said, in a cold and indifferent voice. The middle-aged man withdrew a stack of silver from his pocket in a flurry and left in a flustered manner after he put down the silver. Chapter 181. Duan Ling Tian's Dreams. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the undercurrents that were currently brewing outside. Deep into the night, Duan Ling Tian was lying on the lawn in the rear courtyard, hugging Ke on the left and Li Fei on the right. His legs were crossed above him as he looked up into the heavens with a slightly blurred gaze. A full moon shone high in the sky, and a dense array of stars stood out in the night sky. "Scoundrel, why didn't you go out tonight?" Li Fei asked curiously. She remembered that last night and the night of the day before yesterday, Duan Ling Tian went out with the 2 men the divine might Marquis sent him. Tonight, however, he departed from his usual habit and actually had time to accompany her and Ke to gaze upon the stars here. She had heard of the matter of the 2 Su clan direct descendants being killed, which gave rise to much discussion outside, and she subconsciously felt that it was very likely to be linked to this man. "Little girl, you want me to go out so badly?" Duan Ling Tian's right hand slightly exerted more force. He pulled Li Fei into his embrace before lightly slapping the little girl's sexy buttocks and simultaneously grabbing it twice. Instantly, Li Fei's sensitive and delicate figure trembled, and her face flushed crimson. It was as if it would drip out blood at any moment. "Young master, you're bullying big sister Fei Fei again." Ke's clear and melodious voice sounded, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel refreshed in spirit. He hoped so much that this moment could become eternal. Holding the 2 girls within his arms until the heavens and earth gets old, and until the sea dries up and the rocks decay. But unfortunately, he was clear that this was only an extravagant hope, and there were still many things that were waiting to be done by him. What he wanted to do now was create a place of his own in this world where the strong were revered. And only when he stands at the peak of this world will he be able to bring along these 2 girls to travel to every corner of this world and fully see the wonders of the world. Only that was truly living, truly free and unfettered. At that time, there wouldn't be anyone capable of posing a threat to him, and everyone could only look up to him. "Ke, do you think that this is unfair to your big sister Fei Fei?" "Don't worry, I won't favor one of you over the other." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he had an evil smile on his face. He raised his hand and slapped Ke's buttocks before lightly grabbing it. "Young master, you're so bad." Ke threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's embrace out of embarrassment, and was shy to raise her head for a long time. Duan Ling Tian stopped flirting with the 2 girls and seriously said, "All right, give me your spatial rings. I'll help you to inscribe an inscription tonight." "Young master, what inscription are you inscribing for us?" Ke's gaze shone, and after she removed her spatial ring, her watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. After being together with this man for so long, she'd long since been accustomed to how miraculous he was, but she was still curious about what inscription he was going to inscribe for them. Bone corrosion inscription. Duan Ling Tian received the spatial rings the 2 girls passed to him and lightly smiled. Subsequently, he introduced the effects of the bone corrosion inscription to the 2 girls. For a moment, both the girls were frightened to the point that their faces went pale. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile, as he wasn't surprised by the 2 girls' reactions. Duan Ling Tian stood up and returned to his room with the 2 spatial rings, and after he withdrew the pile of materials from his own spatial ring, he started inscribing. Inscribing 2 bone corrosion inscriptions in a single night greatly consumed Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. After completing the inscribing process and returning the spatial rings to Ke and Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell soundly asleep on Ke's bed. Ke lied beside Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian's handsome face, and a smile of happiness appeared on her beautiful face. It was precisely because of this man that her life underwent a tremendous change, and her entire life would be lived for this man without regret even until death. At dawn the next day, when Duan Ling Tian woke up, he felt dizzy. Only after sizing up the surroundings did he realize that he wasn't in his own room, and he recalled what happened last night. "Right, I fell asleep in Ke's room last night." Duan Ling Tian noticed the young girl sitting cross-legged in cultivation at the side after he stood up. Duan Ling Tian hugged the young girl from behind, causing the young girl's delicate figure to tremble, and was jolted awake from her cultivation. "Young master, you're awake." "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he greedily took a deep breath. The young girl's natural body fragrance was always so pleasant to smell. Duan Ling Tian and Kair went out together to have their breakfast after Kair helped him change his clothes, and only after that did he walk out of the house and walk towards Paladin Academy. A regular day passed just like that. At dusk, after walking out of Paladin Academy's gate, it was calm and tranquil like yesterday. Besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he didn't notice any other third parties watching him from the shadows. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare be careless, as he was clear in his heart that the more calm it was, the more likely it was that it was a calm before the storm. Suddenly, Zhang Qian appeared and respectfully said to Duan Ling Tian, "Young master, the Marquis requests your presence." Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted, but he didn't feel it to be unexpected, as presently the Su clan was on guard as if faced with a formidable enemy, and this was something well known to every household within the imperial city, thus the divine might Marquis estate would have naturally heard of the news. That Uncle Ni of his would surely put his suspicions on Duan Ling Tian because of the fact that Duan Ling Tian got the information of the Su clan's various businesses and the person in charge of those businesses from him. "You two didn't sell me out, right?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Qian with a burning gaze and spoke in a manner that if Zhang Qian were to say yes, then he would drive both Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang out. No. Zhang Qian hurriedly shook his head. The matter of the Su clan was not only related to Duan Ling Tian, but also to the lives and possessions of himself and his family, so he wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. "That's good." Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Qian once again concealed himself in the shadows, and Duan Ling Tian instead walked towards the Divine Might Marquis estate. At the Divine Might Marquis estate's main gate, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the soldier on guard was a familiar face. It was precisely the young soldier that was slapped on the head by the older soldier the last time he came here. Halt! Right at this moment, another soldier stood out and blocked Duan Ling Tian's way. Under Duan Ling Tian's stupefied gaze, the young soldier who was slapped by the older soldier the other time gave this soldier that blocked Duan Ling Tian a slap on the head. Under the furious gaze of the soldier that was slapped on the head, the young soldier respectfully looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Young Master Ling Tian, please enter." Duan Ling Tian nodded and glanced deeply at the young soldier. This fellow, and that slap earlier, he couldn't have done it on purpose, right? As expected, the furious expression on that soldier that was slapped vanished instantly. He had a perturbed expression as he looked at the young soldier and asked, "Brother Ji, who is he?" "He's young Master Ling Tian, the Marquis's nephew." "Kid, look properly next time and don't be rash again." The young soldier acted like an elder as he spoke. As he spoke, he rubbed the back of his head with a lingering fear in his heart. "I've experienced it as well." Divine Might Marquis estate, within the audience hall. When Duan Ling Tian walked in, he noticed that Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan was already waiting for him, and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Ni, is there anything you called me here for?" With a smile, "Little Tian, be honest with your Uncle Ni, did you bring along Zhang Qian and Zhao Gong to kill the Su clan's Su Lai and Su Yong?" At the same time that Ni Yuan asked, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as if wanting so discern something from Duan Ling Tian's face, but unfortunately, he didn't discern anything. "Uncle Ni, if you don't have any proof, then don't make irresponsible remarks," Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness. "You, kid, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang won't say a word. It's an order you gave, right? No wonder you said that you wanted absolute control when you asked for them from me. You had already planned everything at that time, right?" Ni Yuan said angrily. Even though Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to admit it, Ni Yuan knew that he'd guessed correctly. "Uncle Ni, all this is only your guess." Duan Ling Tian's face remained unfazed before saying, "Uncle Ni, if there isn't anything else, then I'll be leaving." "Wait." Ni Yuan stopped Duan Ling Tian before shaking his head with a laugh. "I didn't call you over to ask you that. Since Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang won't speak a word, I already guessed that even if you came, you wouldn't be honest. The reason I called you over this time is because I wanted to talk to you about the war at the northwest border." As he finished speaking, Ni Yuan's expression became serious. Northwest border? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that teacher Sima of his Star Mastermind department had once mentioned this to him. "Uncle Ni, why are you speaking to me about this?" "There's naturally a reason why I'm speaking to you about this. This war in the northwest border is hard-pressed, and His Majesty has given me full authority to be responsible for dispatching reinforcements. A portion of these reinforcements will be mobilized from your Paladin Academy. If there's a student that's able to apply what he has learned, especially if the student is from your Star Mastermind Academy, then one person would be equivalent to an army on the battlefield. Ni Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. When I discussed with the Vice Dean Zan of your Paladin Academy, he vigorously recommended you to me. Of course, he doesn't know of the relationship between you and me. He recommended me. Duan Lingtian was dazed, but he was enlightened. After thinking about it, he figured that it must have been teacher Sima who recommended him to the Vice Dean. Right, he recommended you. How about it? Are you interested in going to experience it? At the time, these reinforcement troops will be led by your big brother Ni. Ni Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. At the beginning, when that Vice Dean Zan recommended Duan Lingtian, he was skeptical. But later, when the Vice Dean Zan mentioned the strategy of crossing the sea while deceiving the heavens, that Duan Lingtian thought of, it caused him to be overwhelmed. Never had he imagined that this nephew of this, whose natural talent in the martial Tao and natural talent in alchemy were heaven-defying, had such a terrifying natural talent in the art of strategy. Of course I'm interested. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Uncle Ni, when are the reinforcements heading to the northwest border? In a month. If you want to go, then prepare properly during this time, Ni Yuan said. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded before bidding his farewell and leaving. On the way home, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly excited. The battlefields of this lifetime were completely different from the battlefields of his previous lifetime. He had taken part in some of the battlefields in his previous lifetime, but that was practically only contending with firearms and was far from the hot-bloodedness of the battlefield of this lifetime that used cold arms. 2. Within Duan Lingtian's heart, there had always been a dream. He hoped that one day, he would be able to gallop his horse to kill his enemies on the battlefield like how it was done in the ancient times of his previous world and battle until the last moment, fully venting the hot blood within his entire body. Now he had finally obtained the opportunity. 1 TL note. It's a way people vow a vow of eternal love, and means for a long, long time and no matter what happens. 2 TL note. The word cold arms is something I made up. It actually refers to an aggregate term used in Chinese to refer to the class of weaponry that are physical in nature and do not rely on any form of chemically explosive material. Chapter 182. Don't be envious of me. There was a trace of an excited smile on Duan Lingtian's face even after he got home. K'er blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with curiosity as she asked, Young master, what are you so happy about? Li Fei looked over as well. She could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's currently elated mood. It's nothing, it's just that next month I plan to head to the battlefield to take a look. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he casually spoke. Unexpectedly, however, K'er's and Li Fei's beautiful faces both went pale when Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Battlefield. As far as they knew, the battlefield was an extremely dangerous place, and once one went there, one might never return. Young master, can you not go? K'er had a delicate and touching expression with eyes that welled up with tears, as he didn't want Duan Lingtian to take a risk. Scoundrel, if you want to go, then I want to go with you. Li Fei had an unyielding expression. She spoke in a manner that showed that if Duan Lingtian didn't bring her along, she wouldn't let Duan Lingtian go. Duan Lingtian felt his head ache. What are you two thinking? I'm just going as reinforcements. Moreover, it isn't the type of reinforcements that enters the battlefield. I'll be the type of mastermind that remains within the camp and provides advice and suggestions to the men on the battlefield, understand? Moreover, this is the rule of Paladin Academy. If one doesn't enter the battlefield, then one isn't allowed to graduate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even he himself felt his face get hot. If he were to enter the battlefield, would he obediently remain within the camp? The answer was a definite no. It's Paladin Academy's rule. Li Fei's expression eased up slightly, as she knew that Duan Lingtian chose the Star Mastermind Department in Paladin Academy, and she also knew the difference between the Star Mastermind Department and the Star General Department. Yes, Duan Lingtian brazenly said. Eventually, Duan Lingtian spent quite some time before finally being able to appease the two girls. And if he could choose, he would rather battle a first-level nascent soul martial artist. Of course, he would kill his opponent with the bone corrosion inscription. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian got his mother's spatial ring from her and helped her inscribe a bone corrosion inscription as well. Only after doing so did he settle down and cultivate. His target was to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage within the month. The next day, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the classroom when he heard the intense discussion of the students within his class. Their discussions were precisely related to the matter of the reinforcements for the northwest border a month from now. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan gathered beside Duan Lingtian, and Xiao Shuan said, "Duan Lingtian, I heard that over 300 students of our Paladin Academy will reinforce the army 1 month from now at the northwest border's battlefield." "I've heard of it," Duan Lingtian nodded. "Allegedly, among these 300-plus students, 300 are from the Star General Department, and our Star General Department will probably only send not more than 10 people." Xiao Yu's tone contained an obvious disappointment. "This isn't unusual." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "The Star Mastermind Department students aren't born for the battlefield, they serve more in the domestic affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Just like those civil service officers of the kingdom's government, and the county governors of the 18 counties, they're basically all from the Star Mastermind Department, and some of the officials under them are from the Star Mastermind Department as well." Xiao Shuan had a bitter smile on his face. "I wish for nothing more than to change places with Tianhu right now. Although the grade 1 students of the Star General Department don't have any placing quota to enter the reinforcements, in another 2 years, I would at least have the chance to enter the battlefield. Within the Star Mastermind Department, I might not have the chance to enter the battlefield and take a look even after I graduate. The battlefield is brutal. Moreover, the environment is very bad. It's not comparable to the extravagant life you have at the Xiao clan. If you were to go, you might not be accustomed to it." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was clear about Xiao Shuan's mentality, and it was nothing more than curiosity. "It isn't bad to have an experience," Xiao Shuan said. Xiao Yu nodded in deep agreement. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes of anticipations and said, with a light smile, "If you two really want to go, I can get 2 places for you." "You?" Xiao Shuan and Xiao Yu both had doubts on their faces as they gazed at Duan Lingtian, and Xiao Shuan said, "Duan Lingtian, you have Teacher Sima's vigorous recommendation, and thus you might be able to obtain a place. But you said you can get 2 places for us. That's a bit too much of a boast. Unless you know the general that's leading the army this time, or you know the Divine Might Marquis." "What? You two don't believe me?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. Xiao Shuan had really hit the spot this time. He not only knew the general that was leading the army this time, but at the same time he also knew of the Divine Might Marquis. To Duan Lingtian, 2 places was only a matter of saying a single sentence. Xiao Yu's gaze focused as he said, in surprise, "Duan Lingtian, do you really have a way to get spots for us? You've known me for so long, have I ever lied to you?" Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Even this fellow, Xiao Yu, doubted him. "The 2 of you prepare properly this month. In a month, depart with me." Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan didn't know why Duan Lingtian had such confidence, they realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't joking, and their eyes shone. "Right, when we're having lunch, don't mention this matter. I'm worried Tianhu would want to follow me as well. It's fine that you two are following since you're both Star Mastermind students and don't have to personally enter the battlefield, but Tianhu is different," Duan Lingtian said, with a serious expression. "If the current Tianhu were to enter the battlefield, he would only have a slim chance of survival, and as a friend, he didn't want Tianhu to take the risk." "Don't worry, we know what to do. That kid Tianhu, even if you don't help him get a place, he will still have a chance to enter the battlefield in a year or 2. Xiao Shuan laughed. Before long, Sima Chongfeng arrived. The class for the entire morning passed extremely quickly. When it was nearly noon, Sima Chongfeng called Duan Lingtian over. "Duan Lingtian, the Northwest Border's battlefield reinforcement order had been passed down. I've already recommended you to the Vice Dean. The Star Mastermind Department's roster will be released half a month from now. You'll depart a month from now, so you prepare properly." Duan Lingtian lightly nodded with a carefree expression. Looking at Duan Lingtian's composed expression caused Sima Chongfeng to be secretly surprised. This kid is indeed a genius of great potential. He's going to enter the battlefield, yet he's actually so calm. However, if Sima Chongfeng knew that Duan Lingtian had received the news beforehand, it was a mystery as to how his expression would be. At noon, when they were eating at the cafeteria, Tianhu had a complacent and excited expression. "I heard that the roster for the Star General Department's reinforcements for this time's Northwest Border battlefield has been released, and many of the students are Grade 2 students of the Star General Department. Looks like I'll have an opportunity next year. As long as you work hard and cultivate, you'll naturally have an opportunity," Duan Lingtian said, with a smile. "Hey, Duan Ling Tian, you all don't have to be envious of me, really. Although your Star Mastermind Department students have a 90% plus chance that they won't have a chance to enter the battlefield until graduation, there's still a thread of hope. Moreover, it doesn't matter if you're unable to enter the battlefield, as killing isn't suited to you all. Tian Hu seemed as if he was consoling Duan Ling Tian's group of three, but his tone, however, obviously contained a trace of complacency. Yes, you're right, Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness as he forcefully held back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan couldn't hold back and laughed loudly. What are you all laughing about? Tian Hu had a stunned expression. Nothing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan shook their heads. No matter how Tian Hu questioned, they wouldn't speak a word. They were confident that Tian Hu would find out about the truth in 1 month. After finishing their meal, Duan Ling Tian once again cultivated atop the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds for the entire afternoon before leaving Paladin Academy with Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu. After parting their ways, Duan Ling Tian directly went home. At a far-off corner of the inner city, not far away, a middle-aged man was slowly walking before a remote building, and if one were to look closely, one would notice that his legs were currently shivering. Damn it, I'm not doing this job anymore. Although I only have to talk, that fellow behind the counter is too terrifying. He only spoke 2 sentences and I nearly wet my pants from fear. As he muttered, the middle-aged man grit his teeth and eventually walked into the building. Within the spacious lobby, there was only one person standing behind the counter. I've come to confirm the assignment, that Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't dare look at the young man behind the counter. The young man behind the counter frowned when he saw the middle-aged man's terrified appearance, and he indifferently said, "We aren't accepting this assignment." What? Not accepting? The middle-aged man was struck dumb. Never had he imagined there would be such a result, and for a moment he seemed to forget to be afraid. He freaked out and said, "Isn't this the Ghastly Shadow organization? Isn't Ghastly Shadow the most famous assassin organization within the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You can't even take care of a youth." The young man's frosty gaze was like a saber as it swept past the middle-aged man. He raised his hand and dropped a stack of silver on the counter. "This is the deposit, it is being returned. You all." The middle-aged man seemed to suddenly gain courage out of nowhere and seemed to want to say something. "Fuck off." The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, and an icy cold killing intent swept out from him. In the instant that the middle-aged man was enveloped in the killing intent, his body trembled and he was terrified to the point that he wet his pants. "I asked you to fuck off. Didn't you hear me?" The young man's voice briefly contained a slight impatience. I can't move." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. You actually dared to dirty my Ghastly Shadow's point of operations." The young man smelled a pungent stench of urine. His face went gloomy before extending his hand to take back all the silver on the counter. "You can consider this silver the cleaning fee. If the person behind you has an objection, you can ask him to personally to come see me. Now, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to vanish, otherwise, leave your life here." The young man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man's face went ghastly pale and his legs trembled. His entire body seemed to transform into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the Ghastly Shadow's point of operations in an extremely sorry state. 200,000 silver. 200,000 silver gone just like that. After leaving, the middle-aged man seemed to have finally reacted to the 200,000 that seemed to have been confiscated. A gust of wind blew by, and the middle-aged man felt everywhere below the belt to be chilly, but it was even more icy cold within his heart. 200,000 silver was gone just like that. How would he return and explain it? As he glanced at his damp pants, he really wished to cut of that thing under his belt, but after a moment of thought, he didn't have the courage after all. Chapter 183, Former Number 1 Genius. Within a spacious courtyard house in the imperial city's inner city. "Trash, kneel down." A middle-aged man with a stiff face kicked his leg out like a bolt of lightning, kicking the middle-aged man with drenched pants down to the floor. He knelt there on the ground and shivered with his head lowered. He didn't dare to look at that big and tall figure before him. "Second Master, it's I who didn't handle this matter well. I'll replace the 200,000 silver this trash lost," the middle-aged man with a stiff face respectfully said to the big and tall figure. 200,000 silver is a small matter." The big and tall figure walked out from the shadows, and under the moonlight, a slightly dignified face was briefly revealed. This was another middle-aged man, and a dignified appearance of a person in a high position was emitted from between his brows. That ghastly shadow wasn't willing to accept the assignment on that little bastard. The dignified middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged man who knelt on the floor. He couldn't help but frown, as he could vaguely smell the pungent stench of urine. Yes, second master. The middle-aged man who knelt on the floor hurriedly nodded and his body shivered. The dignified middle-aged man glanced at the middle-aged man with the stiff face, and said, with an incomparably calm voice, "Make it clean." Second master, spare me, second master, spare. The face of the middle-aged man who knelt on the ground went ghastly pale, but he didn't even finish speaking before his skull was shattered with a slap of the middle-aged man beside him. Dead, second master. Even ghastly shadow isn't willing to accept the assignment on Duan Ling Tian. Does he have? The middle-aged man with the stiff face was slightly hesitant. Humph, I'm extremely clear of his background. Since ghastly shadow won't accept it, go find someone else to deal with him. The middle-aged man with a dignified expression raised his hand, and a huge stack of silver dropped onto the ground. This is 30 million silver. You take care of this matter cleanly. I don't wish the others from the clan to find out. 30 million silver. The pupils of the middle-aged man with the stiff face constricted, as he never imagined that the man before him would be willing to pay such a huge amount of wealth for a mere 18-year-old youth. Yes, second master. The middle-aged man with a stiff face put away the silver before picking up the corpse beside him and quickly leaving the courtyard house. In next to no time, only the middle-aged man with the dignified expression remained within the courtyard house, and an icy cold voice echoed out from within his mouth, filling the entire courtyard house. Duan Ling Tian, you killed my son, so I'll make you die a graveless death. Early in the morning, as the first light of the morning sun descended onto the ground, bits of sunlight shone through the window to descend onto the youth who sat cross-legged on his bed. Huff. After a long time, the youth took a deep breath and his gaze focused. With my current progress, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage before departing. After putting on his violet clothes, the youth left home after eating breakfast. As he passed by the side of the martial arts practice ground after entering Paladin Academy, many students could be seen cultivating martial skills and sparring within the martial arts practice grounds. These people are all students from the Star General Department. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly focused. It looked like the reinforcement army going out to battle 1 month from now had aroused the spirits of these Star General Department students. Suddenly, 3 young men walked over towards him from afar. A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, as there was a familiar face amongst the 3 people before his eyes, and it was precisely Duan Rong, the cousin of Duan Ling Xing. Ever since Duan Ling Xing died, Duan Ling Tian hadn't once seen Duan Rong again, but never had he expected that he would encounter him here. Duan Rong lowered his head when he noticed Duan Ling Tian. He had the intention to avoid him. Duan Rong, what are you afraid of? The tall young man beside Duan Long looked at the violet-clothed youth that was afar, and his sword-shaped eyebrows knitted, seeming to be slightly puzzled. Big brother Shu Qing, he's Duan Ling Tian. The other person laughed bitterly. He's Duan Ling Tian. The gaze of the young man called Shu Qing focused and a bright light flashed within, and he raised his hand to place it onto Duan Rong's shoulder. Duan Rong, you're someone who came from my myriad-linked county. Could it be that you think he can still bully you with me here? Duan Rong shuddered as he returned to his senses. Yeah, how could he have forgotten? The young man beside him was the son of the myriad-linked county's county governor, the county governor's estate's young master. Before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, he was even publicly acknowledged as the student with the highest natural talent in the martial Dao within Paladin Academy after Duan Rufeng. Duan Ling Tian stood in the distance, and when he noticed that Duan Rong seemed like a mouse noticing a cat when he saw him, Duan Ling Tian didn't plan on making fun of Duan Rong. But suddenly, he noticed that Duan Rong seemed to have regained his spirits and was even walking over towards Duan Ling Tian with the 2 other young men beside him with a great imposing manner. It caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. There isn't something wrong with this Duan Rong's head, right? Could it be that he wants to come get a beating again? You're Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the tall young man beside Duan Rong was looking at him with a hostile gaze, and his tone was mixed with a trace of coldness. This tall young man had a handsome appearance and extraordinary disposition. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that he came from an extraordinary background with just a glance. Yes, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Could it be that this person wanted to come forward for Duan Rong? I'm Shu Qing. Shu Qing stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of hostility abruptly arose within his eyes. Before the violet-clothed youth before him killed Duan Lingxing and spread his name throughout Paladin Academy, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius within Paladin Academy. But since then, this halo had been taken away by the violet-clothed youth before him. This caused him, who was proud and arrogant, to find it slightly difficult to accept. Shu Qing, Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly when he heard what the young man said. This name wasn't unfamiliar to him, he still remembered that day when he had just arrived at the Imperial City. He once heard others discuss this person within that restaurant in the outer city. They even said that this person followed after that deadbeat father of his to become the martial Dao genius with the highest natural talent within Paladin Academy in the last 20+ years. Later on, after he entered Paladin Academy, he still often heard others mention this Shu Qing. Shu Qing, a grade 2 student of the Paladin Academy's Star General Department, possessed a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and he even possessed a grade 7 spirit weapon. Among the students below the origin core stage within Paladin Academy, no one was a match for him. What, you want to come forward for Duan Rong? Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he looked at Shu Qing calmly. So what if I am? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Shu Qing's mouth, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Meanwhile, the face-off Duan Ling Tian and Shu Qing had attracted many students. As this was a site of the martial arts practice grounds, the group of students present within the martial arts practice ground had gathered over before long. Duan Ling Tian, a robust figure, walked out from within the crowd and stood beside Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tian Hu and was slightly surprised before lightly smiling and saying, "Tian Hu, you're actually here as well." Duan Ling Tian, how'd you get into conflict with this Shu Qing? Tian Hu frowned and looked at Shu Qing with a slightly fearful gaze. I didn't have any intention of coming into conflict with him, however, he himself came and blocked my path. He even said he wanted to come forward for Duan Rong. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an innocent expression. You again. Tian Hu's gaze went slightly cold as he looked at Duan Rong and said, in a cold voice, Duan Rong, if you're a man, then don't rely on others. What are you staring at? If you have the balls, then come fight me. Duan Rong's face turned deathly pale, but he didn't dare accept the challenge, as he had experienced this Tian Hu's strength, and it was far from what he could compare to. Forget it. When a dog bites you, could it be that you want to bite it in return? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and looked at Tian Hu with a smile. It's almost time, so you should go to class, otherwise, be careful, or that Niu Mang might punish you. As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian brought Tian Hu and walked off shoulder to shoulder, intentionally. Walking around Shu Qing's group of 3. Duan Ling Tian, you and I are both at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and you and I both have grade 7 spirit weapons. Do you dare to battle me? Noticing so many people spectating, Shu Qing's gaze focused. He intended to demonstrate his strength to reclaim the halo of #1 genius within Paladin Academy. One must know one's limitations. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to Shu Qing and indifferently left behind this sentence before continuing forward with Tian Hu. Awesome, this Duan Ling Tian is really something. This Shu Qing is the former #1 genius of our Paladin Academy, but Duan Ling Tian actually paid no attention when faced with his challenge. He even told Shu Qing that he should know his own limitations. The spectating group of students was in a complete uproar. Shu Qing's face was livid, his body was quivering, and his handsome face was currently replaces with a savage expression. Shu Qing was from the myriad-linked county's county governor's estate and was the son of the county governor. Since a young age, he grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, and when he started cultivating, he even revealed a monstrous natural talent. He was even being called the #1 genius within the last 100 years of the myriad-linked county. After that, he passed the entrance exam that Paladin Academy established in the myriad-linked county and smoothly entered Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, he was still outstanding. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius within Paladin Academy. Among the Paladin Academy students, only one person from 20+ years ago was able to surpass him, and that person was Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng, the former peerless genius whose name spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, wasn't of the same generation as him. Currently, Duan Rufeng had even vanished for many years, and thus he didn't feel anything when his limelight was outshone by Duan Rufeng. But when Duan Ling Tian appeared with the identity of the son of Duan Rufeng, revealed that his cultivation was at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18, and killed Duan Ling Xing, who was a 9th level core formation martial artist as well. Duan Ling Tian's name was spread throughout Paladin Academy and even the Imperial City. His halo seemed to have been taken away in a single night. Since then, hostility towards Duan Ling Tian arose within his heart. Since the heavens brought me into this world, then why did the heavens give life to Duan Ling Tian? He originally only had hostility within his heart, but today, when he personally met Duan Ling Tian, he noticed that he really desired to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove himself to everyone. He, Xu Qing, was still the #1 genius in Paladin Academy. A legend that was difficult for all the Paladin Academy students to surpass. But now, when he initiated a challenge, that Duan Ling Tian actually regarded it was not worthy of consideration. This caused his heart to be completely filled with rage. Duan Ling Tian, you pussy. Xu Qing's face was gloomy, and he sneered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure disappearing off into the distance. Duan Ling Tian, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Tian Hu, heard what Xu Qing said, and he stopped his footsteps for a moment before shaking his head with a smile and continuing forward. If you think that roaring like this can suppress the inferiority within your heart, then feel free to roar. It's not that I don't dare to battle you, but I disdain to. You should think it over yourself. Duan Ling Tian's voice echoed out from afar and entered Xu Qing's ears. They seemed like pins piercing him. Duan Ling Tian, Xu Qing couldn't bear it any longer, and completely erupted. Chapter 184, 18-year-old Origin Core Stage. Accompanied by Xu Qing's explosive shout, Origin energy increased explosively on his legs, and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he charged towards Duan Ling Tian. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Xu Qing's speed was extremely swift. It was as if he'd transformed into a cheetah and moved swift like the wind. Xu Qing raised his hand. Within it, a completely black 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and a black sword light tore through the sky as it flew towards Duan Ling Tian. Above Xu Qing, another 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. Relying on the amplification of his spirit weapon, Xu Qing's attack was comparable to the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. As expected, Xu Qing attracted the gazes of all the Paladin Academy students present the moment he attacked, and a trace of excitement and anticipation appeared within their gazes. They were all extremely curious as to whether Xu Qing was capable of defeating Duan Ling Tian. The sword within Xu Qing's hand flashed out, and at the instant that he dashed towards Duan Ling Tian, a fierce and furious brilliance flickered within his eyes. This Duan Ling Tian actually said that he disdained to battle him. If it was an older Origin Core martial artist that said it, he wouldn't feel anything. But the person that said this was only a 9th level core formation martial artist, and moreover, an 18-year-old youth. Most importantly, this youth was the target of comparison within his heart, the target he desired to repress. The whistling sound of a sword that echoed out from behind him caused Duan Ling Tian's face to turn grim, and he exerted force with his hand to push Tian Hu away before moving aside himself. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's sword strike whistled and flashed over, exactly flashing past where Duan Ling Tian was earlier and practically brushing the clothes on Duan Ling Tian's body as it passed. Xu Qing, despicable. Tian Hu was in a slightly sorry state, and he stared angrily at Xu Qing with an extremely unsightly expression. However, Xu Qing paid no attention to Tian Hu and instead looked at the nearby Duan Ling Tian as he spoke with a voice as cold as ice. Duan Ling Tian, you said earlier that you disdained to fight me. Now I want to see what you, Duan Ling Tian, rely on to boast like that. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, as he didn't expect that this Xu Qing would be so overbearing. And a flame of fury was lit ablaze within his heart, a flame that was difficult to restrain. Meanwhile, the students that stood afar had followed over and were looking at this scene from afar. Their gazes all descended onto the 2 figures that were in confrontation. One was a 20-plus-year-old young man. One was an 18-year-old youth. The young man was Xu Qing, the famous genius student within Paladin Academy, the formed #1 genius and publicly acknowledged #1 below the Origin Core stage in Paladin Academy. The youth was Duan Ling Tian, a famous genius student within Paladin Academy as well, and when he'd just entered Paladin Academy, he didn't attract any public attention. Until after he took part in a life-and-death battle with another 9th level core formation student, revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and killed his opponent by relying upon a grade 7 spirit weapon. Only then did his name spread throughout the entire Paladin Academy. Since then, the halo of number 1 genius within Paladin Academy moved from its place above Shu Qing's head to rest upon this youth's head. And today, the former number 1 genius and the present number 1 genius had confronted each other. What sort of sparks would their clash bring about? At this moment, everyone held their breaths and watched the scene before them in anticipation. They were convinced that following this would be a brilliant struggle between two evenly matched opponents. Being able to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Shu Qing with my own 2 eyes, even if I'm punished for being late, it's still worth it. Exactly. The former number 1 genius against the current number 1 genius, this is something that's hard to come by. The gazes of the surrounding students shone brightly and their faces were filled with excitement. Duan Rong was standing in the crowd, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth as his icy cold gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you end today. Actually fighting with big brother Shu Qing. You're courting death. As a member of myriad linked counties Duan clan, Duan Rong knew deeply of how terrifying the county governor's son, Shu Qing, was, and he didn't think Duan Lingtian would be a match for Shu Qing. Shu Qing, if you don't want to lose face, then hurry up and leave. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked at Shu Qing with a calm expression and seemed to be carefree. If you don't want to lose face, then hurry up and leave. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only did Shu Qing's face turn gloomy, even the group of students that were spectating looked at Shu Qing with strange gazes. If Shu Qing were to leave now, it would undoubtedly be even more shameful. Duan Lingtian, everyone can boast. If you're a man, then fight me and prove to everyone that you indeed have the strength to disdain fighting me. Shu Qing had a burning gaze as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and origin energy flashed on the pitch-black grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Since you're bent on having your way and are unafraid of losing face, then I'll grant your wish. Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. If he were to not prove himself, then Shu Qing would surely run his mouth endlessly. Since it had come to this, he had to completely destroy this Shu Qing's confidence and make him retreat after learning of the difficulties. I'll wait and see. Shu Qing snorted coldly with an arrogant expression. Then take this punch of mine. Duan Lingtian's voice exploded like thunder. Instantly, Duan Lingtian moved. Duan Lingtian's moved as if his entire body had transformed into a spirit serpent. His speed was swift like a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Shu Qing moved right after him. As if transforming into a gust of wind, the pitch-black 3-foot-long blade within his hand flashed out and sword silhouettes flashed out as if transforming into a myriad of sword silhouettes. It was obviously an extremely profound sword skill. At the same time, 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Shu Qing. The moment Shu Qing attacked, he exploded forth with his entire strength and even combined the might of his spirit weapon when he exerted his strength. That's all you've got. If it was the former Duan Lingtian, he might have been slightly fearful when faced with Shu Qing's sword strike, but the current Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and the speed below his feet instantly rose a few levels before he instantly avoided Shu Qing's sword strike. Shu Qing chased, however, he quickly noticed that he was utterly incapable of catching up to Duan Lingtian, as Duan Lingtian's speed was impossible to keep up with. How is this possible? How can he possibly be so fast? When he noticed that another 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared above Duan Lingtian, a luster of disbelief was emitted from his eyes. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Oh my god, the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian didn't use his spirit weapon to attack and is only avoiding Shu Qing with his movement technique. In other words, without relying upon a spirit weapon and only drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth, Duan Lingtian is able to develop 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Looks like this Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the origin core stage. Only an origin core martial artist is able to possess such terrifying strength without using a spirit weapon. The first level of the origin core stage possesses a strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian is obviously holding back now. The spectating group of students were dumbstruck for a moment before gasping with astonishment. Most of the people had faces full of disbelief. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. Holy, what sort of monster is this? Duan Rong was dumbstruck as well when he saw the scene before him. No, it's impossible. How could this little bastard be an origin core martial artist? Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as his body flashed before directly arriving behind Xu Qing. His right arm shook and struck out with a simple punch. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths exploded forth, smashing the defensive qi barrier on the surface of Xu Qing's body before blasting Xu Qing away. Xu Qing fiercely crashed onto the ground, and his body trembled as he continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm as he indifferently swept Xu Qing with his gaze and slowly spoke. Now, what do you think? Do I, Duan Ling Tian, have the strength to disdain to fight you? However, at this moment, Xu Qing seemed to have not heard what Duan Ling Tian said. He had an agitated expression and his eyes dimmed. Obviously he had received a huge blow to his confidence. Humph. Duan Ling Tian coldly swept Xu Qing with his gaze before calling Tian Hu and directly walking towards his classroom. Most of the students that were present watched as Duan Ling Tian left, and their eyes emitted astonishment and admiration. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. This youth's natural talent had already completely surpassed his father's. Even during those years, Duan Ru Feng only broke through to the origin core stage at the age of 20. How could they know that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was currently quite far off from the origin core stage, and the only reason he was capable of exerting such a terrifying force was because of the supreme cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, that he cultivated. Xu Qing possessed the strength of 15 ancient mammoths when relying upon his grade 7 spirit sword to execute attacks. But before the strength of 16 ancient mammoths that this Duan Ling Tian exerted empty-handedly, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. What you're saying is utter rubbish. The grade 7 spirit sword only amplifies the strength of attacks, but Xu Qing's speed was only propelled by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian, on the hand, had a speed that was propelled by the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, and thus was completely not on the same level. The difference between the 9th level of the core formation stage and the 1st level of the origin core stage is too huge. And this is when Duan Ling Tian hadn't ever exerted his entire strength. Yeah, if he had exerted his full strength, Xu Qing wouldn't even have the chance to swing his sword. The group of students discussed animatedly. Moreover, all their words, when heard by Xu Qing, were like pins pricking him, causing him to be nearly numbed. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. Xu Qing suddenly felt that all these years of his life were wasted and he was still useless, and his dimmed eyes flickered with the gloominess of defeat. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Tian Hu walked on the path towards the classroom, and Tian Hu had a face full of extreme surprise. Fuck. Duan Ling Tian, when did you step into the origin core stage? Tian Hu seemed unconcerned, but he was slightly bitter in his heart. When he met Duan Ling Tian for the first time within the Iron Blood Army's genius camp that day, Duan Ling Tian was similarly a 4th-level core formation martial artist like him. But now he had only just broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 2 days ago, and originally thought that he could slowly catch up to Duan Ling Tian's footsteps, but he shockingly noticed that Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the origin core stage. He felt a wave of powerlessness. Maybe I shouldn't compare myself to this freak. I'm practically just frustrating myself. Tian Hu sighed inwardly. Chapter 185, Crimson North's 5 Tigers. Duan Ling Tian only lightly smiled in reply to Tian Hu's question. In the eyes of a bystander, his strength was indeed something only an origin core martial artist was able to exert. And on this topic he didn't explain any further. After all, this was related to the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. That was his greatest secret. If it were to be leaked, he would surely encounter complete annihilation. Duan Ling Tian currently had only cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's 2nd form, the Raging Python form, and he could already feel how heaven-defying this cultivation method was. He could imagine that if the 9 Dragon War Sovereign technique were to be revealed to the public, even those true Void stage powerhouses would probably have their interest aroused. Before long, Duan Ling Tian and Tian Hu parted ways, directly heading towards their respective classrooms. Within the classroom, the other 17 students had taken their seats, and only Duan Ling Tian was left. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian arrived at the classroom door and smiled apologetically to Sima Chongfeng. Sima Chongfeng didn't say anything and he nodded. Come in. Only now did Duan Ling Tian enter the classroom and take his seat. Xiao Xuan sat behind Duan Ling Tian and moved his head closer as he asked, with a mischievous smile, Duan Ling Tian, although you used to arrive late as well, you've never been late for class. Be truthful about it. Did you do something bad last night and couldn't wake up this morning? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Xiao Xuan as he angrily said, is that all you have in your brain? Before long, the entire morning passed. At noon after class ended, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan walked towards the cafeteria, and everywhere they passed, many students seemed to be saluting them with their gazes. Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu as he asked, is there something on our faces? There's nothing on yours nor Duan Ling Tian's face. How about mine? Xiao Yu felt it to be strange as well. Why were these people looking at them like this? Xiao Xuan glanced at Xiao Yu and said, in all seriousness, there's nothing on yours either. Among the three of them, perhaps only Duan Ling Tian was still able to maintain his composure, as he knew the reason. That's Duan Ling Tian, the grade 1 student that stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Fuck, it can't be. A grade 1 student at the origin core stage. Just at this moment, two nearby students stopped to stand and look at Duan Ling Tian as they whispered in discussion. Due to the nearby distance, their voices were heard by Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, and the two of them finally reacted, so it turned out that all those gazes of salute all this time were not because there was something on their faces, those people were all gazing at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you broke through to the origin core stage. Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu had faces full of astonishment, and their eyes emitted a gleam of disbelief. This was really too much. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and maintained his silence. Fuck, you can't have really broken through to the origin core stage, right? Besides that, why do all these people know that you've broken through to the origin core stage but we don't? Could it be that you came late to class this morning because you did something? Xiao Xuan swore as he asked a string of questions. Even though Xiao Yu didn't speak, his eyes still stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. When you guys see Tian Hu in a while, ask him yourselves. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and was slightly helpless. Within the cafeteria, Duan Ling Tian's group of three had only just sat when Tian Hu arrived. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan naturally were bound to ask him questions. And before long, under a narration with an assortment of voices and countenance of Tian Hu, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan finally knew of the cause and effect of the entire matter. Never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian being late to class today was actually because of Shu Qing. Shu Qing, they naturally knew who that was. A grade 2 student of Paladin Academy, and the publicly acknowledged number 1 genius within Paladin Academy before Duan Ling Tian's appearance. Duan Ling Tian, not only did you take away the title of number 1 genius from that Shu Qing, but you even made him suffer a crushing defeat in public. He's bound to be inferior to you at every corner within Paladin Academy in the future. Xiao Xuan shook his head. He was slightly shocked within his heart, as he'd never imagined that this Duan Ling Tian was formidable before he was able to destroy Shu Qing. Of course, he was even more shocked about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, stepping into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled indifferently. I gave him a chance at that time, and it was he who was overbearing. Serves him right. Tian Hu had a face full of pleasure due to Shu Qing's misfortune. Xiao Yu gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze, and unknowingly, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Presently, he was only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, but Duan Ling Tian had already stepped into the origin core stage. Although he'd long since had no intention of comparing himself to Duan Ling Tian, he still felt slightly upset in his heart. Right, suddenly, Tian Hu seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that Shu Qing's background isn't simple, he is the Myriad Link County's county governor's son. County governor's son? Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted, and as he recalled the scene from this morning, he came to a sudden understanding. This morning, there was originally no sword within Shu Qing's hand, but later he obviously withdrew it from a spatial ring. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly surprised that Shu Qing actually had a spatial ring. Moreover, that sword of his was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Now that he knew of Shu Qing's identity, he finally understood, the county governor's son. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. There were only a total of 18 counties within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Moreover, he first severed the arm of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son, Pei San. Following which, he beat the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor into a pig's head, twice in succession. Now he had offended the Myriad Link County's county governor's son, Shu Qing. Within the 18 counties, he had already directly or indirectly offended 3 of them. Under the slightly worried gazes of Xiao Yu and the others, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. What are you all doing? Don't forget that I've already offended a county governor since a long time ago. The Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, hates me to her bones. Moreover, she's even the cousin of the 5th prince. Compared to that, this Shu Qing doesn't amount to much. Only now did Xiao Yu and the others recall that this fellow was one that stirred up a lot of trouble, and they all laughed bitterly. In fact, it's really nothing, that Shu Qing was overbearing himself, and you only defeated him but didn't injure him. The myriad-linked county's county governor probably wouldn't be so petty. Xiao Shuan lightly smiled as he spoke and eased up the atmosphere at their table. Xiao Yu and Tian Hu nodded in agreement. As for Duan Ling Tian, he paid no attention to it. Myriad-linked county. He wasn't even afraid of nobles like the 3rd prince and the 5th prince. How could he be afraid of a puny county governor? At this moment, the entire cafeteria was practically filled with discussion about Duan Ling Tian revealing a cultivation at the origin core stage and defeating Shu Qing. Duan Ling Tian once again became the focus of public attention. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he didn't like the feeling of being gazed at as if he were a monkey at the zoo, and he casually ate some food before leaving the cafeteria and heading to the large tree on the side of the martial arts practice grounds to cultivate. On the cafeteria pavilion, a gray-clothed old man currently had a face full of astonishment. That kid actually broke through to the origin core stage. At dusk, at the gate of Paladin Academy, Duan Ling Tian parted ways with Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan. After exiting the gate, he noticed that there were people watching him, and among those people, 2 were his men, Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian. The other 5 people were unfamiliar. However, the strength of these people weren't even at the nascent soul stage. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he walked swiftly towards a remote alley. There had been quite a few people who had lost their lives in succession within this alley, and without exception, all these people wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the alley when he felt cold gusts of wind come from behind him. In the blink of an eye, 5 middle-aged men had surrounded him. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the current 5 people looked at him with gazes that vaguely contained a trace of greed, and they were obviously seeking something. Looks like these people were requested by someone to do this and are only taking money to do a job, Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. You all are doing this job for money, right? I'll give you double the price of what that person gave you. Duan Ling Tian looked at the man in the lead of the 5 people. This was a man with a scar on his face. He had a vicious expression, and with a glance, anyone would know that he wasn't a good person. Including the man with the scar, all 5 of them couldn't help but be stunned when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Kid, the streets has its own rules. Since we Crimson North's 5 tigers have accepted the money and have concluded this deal, even if you pay 10 times the amount, it's still of no use. The man with a scar grunted coldly, and as he finished speaking, his words took a turn. Of course, although you can't escape death, if you want to buy the life of that person who sent us, as long as you pay us now, we guarantee to take care of that person after your death. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned after he heard what the man with a scar said. Even that is possible, of course. We take money to do a job, we recognize money, not people. The man with a scar spoke as if it was natural and right. Then how much money must I pay for you to kill that person? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and he held a smile within the corners of his mouth. The man with a scar didn't hesitate at all as he directly said, 100,000 silver. 100,000 silver. Duan Ling Tian brows knitted. Then how much did he use to buy my life? You're a student of Paladin Academy, so your life is more expensive. 200,000 silver, the man with a scar said. 200,000 silver. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before letting loose to a torrent of abuse under the dumbstruck gazes of the man with a scar and the 4 other men. Fuck. This young master's life is only worth 200,000 silver. 200,000 silver is already a lot. One of the men within the scarred man's group mumbled. 200,000 silver is a lot. Duan Ling Tian sneered and raised his hand. A stack of silver bills appeared on his hand, and they all were of the 10,000 denomination. Now, there's 1 million silver in this young master's hand. As long as you can kill this young master will give it all to you. How about it? The scarred man's group of 5 were all dumbstruck when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. They'd done many business deals, but it was the first time they'd encountered such circumstances. You're speaking the truth. The scarred man fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and had a face full of disbelief. You better not fool me, Wang Dahu, or else you'll have to suffer. The name of Wang Dahu is well known in the streets. How well known? Right at this moment, a chilly voice sounded from behind him. Chapter 186, Investigating the Person Behind the Scenes. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the two men who had walked over from afar. Why did you two come out so quickly? I haven't finished playing. With the scarred man, Wang Dahu, in the lead, all of the Crimson North's 5 tigers were completely stunned when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and a bad premonition arose within their hearts. They turned their heads around one by one and looked at the source of the voice. There, they saw 2 middle-aged men walking over shoulder to shoulder. Above each of the 2 middle-aged men were 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A total of 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with them. Nascent. 7th level nascent soul martial artists. Wang Dahu's pupils constricted, his face filled with terror, and his legs started trembling. His other 4 brothers were no better than him, as they all had ghastly pale faces and didn't even dare to raise the suggestion to flee. Before a 7th level nascent soul martial artist, it was absolutely impossible for them to have the opportunity to flee. Now, they only hoped that his violet-clothed youth would spare them. Under Wang Dahu's lead, the 5 of them directly knelt around Duan Ling Tian and lowered their heads. They seemed extremely dispirited. Wang Dahu raised his hand and gave himself a slap, and he pleaded for mercy with a trembling voice. Young master, we have eyes, but we failed to see and have offended you. You're a great and magnanimous man. Just think of us as trash and spare our lives. Now he finally realized that this youth was only just playing with them earlier. At the same time that he was frightened to the point terror, a trace of rage seemed to arise within his heart. This rage was naturally towards that person who paid them to kill the youth. If he knew that the target this time had 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists beside him, not to mention 200,000 silver, even if he were to be given 10 million silver, he still wouldn't dare. Even though the money was tempting, his life was more important. Duan Ling Tian was startled by the actions of the 5 of them, as he never expected them to be so straightforward. Weren't you all some Crimson North's 5 tigers? Can't you have a little bit of backbone? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Wang Dahu before lightly smiling. Young master, before you, we can only be the Crimson North's 5 cats. Wang Dahu had a long face as he laughed bitterly. Now he only hoped that the violet-clothed youth before him would spare the lives of him and his brothers. Crimson North's 5 cats, that does suit you all. Zhang Qian, who was standing beside Duan Ling Tian, couldn't help but laugh. Crimson North's 5 cats, make a few sounds for me. Zhao Gang laughed as well, and his calm gaze descended upon Wang Dahu's group of 5. Meow. Wang Dahu's face flushed. Although he felt embarrassed, when he thought about how his life was within their hands, he could only lower his head and cry like a cat. Meow. The other 4 people started crying out as well, and their bodies that knelt started trembling. They knew in their hearts that as long as this youth were to order it, their heads and bodies would surely be separated. Duan Ling Tian frowned. When he saw Wang Dahu's group of 5's terrified appearances, he didn't even have the interest to teach them a lesson anymore. I can spare your lives, but you must tell me who paid to have me killed. I wonder if you all want to continue acting the part of unyielding men and continue to abide by the so-called street rules. Or do you all want your own lives? Lives, we want our lives. Hearing that they had a chance to live, Wang Dahu's group of 5's eyes shone as they spoke at the same time. What, now you don't care about rules? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Wang Dahu's group of 5 laughed bitterly. Their lives were on the line, what rules would they care about? No rule was more important than their lives. Speak, who paid for my life? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Hammer 7, Wang Dahu said. 1. Hammer 7, do you know who he is? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Yes, he's a gangster within the Imperial City's outer city. Wang Dahu hurriedly nodded. Let's go, take me to him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the sky to judge the time of day. At this time, the city gate leading to the outer city had only just opened, and after he finished dealing with this, he should be able to be back before the gate closes. Imperial City, outer city. Duan Ling Tian sat within a guest room in an inn and leisurely drank some tea. Besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who were standing behind him, Wang Dahu respectfully stood at the side with a perturbed expression. Wang Dahu, didn't you say that Hammer 7 was near here? It's already been more than 10 minutes and your 4 brothers haven't returned. They wouldn't have walked out on you, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Dahu as a trace of coldness flashed within his eyes. Don't worry, young master, we Crimson North's 5 tigers. Wang Dahu had only just started speaking when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's fierce gaze, and he hurriedly corrected himself. No, it's Crimson North's 5 cats. We Crimson North's 5 cats are famous for our loyalty. This is something young master can be at ease of. I hope it's as you say. Duan Ling Tian swept Wang Dahu with his cold and indifferent gaze before continuing to drink his tea. A cup of tea was quickly finished by him. Zhang Qian, open the door. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he suddenly spoke. Although Zhang Qian felt it to be slightly strange, he still went to open the room's door. Meanwhile, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside, and it was the other 4 men of the Crimson North's 5 tigers carrying a sack as they returned. There was obviously a person within the sack that was making crying sounds, and he was unceasingly struggling. After they had all come in, Zhang Qian closed the door and looked at the violet-clothed youth that sat there with a carefree expression. He felt surprised inwardly. The sound insulation effect of this inn was extremely good, and he didn't notice in the slightest that the other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 tigers had returned. How did the young master know? Not only Zhang Qian, but even Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but constrict now. They both realized that there was still much they had to learn from the young master. Young master, we've brought him. The other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 tigers tossed the sack onto the ground. A shrill cry echoed out from within the sack before the 4 of them opened it up. A young man who had his hands tied behind his back appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The young man had a ball of cloth stuffed within his mouth. He was currently making mumbling noises in rage and was furiously staring at the Crimson North's 5 tigers. If you dare make another noise, I don't mind taking a slice at your throat. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand, and his violet myrtle flexible sword seemed to transform into a violet bolt of lightning as it descended onto the young man's neck, causing the young man to be terrified to the point that his body trembled and he hurriedly shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian started to size up this young man before him. The violet myrtle flexible sword within Duan Ling Tian's hand trembled as it flicked out the ball of cloth within the young man's mouth. Even with the ball of cloth gone, the young man still obediently kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to make a sliver of a sound. As the sword on his neck was no joke, Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at the young man before indifferently speaking. You should be Hammer 7. Speak, who asked you to get someone to kill me? Hammer 7's face went deathly pale. You're Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Qian's body moved. He raised his hand before slapping Hammer 7 in the face, and said, with a cold and indifferent voice, "Is the young master's name something you can speak?" Yes, young master, young master. Hammer 7 was stunned by the blow and didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly nodded. The name, Duan Ling Tian, was spread and gave rise to much discussion within the Imperial City as of late. As long as it was a person from the Imperial City, they practically all knew who Duan Ling Tian was, and thus he naturally knew as well. So even if someone had asked him to get someone to kill Duan Ling Tian, he didn't dare brazenly commit it. Thus, he could only find some rash people who'd only just arrived at the Imperial City and hadn't heard of Duan Ling Tian's name and get them to go kill him. He originally thought that the matter would go smoothly, but now it seemed that what happened was completely different from what he'd imagined. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been greedy and gotten these unreliable fellows to do the deed. What Crimson North's 5 tigers? The name sounds great, but in the end they were captured. I'm asking you who asked you to get someone to kill me? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was fierce, and his icy cold voice seemed to emanate from an icy cold pit. Young master, I can't. If I were to speak, I'd die. Hammer 7's face was ghastly pale as he laughed bitterly. Believe it or not, I can make you die right now. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out with a whoosh, as it cut off an eyebrow hair from Hammer 7. Hammer 7's face went deathly pale as he said, in panic, Young master, I'll speak. I'll speak. Speak. Who was it? Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm, but mixed within was a breathtaking rage. He wanted to know who the heck wanted his life. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let that person off. It's Hong Ji, young master, it's Hong Ji. He gave me 3 million silver and asked me to find some honest people to deal with you, Hammer 7 hurriedly said. 3 million silver. Wang Dahu and the other 4 Crimson North's 5 tigers' faces went grim as they stared angrily at Hammer 7. If it wasn't for the presence of Duan Ling Tian, they'd probably have charged at Hammer 7 at the first moment and killed him. This Hammer 7 had taken 3 million silver from another and only gave them 200,000 silver. And it nearly cost them their lives. Hongji, Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he felt that the matter was becoming even more complicated. Young master, I've heard of this Hongji. He's a local tyrant within the Imperial City outer city. Allegedly, he has a relationship with the Shao clan's patriarch. Zhao Gang seemed to recall something as he slowly spoke. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his icy cold gaze once again descended onto Hammer 7 as he indifferently said, hand over the 3 million silver. Yes, young master, I have 2,800,000 silver here. The other 200,000 silver is with them. Hammer 7 obediently withdrew a stack of silver from his pocket and didn't forget to look at Wang Dahu's group. Wang Dahu glared at Hammer 7 and didn't dare hesitate as he obediently withdrew the 200,000 silver. Wang Dahu, Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Young master, I'm here. Wang Dahu took a step forward with incomparable respect. Kill him, and make it clean. Duan Ling Tian's voice was calm to the point that it was terrifying, and it caused Hammer 7's face to go deathly pale. But unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy when Wang Dahu punched his head apart. Above Wang Dahu, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the origin core stage. A trace of satisfaction flashed within Wang Dahu's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, young master, for allowing us 5 brothers to vent our frustrations. Chapter 187, Going After Easy Prey. Wang Dahu. Just at this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Dahu, and Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused on him as he spoke in a slightly cold voice. I'll give you a chance. Take the 200,000 silver in your hands and leave. As for the lives of your 4 brothers, they must remain here. Or else all of you must die. Duan Ling Tian abruptly turning hostile completely exceeded the expectations of Wang Dahu's group of 5, and their faces all went pale. You're going back on your words. Wang Dahu's face went grim. He stared furiously at Duan Ling Tian, as he never thought that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't keep to his word. You're courting death. Zhang Qian's icy cold voice sounded as he kicked out his leg in a flash, kicking Wang Dahu flying into the wall. He fell to the ground with a crash. Wang Dahu spat out a few mouthfuls of bloods in succession, and his rage-filled gaze that still had unwillingness mixed within descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Boss. The other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 tigers were incomparably grievous and indignant. Wang Dahu, this is the last chance I'm giving you. I hope you cherish it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Wang Dahu as he spoke indifferently. Even if I, Wang Dahu, died, I would still not abandon my brothers. Wang Dahu gnashed his teeth. Although he was afraid of death, when he thought about how he had to use the lives of his brothers who'd gone through thick and thin with him in exchange for his own life, he refused Duan Ling Tian. Even if he were to survive out of luck, his heart wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. Boss, leave. Boss, we know you're loyal, but we still hope that you can live on and help take care of our families. Boss, live well. The other 4 seemed to have realized that they were faced with imminent danger now and hurriedly persuaded him. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother. Wang Dahu's eyes were filled with blood as he looked at the 4 men before him. Zhang Qian's and Zhao Gang's brows twitched. As members of the army, they were particular about loyalty towards friends and family. When they saw Wang Dahu's group of 5 like this, admiration couldn't help but be aroused within their hearts, and they felt sympathy, right when they were about to speak and ask Duan Ling Tian to show mercy. Congratulations, Wang Dahu, you've passed my test. The icy cold expression on Duan Ling Tian's face instantly melted, and he picked up the 2,800,000 silver. Hammer 7 took out and put away 2 million silver before tossing over the other 800,000 silver to Wang Dahu. After you've cleaned this place up, take this 1 million silver and leave the Imperial City with your 4 brothers. The sudden change caused Wang Dahu's group of 5 to be stupefied. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had smiles on their faces instead, and the gazes with which they looked at Duan Ling Tian were even more full of admiration. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Wang Dahu's group of 5 once again knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed. This time they truly were grateful to Duan Ling Tian. I'll leave this place for you to deal with. I still have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Duan Ling Tian swept Wang Dahu's group of 5 with his gaze, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Young master, if Wang Dahu had abandoned his 4 brothers and left, what would happen? Outside the inn, Zhang Qian followed behind Duan Ling Tian and couldn't help himself from asking. If he chose to abandon his brothers, then they would all die. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm. It was as if he was talking about an extremely normal matter. In his heart, if Wang Dahu were to choose in that way, then even he couldn't convince himself to let Wang Dahu's group go. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang exhaled a deep breath of cold air when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. They glanced at Duan Ling Tian in tacit understanding and with profound gazes. They didn't have a shred of doubt that once this youth matured, he would surely be an outstanding person. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, do you know where Hongji usually is? Zhang Qian was rather acquainted with Hongji, and before long, Duan Ling Tian sought out Hongji. After some time of coercion and threats, Duan Ling Tian pried open Hongji's mouth and gave him over to be taken care of by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them directly killed Hongji. You too. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Zhang Qian laughed slyly. Young master, this Hongji's committed all sorts of wicked deeds, and I've wanted to teach him a lesson since long ago. Then why didn't you two teach him a lesson before? We were afraid of his relationship with the Shao clan's patriarch before this. Why aren't you afraid now? We've already killed 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples, and we've already put everything on the line. This Hongji doesn't make a difference. Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless towards the reason Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang provided. Why did it sound like it was he who led Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang astray? This Hongji actually has a spatial ring as well, 30 million silver. After Duan Ling Tian established ownership over Hongji's spatial ring and saw the huge pile of silver within, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, it's impossible for this Hongji to be so rich. It's probably the money that Duan clan member gave him. Zhang Qian guessed. Humph. This Hongji said he only received 5 million silver. We were nearly cheated by him. Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. The inner city gates are going to close soon. Let's go. Now that he had achieved his objective, the remaining matters were within the inner city. Duan Ru Lei. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as a breathtaking killing intent arose within him. Duan Ling Tian found out from Hongji that the Duan clan's second master's men were the ones that sought his help. And the person behind the scenes became obvious. It was precisely the Duan clan's second master, Duan Ru Lei. After entering the inner city, Duan Ling Tian said to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, you two observe Duan Ru Lei tonight. I want to know if he's returned to the Duan clan estate or gone to another place. After you've finished your investigation, return and report to me. Yes, young master. Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian hurriedly nodded. They had already guessed what the young master had planned. The young master intends to kill that Duan Ru Lei. Even though they knew that Duan Ru Lei was the Duan clan's second master and had an extraordinary identity, they had already killed 2 Su clan direct descendants, thus they didn't feel like anything was wrong with it. According to what the young master said, as long it's done cleanly and no clues are left behind, then there's no danger of anything going wrong. The night was dark with strong gusts of wind. It was a perfect night to kill someone. Outside a courtyard house within the inner city, 3 black-clothed and masked figures silently leapt over the wall and snuck into the courtyard house. They were precisely Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. After Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang tracked him for an entire night, they confirmed that Duan Ru Lei had arrived at this courtyard house and didn't return to the Duan clan estate. This courtyard house was double the size of the one Duan Ling Tian possessed. Presently, the lights within were completely extinguished, and it was extremely quiet. Seems slightly off. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's sensitive spiritual force trembled, as he had vaguely perceived something. Not only that, he even noticed that the 2 little pythons inside his sleeve were now restless as if they had noticed something. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as he continued forward. Since he'd come, he didn't wish to return empty-handed. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, what threat could a cripple pose? Even if he had someone protecting him, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of it. As long as it wasn't a half-step void stage expert, he could deal with it by relying on his bone corrosion inscription. Right when Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang had just arrived at the center of the front courtyard, A clear sound echoed out and lights were lit in an instant, illuminating the entire front courtyard. At the same time, 3 figures flashed out and surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. When these 3 people moved, there were 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above each of them, 3 7th-level nascent soul martial artists. The 3 men who appeared were 3 old men, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and his face went grim, but because his face was covered, nobody was able to notice it. Never had he imagined that he would actually be noticed. However, he didn't mind 3 7th-level nascent soul martial artists. As long as he could get Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to join forces and kill one of them, he could use the bone corrosion inscription on his spatial ring and the one on violet myrtle flexible sword to instantly kill the other 2. Duan Ling Tian, needless to say, I've underestimated you. Right at this moment, accompanied by an icy cold voice, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression walked out slowly from the house's main building. A green-clothed old man followed by the side of the middle-aged man. Although it was the first time he had seen this middle-aged man, when he looked the middle-aged man's brow, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice a similarity to Duan Ling Xing, and thus Duan Ling Tian guessed his identity, Duan Ru. However, Duan Ling Tian's attention wasn't on Duan Ru but on the green-clothed old man beside Duan Ru. The green-clothed old man had a thin figure, and his entire body seemed scrawny, but he gave Duan Ling Tian a very profound feeling, an extremely dangerous feeling. Based on the experiences of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew that this old man wasn't ordinary. The old man's strength might even surpass an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul martial artist. Half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could feel his heartbeat getting faster. Probably isn't a half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian consoled himself. What, Duan Ling Tian, you're still unwilling to be frank and meet this second uncle of yours? Duan Ru's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's figure as he spoke indifferently. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and removed his mask to reveal his face. Since he'd been recognized, there was no reason to continue wearing it. Now he could almost be certain that he'd been entrapped by Duan Ru tonight. Duan Ru obviously provided him with the illusion of going after easy prey. As expected, he slightly resembles Duan Ru Feng. Duan Ru's gaze focused when he saw Duan Ling Tian's appearance, and a sense of rage seemed to arise within him. It was as if he had returned to the past and once again recalled the scene that year when Duan Ru Feng crippled his Dantian. I'm extremely curious, how do you know I was coming? Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ru as he asked. It can only be said that those 2 beside you were unprofessional when trailing me. They were see-through by Senior Ku since the beginning. As he spoke up to this point, Duan Ru slightly stopped for a moment and smiled to the green-clothed old man beside him with a smile that seemed to contain a sense of reverence mixed within. Young master, we're sorry. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang never expected that the problem arose because of them, and their pupils constricted as they apologized with bitter tones. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the green-clothed old man. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed him for some time and had improved their tracking skills. Duan Ling Tian was certain that even if they were to go trail an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul martial artist, they might not be noticed. Could it be that this green-clothed old man was really a half-step void stage powerhouse? A trace of coldness abruptly arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Chapter 188, Critical Moment. Duan Ling Tian, how is it? Are you afraid now? A trace of mockery was mixed within Duan Ru's gaze. It was as if he wanted to see Duan Ling Tian's terrified expression. Afraid? Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused when faced with Duan Ru's question, and he smiled indifferently. Why should I be afraid? Humph. Duan Ru snorted coldly. You're about to die and you still dare be stubborn. Then I'll make it clear to you. This is my private courtyard house. Including Senior Ku and those 3, they're not members of the Duan clan, so don't you think that they'll give consideration to the fact you're a Duan clan direct descendant and show mercy. Therefore, I'll undoubtedly die today, right? Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm. To outsiders, it would seem as if he'd given no thought to life and death and was completely indifferent to it. It's good that you know. Duan Ru's face had a layer of frost on it as he sneered. Now, do you regret killing my son? If I say I regret it, could it be that you'd let me go? Duan Ling Tian asked rhetorically. He still had a carefree expression on his face. It's naturally impossible. Today, you must die no matter what. Duan Rulei's gaze went cold when he proclaimed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Then doesn't that suffice? If I regret it, I'll die. If I don't regret it, I'll still die. Why should I regret? Maybe I, Duan Lingtian, will have things to be sorry about during my lifetime, and there will be a moment that I feel regret. However, I've never once regretted killing your son. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze was like a sword as it focused onto Duan Rulei. He spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Good, good. Duan Rulei started laughing out of extreme fury. As expected of the son of Duan Rufeng, you sure enough possess the demeanor he had all those years ago. Subsequently, Duan Rulei's gaze sized up Duan Lingtian. I heard from my nephew that your cultivation had currently stepped into the origin core stage. If I remember correctly, you seem to be only 18 this year. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. In terms of natural talent, you're virtually more monstrous and heaven-defying than your father all those years ago. But unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Obviously, Duan Rulei had heard from Duan Rong about what happened at Paladin Academy this morning. Duan Lingtian relied upon his cultivation at the origin core stage to defeat the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Shu Qing. An 18-year-old at the origin core stage. The green-clothed old man beside Duan Rulei spoke, which was a scene that was hard to come by. His voice was slightly hoarse, and a strange luster flickered within his eyes. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even in the younger generation of the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I'm afraid such natural talent can still be considered to be at the top. How unfortunate. However, being able to kill such a monstrous talent in my lifetime can truly be considered as good fortune. A trace of cold intention slowly appeared on the corners of the green-clothed old man's mouth. On his body, strands of a bizarre aura stretched out. Duan Lingtian's sensitive spiritual force reacted to this aura at the first possible moment, causing his pupils to constrict. Half-step void stage, now he could finally be completely certain. The old man before him was a half-step void stage powerhouse. You know of the half-step void stage? The green-clothed old man was briefly surprised when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and his pair of strange eyes flickered with a sheen of teasing intentions. Looks like you aren't simple, kid. Right, someone who's able to control 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists should have some ability. Since when did an existence at the half-step void stage become a lackey for others? Moreover, being a lackey for a 9th-level body-tempering cripple. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he mocked. The green-clothed old man didn't give any reaction when Duan Rulei's face went gloomy. Duan Lingtian, don't you talk nonsense and sow discord amongst me and Senior Ku. Senior Ku is my esteemed guest, and I've always treated him like an elder. Kid, no matter how great you are at talking, it's still a waste of breath. If I were you, I would kneel and beg for mercy and kowtow to the second master, and maybe second master's mood might turn good and leave your corpse intact. The green-clothed old man didn't get angry or embarrassed. His voice was calm, but within it was a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the judge of life and death in hell, and Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary person waiting to be judged. Kneel and beg for mercy. Corpse intact. The cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even wider, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Rulei. Asking me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Old man, are you so old that even your brain isn't working? Can a cripple like him bear to receive it? Is a cripple like him worthy? Duan Lingtian. Duan Rulei's face was crimson red as he burst into rage. In these years, although he had lost his cultivation, his status in the Duan clan was extremely important. Who'd dare call him a cripple to his face? Now Duan Lingtian had repeatedly called him cripple, and this utterly enraged him. Senior Ku, I'll have to trouble you. Duan Rulei took a deep breath as killing intent flashed within his eyes. He looked at the green-clothed old man, as he didn't plan to waste his breath on Duan Lingtian anymore. Xing, father will take revenge for you right away. Duan Rulei's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian dead on the ground. The green-clothed old man's expressions was extremely gloomy. He gave orders to the 3 old men that were surrounding Duan Lingtian's group of 3, then he moved his gaze that was filled with mockery onto Duan Lingtian. You 3, take care of those 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists. I'll personally deal with this kid, an 18-year-old origin core martial artist. Kid, I'll always remember you for my entire life. You'll be the first peerless genius to die at my hands. Yes. The three old men respectfully obeyed the orders of the green-clothed old man, and their bodies flashed before instantly pouncing towards Xianxia and Zhao Gang. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Xianxia and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted. They could only enter into battle with these three enemies that were evenly matched with them. Their enemies were more in number after all, and they were at a disadvantage in next to no time. Kid, you're going to die right away. Could it be that you aren't afraid? As the green-clothed old man took each step, the mockery in his eyes grew even darker. If I were afraid, could it be that you'd give me a way out? Duan Lingtian sneered, and he looked at the green-clothed old man as if he was looking at an idiot. You're courting death. The green-clothed old man's face went grim when he noticed Duan Lingtian's strange gaze. He got angry from embarrassment, and a killing intent that blotted out the sky and covered up the earth arose from him. This Duan Lingtian actually enraged Senior Ku. The corners of Duan Rulei's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. Old goat, could it be that you really think you can kill me? Duan Lingtian had a calm gaze as he looked at the extremely enraged green-clothed old man that desired to kill him. Stop acting. The old man had a face full of disdain as he swiftly walked forward. Right at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's leg jerked and origin energy rose explosively to allow him to flash backwards at an extremely swift speed. Then he explosively shouted, "Uncle Ni, you still plan on watching the show?" The green-clothed old man was stunned and stopped his footsteps. Duan Rulei couldn't help but frown. Kid, I originally intended for you to suffer a little longer so you wouldn't dare act recklessly again. But never had I imagined that I'd actually let you notice me. Accompanied by a helpless but hearty laugh, a figure flashed in from outside the courtyard house and lightly descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind himself. This was a middle-aged man, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly domineering aura. It was precisely the divine might Marquis, Ni Yuan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curled up and held a faint smile within. Not long after Duan Rulei and the green-clothed old man appeared, he noticed Ni Yuan, who had concealed himself at the side. This was the reason why he could maintain that careless expression from start till finish. He understood in his heart that with Ni Yuan here, he couldn't die. General, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang pulled away from their three opponents and saluted respectfully as they gazed at Ni Yuan. Divine Might Marquis, Duan Rulei's face went grim, as he knew of the friendship between Duan Lingtian's father and the Divine Might Marquis all those years ago. For a moment, a bad premonition arose within his heart. But in next to no time, he caught his breath and relaxed. The Divine Might Marquis was in existence at the half-step void stage, and thus his strength was similar to Senior Ku's. His side still firmly had the upper hand. You're the Divine Might Marquis. The green-clothed old man's gaze descended onto Ni Yuan, and a trace of viciousness was mixed within. I have heard that Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan's strength is shocking and that he is in existence at the half-step void stage. Today, this old man will seek guidance for a few moves from the Divine Might Marquis. Ni Yuan glanced at the old man indifferently. I'll naturally accompany you if you want to seek guidance from me. But unfortunately, your opponent today isn't me. As Ni Yuan finished speaking, he moved. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and Ni Yuan had already vanished from where he stood. The three existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage were all dead. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his heart trembled as he gazed upon Ni Yuan, who seemed to instantly return to where he stood before. From the ability which Ni Yuan revealed earlier, he was obviously only a step away from the true void stage. It looked like the natural talent in the martial Dao of this Uncle Ni of his was extremely high. You've already arrived at that last step. The green-clothed old man was originally still wondering about what Ni Yuan said earlier, but when he saw the ability Ni Yuan revealed, his face went gloomy. Even within the half-step void stage, there's a slight difference in strength between each martial artist. Compared to him, Ni Yuan had undoubtedly gone farther and only lacked the last step before becoming a true void stage martial artist. In other words, a void-prying powerhouse. At almost the exact same moment that the green-clothed old man's face went gloomy, a figure silently snuck into the courtyard house and descended beside Ni Yuan. The person had a big and tall figure and wore a black outfit, and his face was covered by a Ghost King mask, and thus his face couldn't be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian's face went slightly pale. He was actually unable to perceive the existence of this person in the slightest. There was only one possibility. This person was a void-prying powerhouse. A true void stage powerhouse. In the next moment, a scene that made Duan Ling Tian even more surprised appeared. The old man who was still ferocious looking a moment ago, at the instant the ghost-masked man appeared, his face went deathly pale without a trace of blood, and he even directly knelt down on the ground with a putong sound as he trembled. Leader. The old man's voice contained infinite terror mixed within. This was a terror that stemmed from his heart, a terror that stemmed from his soul. Chapter 189, Void Advancement Pill. Before the ghost-masked man, the old man didn't have any intention of resisting. As far as the old man was concerned, before the ghost-masked man, any resistance was futile, and kneeling down to plead for mercy might be the only way to obtain a way out. The ghost-masked man moved. His right hand slowly extended outward, and precisely at this instant, terrifying origin energy raged atop his right hand before moving to gather together. A saber of light condensed from origin energy carried a mysterious and terrifying aura as it streaked past the old man's neck before he could even react to it. The old man, who was just trembling a moment ago, was instantly separated into two halves. Blood stained the entire ground and transformed into a small stream of blood. A half-step void stage powerhouse died just like that. Duan Ling Tian had an unrealistic feeling arise within his heart. Only after the ghost-masked man's body jerked and instantly vanished before him did Duan Ling Tian come back to his senses. If it wasn't for the old man's corpse being before his eyes, he would even doubt that the ghost-masked man had actually appeared. The green-clothed old man was a powerhouse that had stepped into the half-step void stage, but before the ghost-masked man, he seemed to be like paper. Take care of the rest yourself. Ni Yuan's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a fierce light when he heard what Ni Yuan said, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Rulei, who'd long since been stunned on the spot. Duan Rulei had a deathly pale expression, but he didn't flee, as even if he wanted to flee, with his mere 9th-level body tempering stage cultivation, he would not be able to go far. Everyone present, even Duan Ling Tian, whose cultivation was the lowest, was still capable of easily catching up to him. Duan Ling Tian's body moved as if he had transformed into a spirit serpent, instantly flashing to arrive before Duan Rulei. Duan Rulei seemed as if he'd realized that he was facing imminent danger, and simply risked everything as he spoke with a vicious gaze. Duan Ling Tian, you're in luck that the Divine Might Marquis actually helped you. However, even if I become a ghost, I'll still not let you off. I wasn't afraid when you were still a man. Could it be that I would fear you as a ghost? Duan Ling Tian felt it to be laughable. Because of the ghost-masked man's appearance, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly depressed, so he didn't waste his breath on Duan Rulei. His violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out to directly end Duan Rulei's life. At the same time, he also put away Duan Rulei's spatial ring. He could imagine how this Duan Rulei, as the one who managed most of the Duan clan's businesses, would surely have extremely impressive amounts of wealth in his possession. Uncle Ni, who was that earlier? Duan Ling Tian put away Duan Rulei's spatial ring within his own spatial ring. He didn't even have the time to establish ownership on it before his gaze descended upon the nearby Ni Yuan. He could tell that his Uncle Ni should know of that person's identity, otherwise, he wouldn't have said what he said to the green-clothed old man. But unfortunately, your opponent today isn't me. This sentence was more than enough to prove that Ni Yuan knew the ghost-masked man. He's an extremely terrifying person. A trace of fear appeared on Ni Yuan's face. He isn't a friend of Uncle Ni. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Ni Yuan laughed bitterly. Of course not. Maybe I, the Divine Might Marquis, might look superior in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, I amount to nothing. I only happened to encounter him on my way here. The reason he came here was precisely to punish this traitor. As Ni Yuan spoke, he gazed upon the green-clothed old man's corpses, whose head and body had been separated. Traitor. This old man with a cultivation that had stepped into the half-step void stage was actually a former underling of that ghost-masked man. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. That ghost-masked man was a true void stage powerhouse after all. And thus it wasn't weird that he had such an underling. Uncle Ni, according to my knowledge, there are only 3 true void stage powerhouses within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Besides the imperial families and Grandfather Ni, there seems to only be the powerhouse from the ghastly shadow. Could it be that the person from before is him? Duan Ling Tian gazed at Ni Yuan as if he wanted to discern the answer from his face. Ni Yuan lightly smiled but didn't state anything, then his body moved to fly and leave. You two, help this kid clean this place up. Duan Ru Lei is the Duan clan's second master after all, so you better not let the Duan clan find out it was you. Yes, General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had faces full of respect as they sent of Ni Yuan with their gazes. So mysterious. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and didn't think of it any longer. In any case, whether or not that person was the void stage powerhouse of ghastly shadow had nothing to do with him. Duan Ling Tian slowly walked out as he removed the spatial rings from that green-clothed old man and the three old men one by one. Subsequently, with the help of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he first incinerated all the corpses before tossing a ball of flame to burn the entire courtyard house. Flames shot into the sky as if raging flames were burning a city. Duan Ling Tian's group of three, however, walked out from within the burning flames and slowly vanished at the end of the road. Meanwhile, they could hear waves of people crying out in alarm from behind them. The matter was finally resolved. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, but when he recalled what happened today, he still felt a lingering fear within his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Ni appearing in time, his head would probably have been far from his body at this moment, as he didn't think that the ghost-masked man would have saved him. Maybe in the eyes of the ghost-masked man, all life was as worthless as straw and not worth mentioning. After he returned to his own house, Duan Ling Tian entered his room and fell into a deep slumber. But right at this moment, the entire Duan clan was completely stirred. Duan Ru Lei, who played a decisive role in the Duan clan and controlled most of the clan's businesses, was burned to death in the night, and his courtyard house in the inner city was burned to ashes with him. Within the Duan clan estate's audience hall, Patriarch Duan Ru Huo had a gloomy expression and gaze like lightning. Second brother is gone just like that. No matter who did it, even if my Duan clan has to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must still find the culprit to burn his bones and scatter his ashes so that we may console second brother's spirit in heaven. The patriarch is right, the second master left without any clear reason, and as such this ought to be done. Most of the Duan clan elders that were present nodded in agreement. However, when one looked at their expressions were mostly filled with indifference. Maybe in their opinion, Duan Ru Lei was just a cripple in the end. To them, with Duan Ru Lei dead, the businesses that were originally controlled by him would become unoccupied, and they could obtain a share as well. To a certain extent, the death of Duan Ru Lei was a good thing to them. Of course, they would only dare think like this in their hearts. The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ru Hong, had a gloomy expression. It's really been troubled times lately. First it was the 2 direct descendants of the Su clan that died in succession, now second brother was burned to death without a clear reason. Could these 2 incidents be linked? Fourth master, you're being too sensitive. According to my knowledge, the death of the 2 Su clan direct descendants seemed to be related to the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Second master had no relationship with that Su Nan in the slightest. A Duan clan elder shook his head as he spoke slowly. What he said received the agreement of most of the people present. Whether they're related or not, my Duan clan will surely get to the bottom of this matter and give justice to second brother. Duan Ru Huo's voice had a breathtaking fury mixed within. Patriarch, there's still another matter. I heard from my grandson that this morning, at the side of the Paladin Academy's martial arts practice ground, Duan Ru Feng's son, Duan Ling Tian, used his cultivation at the origin core stage to defeat Shu Qing, the formed number 1 genius of Paladin Academy. An aged Duan clan elder suddenly spoke. His grandson was a Paladin Academy student as well. What? Origin core stage? Second elder, you aren't joking, right? Duan Ru Feng's son has stepped into the origin core stage. Yeah, second elder. According to my knowledge, Duan Ling Tian is only 18 this year, right? He already has a monstrous endowment by being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage, and he seems to have surpassed Duan Ru Feng when he was the same age. But the origin core stage, impossible. Across the history of Out Crimson Sky Kingdom, there seems to never have been an appearance of a 18-year-old origin core martial artist. Even within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin core martial artist is considered to be an absolute monstrous genius in the martial Dao, an existence that all the huge sects would compete for. I feel it's impossible. The group of Duan clan elders didn't dare believe it and they shook their heads. Silence. Right at this moment, Patriarch Duan Ru Huo spoke and suppressed the clamorous discussion within the audience hall. I can bear witness on this matter, and what second elder said is true. At dawn today, Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Ling Tian, indeed defeated Shu Qing, and at that time, he didn't use a spirit weapon and was able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. The moment Duan Ruhuo spoke, the entire audience hall became deathly silent, and the people present didn't doubt it any longer, not using a spirit weapon and able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As long as it was a normal martial artist, the first thought in their mind would be that it was an origin core martial artist attacking while holding back. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist that didn't utilize a spirit weapon would at most be able to exert the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths was something that only an origin core martial artist was capable of exerting. Patriarch, the old man that sat beneath Duan Ruhuo and had never spoken since the beginning, abruptly spoke. This old man had a head full of snow white, long hair and a pair of white brows that were curled upwards. Presently, his murky eyes seemed to have cleared away the mist before then and were emitting dazzling rays of light. Accompanied by the old man speaking, everyone within the audience hall, including Patriarch Duan Ruhuo, gazed respectfully at the old man. The old man was precisely the Duan clan's grand elder, and not only that, the old man had another identity. The previous Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Zhen. Since that Duan Ling Tian has such natural talent, we must be sure to use any means necessary to make him return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. He has even more potential than Duan Rufeng all those years ago, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom will surely not be able to hold him in the future. As Duan Zhen slowly spoke, a flame flashed within his eyes. If he's able to be looked upon favorably by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's top sects, with the generosity of those sects and for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, it wouldn't be impossible for them to bestow a Void Advancement Pill. Void Advancement Pill. The entire audience hall was deathly silent the moment Duan Zhen finished speaking, and all that remained was the sounds of heavy breathing. All of them naturally knew what medicinal pill it was. A Void Advancement Pill, Grade 5 medicinal pill, and could only be refined by a Grade 5 alchemist. Once a half-step Void stage powerhouse consumes it, there is a 50% chance that the martial artist will break through to the Void prying stage within 3 days. There was a 30% chance that the martial artist would break through to the Void prying stage within 1 month. There was a 20% chance that the martial artist would break through to the Void prying stage within 1 year. This is a repeat announcement, it's the same announcement that was on Chapter 186. Chapter 190. Enemies are bound to meet. Even within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a Grade 5 alchemist was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, formidable powers that were capable of requesting the assistance of a Grade 5 alchemist to refine a Grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it were to be said that within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various large clans were dominant, then within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various large sects were dominant. I heard that 30 years ago, the Celestial Element Kingdom's Yuan clan produced a peerless genius who stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and acknowledged the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder as his master. Because of this, the Yuan clan obtained a Void Advancement Pill and thus attained a Void Prying stage powerhouse. After being reminded by the Grand Elder, another Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh. I've heard of this as well. Another Duan clan elder nodded, and his eyes emitted a fiery gaze. Void stage powerhouse. It played a decisive role to the Duan clan. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least nearly 100 existences at the half-step Void stage. However, within the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true Void stage powerhouses. It was too difficult to step into the Void prying stage. Without a certain level of natural talent, even an existence at the half-step Void stage would find it impossible to break through to the Void prying stage within his lifetime. Within the history of the Duan clan, there'd at least been more than 100 people who'd stepped into the half-step Void stage. However, there had never once been a single Void prying stage powerhouse. That year, nearly everyone within the Duan clan thought that Duan Rufeng would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history and become a Void prying stage powerhouse. At that time, Duan Rufeng could be considered as the most talented disciple within the Duan clan's history, but unfortunately, Duan Rufeng vanished in the end and has not been heard of until today. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he'd surely been struck with disaster. Whereas now, the son of Duan Rufeng, Duan Ling Tian, suddenly appeared with shocking feats, and stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the ardor of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year, they'd been looking forward to Duan Rufeng becoming a void-prying stage powerhouse and leading the Duan clan to move up a step in the world. Now, with the lesson they learned from Duan Rufeng, they anticipated Duan Ling Tian becoming a void-prying stage powerhouse, and they weren't willing to wait. They only hoped that Duan Ling Tian could enter a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and provide the Duan clan with an opportunity to obtain a void advancement pill. At that time, they'd allow a half-step void stage powerhouse within the clan to consume it and directly break through to the void-prying stage. In this way, not only would it not repeat the same road to possible disappointment like Duan Rufeng, it would also allow the Duan clan to obtain a void-prying stage powerhouse within a short amount of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter the cost, we must make Duan Ling Tian return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors before allowing him to enter a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and help obtain a void advancement pill for our Duan clan. I agree with the Grand Elder as well. I agree. The moment they thought of how a void-prying stage powerhouse might appear within the Duan clan because of this, all the elders present within the audience hall were incomparably excited. Duan Ruhong slightly frowned, as he felt that this was a slight aversion towards this decision. Since when did their Duan clan stoop down to the point that they needed to make use of a child? Grand Elder, Patriarch Duan Ruhuo looked at Duan Zhen, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It isn't that our Duan clan hasn't thought of getting Duan Ling Tian to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestor. He's been unwilling all along. In my opinion, that child's inherited the temper of third brother and would absolutely not change his mind lightly. As I've said, we can pay any price for this, as long as it's something the Duan clan can accomplish. Duan Zhen's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ru, who secretly exhaled a breath of cold air when he heard this, as he could perceive the weight of what the Grand Elder had said. And just at this moment, the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for all the Duan clan higher-ups within the audience hall left and walked into a vast courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed when she finished hearing what the servant girl said, and a cold light flashed within her eyes. My husband has only just died and the Duan clan wants the murderer of my son to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. And they're willing to pay any price just so he returns. The fat woman's fat trembled violently, as she was enraged to the utmost limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan anymore. That useless trash, Duan Roulé, is dead and can't take revenge for my son any longer. My clan, I must return to my clan. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed up her things that same night and left the imperial city in a hurry at dawn next day. At dawn, Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the academy gate when he noticed that all the students he encountered on his way more or less stared at him with unusual gazes. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looks like it'll be difficult for him to have peace for a period of time because of that uproar from yesterday. Luckily, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy to head to the northwest borders battlefield. When he was walking past the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Ling Tian brows knitted, as he noticed that 3 female students were arguing with each other nearby. More precisely speaking, it was 2 female students joining forces to bully another female student. Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the face of the female student that was isolated and helpless, and although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, but her appearance was quite refined. Originally, he didn't plan to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Ling Tian your idol, right? Among the 2 female students who had their backs towards Duan Ling Tian, one of them had a black whip in her hand and used a condescending tone as she asked the refined female student. Tong Li. When Duan Ling Tian recognized the voice's owner, his eyes went cold. Everyone says that enemies are bound to meet, and today he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of this saying. Duan Ling Tian stopped his steps and narrowed his eyes as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What about me making Duan Ling Tian my idol? I admire him and like him, what about it? Am I forcing you to do the same? The refined female student said, with a flushed face. I can't be bothered if you admire another or like another. But that Duan Ling Tian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy, and whoever who makes him their idol is opposing me, Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage within her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the 5th prince, and she isn't someone a commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel and kowtow in apology while shouting, Duan Ling Tian's a bastard, 100 times, and maybe Miss Li will show mercy and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had one hand against her waist and she extended the other hand to point at the refined female student's nose. She used Tong Li's status to bully the refined female student. You. The refined female student was enraged to the point that her breath became hurried. What? I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you still don't kneel and shout, Duan Ling Tian's a bastard, I'll whip your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand as if it would swing out at any moment. The refined female student's face was pale, and her body lightly trembled, but she still gritted her teeth and wasn't willing to submit. Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he walked over in large strides. In the end, he still couldn't stand by and watch any longer. Even though he didn't know that female student, she was, after all, being bullied by Tong Li because of him. Thus, since he'd noticed this matter, then he couldn't help but interfere. Accompanied by Duan Ling Tian's approach, the refined female student's eyes shone and her face revealed an idolizing expression. 3 breaths have passed, looks like you're really thick-headed. Tong Li didn't notice the expression of the refined female student, and her gaze went cold as she waved the black whip in her hand. As if transforming into a black venomous snake, the whip moved to bite the refined female student. Because of noticing Duan Ling Tian, the refined female student was slightly absent-minded and was completely not in time to react to Tong Li's whip. Instantly, her face went pale and terror rooted her to the ground, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. In next to no time, she felt a wave of fierce winds scrape past her face. She originally thought that pain would follow it, but unexpectedly, after hearing a bang, nothing came next. She opened her eyes. Only now did she notice that a violet-clothed youth had appeared before her eyes. The violet-clothed youth had his back to her and used his hand to grab hold of the whip that was swung towards her. For a moment, her face blushed and she could only feel her heartbeat getting faster. Tong Li's face went grim when she noticed that someone dared to stop her from teaching a lesson to another, and she was about to snap. However, she hadn't even opened her mouth before she became completely stunned, because the person that stopped her now wasn't anyone else but precisely that Duan Ling Tian that she hated to the bones. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as he exerted force with his hand to seize the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I noticed that you seem to be uncomfortable if you don't put on airs for a day. But I wonder, how did this fellow student here offend you? Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she shouted coldly, what's it got to do with you? What's it got to do with me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as his gaze moved from Tong Li to the female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you asked this fellow student here to kneel and say what 100 times? Sorry, I didn't hear it clearly just now. The female student's face went deathly pale, as she only dared act that way earlier because Tong Li was beside her to support her. But now, how would she dare continue saying that? Are you kidding? This Duan Ling Tian hit Tong Li until her head turned into a pig's head, right in front of her the other day. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she were to dare repeat what she said earlier, Duan Ling Tian would surely beat her head into a pig's head. I didn't say anything. The female student had a deathly pale expression, her body was lightly trembling, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Duan Ling Tian in the eye. Weren't you rather domineering earlier? Duan Ling Tian sneered. His eyes focused and he shouted coldly, kneel down. Duan Ling Tian didn't look at this female student who relied on Tong Li's status to bully others as a woman. Didn't you ask another to kneel down at every turn? Now I'll make you kneel down. The female student's body trembled when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and when she felt the faintly discernible killing intent on Duan Ling Tian's body, she gritted her teeth and eventually knelt down. Chapter 191, Tong Li's a bitch. Not shouting, Duan Ling Tian's voice was cold and indifferent as if it came from the depths of hell. A terrifying killing intent swept out of his body and enveloped that female student. Instantly, the female student felt as if she was within a horrifying battlefield and dread arose from the bottom of her heart before she hurriedly said, I'll shout, I'll shout. You dare. Tong Li's face went gloomy, as she'd never expected this bootlicker to actually dare shout it, and she raised her hand before swinging a slap at the female student. Just at this moment, the black whip within Duan Ling Tian's hand swung out and directly descended onto Tong Li's arm. Accompanied by Tong Li's shrill cry, she retracted her arm, which now had a pitch-black bruise on it. You. Tong Li stared angrily at Duan Ling Tian, but even though she had a belly full of harsh words to say in her heart, she just didn't dare say it. With the 2 previous lessons, she became clear of Duan Ling Tian's temper and knew that if she were to dare say anything harsh, this Duan Ling Tian would surely raise his hand at her. For the sake of avoiding the pain of the flesh and body, Tong Li chose to endure. She'd slowly seek revenge for all this from Duan Ling Tian in the future. Tong Li's a bitch. Meanwhile, the female student that was kneeling on the ground opened her mouth and started shouting over and over again. After hearing the female student shout the same thing repeatedly 20 or 30 times, he was bored to the point that he started yawning. He looked at the refined female student beside him and lightly smiled. "What's your name?" The refined female student's face blushed like an apple as she lowered her head and said, in a low voice, "I'm Tang Guo." "Tang Guo, this name rather suits you." I'm going to class, so help me look after her. If she doesn't finish shouting 100 times like I instructed, or if this Tong Li dares to try any tricks, you can come to the grade 1-star mastermind department classroom to look for me." Duan Ling Tian passed the black whip in his hand to Tang Guo and lightly smiled to her once more before leaving. 1. Tang Guo was slightly excited in her heart as she watched Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear in the distance. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li's face to be extremely unsightly as she coldly shouted, "He's already gone, what are you still shouting for?" Instantly, the voice of the female student that was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly and she fearfully glanced at Tong Li. "Miss Li, I didn't mean to earlier. Truly, that Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. What you mean is that he's terrifying and I'm not." Tong Li's face sank as she interrupted the female student, then a fierce light flickered within her eyes. The female student who was kneeling on the ground didn't even have the time to explain herself when she heard Tang Guo say, with a flushed face, "You've only shouted 41 times, there's still another 59 times. Hurry up." The body of the female student that was kneeling on the floor trembled. Only now did she realize that although Duan Ling Tian was gone, he had still left behind a representative. And as she recalled the threats Duan Ling Tian made earlier, she exhaled a deep breath of cold air before continuing to shout. Tong Li's face went grim as she stared angrily at Tang Guo. "Little bitch, do you not want to live anymore?" Tang Guo gritted her teeth and her timid gaze slowly became firm. "If you have an objection, you can go look for Duan Ling Tian. He asked me to keep watch here, and since I've promised him, then I'll surely see to it properly." You. Tong Li extended her hand to point at Tang Guo's nose. She was angered to the point that her body started trembling, and she wished for nothing more than to strangle this woman to death, but when she recalled what Duan Ling Tian said earlier, she still endured it in the end. "Humph." Tong Li snorted coldly before turning to leave, and as she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tang Guo. "You're Tang Guo, right? I'll remember you." Tang Guo gritted her teeth. When she recalled the words that the youth left behind earlier, her wavering gaze became firm once again. As far as she was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian was so confident in her, she couldn't let Duan Ling Tian be disappointed. What happened in the morning was only a small incident to Duan Ling Tian, and Tang Guo was only a passing guest within his life. After a regular day passed, he, Xiao Xuan, and Xiao Yu walked out of Paladin Academy together at dusk. Right at this moment, a carriage driver opened the curtain of a carriage that was stopped outside of Paladin Academy, and a person walked out of it. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. Duan Ling Tian didn't have any good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Ling Xing desired to kill him in Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan that day, this Duan Ruhong only snapped at Duan Ling Xing once and took no further action. Duan Ruhong seemed to notice Duan Ling Tian's hostile gaze and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth before he said, "Can you come with me for a short chat?" "You two head home first," Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, before getting into the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ruhong sat facing each other as Duan Ling Tian indifferently said, "Be frank if you have something to say. If you're thinking of persuading me to return to the clan again, then please keep your opinion to yourself. I, Duan Ling Tian, will not lightly change my decision on something I've already decided on." When he first saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he'd already guessed Duan Ruhong's objective. He was surely here because Duan Ling Tian had revealed a strength that others mistook for being at the origin core stage yesterday morning. The Duan clan wanted to ask him to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors again. After all, an 18-year-old origin core martial artist was a unique existence even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Let me finish before you decide. Duan Ru Hong laughed bitterly. Speak. Duan Ling Tian was slightly impatient as he spoke. Duan Ru Hong took a deep breath as he slowly said, "It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is also the previous patriarch of our Duan clan, has spoken that as long as you're willing to return to the clan, acknowledge your ancestors, and admit yourself to be a Duan clan disciple, then our Duan clan will satisfy any conditions of yours as long as they're within the Duan clan's ability." So good, able to agree to any of his conditions. However, Duan Ling Tian understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since the Duan clan is willing to give so much, I presume the Duan clan wants something, right? I wonder what does the Duan clan want from me? Duan Ru Hong glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He suddenly felt that the youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Ru Feng. The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is a void advancement pill. Void advancement pill. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, as he, who had merged memories with rebirth martial emperor, naturally knew what a void advancement pill was. Void advancement pill, a grade 5 medicinal pill, able to assist a half-step void stage martial artist bring about the 6-9 lightning tribulation within a short amount of time. After the martial artist finishes withstanding the tribulation, he will step into the void prying stage. Ordinarily speaking, a void advancement pill was something only consumed by those martial artists whose natural talent made it difficult for them to break through to the void prying stage. This is because once one consumes a void advancement pill and forcefully brings about the 6-9 lightning tribulation, it will leave behind an extremely serious side effect. A martial artist that forcefully broke through to the void prying stage with a void advancement pill would be able to at most cultivate to the 9th level of the void prying stage within their lifetime, and they would be unable to make any further breakthrough. It can be said that once one consumes a void advancement pill, it could be considered as destroying their own future. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian would rather die than consume a void advancement pill. However, to the group of half-step void stage martial artists within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't have a void advancement pill, then it would be impossible for 90% or more of them to break through to the void prying stage. So the void advancement pill was their only choice, and they definitely paid no regard to the side effects the void advancement pill brought about. Even if it's only the 9th level of the void prying stage, it's still sufficient to act without a care within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even that void prying stage powerhouse within the Imperial family probably hasn't reached the 9th level of the void prying stage, Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. Duan Ru Hong was shocked in his heart when he noticed Duan Ling Tian pondering. Could it be that this kid knows what a void advancement pill is? After all, even though the void advancement pill couldn't be considered to be a secret, it wasn't something that just anyone would know of. Void advancement pill. The Duan clan really planned well. Duan Ling Tian sneered. However, why does the Duan clan think I can bring a void advancement pill to them? Duan Ru Hong's heart trembled. This kid really knew of the void advancement pill. According to the Grand Elder's intention, it's to ask you to enter one of the top sects within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With your natural talent, you'd surely be regarded highly by the higher-ups of those top sects. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for you to get a void advancement pill for the Duan clan. Enter a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused and a smile of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like the Duan clan had already planned everything. No wonder they would use such generous terms to rope him in. 1TL note. Her name Tang Guo in Chinese text is similarly pronounced as candy, sweets. Hi everyone, it's Crazy here. I've seen many people complaining about the ads. I just want to say that regular releases are still being released as normal, but these chapters with ads are bonus chapters that were added on. So no one is forced to watch the ads. If you feel it to be annoying, follow the regular release which is 2 chapters behind the advanced ad chapters. Conversely, if you want to support STL Ed teams while gaining access to chapters that aren't supposed to be released yet, then please do watch the ads as you read every day. Chapter 192, Acknowledging Ancestors and Returning to the Clan. How about it? What's your decision? Duan Ru Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of anticipation. If it was before, he wouldn't have imagined that there would be a day he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, his nephew now had the qualifications to receive such treatment. After all, not just anyone was capable of possessing a cultivation at the origin core stage at the age of 18. Although he felt like the Duan clan using Duan Ling Tian was inappropriate, when he thought about it, if a void-prying stage powerhouse could appear within the Duan clan because of this, he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards a glorious future. As a disciple of the Duan clan, he anticipated the appearance of that moment. The Duan clan will really agree to any terms of mine. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he focused his gaze on Duan Ruhong and asked once more in confirmation. As long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, the clan will agree to anything. Duan Ruhong's face was serious as he spoke. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile as he abruptly asked, "Even if I want you to die?" Duan Ruhong jolted, but he still nodded in all seriousness. "If my death can be exchanged for your return to the Duan clan, then the clan doesn't need to do it, I'll take my own life." Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Duan Hu. "Wrong. As the saying goes, the eye is the window to the soul. One is able to lie with their mouths, but their eyes would never lie." Presently, Duan Ling Tian couldn't see a shred of falseness in Duan Ruhong's eyes, and this would also mean that what Duan Ruhong said came from his heart. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. The people of this world had really been completely brainwashed. "I'm kidding. Although I don't really approve of you, it hasn't come to the point of wanting your life." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, as there wasn't a deep enmity between him and Duan Ruhong. Duan Ruhong heaved a sigh of relief, as he really thought that Duan Ling Tian wanted his life. However, if Duan Ling Tian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live a moment longer. "Then do you agree now?" Duan Ruhong asked once more, as when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there might be a chance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze constricted, and as he finished speaking, he muttered to himself, "As long as the Duan clan can keep its promise, then what harm is there if I return to the clan and acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, I can be considered to have fulfilled a desire of my mother." The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed its benefit before all, and because there was value in using him, the Duan clan was able to pay any price for him. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, since it was like this, why not use the Duan clan properly? Presently, no matter in which aspect, he was still in the startup stages, and if he really obtained the assistance of the Duan clan, then many difficulties could be easily solved. Moreover, in this way, he could still curry favor with his mother. So why not? As for the void advancement pill the Duan clan wanted, that was something for the future. And he didn't need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a face full of delight when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. "Then when are you and your mother prepared to come to the Duan clan? I can get the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you, and it'll surely be more comfortable than you staying outside." "It isn't necessary, we're living well outside. Even if I really return to the clan, acknowledge my ancestors, and admit myself to be a member of the Duan clan, I will still not return to stay at the Duan clan estate. Let me make this point clear to you first." Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his face became serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. "This naturally isn't a problem. Not all of the Duan clan direct descendants stayed within the Duan clan estate, and there were many who stayed within their own courtyard houses outside, just like Duan Ruhong himself, who had a courtyard house outside." Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. "As for when me and my mother return to the Duan clan, make it the day after tomorrow. As it happens, I don't have classes tomorrow and the day after." "Okay, I'll send someone to get you at that time." Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. "There's no need, we can get there ourselves. At that time, just don't let people shut us out." Duan Ling Tian refused Duan Ruhong's good intention before standing up and walking off the carriage. This hurried disposition of his is exactly like third brother all those years ago. Looks like he still hasn't forgotten about the matter that happened 2 years ago and still treats me so hostilely now. However, since he's agreed to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors, then my assignment this time can be considered to have been smoothly completed, Duan Ruhong muttered to himself before shaking his head with a smile. After returning home, Duan Ling Tian told his mother about the matter of returning to the Duan clan and acknowledging his ancestors. "Tian, why'd you suddenly change your mind?" Although Li Ru was taken by surprise and felt pleasantly surprised, she still had questions within her heart. She was understood the disposition of her son, and if he were to decide on a matter, then he wouldn't easily change his decision. I've thought about it lately and came around. The Duan clan's descendants' blood flows within me after all, and I can't really not return to the clan and acknowledge my ancestors for my entire lifetime. Duan Ling Tian spouted lies, as he naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Otherwise, his mother would surely start overthinking things. Mother knows that the matter is certainly not so simple. However, you being willing to return to the clan and acknowledge your ancestors can be considered as fulfilling a desire of mother's. Regarding the other matters, if you're unwilling to speak about it, then mother won't force you. Li Ru glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as if she could see through his heart. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly. Only now did he recall that it wasn't so easy to bluff to his mother. On the second day, Duan Ling Tian, who didn't have to head to Paladin Academy, stayed at home and accompanied the two girls to pass the day in an intimate fashion. On the third day, Duan Ling Tian got Xianxia to prepare a carriage at dawn. Then he headed to the Duan clan's estate with his mother. Duan Ling Tian didn't bring the two girls along. As to him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a mere formality, and he would return in next to no time. The Duan clan estate covered a vast area, like a city within the city. On the way. Mom, you seem nervous. Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Ru as he smiled. You bad kid, actually daring to make fun of your mother. Mother is just feeling emotional. You're already so old now, which means that I left the Duan clan for so many years. Li Ru's gaze seemed to drift off as if she'd once again returned to those happy days when her husband hadn't vanished yet. Before long, under the driving of Xianxia, the carriage stopped before the Duan clan estate's main gate. The display is rather grand. Duan Ling Tian could vaguely see past the windows that a red carpet had been rolled out at the Duan clan estate's main gate, and servant girls and servants filled the sides of the red carpet. Li Ru was slightly stunned when she saw this scene, and she suddenly realized that her son choosing to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors this time would probably really not be so simple. Young master, madam, we've arrived. Xianxia's respectful voice entered the carriage. Duan Ling Tian got off the carriage first and then respectfully supported his mother down before holding his mother's arm and walking onto the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate's main gate. Greetings, young master, greetings, madam. Meanwhile, the servant girls and servants on either side of the red carpet respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian and his mother. Duan Ling Tian raised his head. He could see that at the Duan clan estate's main gate, a group of people that were originally standing there moved over to greet him. Among these people, a dignified middle-aged man and an awe-inspiring old man took the lead, and that fourth uncle of his, Duan Ruhong, followed behind as well. Duan Ling Tian held on to his mother as he went to greet them. Patriarch, big brother. Li Ru looked at the awe-inspiring old man and respectfully bowed before looking at the dignified middle-aged man at the side and lightly smiling in greeting. Ru Feng's wife, I'm not the Duan clan's patriarch anymore, Ru Huo is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder. The awe-inspiring old man lightly smiled, and his tone towards Li Ru was extremely courteous. He's the previous Duan clan patriarch, Duan Zhen. Duan Ling Tian looked at the awe-inspiring old man as he thought inwardly and guessed the old man's identity. Li Ru shook her head and smiled. I've left for nearly 20 years now. I never imagined that patriarch would already have resigned from the leading post and big brother had become the patriarch. Tian, aren't you going to greet them? Li Ru's beautiful brows frowned as she talked to Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, patriarch, greetings, grand elder. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Duan Ru Huo and Duan Zhen. As expected of Ru Feng's son, his appearance is extremely similar to Ru Feng's. Good, very good. Duan Zhen looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes shone. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the infant from all those years ago has grown so much. Duan Ru Huo nodded as well and smiled lightly to Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came and greeted Duan Ling Tian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now all had smiles on their faces when they met Duan Ling Tian and his mother, and they didn't dare neglect them in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. They're really snobbish. That year, his mother brought him, who was still an infant, and left the Duan clan all alone, and not one person stopped her, leaving a baby and a widow to wander outside. Now, when they knew that Duan Ling Tian was capable of obtaining a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies as they came to get close to him. Duan Ling Tian only felt a wave of disgust within his heart. Before long, Duan Ling Tian finished acknowledging his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral shrine under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhuo and once again returned to the Duan clan. After everything was completed, Duan Ruhuo said to Duan Ling Tian, "Little Tian, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to tell your uncle." "Thank you, Patriarch." Duan Ling Tian hurriedly nodded. "Besides that, you don't have to worry about the matter with the Su clan, as the clan will help you deal with it." Duan Ruhuo continued to say to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly moved. This patriarch was an intelligent man, and he knew that his mother was present, so he didn't speak in detail about the conflict between him and the Su clan. However, even then, doubt still arose within Li Ru's heart. "Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan?" Li Ru asked curiously after returning to the carriage. "Mom, it's nothing. It's just that a Su clan direct descendant provoked me with the academy and was injured by me," Duan Ling Tian casually said. Li Ru nodded as if this wasn't any big deal, but it was a mystery as to what Li Ru would think if she knew that Duan Ling Tian had crippled a person's dantian and destroyed his entire life. Chapter 193, Undercurrents Brewing in Secret. "Hey, brothers, have you all heard? That Duan Ling Tian, whose name was spread and gave rise to much discussion a while ago, has broken through to the origin core stage. I've known of this news since a few days ago. I have a distant cousin who's at Paladin Academy. Forgive my disrespect, brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. Don't mention it." "Then brother, do you know that just this morning, that Duan Ling Tian returned to the Duan clan and acknowledged his ancestors?" "There's such a thing, hee. A distant cousin of mine is a Duan clan servant girl. Allegedly, the display was rather grand. Didn't that Duan Ling Tian refuse to return to the Duan clan before?" "That's all history. And not worth mentioning." Within a restaurant in the imperial city's inner city, two young men were chatting and became acquainted with each other. And presently, similar conversations were taking place throughout the imperial city inner city. Duan Ling Tian, the youth who stepped into the origin core stage at the age of 18, and the publicly acknowledged #1 genius within Paladin Academy. Now he had an extra title of a Duan clan direct descendant disciple added on. In the eyes of the people within the imperial city, it was sufficient to call Duan Ling Tian one who was favored by the heavens, and his current status even surpassed Duan Rufeng all those years ago. Within a spacious courtyard, an old man raised his hand and the stone table within the courtyard shattered with a crack before crashing onto the ground. "Grandfather, what's happened?" A young man whose complexion was slightly sickly pale walked out from within his room and looked questioningly at the old man. "Tong, why have you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, and you need to rest more." The old man looked at the young man, and a strand of guilt flashed within his eyes. "Grandfather, has something happened?" Su Tong's face sank. Streams of light spiraled within the old man's eyes as he forced out a smile. "Nothing happened, don't overthink things. Grand Elder." However, right at this moment, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid him a visit, and Su Boya looked at the old man who was the Su clan's Grand Elder as he walked into the courtyard. "Patriarch." Su Nan and Su Tong bowed to Su Boya. Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly said, "Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of that Duan Ling Tian returning to the Duan clan and acknowledging his ancestors, right?" Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. "What?" Su Tong's face went ghastly pale. That Duan Ling Tian actually returned to the Duan clan and acknowledged his ancestors. At this instant, he only felt the sky go dark, and only darkness was left before his eyes. In the past 2 days, he'd heard of the news regarding Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough to the origin core stage. He was shocked towards Duan Ling Tian's peerless natural talent, and his heart was filled with resentment. He wished for nothing more than to hack Duan Ling Tian into pieces. However, as far as he was concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was strong, he didn't have any strong background, and thus it wasn't difficult for his grandfather to take revenge for him. But now, the news of Duan Ling Tian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a thunderbolt that dropped out of the clear sky, striking Su Tong until he felt like it was difficult to breathe. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist wasn't anything great because if he was unable to mature, then everything was in vain. But once an 18-year-old origin core martial artist was branded with the brand of the Duan clan, he would undoubtedly receive an extra layer of a life-saving talismans. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Ling Tian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ru Hong, has already spoken with me about Su Tong's matter. He's willing to hand over a restaurant under the Duan clan within the outer city to our Su clan. That restaurant will be handed to your family. How about it? Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly spoke. Patriarch, what does that Duan Ru Huo want? He wants us to put down the enmity with that Duan Ling Tian. Su Nan's face sank as he spoke in a nearly howling voice. Grand Elder. Su Boya frowned and his voice went slightly colder. He was the patriarch of the clan, but this Grand Elder actually dared to shout and howl before him. Where would he put his face? Patriarch. Su Nan came to his sense and said apologetically, I was just furious for a moment earlier, I hope the patriarch can forgive me. Humph. Su Boya's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Su Nan. Grand Elder, the reason I came here today, besides notifying your family to go take over that restaurant. The other reason is to give you a reminder. In the future, at the very least don't go looking for trouble with that Duan Ling Tian, otherwise, if anything were to happen to your family because of this, the clan won't stand forward for you. What? Su Nan's face went gloomy, and Su Tong, who was beside Su Nan, had a face full of rage. What the patriarch said at the end was undoubtedly indicating the Su clan's standpoint, and the meaning was if he and his family were to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, then the Su clan would isolate them. Patriarch, my family members are still direct descendants. You're isolating us just for the sake of Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if this is the intention of the patriarch, or the clan's intentions. Su Nan's face was gloomy, and as he finished speaking, there was a vague questioning tone within his voice. Presumptuous. Su Boya's face went grim. Grand Elder, you actually dare go against your superiors. Right at this moment, a group of people flowed in from outside the courtyard. They were precisely the group of Su clan elders. You all. A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart when he saw all these people appear. Grand Elder, you mustn't misunderstand the patriarch, as what the patriarch said earlier is something that we unanimously approved and agreed upon. The corners of the Su clan's second elder's mouth curled into a sneer. Su Nan's face sank, and his gaze swept past all of the Su clan elders present before he said, in a low voice, what that Duan clan paid for the matter with my grandson probably isn't just simply a restaurant, right? Exactly. The restaurant in the outer city is only the Duan clan's compensation to your family. What the Duan clan compensated our Su clan is a yearly place in the recommendation quota into Paladin Academy. In other words, the Duan clan will provide one out of their original 5 places in the recommendation quota to our Su clan. In this way, our Su clan and the Duan clan would similarly have a yearly recommendation quota of 4. The second elder didn't deny it. What generosity of the Duan clan! Su Nan's face sank and turned pale, as he finally understood what happened. Patriarch, fellow elders, if there isn't anything else, then Su Nan won't be entertaining you. Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone had an unapproachable intent mixed within. He understood that the milk was already spilled, and this matter wasn't something he could alter anymore. Su Boya's brows knit, and he shook his head before leaving with the group of Su clan elders. No, I won't accept this. Grandfather, I won't accept this. Su Tong's face was deathly pale. He held his head in his hands, grabbing onto his hair until it seemed like a mass of loose rags, and unceasingly shook his head, as he was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Pooh. Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed and a mouthful of blood forcefully came out of his mouth. This was blood he spat from being enraged by the Su clan's higher-ups. Tong, don't worry, even if I have to risk abandoning our family, grandfather will still take revenge for you. You're the one and only descendant of our family, but since your future's been destroyed, then our family doesn't have any future to talk about. Su Nan's eyes flickered with a cold night, and his face was filled with ruthlessness and malice. Within the audience hall of the 5th Prince's estate, the 5th Prince's face slowly went gloomy as he heard the white-browed old man's report. Wasn't that Duan Ling Tian rather strong-willed? He returned so easily to the clan that abandoned him so many years ago. 5th Prince's pupils constricted, as the matter of Duan Ling Tian returning to the Duan clan slightly exceeded his expectations. Your Highness, my guess is that upon seeing Duan Ling Tian being able to break through to the origin core stage at the age of 18, the Duan clan looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian's future, and thus made heavy promises that tempted Duan Ling Tian, the white-browed old man slowly said. Humph, to think that I thought he was an unyielding person in the beginning. The fifth prince's voice was filled with disdain. Cousin. Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy cold expression of the fifth prince's face instantly melted and he lightly smiled. Little girl, you are in such a rush. Is there something the matter? The person who entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. Cousin, I heard that Duan Ling Tian returned to the Duan clan. Is this true? Yes, I've just heard from Senior Bai as well. The fifth prince nodded. Then, my revenge, does it mean I can't have it anymore? Tong Li's eyes emitted a trace refusal to accept it, and her face was filled with unwillingness. Li, don't worry, even if that Duan Ling Tian has the support of the Duan clan, your cousin won't let him off. However, your cousin needs to give the matter further thought. The fifth prince continued, didn't you say the other time that a female student within Paladin Academy bullied you a few days ago? I'll ask Senior Bai to send a few people to you, and you can go deal with her. Tong Li's eyes shone. Thank you, cousin. Within a spacious courtyard house's rear courtyard, Duan Ling Tian was comfortably lying down on a deck chair with closed his eyes and was bathing in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and devilish figure, sat beside him and helped him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little bit higher. Right, there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. K'er, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Ling Tian and placed grapes that had their skins peeled into Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Duan Ling Tian ate grapes as he enjoyed the massage and felt his entire body easing up. He had really spent these last few days comfortably like a god. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? K'er asked, with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes when he heard what she said. He noticed that Li Fei was looking at him as well. What fun would there be? It was nothing more than a formality. Li Fei smiled as she said, Aunt Ru looked rather happy. Of course, Mother had been waiting for this day for God knows how long. This time it can be considered as fulfilling Mother's desire. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Besides paving the road for himself, the matter this time had one more reason, and that was his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch were to personally request it of him, it was unlikely that Duan Ling Tian would be willing to return to the Duan clan. That clan that was icy cold and indifferent like a block of ice. Even though Duan Ling Tian had already returned to the clan and acknowledged his ancestors now, he didn't have any sense of belonging to the clan, and at most it was just a relationship of mutual advantage. Chapter 194, Tong Li's Backer. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his own house and headed towards the Paladin Academy. 2 days of holidays passed so quickly. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. Meanwhile, he could still notice many gazes that were staring at him, and as he was accustomed to it now, he directly ignored them. When Duan Ling Tian just entered the classroom, he noticed the gazes of the group of students within the classroom gather on him. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian as he congratulated him with a smile. What are you congratulating me for? Duan Ling Tian was dazed and was unable to react to it. What else? It's naturally congratulating you on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct descendants, Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Ling Tian as well. After all, even his heart trembled when he thought of the circumstances Duan Ling Tian faced before this. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with. And now, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Duan clan, and with Duan Ling Tian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the regard from the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Su clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile, as he didn't feel that it could be considered to be a happy thing. However, he'd more or less perceived Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't be avoided from arising within his heart. These are the friends of Duan Ling Tian. An entire morning worth of time passed quickly. At noon, after class ended, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 stopped their steps when they'd just arrived at the cafeteria, and it wasn't for any other reason than a person standing in their path. This was a female student with an ordinary appearance and a rounded figure. But at this moment, what caused Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 to be stunned was the resentment that appeared on this female student's face. It was as if someone had hurt her. Fellow student, This is. Xiao Xuan had a bewildered expression. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze as he thought in his heart, it can't be some romantic debt that one of these two fellows secretly owe, right? No, their views shouldn't be unique to this extent. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu's expressions were similar to Xiao Yu's, even their thoughts were identical in nature. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, the female student spoke with a tone that had a sense of grief and resentment mixed within. Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu swept Duan Ling Tian with a dubious gaze and expressions that said, "You really have such strong tastes." "I don't know her." Duan Ling Tian glared at the two of them, as he naturally perceived what these two dirty fellows were thinking. "Indeed, you don't know me." The female student took a deep breath and then said, with a face full of grief and resentment, "Then you should at least know Tang Guo, right?" Tang Guo. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He felt that this name seemed familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall it. "Kiki." The female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days and you've forgotten her. To think that she fought against the pressure and persisted in completing the task that you entrusted to her. I really feel like you're not worthy of Tang Guo. She actually lost her life just to help you." When the female student was halfway through her speech, Duan Ling Tian had already recalled it. Tang Guo was precisely that female student with a refined face from before. At that time, Tang Guo was bullied by Tong Li, so he helped Tang Guo. After that, he even gave Tong Li a show of force by making that female student beside Tong Li kneel on the ground and shout, "Tong Li is a bitch." Later on, he felt bored, and left first, and before leaving, he asked Tang Guo to help keep watch on that female student to finish shouting 100 times. Now, when he finished listening to this female student's words that were full of grief and resentment, Duan Ling Tian's face went gloomy. "What did you say? Tang Guo is dead?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with bloodlust, and a terrifying killing intent extended out from his body. The female student was frightened to the point that her face went ghastly pale. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes, what actually happened?" Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He had an extremely gloomy expression on his face as he suppressed the rage within his heart. "It went like this. Yesterday was a holiday, so Tang Guo and I went out to take a spin around the city, but halfway through our trip, Tong Li brought some people to capture us and brought us to a remote alley. Tang Guo's hands were chopped off by Tong Li first, before her legs were chopped off. After that, Tong Li used water to splash Tang Guo awake after she fainted, then she tortured Tang Guo for half an hour before ending her life." The female student had a deathly pale face, and her eyes were filled with terror. Yesterday, she was really scared stiff and couldn't sleep the entire night. Even after returning to Paladin Academy, she was scared out of her wits. Duan Ling Tian's face was gloomy, as he'd never imagined that one decision of his could actually destroy Tang Guo's life. A trace of regret arose within his heart. He shouldn't have let Tang Guo help him, otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have moved her rage onto Tang Guo. Tong Li. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were crimson red, and the killing intent on his body swept out without restraint. Instantly, with Duan Ling Tian at the center, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan couldn't help but retreat. They looked at Duan Ling Tian with fearful gazes. As for that female student, she'd long since been terrified to the point of retreating far off into the distance. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu had faces full of worry. Even though they didn't know who Tang Guo was, they could guess that there probably was some sort of relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Tang Guo, and now that Tang Guo had been killed by Tong Li, Duan Ling Tian's eyes revealed a crimson hue. He seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty asura. Meanwhile, many students had surrounded him. "Isn't that Duan Ling Tian? He seems enraged. Isn't that female student a friend of Tang Guo's? Looks like Duan Ling Tian is furious about the incident regarding Tang Guo." "Who's Tang Guo?" The group of students that surrounded the scene started discussing amongst themselves, and among them was no lack of people who knew the cause of the entire matter. "So in other words, Tang Guo left yesterday and hasn't returned since. 90% chances she'd been killed by Tong Li for revenge." Some of the students secretly guessed, and strands of coldness arose within their hearts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan finally understood the details of the entire matter from the discussion of these spectators. So that's what happened. They finally understood why Duan Ling Tian would be so angry. Who knows where Tong Li is now? Duan Ling Tian's crimson red eyes swept past the group of students, and his cold and indifferent voice had a breathtaking coldness mixed within. In this instant, all the students present felt a wave of chilliness on their backs, and their hearts went cold. "Duan Ling Tian, what happened?" Right at this moment, Tianhu had arrived as well, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's current appearance. In next to no time, Tianhu found out about the matter from Xiao Xuan, and he burst into rage. That Tong Li is virtually a crazy bitch. No, she's absolutely worse than an animal. How that Tang Guo must have suffered before death. Meanwhile, the faces of the surrounding group of students went grim as well, as Xiao Xuan didn't intentionally suppress his voice when he recounted the details the matter to Tianhu, and thus everyone present heard what happened. Tang Guo was actually alive as she was dismembered to death by that Tong Li. Many of the surrounding female students had pale expression, and some female students who had just eaten and walked out of the cafeteria even started vomiting out what they'd just ate. If I see Tong Li, that crazy bitch, I don't care if she's the cousin of the 5th prince. I'll give her a few slaps and then we can talk. Tianhu's expression was extremely unsightly, and was filled with righteous indignation. Even though Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan didn't speak, their eyes revealed a trace of coldness. That Tong Li was really too atrocious. Who said he wants to slap me? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice of a girl echoed out from behind the surrounding crowd. The crowd opened up a path, and Tong Li, who wore red clothes, could be vaguely seen walking over shoulder to shoulder with a young man around the age of 25. The young man was wearing green clothes, had an ordinary appearance, and had a sheathed machete hanging on his waist. An aura of slaughter was vaguely emitted from his body, as he obviously was someone who had received special training. Isn't that Shui Lang? Many of the students couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when they saw the young man. Shui Lang. Tianhu's face went grim, as he'd never imagined that Tong Li would be together with Shui Lang. Shui Lang, a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy, and a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage. In terms of natural talent, this Shui Lang was only a tiny bit inferior to Su Tong, who had his dantian crippled by Duan Ling Tian. As he thought of Su Tong, Tianhu's heart calmed, as Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Su Tong and directly crippled him, so would he be afraid of this Shui Lang? Tong Li. Duan Ling Tian's crimson eyes descended onto Tong Li, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body to envelop Tong Li. Tong Li, who held her head high a moment ago, now had an expression that instantly went deathly pale, and her body even started trembling. Humph. Shui Long, who was currently standing beside Tong Li, snorted coldly and stood before Tong Li to help her block out the boundless killing intent. Shui Lang's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he replaced Tong Li and was enveloped by the killing intent. What a terrifying killing intent. You're Duan Ling Tian. Shui Lang's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Fuck off. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a cold light when he saw Shui Lang stand out, and he shouted coldly. You asked me to fuck off. Shui Lang seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian, I know your natural talent in the martial Dao is great, and now you've even returned to the Duan clan, even receiving high regard from the Duan clan. But even then, there's some people you can't afford to offend within the imperial city. As he finished speaking, Shui Lang's face was filled with arrogance and complacence. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as his icy cold gaze descended onto Shui Lang's body. I don't know about other people, but I, Duan Ling Tian, don't acknowledge you. Being provoked by Duan Ling Tian in public caused Shui Lang's face to go grim. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Tong Li spoke, and her voice contained a trace of icy coldness. Big brother Shui Lang is the Imperial City's Guard Army commander, Lord Shui Lu's only son. Not to mention you, even your Duan clan's patriarch would need to be respectful when they meet big brother Shui Lang's father. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian abruptly started laughing. Miss Tong, no wonder you recovered your usual arrogance today, so it turned out that you've found a backer. Chapter 195. Once again crippling the Dantian. Although Duan Ling Tian was currently laughing, everyone present could feel the infinite rage that Duan Ling Tian's laugh contained. Exactly, big brother Shui Lang is my backer. How about it? Scared, Tong Li replied in a cold voice. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Ling Tian in the slightest. Shui Lang was someone her cousin 5th Prince introduced to her yesterday, and the purpose was to provide her with a backer within Paladin Academy so she wouldn't have to fear Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Shui Lang indeed didn't disappoint her, as every time she mentioned Duan Ling Tian, he would have a face full of disdain and look down upon Duan Ling Tian. This caused her to feel that her backer was extremely strong, and he absolutely wasn't someone Duan Ling Tian was capable of shaking. Look like. Miss Tong, you want your memory refreshed this time. Duan Ling Tian's crimson-red eyes abruptly turned gloomy. Duan Ling Tian, I know you've broken through to the origin core stage now, but even if you've broken through to the origin core stage, what about it? Big brother Shui Lang is a second-level origin core stage powerhouse. Tong Li grunted as she spoke, and her tone was filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Ling Tian. When Shui Lang heard what Tong Li said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his gaze looked down condescendingly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I heard from Tong Li that you've hit her before. Indeed. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Shui Lang with didn't have any hint of emotion. Shui Lang felt embarrassed from humiliation when he heard Duan Ling Tian's casual reply, and he snapped, kneel down right now and kowtow in apology to little Li, and maybe out of respect for the Duan clan, I might not pursue the matter any further. Or else, even if you're a Duan clan direct descendant, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself. Kowtow in apology, are you sure? Duan Ling Tian's voice sank, and instantly the air seemed to be affected by him, it went slightly colder. Kneel down. Shui Lang glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian as he shouted coldly. And at the same time, origin energy slowly came out of Shui Lang's right hand. It flashed as it twined around his hand. It seemed like he would attack Duan Ling Tian at any moment. So what if I don't kneel? Duan Ling Tian had a mocking expression on his face as he swept Shui Lang with a disdainful gaze. Asking others to kneel down at every turn, does this Shui Lang actually think he is the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention it was only Shui Lang, even if it was the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the flesh, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Ling Tian kneel. Not kneeling, then I'll have to help the Duan clan properly teach you how to conduct yourself. Shui Lang sneered as he took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance, fuck off out of my line of sight right now. Or else, even if you're the son of that guard army commander or whatever, I still won't show mercy. Duan Ling Tian's eyes moved about and were suffused with a gloomy sheen as he stared at Shui Lang. If this Shui Lang was insensible and didn't retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless and merciless. Tang Guo's death caused flames of fury to burn within Duan Ling Tian's heart. It had accumulated to the brim and currently showed signs of being unable to be suppressed anymore. They would explode out at any moment. If this Shui Lang really were to attack him now, then he could only blame himself for being misfortunate. I really want to see how you would show no mercy. The sneer on Shui Lang's face grew wider as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze full of disdain. Big brother Shui Lang, I want him dead. Tong Li's voice echoed out at the right moment and seemed to transform into the fuse of the battle. Instantly, Shui Lang's spirit was stimulated by this, and his gaze went cold as his body flashed out as if transforming into a rock. He dove down towards where Duan Ling Tian was. He wanted to show off in front of Tong Li, so he attacked with full force at the start. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and moved with his body as they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot through the sky. Idiot! Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold when faced with Shui Lang, who approached in full fury, and his hand moved along his waist before his violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood Crescent inscription. Instantly, a blood light flashed out from the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The blood light condensed into form, eventually transforming into a blood crescent before moving to intercept Shui Lang. The blood crescent's speed was extremely swift, so it instantly arrived before Shui Lang. Shui Lang's face, which was covered with a sneer, instantly went deathly pale. His pupils constricted and he shouted in alarm. No, at this moment, he'd noticed the strength contained within this blood crescent as well, and it was absolutely not something he was capable of withstanding. This was the strength of an inscription that caused him to palpitate and be terrified. It's an offensive inscription. Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help from crying out in alarm. A blood crescent flew into the air and pierced into the location of Shui Lang's dantian as if cutting through tofu and directly twisted into his dantian. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable shrill cry that made people palpitate, Shui Lang's forward-charging body trembled in the air before falling straight down. Dust suffused in the air. Shui Lang, who was approaching in full fury just a moment ago, instantly seemed to become a dead dog. He lied there and heavily gasped for air. He struggled as he withdrew a gold injury pill to consume, and his complexion eased up slightly. However, When he tried to perceive the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was absolutely empty. Dantian destroyed, Shui Lang's pupils constricted, and his expression became agitated. His gaze revealed insanity when he looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you actually crippled my dantian, you actually crippled my dantian. You're a dead man, you're a dead man. Then I'll be waiting to see. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm when faced with Shui Lang's threats, as if everything that just happened wasn't worth mentioning. And at this moment, the crowd of spectating students was deathly silent, and only after a moment were they in an uproar. Oh my god, Duan Ling Tian actually crippled Shui Lang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Shui Lang's entire life can be considered to be utterly destroyed. Forcefully coming forward for the sake of such a woman and destroyed his own life. Was it worth? I never imagined that Duan Ling Tian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Origin Core martial artists are like paper before that inscription. All the students were dumbstruck. Shui Lang, a grade 6 student in existence at the second level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by the grade 1 student, Duan Ling Tian, just like that. As expected, compared to the shock of these students, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian, who instead seemed to have long since guessed the result of this scene. They remembered that Su Tong, who was a third-level Origin Core martial artist and the former number 1 within the Su clan's younger generation at that time, also had his dantian crippled by Duan Ling Tian in this way. The inscription Duan Ling Tian used at that time was of the same type, and how similar was the scene at that time to the scene before them. They were confident that if the news of that matter regarding Su Tong wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy and instead spread around the entire Paladin Academy, today, Shui Lang would absolutely not dare be so arrogant before Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, Shui Lang's actions were virtually no different from suicide. No, impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li looked at Shui Lang, who was suffering to the point that he unceasingly rolled on the ground, and for a moment she was stunned, as she was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Shui Lang was a second-level Origin Core martial artist, the backer her cousin found for her. She didn't care about Shui Lang's fate. What she cared about was that since Shui Lang had fallen, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duan Ling Tian. Tong Li's face was deathly pale, and she started to retreat backwards. Now she only hoped to leave this place before Duan Ling Tian reacted. What, Miss Tong, this Shui Lang only suffered such a fate because he came forward for you, but you're already planning to flee by yourself. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Tong Li's petty actions. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer and his voice was filled with a mocking tone. What Duan Ling Tian said unsurprisingly gave rise to a stir within the spectating group of students. Shui Lang is too pitiable, his dantian was crippled for the sake of this Tong Li, and not only did this Tong Li not care, she even wanted to leave Shui Lang and flee. Actually, it isn't strange. This Tong Li is capable of being so cruel and merciless to that Tang Guo, and that's sufficient to show that her heart is as poisonous as a scorpion. How could she possibly care about another's fate? I really feel like it was not worth it for Shui Lang. He should have let Duan Ling Tian teach a lesson to such a woman. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, as she knew she couldn't avoid it today. Presently, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Ha ha. Ha ha. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Shui Lang struggled to lift his head to glance at Tong Li, and when he noticed Tong Li that was indeed preparing to sneak off, he abruptly started laughing as if he'd gone insane, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After he finished spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted, obviously being seriously enraged. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare touch me, then my cousin will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave, and maybe I will plead to my cousin to leave your corpse intact. Tong Li looked at Duan Ling Tian, and even though her eyes emitted terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duan Ling Tian. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a wide grin as he walked out in large strides towards Tong Li. You. Don't come any closer. Tong Li retreated 2 steps backwards and was slightly seized with panic. At the same time, on the cafeteria pavilion, a middle-aged man and an old man stood there as they watched this scene from afar. Dean, if we still don't stop it, I'm afraid this Tong Li will meet a bad ending. The person that spoke was precisely the gray-clothed old man, or in other words, Paladin Academy's vice dean, Zhan Shang. Zhan Shang treated the middle-aged man beside him with the utmost respect and reverence. Within Paladin Academy, the only person who could make Xianxia treat him so respectfully and even address him as Dean would only be the elusive Dean of Paladin Academy. Do you think it would be of any use? Based on the enmity that Duan Tian just revealed, even if we were to stop him at this moment, he would probably attack her in the next moment. Could it be that we're able to be by Tong Li's side to protect her at all time? The middle-aged man shook his head and had a carefree expression. Moreover, you've heard of the actions of this Tong Li just now. No matter how you put it, that Tang Guo is still a student of my Paladin Academy, but she actually killed her in such a brutal manner. That is virtually an act that would incur the hatred of both humans and the gods. Xianxia came to a sudden understanding as he watched the situation develop with a calm gaze, and after a while he gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he said in his heart, this Duan Tian wouldn't really kill Tong Li, right? Chapter 196. Creating a stir in the inner city. Duan Tian walked to arrive before Tong Li with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the past two occasions, he raised his hands and once again beat Tong Li's head into a pig's head. Tong Li's eyes didn't contain a trace of feelings, and it flickered with a gloomy light as she stared at Duan Tian. She already hated Duan Tian to the depths of her bones. Tong Li originally thought that it would be considered to be over once Duan Tian swung over 10 slaps at her, but she quickly realized that all this wasn't over. Miss Li, I really never imagined that your heart was so atrocious. Actually using such brutal methods to kill Tang Guo. I'm really curious, what deep enmity did you have with her? Did she hit you, insult you? Duan Tian stared fixedly at Tong Li as he spoke with a tranquil voice. Tong Li glared hatefully at Duan Tian, and her swollen mouth lightly moved as she spoke in an unclear manner. Who asked that bitch to be insensible and embarrass me in public? That bitch deserved to die. Within her voice, there wasn't the slightest trace of regret. Duan Tian took a deep breath as he asked, in a low voice, you tortured her to death just because of this? Tong Li seemed to become aware of Duan Tian's suppressed rage, so she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart and was extremely afraid that Duan Tian would kill her without saying a word. She'd seen Duan Tian's methods many times in these past few days and knew that this was a madman that wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Tian even seemed to not fear her cousin, the fifth prince, in the slightest. Duan Tian's gaze descended onto the place Tong Li's dantian resided as he muttered to himself, I'm thinking, if your cultivation were to be preserved, it would probably only bring disaster onto more people. Instead, why not? No, Tong Li seemed to have realized something when she heard what Duan Tian said, and her face went deathly pale and she retreated backwards. However, how could she possibly flee before Duan Tian? Duan Tian slapped out his palm to hit onto Tong Li's dantian. He urged out his origin energy before smashing it into Tong Li's dantian, reducing it to pieces. Ah! Tong Li's bitter and shrill cry sounded, and her face, which was originally swollen, emitted a hideous expression. At the same time that her body violently trembled, she didn't forget to stare at Duan Tian hatefully. Finally, under the sharp pain, Tong Li couldn't stand stably on her feet anymore and crashed onto the ground. Her eyes revealed a scarlet red hue, and emitted bloodthirsty hatred, as in this world where the strong were revered, crippling one's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Tian's icy cold gaze flashed past Tong Li before turning around and walking into the cafeteria. Everywhere Duan Tian passed, the crowd of students who came to spectate would make way for him, and their eyes emitted reverence. Even those higher-grade students now felt afraid in their hearts when they saw Duan Tian. Shui Lang, who was at the second level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duan Tian just like that. This Duan Tian was too terrifying. It was incomparably quiet during their meal. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian Hu seemed to be able to understand Duan Tian's current mood and didn't bother him. Only when they'd nearly finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh as he persuaded, Duan Tian, don't be too hard on yourself, it isn't your fault. You helped Tang Guo out of good intentions. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere, with Tong Li's atrocious nature, Tang Guo wouldn't have a good end anyway. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Tian shook his head. Although he said that, in the afternoon, Duan Tian didn't cultivate and instead lied on the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice ground as he stared blankly into the sky. At the same time, the matter of Duan Tian crippling Shui Lang and Tong Li was like a hurricane as it swept through the entire Paladin Academy. Of course, After everyone knew of the details, they didn't feel any pity towards Shui Lang and Tong Li, as they felt they deserved it. Imperial City, within the city guard army's campsite. A loud sound resounded from within the largest camp in the middle on the campsite. It was a robust middle-aged man in light armor who went into a violent rage and smashed the table before him into pieces. In the next moment, under the astounded gaze of the person who brought the report, the robust middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage as he instantly flashed out of the large camp and galloped his horse to leave the campsite. Before long, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang. His figure hadn't arrived, but the robust middle-aged man's voice seemed to be like an explosive clap of thunder as it resounded within the courtyard house. Husband, you have to seek justice for Lang. Lang's entire life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard, Duan Lingtian. The robust middle-aged man had only just entered the spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that had sorrow and rage mixed within. Father. Shui Lang, who lied on the bed, had a fierce and savage expression when he saw the middle-aged man. I want Duan Lingtian dead, I want him dead. Lang, don't worry, Father assures you that as long as Father still has one last breath remaining, Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. The middle-aged man, or in other words, Guard Army Commander Shui Lu, had an extremely gloomy expression as he spoke. Lang, you rest properly. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Shui Lu arrived swiftly and left swiftly, as if he transformed into a gust of wind. The Duan clan was informed of the matter from the news that was transmitted over from Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who'd just returned to the clan and acknowledged his ancestors not long ago, crippled the only son of City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu. And crippled the cousin of the fifth prince. The Duan clan higher-ups only felt their scalps go numb when they heard of this news. The audience hall was completely deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhuo's face was filled with a bitter smile. That nephew of his was really one who stirred up trouble, and compared to his father all those years ago, they were two extremes. Although Duan Rufeng was certainly uninhibited and unrestrained, he wasn't so reckless and unbridled. This Duan Lingtian would virtually stop at nothing. For the sake of the Duan clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duan Zhen's pair of murky eyes flashed with a bright light as he directly spoke. Exactly, that Shui Lu is only a guard army commander, and only at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. As if our Duan clan would be afraid of him. One of the Duan clan elders agreed. Duan Lingtian is of extraordinary importance to our Duan clan, we must protect him. The other elders reached an agreement as well. That Shui Lang is a small problem, however, that person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhuo frowned and had slight apprehension. No matter how difficult to deal with, he's still a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duan Zhen's gaze emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. Within a spacious room, the fifth prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had fallen asleep on the bed and had still wet tear stains on her face. Subsequently, he turned around and left the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is really too outrageous, actually crippling Miss Li's dantian. This is destroying the entire life of Miss Li. The white-browed old man's gaze focused and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't hold me in any regard. A trace of a breathtaking coldness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the fifth prince had his own arrogance. Normally, even the patriarchs of the three great clans within the imperial city would be respectful when they met him. But now, being treated high-handedly by a youth caused his fury to almost reach the limit. Your Highness, do you require me to deal with him? The white-browed old man said respectfully. It's of no use if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Shui Lu should have already gone. The Duan clan members would surely have gone as well. Based on the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian's revealed now, the Duan clan surely wouldn't let anything easily happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a shine of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed man came to a suddenly understanding when he heard what the fifth prince said. If the Duan clan members were there, it was indeed impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Let's see if Duan Lingtian is able to escape from the calamity today. If he escapes, Senior Bai can personally make a move on him after a few days. I don't believe I can't kill him. The corners of the fifth prince's mouth curled into a sneer. Subsequently, he sighed. Find someone to head to the Fair Sun County's county city to notify my uncle of the matter. The originally quiet imperial city inner city was completely stirred when a formidable array of officers and men walked out in an orderly and aligned manner. The orderly troops were a formidable array of more than 1,000 people. Moreover, before these people, a robust, middle-aged general galloped his horse forward. Viciousness filled his eyes. It's the City Guard Army. What happened? The City Guard Army commander Lord Shui Lu is actually personally taking charge. I don't know. Let's go follow them and see. Behind the group of City Guard Army officers, many people followed out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that these troops stopped before Paladin Academy Gate, completely blocking out the entire Paladin Academy Gate, only leaving one path that was guarded heavily by soldiers. I heard that Commander Shui Lu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy. Could it be that something has happened to him? Being able to make Commander Shui Lu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army officers, it would seem that this matter is quite a big deal. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, atop the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice ground. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned as he looked towards the direction of the Paladin Academy gate. He vaguely felt like there seemed to be a clamor over there. Shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes and rest his mind. Duan Ling Tian, a voice echoed out and caused Duan Ling Tian to be jolted awake. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan standing below the tree with gloomy expressions. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian asked uncertainly. Duan Ling Tian, City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu brought over 1,000 troops to stand guard before Paladin Academy's gate. He is probably waiting for you to leave. Don't go home today. Xiao Xuan had an incomparably unsightly expression. Shui Lu, Duan Ling Tian's brows jerked, as during noon when they had lunch, he had heard from Tian Hu about Shui Lang's background. Thus he knew that Shui Lang was the only son of the City Guard Army's commander Shui Lu. Moreover, Shui Lu was even a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist. However, he didn't mind, because if Shui Lu were to really piss him off, then he would directly throw a bone corrosion inscription at him and cause the City Guard Army to find a new commander. He really thinks highly of me, and he has brought so many people. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. Chapter 197. Start out with a bang, and end with a whimper. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan were helpless, as no matter how they persuaded, Duan Ling Tian persisted on acting willfully and was determined to leave. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan accompanied Duan Ling Tian to walk out the gate. Duan Ling Tian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descend onto his body and lock onto him. You're Duan Ling Tian. Far off in the distance, City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu's gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, as if he was extremely afraid that Duan Ling Tian would vanish from his sights. Among the Paladin Academy students, even a grade 1 student would ordinarily be around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old student was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes, exactly similar to the Duan Ling Tian of rumor. Thus, Shui Lu easily recognized Duan Ling Tian. You two go home first. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. However, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? Friends go through difficulties together. Duan Ling Tian smiled and didn't persuade the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before him was only just a farce and nothing to be worried about. Exactly, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides towards Shui Lu with a carefree expression as if it wasn't a ferocious tiger that was before him but instead only a docile little cat. Shui Lu's focused his fierce gaze to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. You actually used an offense inscription to cripple my son's Dantian, destroying his future and his entire life. Before you did this, did you ever think of what consequences it would bring about? Duan Ling Tian shrugged. His gaze was calm and a smile was constantly there on the corners of his mouth. He said, as he rotated the spatial ring on his right hand around, Commander Shui, I and your son were complete strangers to each other before today. Why don't you him ask why I crippled his Dantian? Humph. Shui Lu's face sank as he shouted coldly. I don't want to know why you crippled my son's Dantian, and I'm not interested to know. I only know that today, you, Duan Ling Tian, will surely die. Are you that certain? The speed at which Duan Ling Tian revolved the spatial ring in his hand went faster, and his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. You'll immediately know why I'm so certain. Shui Lu's eyes emitted killing intent as he abruptly took a step forward with an imposing manner that pierced through the sky. Shui Lu. Right at this moment, a figure instantly flashed out of Paladin Academy like a ghost and descended before Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian and confront Shui Lu. Seeing that Shui Lu desired to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Shui Lu. But the appearance of the figure before him made Duan Lingtian stop the movements of his hand. Vice Dean. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man, but he still greeted him. Duan Lingtian, you are really good at causing trouble. The gray-clothed old man, or in other words, the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Shang, shook his head with a smile. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to rub his nose as he laughed embarrassedly. Zhan Shang. Shui Lu's movements stopped and slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhan Shang. I respect Paladin Academy, and thus didn't forcefully charge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, you still want to stop me outside of Paladin Academy? Zhan Shang lightly smiled. Commander Shui, you're being excessive. I would naturally not take notice of matters outside the Paladin Academy. Then why haven't you moved aside? Shui Lu's eyes went cold when he interrupted Zhan Shang with a low voice. Right at this moment, a large, luxurious carriage came from afar and attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Shui Lu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the gate, however, it was stopped by the city guard army's officers. Fuck off. The old man that acted as the carriage drive's face sank, then he pushed out his palm and his vast origin energy condensed into a palm print and whistled out before blasting the city guard army officer that blocked his path flying. Go. The old man swung the horse whip in his hand and the three large horses pulled the carriage and directly charged in. Duan Lingtian gazed at the old man with a slightly surprised expression. If he wasn't wrong, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's third elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's third elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage would surely have an extremely respected identity. Duan Lingtian was extremely curious. Who could it be? Shui Lu, what dominance you show. An aged voice that contained rage sounded from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Chu stood aside and greeted the old man that came out of the carriage. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused when he saw the old man that came out. He was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's Grand Elder was completely different from the Grand Elders of the Su clan and Shao clan. The Duan clan's Grand Elder Duan Zhen was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan and had an extraordinary status. His status within the Duan clan surpassed that of the patriarch and was similar to the other supreme elders. Shui Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear, as although he'd heard of Duan Lingtian returning to the clan and acknowledging his ancestors, never had he imagined that this old man would personally come for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Senior Duan Zhen. Shui Lu took a deep breath, and he looked at Duan Zhen as he lightly bowed. Shui Lu, you made such a great display just to deal with an 18-year-old youth of our Duan clan. Duan Zhen's calm gaze descended onto Shui Lu. Instantly, Shui Lu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath as he firmly said, Senior Duan Zhen, Shui Lu came here this time to take revenge for my son. I know this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he's crippled the Dantian of my son and destroyed his entire life. I've pledged before my son that as long as I, Shui Lu, have a breath within me, this Duan Lingtian will not live past tomorrow. So, Senior Duan Zhen, once I've taken revenge for my son, then I'll come apologize to you. Shui Lu's tone didn't contain a trace of courtesy. Shui Yun really has a good son. Good. Duan Zhen's eyes focused and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make my Duan clan's Duan Lingtian be unable to live past tomorrow with me, Duan Zhen, here. Senior Duan Zhen, I respect you as an elder, but you better not go too far. Shui Lu's face sank and completely turned hostile. Going too far, ha 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 ha. Duan Zhen started laughing, and within his unrestrained laughter, there seemed to be traces of a terrifying aura mixed within. Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in this aura at the first possible moment, and his eyes focused, as he was shocked inwardly. This Grand Elder is actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Yeah, he is an older generation powerhouse of the Duan clan after all. Shui Lu's pupils constricted, and he looked at Duan Zhen with an astonished expression. You're actually a martial artist at the half-step void stage. I and your father, Shui Yun, are people of the same generation. That old goat has broken through already, could it be that I would be inferior to him? Duan Zhen couldn't help but sneer when he saw Shui Lu's expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding Paladin Academy students that were spectating all had gazes that shone. Of course, they didn't understand what a half-step void stage martial artist was and only thought that Duan Zhen was a void stage powerhouse. The Duan clan's Grand Elder is actually a void stage powerhouse. As expected of the Duan clan's previous patriarch, his strength is truly shocking. Duan Ling Tian will probably be fine today, as a void stage powerhouse had appeared. Although this Shui Lu is the city guard army commander, I'm afraid he's probably going to be helpless. Under the sounds of discussion from the crowd of Paladin Academy students, Shui Lu's expression turned more and more unsightly. Never had he expected that the Duan clan would actually send a half-step void stage powerhouse for the sake of Duan Ling Tian. With the presence of this half-step void stage powerhouse, not to mention him, even if he were to lead the 1,000 city guard army behind him, he would still be unable to stop Duan Zhen. And if Duan Zhen wanted to take Duan Ling Tian to leave with him, it would be extremely easy. Let's go. Thinking up to this point, Shui Lu chose to retreat for the sake of advancing, and his icy cold gaze that had killing intent hidden within flashed past Duan Ling Tian's location. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted, and didn't take Shui Lu's threat to heart. As far as he was concerned, if Shui Lu were to dare come looking for him, it would be outright suicide. However, the appearance of Grand Elder Duan Zhen today did, however, allow him to save a bone corrosion inscription. The city guard army had arrived in full fury, but now they all retreated, causing some of the people who came to watch the show to be unable to stop themselves from sighing. I originally thought this commander Shui Lu would go all out, but I never expected that he would only start out with a bang but end with a whimper. Yes, it's really not worth talking about, and it's just a waste of my time. It isn't really a waste of time, at least we know the cause and effect of the matter. This Duan Ling Tian is really too courageous, actually daring to cripple the only son of Commander Shui Lu. Yeah, this isn't something just anyone would dare do. After the city guard army retreated, the crowd that came to watch the scene dispersed as well. Thank you, Grand Elder, for coming to my rescue. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Duan Zhen. Even though he was still confident in escaping if Duan Zhen hadn't come, since Duan Zhen had arrived, it saved him a bone corrosion inscription, so it was necessary for him to express his gratitude. You really know how to stir up trouble, kid. Duan Zhen shook his head before his gaze descended onto the gray-clothed old man at the side. Zhan Shang, long time no see. It's really been a long time. It's at least been more than 10 years, right? Zhang Shang nodded, and he obviously knew Duan Zhen. I'll be taking my leave first. Duan Zhen nodded to Zhan Shang, before looking at Duan Ling Tian. Kid, should I send you home? Grand Elder, it isn't necessary, I'll return home myself. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Duan Zhen nodded and didn't say anything before returning into the carriage and directly leaving. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you worried that Shui Lu will turn around and catch you off guard? Zhan Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked with a smile. I hope he does return. Under Zhan Shang's stupefied expression, Duan Ling Tian said his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan before leaving. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan heaved a sigh of relief. I never expected the Duan clan's Grand Elder would come personally. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian knew of it beforehand? No wonder he was so composed. Xiao Yu's brows lightly moved as he guessed. To think I was still worried about him. Xiao Xuan shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Meanwhile, the crowd of students at the gate dispersed. Within their hearts, however, shock arose. The Duan clan actually kept Duan Ling Tian in such high regard. Even asking a void stage powerhouse to come forward for Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 198, 3 Places. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Ling Tian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, Duan Ling Tian abruptly turned around and looked at the end of the alley, and his gaze focused as he spoke in a calm voice. Come out. Instantly, 2 old men slowly walked out, and their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine how Duan Ling Tian was actually capable of noticing their whereabouts. 6th Elder, 8th Elder. Duan Ling Tian nodded to the 2 old men. Their 2 old men were precisely the Duan clan's 6th Elder and 8th Elder, and they obviously were sent here by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, please return. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to the 2 old men before his body moved as if transforming into an agile spirit serpent. He concealed himself by entering the corner of the alley in front of them. The two old men followed up but realized that there was no sign of Duan Ling Tian, and they looked for a long while but were unable to locate Duan Ling Tian again. For a moment, the shock on their faces grew even greater. This Duan Ling Tian is really amazing. Not only was he able to notice us, and he's even capable of easily losing us. Even Duan Ru Feng all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind, since he's able to notice us and lose us, he's naturally capable of noticing and losing another. There is absolutely no meaning in us following him, so let's return. Both the old men glanced at each other and could see the bitter smile on each other's face before shaking their heads and directly leaving. They returned to the Duan clan estate to report to Patriarch Duan Ru. Huo! 2 gusts of wind sounded as they swept over towards Duan Ling Tian, who was on the way home, and they descended beside him. Young master, they were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you two fellows go off to earlier? Could it be that you were not worried that Shui Lu would have killed me? Duan Ling Tian said angrily. Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression on his face. Uncle Ni, even he knows. Duan Ling Tian suddenly came to a realization, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Looked like even if he didn't have the bone corrosion inscription, or the Vice Dean Zan Shang, or the Duan clan's Grand Elder today, he would have still been fine. Although an afternoon had passed, Duan Ling Tian's mood still hadn't been able to fully calm down, and even the 2 girls at home noticed that Duan Ling Tian seemed slightly off. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled when faced with the concern of the 2 girls. He returned to his room before lying on his soft bed and gazing at the ceiling. His eyes revealed traces of an awe-inspiring light that flowed within. If I'd crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I'd met her, Tang Guo's incident might not have happened. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. In the future, he would never be able to see that female student that idolized him so much ever again. Tang Guo, although she was only a transient guest within his life, but she'd been deeply remembered within his heart now. This entire night, Duan Ling Tian thought of many things. In the end, a tremendous change occurred in his mentality. Duan Ling Tian's current change in mentality would also lead to the fact that anyone who made an enemy of him in the future would never have a good end. The next day, Duan Ling Tian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian. What did you come for this time, kid? Ni Yuan didn't mention anything regarding the matter of the city guard army commander Shui Lu yesterday, or maybe, in his opinion, Shui Lu completely counted for nothing. Uncle Ni, I come today because I want to ask you for 2 places. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. Places? Ni Yuan was dazed and didn't react for a moment. Places within the Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department reinforcements that are departing 20 days from now. I have 2 friends that want to go along with me, and I've already promised them, Duan Ling Tian explained. So it's this. No problem, I'll tell your big brother Ni when he gets home later. I'll ask him to add on 2 more places. What are the names of those 2 people? Ni Yuan had a casual expression, as this was only a small matter to him. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. So it's the Xiao clan members. However, this Xiao Xuan seems to be the younger brother of that genius alchemist, Xiao He, right? As Ni Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Who would have thought that the genius in the martial Dao, Duan Ling Tian, whose name was spread and gave rise to much discussion within the imperial city, was precisely the youth genius alchemist that appeared briefly and once defeated Xiao He within the Alchemist Guild's main guild. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the meaning of what Ni Yuan said, and he lightly smiled. Even if Xiao He were to see me now, he might not even be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he does recognize me, it still wouldn't affect the relationship between me and Xiao Xuan. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was quite confident about, as he could still remember that when he met Xiao Xuan for the first time, when Xiao Xuan spoke, he was filled with admiration towards that genius alchemist that defeated Xiao He, and he bore no resentment. Yes, that disguising method of yours that day was truly unfathomable. Ni Yuan shook his head with a smile as he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Sometimes, I really want to break open your head, kid, and see what other secrets are actually hidden within. Ever since this nephew of his appeared, Duan Ling Tian had brought him wave after wave of shock. And luckily, his heart was sufficiently strong, otherwise, he really might have a heart attack because of this nephew of his. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his nose as he laughed embarrassedly. Right, didn't you say that day that when you've stepped into the origin core stage, you'd be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa Ni? Suddenly, Ni Yuan seemed to have thought of something and his eyes shone. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. He was currently only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Ni of his surely thought he'd broken through to the origin core stage like the other people. Thus, he didn't explain and casually found an excuse. Uncle Ni, you at least have to give me some time to let my grade 9 pill fire transform into a grade 8 pine fire, right? Ni Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and only now did he recall that even if the cultivation had arrived at the origin core stage, it wasn't so easy to raise the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, people with cultivations at the nascent soul stage but were only grade 9 alchemists could be found everywhere. When speaking purely about the alchemist's pill fire, the origin energy within a nascent soul martial artist is sufficient to condense a grade 6 pill fire. However, the advancement of the pill fire is something that depends on the alchemist's natural talent. If someone's natural talent is insufficient, then not to mention the nascent soul stage, even if the person were to break through to the void prying stage, the person would still only be a grade 9 alchemist, or even to the extent of being unable to become a grade 9 alchemist. It's Uncle Ni who's too impatient. Ni Yuan shook his head and smiled before saying, "Go see your grandfather, he's been frequently talking about you to me during this period of time. Yesterday, when he heard that City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu had brought his soldiers to block you at Paladin Academy's gate, he even started making noise about wanting to kill that Shui Lu." Duan Ling Tian was stunned, as he never imagined that the old man's temper was so explosive. However, a trace of warmth still arose within his heart. Grandpa Ni. When Duan Ling Tian met the old man, he was just watering the plants in the rear courtyard in an extremely happy manner. When the old man saw Duan Ling Tian, his murky eyes shone with a dazzling gleam. "Little Tian, you've come." Duan Ling Tian supported the old man to sit down before lightly smiling. "Grandpa, your body's gotten better lately, right?" The old man nodded. "The medicinal strength of the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill has already removed the poison from my internal organs, and the remaining poison has been suppressed by the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill within my various parts of my body and within my dantian, so it's not too bad." "That's good. Once I've become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Grandpa Ni to completely remove the remaining poison." Duan Ling Tian nodded. This result was within his expectations. "I heard you're going to battle with Fen?" the old man asked. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, "Yes, I want to go experience it." Experiencing it is a good thing, as the battlefield is a place to temper a person. As the old man spoke, his gaze seemed to float as if he'd returned once again to those years in the military life, and there seemed to be an aura of slaughter that arose from his body. This aura of slaughter was extremely terrifying, and even surpassed that of the divine might Marquis, Ni Yuan. The following period of time was extremely calm and tranquil. That City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu and that 5th Prince seemed to have completely vanished. Of course, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't think they'd show mercy and give up on taking revenge for Shui Lang and Tong Li. And this was probably only the calm before the storm. Paladin Academy, within the Star Mastermind Department Grade 1 classroom. On the podium, Sima Chongfeng slowly said, "The Star Mastermind Department's roster for the students who are following the reinforcement army to battle at the northwest border has been released." "Teacher Sima, why are you speaking of this? Could it be that someone within our class got a place?" Instantly, many students were stunned. Before long, they gazed with tacit understanding at the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. "It's probably Duan Ling Tian." "Nonsense, who else could it be besides Duan Ling Tian?" some of the students whispered in discussion amongst themselves. In next to no time, all the other students besides Duan Ling Tian looked at Sima Chongfeng, as they waited for him to announce the roster. Especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, they gazed fixedly at Sima Chongfeng, as even though Duan Ling Tian said there would be no problem, they were still slightly perturbed. "Duan Ling Tian." Sima Chongfeng announced the first name. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan." Sima Chongfeng continued. Actually, when he received the roster, even he was slightly surprised. Duan Ling Tian was recommended by him, and thus it was extremely normal for Duan Ling Tian to be within the roster. But the other two people weren't recommended by him. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan heard what Sima Chongfeng said, their gazes brightened, and they looked at each other. They could both see the excitement within each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan got places as well. Instantly, the remaining students all glanced at Sima Chongfeng, and hoped that Sima Chongfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, what Sima Chongfeng said next completely dispelled their thoughts. You three prepare properly and gather at the Academy's martial arts practice ground half a month from now for departure. Chapter 199, The Death of Su Nan. Finally unable to hold back any longer. At dusk, Duan Ling Tian had just walked out from Paladin Academy when he directly walked into a remote alley. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Duan Ling Tian's figure jerked before his entire body flew out, and instantly, his body vanished at the corner of the other end of the alley. After Duan Ling Tian left, a figure that was like a ghost followed after. Before long, two more figures appeared, and these two figures were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go grim. However, no matter how they searched, they were unable to find Duan Ling Tian's tracks again. Why did the young master avoid us as well? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Maybe the young master noticed that that person's strength wasn't simple and chose to avoid us because of this. Based on the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed because if Duan Ling Tian wanted to conceal himself, it was completely impossible for them to find Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, outside a nearby empty courtyard house, a violet figure stopped its movement. The surroundings were completely devoid of any human inhabitation, and it belonged to a remote area within the inner city. Right at this moment, a terrifying gust of strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with a cold light as he stared at Duan Ling Tian as if he wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he originally thought that it was that city guard army commander Shui Lu or someone the fifth prince had sent, but now it would seem it wasn't so. If he was only carrying out orders, then he shouldn't be looking at him so hatefully. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel that the hatred the old man felt towards him was a hatred that had reached the depths of his bone. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man as he asked in a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian, looks like you've offended too many people, and so you're utterly unaware of who's come to seek revenge from you. However, I really never imagined that the Duan clan's half-step void stage powerhouse would personally attend to the matter for your sake and help you ward off that city guard army commander Shui Lu. However, you're going to die here today. As the old man finished speaking, his eyes revealed an insane killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed erratically, as 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked, as although the old man wasn't a half-step void stage powerhouse, a 9th level nascent soul martial artist was more than enough to be shocking. This old man was absolutely the strongest person he'd seen below the half-step void stage. You're the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and hated him to the bones. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had guessed the identity of the old man. However, didn't the Duan clan help him deal with the problem with the Su clan? He was confident that Patriarch Duan Ruhuo wouldn't lie to him. Looked like this Su Nan was likely acting on his own, or else he wouldn't personally attend to the matter. You're really intelligent, actually being able to guess who I am. Su Nan's eyes revealed a vicious gleam, and his voice was bone-piercingly cold. Duan Ling Tian, only Tong is left in my family, but you've destroyed his life, destroyed his hopes, and have destroyed my hopes for him. As he finished speaking, Su Nan was slightly demented. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold as he mocked. Su Nan, why don't you think about this? If he didn't provoke me and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, why else would I give him a dose of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything that happened was nobody's fault but his own. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how he should conduct himself. Arrogant and conceited, and treating others with contempt. Even if I hadn't crippled him, the day would come where he'd be killed at the hands of another. Duan Ling Tian's words exposed the truth with every sentence. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent within his eyes became difficult to restrain. It makes no difference no matter what you say. Today, You will certainly die. That would depend on if you have the capability. Duan Ling Tian sneered as he revolved the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan's body. As long as it wasn't in existence at the half-step void stage, he was not afraid. You're faced with imminent death and you can still smile. After I kill you, I'll chop off your head and take it back to the Su clan for that grandson of mine to enjoy the sight of it. As Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled before moving out. Above him, 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Sand and dust rushed up into the sky everywhere Su Nan passed, and his entire body pulled out a string of astonishing afterimages as he approached Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. What speed! At the instant that Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Ling Tian's legs that had origin energy accumulated within since long ago trembled abruptly, then he flashed to the side. At the moment that Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce at him, he activated the inscription on his spatial ring, Bone Corrosion Inscription. A wisp of a gray light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. The speed of it was even faster than Su Nan's current speed. At the instant that Su Nan pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, he noticed this wisp of gray light flashing towards him, and his heart immediately started trembling. He could clearly perceive that this was an extremely terrifying inscription. And it brought extreme pressure to him. A panicked thought had only just arose within his mind when the wisp of gray light smashed onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan only felt a wave of extreme pain from every bone within his body, causing him to be unable to keep from yelling out a sad and shrill cry with a nearly hoarse voice. At the moment before his consciousness faded, he only felt his body collapsing with a loud crash. As he gazed upon the disgusting corpse before his eyes, even Duan Ling Tian, who wasn't looking at it for the first time, still felt a wave of disgust. Duan Ling Tian lit ablaze a wisp of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse before taking away Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's Grand Elder will have to be changed from today onwards. Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past that residue that transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye, before turning and leaving. On the way, Duan Ling Tian established ownership over Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad. Although it's far from being comparable to the wealth Duan Ru Lei left me, this wealth can be considered to be a hugely profitable business deal. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the spatial ring and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. There was around 30 million silver within. Combined with the other few batches of wealth that he obtained, and including the wealth from Duan Ru Lei, Duan Ling Tian had nearly 300 million in silver on hand already. The currency that circulated within the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the centralized currency that circulated within the Darken Dynasty. As long as the Darken Dynasty was still standing, this silver wouldn't lose its value, and it could be exchanged into gold, silver, property, or other items of equal value. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal state of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100+ imperial kingdoms under the rule of the Darken Dynasty. I'm not lacking money in the short term. However, it's always the more the merrier when it comes to money. In the future, as my cultivation advances, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I'll need to refine will increase, and the required materials will be more and more valuable. As for inscriptions, that's something that totally burns through money, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He wished for nothing more than for more people like Su Nan to pounce at home and gift money to him. When he was near his own house, Duan Ling Tian noticed Xianxia and Zhao Gang standing before his house's gate and looking forward with eager anticipation. They were obviously waiting for him. Young master. Xianxia and Zhao Gang moved over to greet him when they noticed Duan Ling Tian had returned. Have you two been slacking off lately? I actually shook you two off again. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how could we dare slack off? However, your counter-tracking technique is something we're too inferior to compare to currently, and it's difficult for us to distinguish true or false. Zhang Qian had a helpless and bitter smile on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't say anything, he still nodded in all seriousness. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Ling Tian took the lead as he headed back to his courtyard house. Young master, what happened to the person that chased you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. Even you two were thrown off by me, could it be that I couldn't even throw him off? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhang Qian in contempt but didn't explain the truth of the matter, as Su Nan was the Su clan's grand elder after all. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to create unnecessary problems. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. Duan Ling Tian would be leaving in another half-month, and during this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing bone corrosion inscriptions, Duan Ling Tian tried his best to make time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the day the reinforcement troops would go out to battle approached. Within this past half a month, Duan Ling Tian inscribed bone corrosion inscriptions on the extra pile of spatial rings. At the same time, he asked Shang Quan to gather large quantities of the bone corrosion inscriptions materials and piled them up within his spatial ring in the event of an unexpected need. Besides making adequate preparations of these things, his cultivation smoothly broke through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed a dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. And his entire strength gained an additional strength of 3 ancient mammoths because of this. Even without the use of a spirit weapon, by exploding forth with his entire strength, the current Duan Ling Tian was capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes. And he was only lacking the strength of 1 ancient mammoth from having a strength comparable to the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day the reinforcements go out to battle. Deep into the night, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed. He closed his eyes and cultivated for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of his door being knocked resounded. K'er, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force perceived who was outside his door at the first moment. Only when he opened the door did he notice that K'er was standing outside his door with her nightgown on. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked, "K'er, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Young master, you're going to the battlefield day after tomorrow. I want to lie with you," K'er said, in a light voice, and her delicate body lightly trembled as her cheeks blushed. Duan Ling Tian gulped down a mouthful of saliva, as the charming and bashful K'er was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen into the mortal realm in his eyes. In the end, Duan Ling Tian's lower regions went hot and he couldn't endure it any longer. He picked K'er up into his embrace and threw her on his bed. After kicking his door shut, Duan Ling Tian seemed like a starved wolf as he pounced on K'er. A dazzling red rose slowly bloomed atop the bed sheets, seeming amorous and beautiful. Chapter 200. Ji Yuzan. At noon the next day, Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Tianhu. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tianhu before looking at Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, who were beside him. "You two tell him, what are you all being so mysterious about?" Tianhu had a stupefied expression, and he glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking at Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. "Let me do it." Xiao Xuan looked Tianhu as he lightly smiled. "Tianhu, from tomorrow onwards, you'll probably have to eat alone in the cafeteria." "What do you mean?" Tianhu frowned. "Why are you three acting so mysterious today? Could it be that you're all planning to ask for leave and go on a journey?" Xiao Xuan shook his head. "It can be considered a journey, but it isn't asking for leave. We will be joining the reinforcements to head to the northwest border tomorrow and become members of the reinforcements troops to head to the northwest border's battlefield." Tianhu was struck dumb, and he extended his hand to touch Xiao Xuan's forehead. "Xiao Xuan, you don't have a fever, so why are you raving wildly?" Tianhu naturally didn't believe what Xiao Xuan said, as amongst the Paladin Academy students, the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield even within the Star General Department would be Grade 2 students, whereas for the Star Mastermind Department, the requirements were much harsher, and generally only a few Grade 5 or Grade 6 students were able to participate. Seeing that Tianhu still didn't believe them, Xiao Yu spoke out as well. "Tianhu, Xiao Xuan isn't talking nonsense, we're really leaving tomorrow." Tianhu was still partially skeptical when he heard what Xiao Yu said, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to seek the final confirmation. "Fuck," Tianhu glared, "how did you all get spots? You guys aren't good brothers, sneaking off by yourselves and leaving me all alone." Xiao Xuan patted Tianhu's shoulders as he said, with a smile, "Tianhu, didn't you once say it yourself? As a Star General Department student, you'll have an opportunity to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, we'll probably only have this one chance." Tianhu's face instantly fell when he heard what Xiao Xuan said, and his face was filled with helplessness and a bitter laugh. In the afternoon, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in cultivation atop a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. At an unknown time, a wave of clamor echoed into his ears. "Duan Ling Tian." A sweet-sounding voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears and gave him the feeling that they'd met before. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses before looking off into the distance, and only then did he notice a beautiful figure that seemed like a celestial maiden standing there. The woman had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. Princess Bai Yao. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, as he'd never imagined that Princess Bai Yao would appear here. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the entire group of Star Mastermind Department students including Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, were all looking at where Duan Ling Tian currently was, and most of them had faces filled with jealousy and envy. Moreover, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan had dubious expressions. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he directly jumped off the large tree. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Princess Bai Yao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. Then the old woman nodded and Princess Bai Yao walked over alone towards him. Princess. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to Princess Bai Yao. This could be considered a greeting to her. Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face blushed and had a delicate and attractive appearance. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you're leaving the imperial city with the reinforcement troops tomorrow and heading to the northwest border. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy? Princess Bai Yao lightly smiled. I came to look for my seventh brother, then I thought of coming to see you on the way. As she finished speaking, Princess Bai Yao's face was even redder. Seventh brother. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. The seventh prince is at the Paladin Academy as well. It's really a rare occasion that Princess still remembers me, and it's truly an overwhelming favor. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly knitted and he lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao shook her head and said, Duan Ling Tian, there's only me and you here, so you don't have to be so restrained. Yes. Although Duan Ling Tian replied to her, there was still no change in him, causing Princess Bai Yao to gradually become slightly helpless as she glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a hidden bitterness. After chatting for a while more, only then did Princess Bai Yao leave. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. The princess actually personally came to look for you. Xiao Xuan walked over with a face full of jealousy and envy. She really deserves to be the #1 beauty within the imperial city, and she has a well-deserved reputation. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh as well, and he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian at the same time. This fellow, why does he incur so much fondness of beauties? First it was Li Fei, then it was his sister, and now Princess Bai Yao arrived. The three women were undoubtedly beauties with drop-dead gorgeous appearance, but they had all lost their hearts to Duan Ling Tian. I hope that with the passage of time, Lan can forget him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, as although he didn't mind Duan Ling Tian being his brother-in-law, whenever he thought about how Duan Ling Tian already had women by his side, he wasn't willing to allow his sister to jump into the flames and share a husband with other women. Meanwhile, the surroundings burst into an uproar. Did you see that? Even Princess Bai Yao came to look for Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, I never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's charm was so huge. In terms of age, Duan Ling Tian is similar to Princess Bai Yao, and they seem like a perfect match. They're far more than a perfect match, they are virtually a match made in heaven. The Imperial City's #1 beauty, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's #1 genius in the younger generation. Tisk tisk, could it be that the heavens destined them to have a fate of marriage? Similar discussions spread out from the side of the martial arts practice grounds to the entire martial arts practice grounds. Moreover, the news strayed from the truth the further it spread. Some people even said that His Majesty the Emperor intended to bestow marriage upon Duan Ling Tian and Princess Bai Yao. At another side of the martial arts practice grounds, a few 25-year-old higher-grade students were encircled around a handsome and extraordinary blue-clothed young man that had a graceful bearing. They were listening to him recount something. A strong confidence was emitted from between the brows of the blue-clothed young man, and there was a resplendent and bright smile on his face as he gave a lively description. The surrounding students' gazes revealed a trace of respect when they gazed at him. Brother Ji Yu Zan. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded and interrupted the blue-clothed young man. What are you so agitated about? The blue-clothed young man frowned as he looked at the young man that ran to stand before him and was slightly displeased. Brother Ji Yu Zan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. However, this matter is related to Princess Bai Yao. The young man that arrived in haste hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by the blue-clothed youth. What did you say? Bai Yao's come. The blue-clothed youth's eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism, and his tone became hurried as well. The disposition with graceful bearing earlier was instantly shattered by himself. Yes, she seemed to have come to look for the seventh prince. The young man hurriedly nodded. Is she still at the 7th prince's place? The blue-clothed young man pressed on and seemed that he planned to directly charge over to meet Princess Bai Yao. No, Princess Bai Yao has already left. The young man shook his head. Then what are you so agitated about? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and his eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Brother Ji Yuzan, besides seeing the 7th prince, Princess Bai Yao saw another person. The young man carefully glanced at the blue-clothed young man as he spoke slightly hesitantly. The blue-clothed youth seemed like an explosive that had been lit when he heard what the young man said, and his face went grim. Who else did Bai Yao see? Duan Ling Tian, the young man directly said. Duan Ling Tian, the blue-clothed youth frowned and was slightly depressed. How could Bai Yao know that grade 1 student? That person seems to have only arrived at the imperial city a few months ago, right? You didn't see it earlier. Not only did Princess Bai Yao take the initiative to go see Duan Ling Tian, she even asked the old woman at her side to stay on the spot while she went to talk intimately with Duan Ling Tian by herself. It can't be. Could it be there's something between them? I don't know either. However, she chatted quite happily with Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, when Princess Bai Yao left, I saw that her face was rosy red from blushing. Looks like Princess Bai Yao has feelings for Duan Ling Tian. The voice of two students that walked shoulder to shoulder as they passed by entered the blue-clothed young man's ears and caused his face to sink. The blue-clothed young man's frosty gaze looked towards the two students that passed by as he coldly shouted, "If you two dare speak nonsense anymore, I'll cripple your tongues." The two students' faces went grim. They were about to retort, but when they caught sight of the blue-clothed young man, they were like mice that had seen a cat, and they fled in panic. Brother Ji Yuzan, what's wrong? Didn't you say that Lord Shang and His Majesty had privately come to an agreement and that in more years, he would bestow a marriage and betroth the Princess Bai Yao to you? One of the people at the side had a bewildered expression. Humph. Ji Yuzan's face sank, and a thread of cold light flashed within his eyes. The other people realized Ji Yuzan's fury and shut their mouths. However, they quickly noticed that every part of the martial arts practice grounds was currently spreading the rumors regarding the dubious relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Princess Bai Yao. Atop the large tree at a side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Ling Tian yawned and looked at the sky's color. It was currently sunset, the time to leave the academy. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan. Duan Ling Tian greeted Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan before walking towards the outside of Paladin Academy with them. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you two ready? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Actually, there's nothing to get ready, just some changes of clothes. Xiao Xuan shook his head with a smile. When he thought of how he would be following the reinforcement troops to depart tomorrow and head towards the northwest borders battlefield, he couldn't help but get slightly excited within his heart. Xiao Yu evidently was almost the same, just when the gate was right before their eyes. Duan Ling Tian, right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded from behind Duan Ling Tian's group of three. Duan Ling Tian's group of three stopped their footsteps before turning around. Duan Ling Tian looked off into the distance. There was currently a blue-clothed youth with a handsome appearance and a graceful bearing coming towards them, and he was bringing along a few young men. Ji Yuzan. Xiao Xuan frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. Xiao Xuan, you know him? Xiao Yu noticed the hostile expression that was revealed between the brows of the blue-clothed young man, and this hostility was precisely directed towards Duan Ling Tian. This Ji Yuzan is the only son of Prime Minister Ji Yu, and he is a grade 6 student within the Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Most importantly, he's inherited the wisdom of Prime Minister Ji Yu and has his own understanding on the Tao of the Mastermind, with a bearing that showed he had a great chance of developing his own school of thought. Xiao Xuan slowly said, Prime Minister Ji Yu. Xiao Yu was slightly surprised. That figure that's equally famous to the Divine Might Marquis, Grand General Ni Yuan. Chapter 201. Prior to departure. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, Grand Cavalry General Ni Yuan, was undoubtedly the representative of the generals, whereas on the side of the masterminds, it was led by the Prime Minister, Ji Yu Ting. Ji Yu Ting had an exalted status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. To a certain degree, he could be considered the spokesman of the Emperor. Ordinarily, all the routine affairs within the Crimson Sky Kingdom would pass through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage powerhouse. He's the son of Prime Minister Ji Yu Ting. Duan Ling Tian's frowned. He was slightly bewildered as he gazed upon Ji Yuzan, who walked over in full fury. Duan Ling Tian could be certain that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen Ji Yuzhan. However, it seemed that this Ji Yuzhan harbored extreme hostility towards him, and this caused him to be puzzled. Presently, it had been 4 months since Duan Ling Tian arrived at the imperial city, so he was quite well versed in some of the matters within the imperial city, and thus had heard of Prime Minister Ji Yuting. Although Ji Yuting didn't originate from a great clan, because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, his prime minister's estate was well renowned within the imperial city. Even members of the imperial city's 3 great clans didn't dare lightly offend the prime minister's estate, as everyone knew that the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom stood behind Prime Minister Ji Yu. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian watched as Ji Yuzhan arrived before him. Duan Ling Tian's brows lightly knitted as he looked at Ji Yuzhan and indifferently asked, "Something the matter?" "Duan Ling Tian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao." Ji Yuzhan's face was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a somber sheen as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly toxic colubridae snake. 1. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding when he heard what Ji Yuzhan said, and now he finally knew the reason why Ji Yuzhan had adopted a hostile attitude towards him, so it was because of Princess Bai Yao. On the way over here, he'd heard many discussions about himself and Princess Bai Yao, and Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to those guesses that were widely off the mark and directly ignored them. As far as he was concerned, an innocent man was still innocent even if he didn't proclaim it, and thus he didn't need to give any further explanation. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Yuzhan calmly as he indifferently asked, "Bai Yao? You're talking about Princess Bai Yao, right?" "Exactly." Ji Yuzhan's gaze flickered and his voice was filled with a condescending tone. "Did you hear what I told you earlier?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank. Not to mention there was nothing between him and Princess Bai Yao, but even if there was, it seemingly didn't have anything to do with this Ji Yuzhan, right? Duan Ling Tian snickered at Ji Yuzhan's lofty appearance. There seemed to be a trace of rage that arose within his heart. "So what if I heard, so what if I didn't?" Duan Ling Tian asked, in a calm voice. "Duan Ling Tian, I know your natural talent in the martial Tao is great, and you're even a direct descendant disciple that's well protected by the Duan clan, but in my eyes, you're nothing, do you understand?" Ji Yuzhan's voice turned incomparably gloomy. In Ji Yuzhan's eyes, only members of the imperial family and the divine might Marquis estate were capable of being seen as equals by him within the entire imperial city and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. As for those 3 great clans or whatever, they were not worth mentioning in his opinion. His father was the prime minister, the spokesman of the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an existence that was below one and above all. "Oh," Duan Ling Tian abruptly burst out laughing. "I'm truly sorry, but in my eyes, you're nothing as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian ignored Ji Yuzhan's gloomy expression and called Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan before walking out of Paladin Academy in large strides. "This son of Prime Minister Ji Yu is really too arrogant." Xiao Yu frowned. He obviously detested the way Ji Yuzhan treated Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Xuan shook his head as he slowly said, "It isn't strange. He has a father with power that is only below the emperor after all. Moreover, this Ji Yuzhan's natural talent is pretty good, and he even has the chance to inherit the prime minister's position." Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything, because to him, Ji Yuzhan was just a profligate son of a person with high status. And he was no different to Su Tong and Shui Lang, the people he'd crippled. It was fine as long as Ji Yuzhan didn't go too far and didn't provoke him, but if he were to go too far, then Duan Ling Tian wouldn't mind giving him something to remember. That night, Duan Ling Tian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He finally realized a dream he'd always had, and that was to sleep together with both of the 2 little girls in his house and enjoy the pleasures of their companionship. The 2 girls seemed to have realized that Duan Ling Tian was leaving tomorrow and would be gone for a few months. Thus they allowed Duan Ling Tian to perpetrate whatever evils he pleased. For the entire night, Duan Ling Tian himself didn't know how many times he took them, and only when he was extremely exhausted did he finally hug the 2 little girls and fall into a deep slumber. The next day, the 2 little girls walked in a slightly unusual manner after they got off the bed. A trace of an apologetic appearance appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, as last night was really too crazy. When they were eating, besides Duan Ling Tian, who had a thick face and could ignore it, the 2 little girls both lowered their heads with faces full of embarrassment when faced with Li Ru's burning, dubious gaze. Duan Ling Tian took the two little pythons from inside his sleeve, took them out, and lightly touched their small heads as he said, in all seriousness, little black, little white, stay at home obediently and protect K'er, little Fei, and my mother. Do you understand? Hiss hiss. The two little pythons were able to almost roughly understand what Duan Ling Tian said. And they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Ling Tian could see a trace of unwillingness within the intelligent eyes of the two little pythons. They already started to have human feelings. At the house's gate, Duan Ling Tian looked at his mother, who was helping him straighten out his clothes, and said, with a light smile, "Mom, I'm leaving. Be safe," Li Ru said lightly, and a trace of worry could be seen mixed within her brows. Like the old saying, a mother will always worry when her child goes on a journey. A mother has deep and sincere love for her children. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded before smiling at the two little girls beside Li Ru. Take good care of my mom while I'm away, I'll be back soon. K'er and Li Fei both nodded, and shimmers flashed within their beautiful eyes. Their eyes were filled with tears that were about to drop. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shang Quan and Jing Ru, who were standing at the side, as he said, Shang Quan, Jing Ru, I'll be relying on you two to take care of my home while I'm away. Don't worry, young master. They both hurriedly nodded, and a trace of unwillingness was mixed within Jing Ru's eyes. She'd always been grateful towards this young master who had unreserved trust towards her in these past few months, and it was precisely because of this young master's care that her family could have a life that lacked neither food nor clothing. All right, all of you go home. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before turning and leaving, as he was truly worried that he would be unwilling to leave if he were to look at them for a second longer. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. After leaving his house, Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instantly appeared beside Duan Ling Tian. Are you two following me there, or returning to the Divine Might Marquis estate? Duan Ling Tian asked. Young master, we're following you. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang spoke at the exact same time. Then you two continue concealing yourselves. When we've arrived at the battlefield, I'll go a step further in teaching you two techniques of tracking, concealment, and assassination. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he slowly said, if I don't give the order, you two are not allowed to appear, understand? Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes revealed fiery gazes, as they were filled with infinite yearning towards the many techniques that Duan Ling Tian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Ling Tian walked into Paladin Academy. There were already many people that had gathered on the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were members of the Star General Department. Duan Ling Tian had only just taken 2 steps when he noticed Xiaoshuan waving his hand at Duan Ling Tian from afar, and Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled before walking over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes. Duan Ling Tian had a bewildered expression when he saw both Xiao Yu and Xiaoshuan empty-handed. He'd noticed that practically all of the students were carrying bags of different sizes. Xiaoshuan and Xiao Yu, however, seemed to stand out like giants amongst dwarves. Look, Xiaoshuan raised his hand and revealed the simple ring that he was wearing. I got a spatial ring from my grandfather yesterday. All of my things are in Xiaoshuan's spatial ring, Xiao Yu said, with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, that's a spatial ring on your hand, right? Xiaoshuan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze subsequently descended onto Duan Ling Tian's hand. Duan Ling Tian, looks like the Duan clan really holds you in high regard. They even gave such a valuable thing like a spatial ring to you. Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of Aurora City's Shao clan's supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring on hand. Even within the entire Aurora City Shao clan, only the patriarch and supreme elder possessed spatial rings. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled but didn't give any explanation. Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, a loud voice sounded from afar, and a slightly robust young man around the age of 25 was slowly walking over to Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. You are? Duan Ling Tian had a questioning expression as he looked at the person, as he could feel that the young man carried no hostility when he approached. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 Star General Department student. Duan Ling Tian, this is something the patriarch asked me to pass to you. The robust young man, who was holding his luggage on his shoulders, extended his hand to pass a simple ring to Duan Ling Tian. It was a spatial ring. Under Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan's astonished gazes, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand to receive it before nodding with a smile to Duan Zhu. Thanks. Don't mention it. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Zhu laughed before turning and leaving. After Duan Ling Tian established ownership of the spatial ring, he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. This spatial ring only contained a cubic meter worth of space, and it was a lowest grade spatial ring. It probably was something Patriarch Duan Ruhuo had passed to him to keep his luggage in. Duan Ling Tian, could it be that the spatial ring on your hand isn't from the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with an astounded expression. It was given to me by the Grand Elder. I never expected the Patriarch to send me another. I've taken the money inside, so you can use this spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian casually found an excuse, and at the same time withdrew the money within the spatial ring before removing the ownership of the spatial ring and passing it to Xiao Yu. 1 TL note. The actual snake mentioned is a Dinodon rufosonitum, but due to the length and complex nature of the name, I chose to use the snake family that the Dinodon rufosonitum belonged to, the Colubridae family. Chapter 202, Departure. However, Xiao Yu didn't move to receive the spatial ring Duan Ling Tian passed to him. He shook his head and said, Duan Ling Tian, this is too valuable, I can't take it. Keep it yourself, or keep it for Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and stretched out his hand to directly shove the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he angrily said, if I give it to you, then take it. When did you become so fussy? Xiao Yu's eyes flickered and a trace of gratitude flashed within. He didn't refuse it because if he were to refuse it now, then it would seem slightly fake. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. A spatial ring was something only a grade 7 weapons craftsman could refine. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was an extremely rare item, and merely one spatial ring was worth at least a few million silver. Moreover, there was a market for it but no stock. The Vice Dean is here. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded out. The entire martial arts practice grounds instantly went silent, as the gazes of everyone present descended on the gray figure that was walking slowly over. It was a gray-clothed old man who revealed a trace of awe from between his brows. He walked over in large strides with an imposing manner that pierced through the sky. It was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Shang. After Zhan Shang arrived, he said, in a loud voice, Star General Department students, stand to the right. Star Mastermind, Department students, stand to the left. As soon as Zhan Shang finished speaking, the stream of people on the martial arts practice grounds parted into two. There were exactly 300 people from the Star General Department, and they were gathered together into a dense crowd. The Star Mastermind Department, on the other hand, only had a scarce 12 people. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan's group of 3 grade 1 students occupied a quarter of the total. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Ji Yuzhan, was amongst the group of Star Mastermind Department students as well, and there were 2 more people gathered beside him. Duan Ling Tian vaguely remembered these 2 people, as they were beside Ji Yuzhan yesterday. Meanwhile, Ji Yuzhan noticed Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as well, and his face sank. Vice Dean, Ji Yuzhan abruptly spoke with a high voice and suppressed most of the scattered voices within the martial arts practice grounds. Zhan Shang looked at Ji Yuzhan when he heard his voice. He naturally knew Ji Yuzhan, the son of the Prime Minister. Ji Yuzhan, do you have something to say? Vice Dean, according to my knowledge and according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, the lowest threshold for entering the battlefield for our Paladin Academy students is Grade 2 for the Star General Department and Grade 4 for the Star Mastermind Department. These 3 people are only Grade 1 students of the Star Mastermind Department, and I suspect they want to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak into our midst to head to the northwest borders battlefield. Ji Yuzhan pointed at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as he spoke with a high voice, and his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present descended onto Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. And the 2 people beside him seemed to be Grade 1 Star Mastermind Department students as well. Could it be that they're really planning to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak into our midst to head to the northwest borders battlefield? As long as they aren't people on the roster, then it's practically impossible to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak into our midst. Many students pointed at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as they discussed amongst each other. Ji Yuzhan glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complacent expression, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of the vice dean driving Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 out. This Ji Yuzhan is really disgusting like a fly. Xiao Xuan's face sank, and his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. He took a step forward and looked at Ji Yuzhan. Duan Ling Tian spoke out before Zhan Shang could speak, with a high voice that shot into the sky. Ji Yuzhan, you repeatedly speak of some rules, but why have I never heard of a rule that states Paladin Academy's Grade 1 Star Mastermind Department students can't enter the battlefield? Humph! Ji Yuzhan met gazes with Duan Ling Tian when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and he had a mocking expression. Although there aren't any explicit rules, according to the Paladin Academy's customary practices in the past, it's always been like this. I'm certain that the 3 of you are surely trying to take advantage of the opportunity to slip by. Customary practices. Traces of coldness appeared within Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he sneered. Even you said they are customary practices. Could it be that customary practices can't be broken? You've repeatedly said that we're trying to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm really curious, what are you basing that assumption on? Just because we're grade 1 students and you think we're inferior to you? And you feel we don't have qualifications to appear here, but of course, grade 1 students, especially Star Mastermind Department students, how much could you know about the Tao of a mastermind? Even if people like you all were to enter the battlefield, you'd only be a burden. Ji Yuzhan sneered, and his speech was filled with disdain towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Enough. Right at this moment, Zhan Shang interrupted them. Ji Yuzhan, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 are indeed on the roster. You don't have to question this. Duan Ling Tian was highly recommended by teacher Sima, and as for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, they were personally named and added into the roster by the junior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis Estate, who is also the commander of the reinforcement army, General Ni Fen. Humph, so they're just 3 people who pulled some strings to get in. Ji Yuzhan looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 with a face full of a mocking and disdainful expression when he heard Zhan Shang's explanation. Xiao Xuan's and Xiao Yu's faces sank as they stared angrily at Ji Yuzhan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Yuzhan with a cold smile on the corners of his mouth, and his mouth slowly spat out a word. Idiot, what did you say? Ji Yuzhan's face went grim. This Duan Ling Tian actually called him an idiot. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, it was still the first time he was ever humiliated by someone like this within his entire life. Instantly, his chest was completely filled with rage. Duan Ling Tian turned his head and paid no further attention to Ji Yuxian, who was fuming with rage, and left him to burn with fury by himself over there. Duan Ling Tian. Ji Yuzhan's face sank, and his eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian while flickering with a venomous sheen as he swore in his heart, "Just you wait, I'll make you die sooner or later." Although he wished for nothing more than to attack and kill Duan Ling Tian now, he still had some worries. Firstly, the vice dean was present, and if he were to attack, he'd surely end up in a passive position. Secondly, if Duan Ling Tian were to use that strange inscription on him, he would be utterly defenseless. After all, even Shui Lang, the son of City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu, in existence at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage, had his entire cultivation destroyed by this Duan Ling Tian's inscription. He had fear within his heart towards Duan Ling Tian's inscription since the beginning, so if he didn't have complete certainty, he wouldn't make a move lightly. As the son of the Prime Minister, he naturally wasn't a simple-minded and brawny idiot, so although he truly hated Duan Ling Tian in his heart, he wouldn't rashly make a move. This Ji Yuzhan really can endure. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused. He was slightly surprised that Ji Yuzhan didn't make a move after so long. As far as he was concerned, this Ji Yuzhan was much more dangerous than Su Tun and Shui Lang. As this was a person that knew how to bear patiently. These sort of people were extremely terrifying, as they were ordinarily skilled in concealing themselves within the shadows and waiting for the right moment to take action. Alright, all of you head to the gates. General Ni Fen has already ordered people to prepare good horses for you all, and they're waiting for you all there. Before long, the vast formation of 312 Paladin Academy students walked out of Paladin Academy under the lead of Vice Dean Zhan Shang. Outside the gate, 300 over soldiers in armor sat on their horses, and within each of their hands, they led on another horse. These extra horses were obviously prepared for the group of students from the Paladin Academy. Vice Dean Zhan, a burly man with a curly beard who was wearing armor, spurred his horse forward to arrive before Zhan Shang, and he nodded to him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the curly-bearded man and his brows slightly jerked, as he noticed that this curly-bearded man was in existence at the nascent soul stage and had great strength. Vice General Zhao, these are the students on the roster, Zhan Shang slowly said in reply. Sorry for troubling you, Vice Dean Zhan. The curly-bearded man nodded, then he opened his mouth and howled, students of Paladin Academy, get on your horses. Instantly, all the 312 Paladin Academy students, including Duan Ling Tian, jumped onto their horses, precisely 312 horses. Vice Dean Zhan, farewell. The curly-bearded man waved his hand at Zhan Shang before spurring the steed under him to dash off first. Let's go. For a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others were mixed within the armored soldiers' midst as they followed behind the curly-bearded man to leave the imperial city in a formidable array. On the way, they created a great stir within the city, and the people on the streets moved aside and saluted the group of reinforcement troops with their gazes. These are the reinforcement troops that Paladin Academy is sending to the northwest borders battlefield. As expected of Paladin Academy students, they all are in high spirits with extraordinary bearings. There's actually a youth, wearing violet clothes. Could he be the genius martial artist Duan Ling Tian whose name's been spread and discussed animatedly lately? He probably is. Besides him, the Paladin Academy probably doesn't have such a young student. Before long, many gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian and they exclaimed in surprise. Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention amongst their group of people. Humph. Ji Yuzhan's expression was extremely unsightly when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian was so well received, and his gaze went even gloomier. Fifth Prince's estate. Within a pergola, a young man with extraordinary bearings was sitting face to face with a middle-aged general who wore light armor. The young man's gaze focused as he slowly said, that Duan Ling Tian should have already departed at this time. Humph. This time I'll make him not return. The middle-aged general's gaze focused and flickered with a bloody thirsty killing intent. Commander Shui, don't speak too early. Don't forget that Duan Ling Tian might have an offensive inscription that can deal with origin core martial artists in his possession. According to my knowledge, even Su Tong, the son of the Su clan's grand elder, had his dantian crippled by Duan Ling Tian's offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince, a nascent soul martial artist will be making a move this time, and he'll surely be able to succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely City Guard Army Commander, Shui Lu. Since he found out that Duan Ling Tian would be joining the reinforcement troops to head to the northwest borders battlefield, a mad plan had arisen within his heart, and that was to ask someone to kill Duan Ling Tian on the way. Chapter 203. Crisis. Outside the imperial city outer city, on a vast, empty space, the group of armored soldiers were like a dark cloud that enveloped the city as they gathered together with an imposing manner that pierced through the sky. These are the reinforcement troops. Looks to be only around 10,000 people. Seems a bit little, right? Xiao Yu gazed at the neatly aligned group of soldiers that stood in the distance as he frowned. Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse to arrive beside Xiao Yu as he said, with a light smile, soldiers are valued for their quality rather than their numbers. He was able to discern that these soldiers were completely different from ordinary soldiers, as every one of them emitted a valiant aura. Moreover, their cultivation levels were obviously not low. Xiao Xuan's gaze focused as he slowly said, Xiao Yu, you better not look down on this 10,000-man army, because even if they were surrounded and attacked by an army of a few 100,000 ordinary soldiers, they would still easily charge out of the encirclement. Could it that this is the Crimson Worm army under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Grand General Ni Yuan? Xiao Yu looked at the group of soldiers beside him that brought them out of the city, and only now did he notice that a crimson WYRM pattern was inscribed on the armors of all these soldiers. This type of armor was precisely the symbol of the Crimson Worm army. You only just noticed? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, as he'd noticed this long ago. The Crimson Worm army, one of the 3 elite armies under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Cavalry Grand General Ni Yuan. And every one of these 3 elite armies only had 10,000 soldiers. Among these 10,000 soldiers, they were normally all martial artists above the 7th level of the core formation stage. Some of the decurions and centurions amongst them were even existences at the origin core stage. As for the captains, they were all existences at the nascent soul stage. In next to no time, the group of Paladin Academy students, including Duan Ling Tian, gathered with the other soldiers of the Crimson Worm army. Right at this moment, a tall, young man wearing silver light armor spurred his horse forward. His cold gaze swept past the group of Paladin Academy students as he spoke with a tranquil voice. Greetings. I'm the commander of the reinforcement army that will be heading to the northwest borders battlefield this time. I'm Ni Fen, the son of the divine might Marquis, an existence that was like one who was favored by the god. The gazes of most of the Paladin Academy students shone when they heard Ni Fen introduce himself. He's Ni Fen, as expected of the divine might Marquis' son, such extraordinary bearing. Allegedly, this Ni Fen only recently graduated from our Paladin Academy a few months ago, and he was already a 5th-level Origin Core martial artist when he graduated. A 26-year-old 5th-level Origin Core martial artist. Such natural talent. I'm afraid that within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, only Duan Ling Tian and Shu Qing can surpass him. This time both Duan Ling Tian and Shu Qing have joined the reinforcement troops, and thus the three great geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation are gathered together here. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered in discussion. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. Shu Qing came as well. After glancing at the surrounding people, he found Shu Qing within the crowd of people. Currently, Shu Qing didn't have his former edge, but instead had a trace of being reserved. He seemed to have changed quite a bit. Let me warn you all beforehand. Although you're all Paladin Academy students, from this moment onwards, you're considered to have joined my Crimson Worm army, so you must obey military orders. If anyone disobeys military orders, then they will be dealt with by military discipline. Now, someone will give each of you Crimson Worm army armor. Put it on quickly. Ni Fen's high voice continued to echo out, and he spurred his horse to leave once he finished speaking. Beside Ni Fen was an old man with a pair of narrow eyes. He wore casual clothing and sat atop a horse as well. He followed Ni Fen wherever he went as if he was Ni Fen's shadow. No one noticed that at the exact instant the Ni Fen turned around, Ni Fen's gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of obstructions and descend upon a violet-clothed figure within the group of Paladin Academy students. Noticing Ni Fen's gaze, Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded to him. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan had changed into the Crimson Worm army's armor. The armor looked cumbersome, but in actuality it was light and handy, and once worn it didn't affect the wearer's movements in any way. Moreover, it could still act as a defense to a certain degree. You two look just like real soldiers after putting the armor. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan and lightly smiled, as after the two of them put on the Crimson Worm army's armor, they really looked exactly like soldiers of the army. Aren't you the same? Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu looked over at Duan Ling Tian. The current Duan Ling Tian had sword-shaped eyebrows that slanted upwards, a handsome face that revealed a trace of coolness, and after putting a fitting suit of armor, his entire person seemed majestic and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though he'd experienced 2 lifetimes and had seen many grand scenes in his previous lifetime, he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart right now. A gale has risen and is sweeping the clouds across the sky, and the soldier sets out on his journey of no return. Set out. Right at this moment, Ni Fen, who was the Crimson Worm army's commander, abruptly ordered, and his loud voice was like a clap of thunder that entered everyone's ears. Subsequently, the army that was formed from the gathering of over 10,000 people rode their steeds as they dashed out in a thunderous charge. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the hills swayed. They set out early in the morning and stopped for some time to rest at noon before continuing on their journey. Only when the sun set in the west did the Crimson Worm army stop under the orders of the commander Ni Fen and made camp within the desolate wilderness to pass the night. Under the illumination of the campfires, tents rose up one after the other and formed a dense mass of tents. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan had currently joined forces to construct a small tent, and this would be the place they stayed in tonight. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned, as his sensitive spiritual force told him that there was a gaze that was occasionally descending onto his figure. When he glanced over, what entered his eyes was a group of Crimson Worm army soldiers, and he was utterly incapable of knowing who exactly was looking at him. This gaze seemed to have once descended on me at the moment I changed into the Crimson Worm army armor. Who the heck is it? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled in her heart. He could be sure that the owner of this gaze wasn't Ni Fen, and it wasn't a Paladin Academy student either. Meanwhile, the tent's construction was completed, and Duan Ling Tian didn't think about it any longer, as he sat around the campfire before their tent with Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. Presently, the group of Crimson Worm army soldiers and some of the Paladin Academy students had already withdrawn some dried rations and were chewing on them. Xiao Xuan took out some dry rations as well and shared some with Xiao Yu before passing some over to Duan Ling Tian. Eating this is so not nourishing. Duan Ling Tian didn't receive the dry rations. He had a face full of dislike before raising his hand and withdrawing a large, square block of ice. Under Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu's bewildered gazes, Duan Ling Tian placed the ice beside the campfire. The ice quickly melted, and the suckling pig within revealed its true appearance. Fuck, Duan Ling Tian, the space within your spatial ring is only so big, but you actually still brought this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but swear and was stupefied. Xiao Yu was stunned as well. As far as they knew, a common spatial ring would only have a cubic meter worth of space, and one basically couldn't place many frozen suckling pigs like this within it. Hurry up and help me cut it up. Do you two not want to eat it? Duan Ling Tian tossed the suckling pig in his hand to Xiao Xuan and glared at him as he spoke. Xiao Xuan received the heavy sucking pig and grinned. Of course I want to eat it. If there's meat to eat, who would still eat those damn dried rations? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a few long, iron skewers and a pile of condiments and salt. Duan Ling Tian's hand flashed past his waist and his violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. With the assistance of Xiao Xuan, he quickly cut up the suckling pig that had been cleaned before freezing. Duan Ling Tian, you don't seem like you're going to battle, it seems like you're going on vacation instead. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled as he used the iron skewer to pierce through a large piece of suckling pig meat. After placing it to roast on the campfire, he sprinkled some salt and condiments on it. We only managed to get a chance to come out here with great difficulty, so we can't inconvenience ourselves. If we eat those few pieces of dried rations, where would we get our strength from? Duan Ling Tian revolved the iron skewer in his hand and had a smile on his face as he roasted the meat. In next to no time, the smell of the suckling pig in the hands of Duan Ling Tian's group of three suffused into the air. Fuck, where's this fragrant smell coming from? Isn't this the smell of roasted suckling pig? Who's eating roasted suckling pig? It's Duan Ling Tian's group. They really know how to enjoy, actually bringing along some suckling pig to roast. As expected of the genius disciple that the Duan clan keeps in high regard. It's so convenient to have a spatial ring. The group of Paladin Academy students all glanced at Duan Ling Tian's direction with envy, and their saliva poured onto the ground. Compared to the group of Paladin Academy students, the group of Crimson Worm Army soldiers were much more composed. They continued to maintain their campfires as they ate their dried rations, then they entered their tents to rest once they finished eating. Satisfying. Xiao Xuan bit the roasted suckling pig and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu both ate the meat with large bites and had faces full of delight. If only there was some wine to drink now. Xiao Xuan's gaze shone. The nearby Paladin Academy students were completely speechless when they heard what Xiao Xuan said. It really was like how the saying goes, a man whose heart is not content is like a snake which tries to swallow an elephant. 1. We don't even have roast suckling pig to eat, but you're still not satisfied when you're biting roasted suckling pig, and you still want to drink wine. Don't irritate people like this. However, all these Paladin Academy students were stunned in the next moment, as they saw Duan Ling Tian extend out his hand, and 3 wine jugs appeared in his hand out of thin air. There naturally can't be a lack of wine while eating meat. Come, drink, Duan Ling Tian said, with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, you really brought wine. Xiao Xuan fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva with a pleasantly surprised expression, then he took the wine jug with Xiao Xuan starting to drink in large mouthfuls. Under the gazes of what seemed like a group of hungry wolves, the 3 of them ate meat and drank wine as they ate voraciously, only stopping after a long time. So full, in next to no time, the entire roast suckling pig was completely eaten by the 3 of them, and 3 empty wine jugs were thrown to the side as well. I'm going to ease myself, Xiao Xuan said, before running into the nearby bushes to ease himself. After Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu went to ease themselves in succession, Duan Ling Tian walked out as well. However, Duan Ling Tian had only just stepped into the bushes when his spiritual force became vigilant. He could feel a burst of danger slowly approaching, as if it would descend upon him at any moment. After taking in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's body jerked and he directly flashed forward. And right at this moment, sparse sounds sounded from behind as an able-bodied figure flashed out and passed Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye before blocking Duan Ling Tian's path. This was a middle-aged man wearing a Crimson Worm Army soldier's armor, and his eyes flickered with a ghastly stream of light under the night sky. 1TL note. A saying which means someone who's extremely greedy. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.